The Fugitive, starring Stan Freberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Amanda Amari, Meg Falcon, David Darlow, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Mike Castle, J. David Ruby, and Clint Todd. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Jenny, that you?
Yes, Aunt Agnes.
And where are you going, young lady?
Oh, no place.
And what are you going to do when you get there?
Well, play, I guess.
Finish your homework first.
I did. English and arithmetic and...
Jenny?
Honest, Aunt Agnes. Go look in my room if you want.
It's late. Dinner'll be on soon.
I know. I'll be back in time, I promise.
Well, see that you do.
Bye, Aunt Agnes.
And Jenny?
Yes?
See that you're back before the store closes, in case I need anything.
Yes, ma'am. Ben? Ben, are you in there?
Come in.
Hi, Ben.
Why, who's that? It must be my favorite princess.
Ben, will you help me?
What's the matter?
Howie and the boys are in the park playing softball and...
Well, why aren't you out there with them?
You know they don't like girls on their team, but if I bring somebody else to play...
Now who might that be?
You, Ben. You're so much fun and...
I don't know. I'm getting pretty old, you know.
No, you're not. They like you.
Sometimes they don't like the things I do.
Then do it for me, Ben. We can be on the same side. I need you.
Well, if you put it that way, after all, you are my princess, aren't you?
Of course I am. You know that.
Across the far reaches of time and space.
Yep.
Well, then I'd better provide the transportation. Come on, Princess Jenny. Never mind your leg brace. Just right on my shoulders. There we go.
Oh, thank you, Ben. We'd better hurry. The game already started.
Next batter.
Hey, batter.
Go on, pitcher. Come on, throw the ball.
Leave him alone. He's winding up.
Rally, rally. The pitcher's name is Sally. Go, pitcher. Go, pitcher.
Strike 3. You're out.
Hey, umpire. You're crazy.
Yeah, that wasn't a strike.
Sure was.
Was not.
I call him like I see him.
Howie Gottlieb, you're never gonna get to heaven. That was a ball and you know it.
Was not.
Was too. How about it, Ben? You saw it.
Now, Jenny. Howie's the umpire.
Hear that?
Who's up next?
You are.
What?
You guys are playing me and Ben. If nobody wants to be on our team, we don't care, do we, Ben?
I'd better warm up. I'm pretty old to be playing softball. Where's the, bat?
Right here.
Go on, Ben. You can do it.
Well, if you think I can, Jenny, then I'll give it a try.
Spread out, everybody. Let's play ball.
All right, pitcher. Come on. Strike him out.
Hey, batter.
Here it comes.
Swing, Ben.
Whoa!
He creamed it.
Where'd it go?
I can't even see it anymore.
Home run.
No fair. You said you wouldn't use magic anymore.
Did I? I don't remember saying that.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Who cheated? Nobody cheated.
What do you think?
I'm not sure.
Could be him.
If it is, it's certainly a clever disguise.
Keep walking. Don't let them spot us.
It's been said that science fiction and fantasy are two different things. Science fiction, the improbable made possible. Fantasy, the impossible made probable. What would you have if you put the two together? Well, chances are you'd have a story about an old man named Ben who knows some tricks most people don't know, and an 11-year-old girl named Jenny who walks with a brace on one leg and who loves her friend Ben very much. What happens next? We'd hate to spoil it for you. Better stick around because they've already begun their journey together into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Fugitive, starring Stan Freberg, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Come on, let's stop arguing and play.
With what? We don't have a ball anymore. He knocked it out of the park, remember?
I really should apologize for that, I guess.
All right, never mind. We'll play something else.
Like what?
How about Spaceman?
Yeah, that's a good one.
In that case, those who wish to play, Spaceman, please raise your hands.
I do.
That's it then. We'll play Spaceman.
Jenny, you be the Martian.
Nah, not this time.
It's your turn.
I know, but gee, Ben, I'm not as good as you are.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
It's true. I can't turn into things the way you can.
Yeah.
Come on, Ben.
Be a good guy.
Jenny's too slow.
Very well. But this is the last time.
Yes.
This is gonna be so much fun.
What should I do?
What are you asking her for?
Because Jenny gets to write the script.
Who says?
I think it's only fair. Go ahead, Jenny.
Well, see that rock over there by the bushes?
Yes?
That'll be the rocket ship.
I see.
And I'm the captain.
What are you talking about?
Whoever heard of a girl being a captain?
Yeah, Jenny.
All right, you bunch of babies. Howie, you be the captain. The rest of you are lieutenants and stuff.
Who are you?
I'm the beautiful princess.
Listen to her now. She gets to choose.
Okay, now, Ben, you go over there to the ship.
Like this?
We just landed, see? This is Mars. We're exploring, trying to find out if any Martians are here. Got it?
What do you want me to do?
Hide behind the bushes. I mean the ship. When we get there, you come out and make it scary this time. You know what I mean, really horrible.
Not too horrible.
Howie, you're a sissy. Okay, man, stick with me. Get out your ray guns. You're supposed to hide, Ben.
Very well. Goodbye for now.
Find anything, Captain Spaulding?
You're Captain Spaulding.
Okay, well, did you?
No, sir. Nothing round here.
Then let's blast off for Earth and go home.
What about the girl?
Leave her here.
Hey, you can't do that.
Sure I can. I'm the captain, aren't I?
You think there's any Martians hiding in the ship?
No way. It's sealed.
Better check it out.
Go on.
You go. You're the captain.
Are you too chicken, Howie?
I'm not chicken.
Then go.
I'm going.
It's only a Martian.
But it's 10 feet tall.
Then shoot your ray guns.
Zap! Zap! Zoom! Zap!
He went back behind the ship.
You got him.
I think they did.
Ben, how do you do that?
Oh, just a little trick I learned.
Yeah, but where?
Remember what I've said. You mustn't tell anyone about my tricks.
Ben's magic, aren't you, Ben?
That's enough for one day. Time to go home, Jenny. I'll provide the transportation. Here we are, my lady. Door-to-door service.
Thanks. Ben, how do you know how to ride a skateboard?
Oh, I've watched your friends. I'm a fast learner.
Pretty neat.
That'll be 10 cents, please.
I'll pay you tomorrow.
Can I trust you?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
In that case, it's a deal. Come on. I'll carry you upstairs.
Ben, you're so nice. Mwah.
Oh, my. What did I do to deserve that? Say I'm weary. Say I'm sad. Say that health and wealth have missed me. Say I'm growing old. But add, Jenny kissed me.
What's that?
Earth poetry.
You made it up?
Not me.
But I like it.
So do I. Up we go now.
Careful of the stairs.
I'm always careful.
Ben?
Hmm?
Tell me something.
What is it, little monkey?
Well, if you can do so many things,
Some things.
how come you don't make my leg well?
Because then I wouldn't have the fun of carrying you. You'd get yourself a young boyfriend and I'd never see you again.
I'm serious. You could do it, couldn't you?
Oh, perhaps. But Jenny, I mustn't.
Why?
People would wonder how it happened. Besides, I shouldn't interfere.
That's not interfering. That's...
I told you to be back before the liquor store closed.
Oh, it's my fault, Mrs. Gann. Jenny told me, but I must have lost track of the time.
It's always your fault, isn't it?
Don't be mad at him, Aunt Agnes.
Shut up, you. Put her down.
Of course.
Get inside, girl.
I'm going.
You ungrateful little gutter snipe.
Mrs. Gann, please.
You stay out of this. After all I've done for the girl, after I fed you, took care of you, gave you a place to sleep, where'd you be without me, huh? Well, I'll tell you, in an orphanage. And if you don't mind your P's and Q's, that's where you'll end up. Now get to your room.
Please, Aunt Agnes.
I said get in there. What are you looking at?
Mrs. Gann, don't you ever lift your hand to Jenny again.
Don't you tell me how to raise that child.
You heard me.
Now you listen to me. I've had a stomach full of you hanging around that girl, turning her against me, filling her head with crazy ideas. This ain't none of your business, you hear me?
I hear you.
Well, I ain't gonna put up with it no more. And if I hear tell of you even talking to her from now on, I'm gonna call the cops.
So that's how it is.
You bother us again, and that's what'll happen. So help me. And shut up with all that slobbering. You hear me? Now what? Yeah?
Mrs. Gann?
What about it?
Excuse us, madam, but we're trying to gather some information about a tenant of this building.
They call him Old Ben.
Him?
Do you know the gentleman?
He's no gentleman.
No? If that's not the proper term.
You cops.
In a way.
FBI, probably. Or the IRS. I knew it.
May we come in?
I guess so. What did he do?
If you don't mind, we'll ask the questions.
Okay, but ask him in the kitchen. I gotta fix dinner.
Very well.
How long has he lived here?
In this building? Year and a half?
Yeah, that'd be about right.
Oh, they're talking about Ben.
Do you know his previous address?
Mr. Nobody knows nothing about him. What his name is, where he come from.
Most interesting.
Have you ever seen him do anything unusual?
Like what?
Well, what you might call magic.
Nah. Kids say he's good at tricks, but I never seen any. Can't say that he works. Maybe he gets checks in the mail, but not that I know.
So he has no visible means of support.
Ben?
Jenny? What is it?
Ben. Oh, Ben.
Something wrong?
2 policemen. They're talking to my aunt. They're after you.
I didn't think she'd go through with it.
No, Aunt Agnes didn't call them. They came right after you left.
Jenny, this is very important. What did they look like?
I was in my room. I just saw a little bit of them in the kitchen. But I don't know. Tall, kinda. Dark-haired. Young, but not real young. Suits and, I think, neckties.
And did the suits look brand new, without a wrinkle, like they'd just been made?
Yeah, that's right.
It's them. I knew it would happen someday. They've finally caught up with me.
Who has, Ben? What are you so scared of? What did you do?
I I can't tell you that, Jenny.
Was it something bad?
Not what you and I would think of as bad.
Then tell me. I thought we were friends.
We are. Best friends.
Friends don't keep secrets. I don't know where you came from or why you're running away.
I'm sorry, little monkey. It doesn't matter now anyhow. They're here. It's too late.
No, it isn't. I know a swell hiding place. They'll never find you. They'll... Yes?
Jenny, what are you doing in here?
Nothing.
Is he here?
Not a trace.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You're lying. She's lying. I can tell. She knows.
Do you, child?
No, sir. I came to see him, but he was gone. I think he's out on the prairie feeding pigeons.
The prairie?
That's what we call the park on the corner. We pretend it's out in the wilderness, and we hide behind the bushes and play games and...
You pretend too much.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if you see him, please say nothing of our visit.
Oh, don't worry. I know how to keep my mouth shut.
You too, little girl.
Okay.
We'll check back tomorrow.
You do that. And you, get home right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, what's that?
What's what?
That thing in your shirt pocket.
Oh, that's just Gandalf.
Gandalf?
My pet mouse. You remember Aunt Agnes.
What's it doing out of its cage?
Oh, he gets bored staying in my room all the time.
Well, you put it back in right now. I never should have let you keep it. I have a good mind to...
Bye, Aunt Agnes.
I ought to beat you till you can't sit down, but I won't, because I'm too tired. Go to bed and don't let me hear a peep out of you.
Good night, Aunt Agnes.
And don't try sneaking out again if you know what's good for you. Keep that filthy white rat out of my sight.
Come on, Gandalf. Hi, Gandalf. How are you, boy? Guess what? I brought you a new twin brother to play with.
You weren't really going to put me in the cage with Gandalf, were you?
Nah, I knew you were going to change back. We sure fooled them, didn't we, Ben? Whoever they are.
For the moment, but they'll be back. And sooner or later, they'll catch on.
I think it's so neat the way you do that. One thing I don't get, though. How do you make the clothes change, too, when you turn into something else?
Not very difficult. It's all matter. One molecular structure is much like another, isn't it?
I guess.
Speaking of changing clothes, Jenny, you'd better start wearing a dress instead of those jeans, don't you think? At least some of the time, or your aunt will have a fit.
I don't care. Let her.
Now, that isn't very respectful, is it? You must remember she's a very nervous person. She isn't wholly responsible for her behavior.
Well, if she's not, who is?
I don't have an answer for that. In any case, try to forgive her, if you can find it in your heart. After all, she's only human.
All right, but what about you? What are you gonna do?
Oh, the best I can, I reckon.
I'm serious.
So am I. That's all any of us can do.
Even you?
Even me. Beyond that...
Ben?
Yes?
How come those men are after you?
It's a long story.
You can tell me. You'll still be my best friend no matter what. Are you a criminal?
In a way, yes. Yes, I suppose I am.
What'd you do? Rob a bank?
Oh, nothing like that.
Did you kill somebody?
Heavens, no.
Then you must be a communist.
No, little monkey, not a communist, and not a terrorist either. I'm not an enemy of anyone. At least, not anyone I can think of.
Then what?
Shh.
What's the matter?
Those two men, they may still be close by.
I heard him leave.
I'd better go to the window and check the street, just to be sure.
See anything?
Huh, it's just as I thought. They're downstairs on the other side of the street.
What are they doing?
Watching the building, waiting for me to come out.
Oh, Ben.
Don't you worry now, I'll think of something.
Listen, Ben, I have an idea. Why don't you fool them again?
And how do you propose doing that?
Easy. Turn into something.
I doubt it would work a second time.
Sure it would. Something really little like a spider or a cockroach. They'd never find you then.
I'm afraid they would.
But how?
Those boys have ways. They're pretty clever. You see, Jenny, they know my real form. They can tell when I'm in the vicinity. I'm talking about my true shape, the way I really look.
Isn't this the way you really look?
Oh, no.
Have I ever seen you the way you really look?
Nope.
Not even when you turn into a Martian with all those eyes?
Definitely not.
Then you must be really icky.
I wouldn't say that, exactly. You'd be surprised. There are certain adult females who have found me quite attractive. Or so they said.
I want to see.
No, Jenny. You've been very good about letting me keep my secrets.
Can't you even tell me just one?
Well, all right. Just one. I suppose it wouldn't do any harm. You see, I'm not from around here.
That's okay. I'm not either. We moved here from...
What I mean is, I'm not actually a resident of this world.
Huh?
I come from another planet.
I knew it. Which one? Mars?
No, one much farther away. You've never heard of it. Anyway, Jenny, you see, those men out there, they've come a long way. They're trying to catch me so they can take me back.
Because of what you did?
Mm-hmm. And I don't want to go back. I've grown to like it here. But they've located me, so now the only thing I can do is find another world to hide in.
Another world?
One as far away from here as possible. That's my only chance.
You mean you're just gonna go away?
I don't want to, little monkey, but I have no choice.
But Ben, you're the only friend I have.
Look at me, Jenny. Please? That's it. Before I go, there is one thing I want to do. A last good deed. I'd have done it long before this, but it would have shown them where I was. Now, that doesn't matter anymore.
What do you mean?
Take that thing off your leg.
My brace?
Go on. You won't need it anymore.
But...
Trust me.
Okay.
Now hold very still.
What's that?
Just something I carry with me from the other place. The secret of my magic.
My leg. It feels all funny. Sort of tingly.
Jenny!
Yeah?
Who are you talking to?
Myself.
Well, you can go crazy that way. Cut it out.
Okay, I will. Good night.
Night.
Ben, is that you? No, Ben! Stay away from the window! Don't go outside! Don't! Ben, look! My leg! I can walk without the brace! It doesn't hurt anymore! Oh, Ben! Ben! Come back, Ben!
There's the girl.
Where's she going?
Hold on.
What?
Going out at this time of night?
It's past your bedtime.
Excuse me.
Well, look at that. Jenny, how can you walk without your leg brace now?
Something happened?
Something we should know about?
Get out of my way.
Where is he, Jenny? Where's Ben?
I don't know. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You made him go away. You made him leave me. I hate you.
We've got to stop her.
No, don't use it. You mustn't.
It's the only way.
Now you've done it.
Quickly, we've got to get out of here. He's somewhere outside, I'm sure of it.
Jenny? Jenny, where are you? Jenny! What are you doing down there on the floor? Oh, must have fallen. Are you hurt? Jenny, answer me! Well?
Well, what?
She's all right, ain't she?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, no. I don't have any money for a hospital.
Hospital?
I don't know why she'd want to do a stupid thing like that anyway.
What are you talking about?
Going down the stairs without her leg brace. What do you think?
Whatever's wrong with your niece, Mrs. Gann, it doesn't have anything to do with her legs.
Nothing to do with...
In fact, her legs appear to be perfectly all right. Both of them.
Then what?
However, the girl does seem to be in a rather serious condition.
How serious?
Well, she doesn't have a fever. In fact, I can't find any organic cause. But if her pulse continues to weaken...
What's the matter with her?
Whatever it is, it's beyond my knowledge. It may well be more than medical science can understand. The only thing we can do now is wait. I've left the window partially open so the room won't be quite so stuffy. If she doesn't show signs of improvement during the next hour, perhaps you should call the hospital. They can run some tests, though I can't imagine what they'll find.
Oh, no. Jenny, I made a promise to your mother, but I don't know what to do.
No, Ben, no.
Hello, little monkey.
Ben, I thought you went away.
I did, but I couldn't stay away from my best friend for long. Besides, being a fly isn't much fun. Wings and all, not to mention they're colorblind. Even my glasses wouldn't have helped. Bleh. Now you're back in bed, I see.
Oh, Ben.
What seems to be the matter?
I don't know. I saw those two policemen.
They're not policemen. Not exactly. What did they do?
I tried to get away, but one of them took something out of his pocket, like that magic thing you carry.
What? They used the molecular ray on you? That's going too far.
They told me to stop, and then I fell down. Am I gonna die, Ben?
Eventually, as we all must, but not now. Do you trust me?
You know I do.
Then close your eyes.
What are you gonna do?
Something to make you well again.
The way you fixed my leg?
That's right. Just lie still.
Ben, I feel funny.
Better?
Yes, I'm fine. How did you do that?
Just another little secret I brought with me. That should neutralize anything they've done.
It did. Ben, listen. They're here.
Your Majesty?
Your Majesty.
I've been expecting you.
We're sorry to intrude like this, but you're aware of the rules.
Yes, at ease.
Where's my aunt?
She's sitting on the sofa, resting peacefully.
We've paused her temporal flow, just while we're here. She won't know anything's happened.
That was a terrible thing you did. Hurting an innocent child.
We didn't want to hurt her, Your Majesty.
It was the only way, sir. We knew you'd return to make her well again.
I understand, but I still don't like it.
Ben, what's going on? How come they called you Your Majesty?
Well, little one, I have to confess. You see, I'm something of a fraud.
Why?
I'm not really a criminal, and these two men aren't really policemen. Something more along the lines of palace guards.
Huh?
They're actually my subjects, and I regret to say I'm what you would call their king.
Oh, come on.
Cross my heart and hope to die.
Then what are you running away for?
It's hard to explain. Wouldn't make much sense to you, I suppose. I guess I wasn't cut out to be a king. All that responsibility, the fuss, the pomp and circumstance, I don't know. After the first 1,000 years, it sort of got me down, you know? I knew it would be at least 4,000 more years before I could turn the job over to someone else. So I just took off, Jenny. Split. Hightailed it. Went on the lam. In short, I skedaddled.
Begging your pardon, but it wasn't 4,000 Earth years, Your Majesty.
Quite right, quite right. In Earth terms, it would have been even longer.
Well, all I can say is he must have been a pretty good king to cause all this trouble.
Oh, he was, miss. He was the best of kings. You should have seen him in his royal attire, with all his royal appendages. The grandest leader to walk upright in the entire galaxy.
That's enough now.
But it's true. You can have your Venusian vegetables, your Syrian slime molds, your strutting bivalves from Betelgeuse. When Exolotl went walking, or should I say perambulating, it was like a third sun shining down from the heavens.
Tut, gentlemen.
Is that who you really are? King Ixolotl?
Oh, what's in the name?
So, you see, miss, that's why we want him back. His subjects have been pining for him ever since.
Life has been listless. An endless succession of moon phases. There is no joy in Ixolotlville.
In other words, we're as fond of him as you are. We need him.
But you can't have him.
Not much to be done about it now, Jenny. they've found me out. I was on a sort of vacation, but all that's over now.
The royal transporter is waiting, sir.
In that case, gentlemen...
But Ben, I mean your majesty, you can't go away with them. I need you here.
I hope you'll remember me, Jenny. I know I'll remember you.
Wait, you said I was your princess, didn't you?
Yes?
Well, prove it. Take me with you.
That would be out of the question.
Absolutely.
She does have a point, you know. It's hard being a king. The first one they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a life form watchful and a little lonely.
The council would never permit it.
My appointees all.
Sir, you know the rules.
I should. I made them.
Please, Ben, please.
If only there were some way.
Ben? Come here. I have to tell you something in private.
Your Majesty, there's simply no more time.
Gentlemen, one last request. I want a minute alone with Jenny.
But, sir...
I promise by our fathers that I won't run away or try to escape.
You give your royal word.
Precisely.
What do you think?
I don't see how we can refuse.
Very well. 1 minute, Your Majesty. Earth time.
1 minute it is.
Excuse us while we sit down next to you, Mrs. Gant. We won't be long.
She can't hear you. As far as she's concerned, we're not here at all. Frozen in time, as it were.
What's that bottle in her hand?
It's called beer, an intoxicating beverage based on the fermentation of single-celled life forms.
I should take it out of her hand, in case she drops it.
No. I think she's meant to have one at all times. Some sort of self-medication for behavioral control.
Oh.
Remember to start the temporal flow again when we leave.
Of course.
What's going to happen when we get back?
Oh, a parade, I imagine. All the riffraff slithering along the grand crater. Quite a sight.
We'll be celebrities.
Quite. Don't forget to have your antennae washed and set.
What are they talking about in there?
Privileged communication.
I suppose. Oh, to have blue blood in our veins, eh?
Green.
Right.
Time?
Time. Sorry, Your Majesty, but the minute is...
Yes?
Oh, no. Your Majesty, you can't be serious.
But we are.
This isn't fair. This isn't fair at all.
You can't do this to us.
Why not?
But there are two of you.
What's the matter? Can't tell us apart? In that case, they'll just have to take both of us.
Both?
Yes, the council wouldn't like it if you made a mistake. What if you brought back the wrong one?
Well, I hope the council will understand our dilemma and make certain allowances.
Perhaps they will.
Shall we go? We'll have to send in Agnes a postcard. Yeah, postmarked Deep Space, with a picture of Ben the way he really looks. She won't believe how handsome he is. Indeed.
No, Aunt Agnes won't believe it, because she has more temper than imagination, more suspicion than understanding, and no patience for either science fiction or fantasy. But eventually it may occur to her that one day, on another planet, in the far reaches of space, her niece will grow up to be not only a princess, but an honest-to-goodness queen. Said coronation to take place somewhere in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Come on, Mac. Let's go. Out in the backyard. You got plenty of water, big guy. What's the matter? Something out there? Hey, maybe it's a squirrel. Nothing you can't handle. See you in the morning, big guy.
Sleep by myself.
I know, honey. It'll be all right, I promise. Daddy and I are in the next room.
Hey, sweetie, ready for bed?
Daddy, I want Mac.
He's outside where he belongs.
But I need him.
No, you don't. This is where you belong, in your room.
But
You're a big girl, aren't you?
Yes.
A very big girl. And big girls have their own rooms. In the morning, I'll make your favorite breakfast.
Waffles?
Waffles, for all three of us.
But it's scary in here.
Tina, honey, stop it.
Will you leave the door open?
Sure, sweetie. Plus, you have your nightlight.
Come on, Ruth.
But, Mommy...
If anything frightens you, call for me. I'll come right away.
Nothing's going to frighten her. The house is locked up tight as a drum.
But what if the bad man comes?
Oh, Tina, really?
Hey, then Mac'll get him. He's a good dog, isn't he?
Yes.
Go to sleep now.
Can I have a drink of water?
Of course. Night-night, sweetheart.
Night.
Don't let the bedbugs bite.
She's been scared of her own shadow lately.
Yeah, separation anxiety. New room and all.
Did you hear what she said? The bad man. Where did she get that?
Maybe she's onto something.
What's that supposed to mean?
Like Mac. He hears things, doesn't he?
He's a dog, Chris.
Well, kids hear things. See them, too. Oh, I remember when I was little, my sister used to tell me about the Nighthawk.
The what?
That's a good question. I never did find out. But she'd say, the Nighthawk's gonna get you. Kept me on my toes.
What a mean sister.
Maybe she was just looking out for me. I thought I saw all sorts of things. Face in the window, something in the yard.
You would.
Just the same, maybe there are things we can't see. Just kids and animals.
That's enough, Chris.
Like when Mac hears a squirrel or smells another dog down the street, but we can't because we don't have the senses.
Next, you're going to tell me that there is a bad man.
I didn't say that.
Now I won't sleep a wink.
That's not what I mean.
Oh, what do you mean?
Nothing. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't. Come to bed.
Sorry.
You should have been a science fiction writer. Visible world. Nice. Makes me feel all safe and secure.
I said I'm sorry.
Well, this is the real world. Remember that. I'm turning out the light.
Now what?
Oh, I forgot to get her a drink of water.
If you get up every time, she'll never go to sleep.
But I promised.
One time. That's it. Agreed?
Agreed.
Mommy? Daddy?
The voice of one frightened little girl. Name, Bettina Miller. Tina for short. Description, 6 years of age, average height and build. Blonde, quite pretty. Last seen being tucked into bed by her mother only a few minutes ago. Last heard, there's the rub as Hamlet puts it, for she can still be heard quite clearly, despite the curious fact that very soon she won't be seen at all, not by her father or mother or anybody else. Present location? In the next bedroom, or so it seems. At this moment, it might be more accurate to say that she's just become a resident of an unseen world called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Little Girl Lost, starring Stephen Tobolowsky, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Chris?
Not again.
But she sounds so scared.
Yeah.
Listen to her.
I'm going. Where are my slippers?
I don't know what's wrong now.
Yeah. I'll talk to her. One last time. All right, sweetie. Daddy's coming. Quiet, Mac! What's the matter now, Tina? Where are you? Against the wall? Here I am. Take my hand. Tina, where'd you go? Did you fall off? I'll lean down and... Not against the wall, huh? Did you roll under the bed? Take it easy, I'm here. Tina, where are you? Over here. Come on out, baby. You must have crawled under the bed. Now reach out. Reach out for my hand. What happened to you? Where in the... Hold on. I'll get the light switch.
Daddy, help me.
I'm trying, baby, but I don't see...
Chris, what is it?
I don't know.
What's the matter?
She's not here.
What do you mean she's not?
I turned on the light. I can't...
Tina? Mommy's here.
See for yourself.
This is ridiculous. Tina? Tina!
I already looked under the bed. All the way to the wall. It's clear there's nothing.
Mommy, pick me up.
I'm trying, baby. Chris? Where is she?
I don't know.
But I can hear her right in front of me.
I can too.
It doesn't make sense. I'm looking under the bed. The floor's clear. It's absolutely empty. I don't see anything.
Honey, I don't know what to tell you.
What are we gonna do?
Quiet, Mac!
Listen, what's happening to her? Where is she?
I'm tired, Mommy. Going to sleep now.
Tina? Tina?
Hello? Bill.
Yeah.
Bill, it's Chris.
Oh, hi. What time is it?
Can you come over?
When? Now?
I'm sorry, but it's an emergency.
What's the matter?
It's Tina.
What happened?
That's just it. I don't know.
You don't...
She's disappeared.
From the house? You mean she wandered off?
No.
Somebody took her?
She hasn't been kidnapped.
Well, then what?
I can't explain. She's here.
Is she injured?
I don't think so, but...
So she's okay?
I don't know.
Let me get this straight. She's there, and she's not hurt, and she's...
She's here, but she's not here.
I don't follow.
Bill, for God's sake, get over here. I don't know who else to call. And hurry.
She's still asleep. That's what it sounds like.
Ruth, stand up.
Shouldn't we wake her?
I called Bill.
Bill?
He's coming over. He's a physicist. Maybe he can...
What do we need a physicist for?
It's all I could think of.
Shouldn't we call 911?
And tell them what? That our daughter rolled off the bed and now we can hear her, but we can't see her.
Oh, God. Where is she, Chris? Where is she?
I'm going to look under the house.
Under the house? Why? There's no hole in the floor, is there?
Not that I could see. Oh, I better let Mac in. He's going to wake up the whole neighborhood. Sit on the edge of the bed. Wait here for me.
Get the flashlight. It's in the kitchen.
Right. Come here, boy. Mac, where are you going?
Mac! What's wrong with him?
He's after something, like he's got a scent.
He's trying to get under the bed.
Grab him!
I can't!
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Step back. He's got to be under there. Mac, come on out, boy. Here, Mac.
He's not, is he?
Now, don't jump to conclusions.
He's with Tina.
Oh, he's here. Bill.
I got here as fast as I could.
Thanks.
What's up?
I'd tell you if I could, but you wouldn't believe it.
Try me.
I wouldn't know where to start. You better see for yourself.
See what?
They're in the bedroom. You remember Bill, honey? From work?
Ruth?
She's still asleep. Listen.
Where's your daughter? Under there?
Take a look.
I don't see anything.
Neither do we.
Do you have a flashlight?
Here.
You were right.
About what?
Don't believe it. Let's move the bed.
Bill, where is she? I'm about to lose my mind.
Well, at least she's breathing normally. So she must be okay. Take the other end.
Got it.
Wait.
It's not that heavy.
We better mark where the legs were.
Why?
Do what he says.
Anything will work. You know, those books in the corner.
Put one on the floor here and here.
I don't see.
Thanks. Now, from the front, lift.
Right. Two more under this end.
Here?
Perfect. Now, lift it away from the wall just a few feet. There. All right, now set it down.
Okay.
You can still hear it. That's her breathing?
Yes.
And these 4 books mark where the bed was.
The sound of her voice is inside the rectangle. The dog was too a while ago.
Dog?
Mac. I let him in the house and he ran straight for this spot, dove under the bed, and poof. He was gone too. But we could still hear him.
Not now, though.
Not now.
You felt the entire area?
All over, several times.
And?
Nothing.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Stepping very, very carefully into the rectangle.
Looking for...
the opening, maybe. I want to cover everything between here and the wall.
The opening to what?
I don't know yet, Ruth.
Quiet. There. Do you hear?
I hear.
You're moving as if you're afraid you're going to step on her. But there's no hole in the floor. You can see that.
Yes.
Why are you moving your hands?
To cover the air above the floor as well.
I did that.
We both did.
Well, maybe not every inch, but...
All right, take it easy. I'm almost at the wall. I don't get it.
Get what?
It's not in front of the wall. So that means it must be...
Bill! Look out!
Your hand's going into the wall.
Pull out! Pull out!
I guess I found it.
Found what?
Bill, what was that? Your whole hand disappeared into the wall.
It did. I saw it.
So did I.
This must be it.
What is?
The opening.
To where?
I'm not sure. But off the top of my head, I'd say to another dimension.
Another what?
Dimension.
You think this is a joke, Bill?
No, I don't.
Then why?
I don't know if I'm right or not. I can't think of anything else, though.
Anything else but...
Look, there are 3 dimensions that we can see. Height, width, and depth. The 4th dimension is time. Now, if you know these, you can place anything. Where something is and when exactly. Like, what time is it now? 1:12 a.m. on this particular date in this location.
Why are we talking about this?
Wait, hear him out.
There may be other dimensions as well. Science is still arguing about how real they are. But there could be doorways to these other times and places. Other realms. And some of those doorways have been verified. Have you heard of wormholes?
I don't see what all this has to do with my little girl.
Wait, I think I'm getting it. Tina must have fallen out of bed, accidentally rolled under it, and
gone through. Like my hand.
Did that actually happen? I couldn't believe my eyes.
One way to find out. Let's try it again and be sure.
Bill, don't.
Right about here, wasn't it? I was touching the wall to see if it was solid and...
It's happening again.
Oh, this is it. An invisible opening of some sort.
I can't see your hand.
Pull it back.
There. I'm okay.
What did it feel like?
There was no sensation. It's just that for a second, my hand was out of the visible spectrum.
Where was it?
That's what we have to figure out.
I don't care about the reason. I just want Tina back.
That's where Mac went too?
Must be. He's probably with her now.
But why?
He could have sensed it. Animals are sharper about that sort of thing than we are. He must have known she was in there and gone after her.
But we have eyes too. Why can't we see them?
Because some things may be right in front of us, but we have a blind spot.
Such as?
Do you have any change on you?
What?
Wait a minute, I do. Here's a quarter. Now, hold it out at arm's length, between your thumb and your finger. Yeah, that's it. Now, I want you to stare straight ahead at the ceiling light and move the quarter just off center a few degrees to the right, approximately the 3 o'clock position. But don't move your eyes. Go ahead, try.
Wait a minute.
What do you see?
Nothing. I can't see the quarter anymore.
Exactly. But if you move it an inch or 2 right or left, or up or down.
There it is again.
It always was there, right in front of you, but you couldn't see it. Do you know why? Because you have a blind spot on your retina. It's a very small area where the optic nerves tie together. You'd never know it. How can you be aware of what you can't see? But whatever's there is still there, isn't it? I mean, whether you see it or not.
I never noticed that before.
You could go your whole life and never notice it, unless there was some reason to. But it's been there all along, invisible, like the quarter.
Well, now that I know where she is, I'm going after her.
No.
Don't try to stop me. She's my little girl.
We don't know what else is in there, or how far it leads.
My daughter is in there.
I know that, Ruth, but we can't just...
Why not? You put your hand in and you pulled it out twice.
We don't have enough information yet.
Tina is right in front of us, on the other side of this dimensional opening, or whatever it is. All we have to do is reach in and...
If it's that simple, why hasn't Mac found her yet? If I'm right, and this is a kind of gap or blind spot, an opening to another dimension, it wouldn't be laid out the same as our world, would it, Chris?
There must be something we can do.
Listen to the man, honey.
You got a pencil? Anything to write with?
Check Tina's drawer.
Only crayons.
That'll do. A black one.
Here.
Now... let's see just how big this thing is. I'll have to mark up your wall.
Go ahead.
This is solid. And this. And this. Ooh, but not here. The same spot I touched before. All right, I'll mark it with a dot.
Take your hand out first.
Right. all around the edges where it's still solid. There. These marks form a rough outline of the opening.
And you're saying it's always been there?
Oh my God. That's why she didn't want to sleep in here. She knew somehow. She could have fallen through at any time.
Oh, I doubt it.
Why not?
Because locations are in space and time. The fourth dimension, remember? Lord knows, I'm no expert on this, but, well, it's still pretty theoretical. But for now, I can connect the dots in at least 2 of those dimensions.
So you're establishing the perimeter?
As best as I can. I suspect that junctures like this are anomalies, freaks of nature, or of the space-time continuum, if you prefer. Occurring, well, who knows how often? Rarely, though, I'd say. I hope. Now, if I take these points and extend them geometrically, and then draw lines to connect the limits, we should see the projected boundaries of our so-called doorway.
That's it? The outline?
All right, let's step back and see what we've got.
Kind of a vertical rectangle. Looks like a doorway, all right.
Not quite symmetrical, and a bit small. About 3 feet across, maybe 4 feet tall.
Exactly the size of Tina. She could have stepped through.
Do you still have that quarter?
Here.
Throw it.
What?
At the wall.
What for?
It's a test. Toss it between the lines, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, here goes. Where is it?
It went through. The quarter's in. The other place. Wherever that is.
Now what?
Well...
What are you doing?
Shh. This is where I heard her. Where the bed was. The sound was the loudest just off the floor, but now... I can't hear her anymore. Chris!
Let me try.
Put your head down as low as you can.
She's right. I can't even hear Tina's breathing. No.
Tina? Answer me, sweetheart. Where are you? Tina?
What's happened?
The temporal dimension may be shifting. In that case, she could be anywhere.
Tina! Tina!
Hold it down. You hear anything at all?
No.
She's gone.
Get up, Ruth. Move around, both of you, and keep listening.
What's the point?
It's a chance. Do it.
Psst. Over here.
That's her?
In the corner. What in the name of...
Quiet. It's getting weaker.
Where's she going now?
Tina, come back!
Keep looking for her.
But how?
Come on.
Where?
Anywhere. Try the whole house. I'll take the living room.
Tina? Tina?
What is it?
She's gone. Gone and never coming back.
We don't know that.
We don't know anything.
Come on, babe. You gotta be strong. For Tina.
In here.
Bill? What are you doing by the television set?
Put your ear next to mine.
Daddy, I want my dolly.
Tina? I'm here.
Mommy, I can't see you.
What is this? First, she was in the bedroom, now she's in here.
I've told you what I think, Chris.
But she went into this other dimension in the bedroom. What's she doing here?
If I could tell you, I would. You've got to think rationally.
How can we think rationally about an irrational situation?
One step at a time. We try every possibility. Cross off the ones that don't work.
I'm not going to wait.
Neither am I.
We can't get ahead of ourselves.
My daughter needs me. I've got to go to her somehow, some way. I've got to go to her.
I'm afraid it's not that simple.
Get out of my way.
Slow down. Let's think it through first.
We have to do something.
I know, but what?
She could be somewhere else entirely now.
Are you saying it's hopeless?
Chris, if she's beyond our world, everything's different where she is. The normal rules don't apply. The slightest movement on her part might seem, to us, to be all over the place, but she might just be turning over in her sleep.
Then what do we do?
I have an idea. Call him.
Who?
The dog. Call him. Hurry.
Mac! Here, boy!
That's it.
Here, that's a boy.
There she is. I hear her.
Where are you taking me, Mac? I don't want to go. Stop it!
Tell her to go with him.
Tina!
She hears you. She hears you.
Go with Mac, baby. Please, go with him.
Where are you?
Here, baby. I'm here.
Just tell her to go with the dog.
Sweetie, go with Mac. Right now, baby.
Where is he taking me?
Where we are. You want to be with Mommy and Daddy, don't you?
Yes.
Then go.
Will he take me to you?
Yes, baby. He will.
All right, Mommy. Hurry, Mac.
Let's go. The dog should go back to the place where he entered.
Yes.
Now, get down on the floor in front of the wall.
I don't hear anything.
Call the dog again.
Mac! Here, boy! Here! Nothing.
Bill, can't we help her?
It'll have to be the dog, Ruth. We can't take a chance going through ourselves.
Why not? If Mac could do it.
Mac has a better sense of smell and hearing. He might be able to find his way.
Mac! Come here! Right here! Come on!
I hear him.
He's doing it! Man! What a mutt!
They're not getting any closer.
This way, Mac! Come!
Tina?
Mommy.
I can hear him. But they're not coming through the wall.
They can't see the opening where they are.
Come to me, Mac! To me!
Daddy?
Bring her out, Mac! Now!
Daddy, where are you?
Here, baby. Right here. Just a little bit farther. Follow Mac.
I can't see you.
Mac, you better come. Right now. Why doesn't he do it?
Maybe he can't. He's confused. If you can't see him, he can't see you.
No, I won't have it.
What are you doing?
Reaching in.
Stop! Pull your arm back.
Tina! Take my hand.
No, Chris, it's too dangerous.
Let go of me. My hand, Tina. Take hold of it.
I can't see it, Daddy.
I'll lean a little further. See it now?
No.
Chris!
Here! Here!
Chris! Chris! Chris?
Yes!
You all right?
I'm okay. I got through. Can you hear me?
We hear you, pal. Don't move.
But I have to.
Don't move an inch, or you'll never find your way out.
But I'm just here, on the other side of the wall.
What do you see?
I'm not sure. It's dark. There are lights, millions of them, like stars. Some of them are flashing, moving past, and there's some kind of mist. I can't make out anything else yet.
Don't even try. Stay where you are.
I've got to find her.
Let her come to you, Chris. Call her.
Yes, call her.
Tina!
Daddy?
I can hear her. She's close.
Where are you?
Come to the sound of my voice.
I don't know which way.
I gotta help her. She can't see any more than I can.
Chris, I mean it.
Daddy, I'm scared.
Don't. Wait there for her.
I don't have a choice. She needs me. Tina!
Where are you, Daddy?
Right here.
Where?
Is Mac with you?
Yes.
Grab his collar. Can you see his collar?
I think so.
Put your fingers under it.
Mac, where are you going?
I'm coming, honey.
Chris, don't go after her.
I have to. Tina? Where did you go? Tina! Tina!
I'm over here, Daddy.
Stand still.
I don't like this place.
Don't be afraid. I'll get you out.
Where's Mommy?
Waiting for you at home. In your room. She's waiting for us. Listen to my voice. Come to me.
I don't know where you are. I can't see you, Daddy.
Where's Mac now?
Here.
Grab onto him. Hold tight. Can you do that for me?
I'm trying.
Chris!
Hurry!
Got his collar yet?
Yes.
Get a good grip now.
Okay, Daddy. But he wants to run away.
You have to stay with him. Don't let go. Mac! Bring her here. Bring her to me, Mac. Is he bringing you, Tina?
Yes.
Hold on tight, baby. Go where he wants to go.
I will.
You'll be here in a minute. Mac knows the way. Just hang on. Come on, Mac. Come on, boy.
Chris, we're running out of time.
That a boy. Here. Right here.
Can you see her yet?
I'm not sure. There's shadows moving. Yes!
Tina?
Here, boy. That's right.
Daddy, pick me up.
Take my hand. I'm right in front of you. Reach out. Little closer.
I can't see you.
I know it's hard. Just try. That's it. Closer. There. I got her!
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, baby. Baby. You're okay now.
Daddy.
Oh, baby. I got her. Hi, Mac. You big, beautiful animal. You did it. You found me.
I want to go home.
Me too. That's where we're going. Mac, let me take your collar. Now go. Go to Tina's room. Where is it, huh? Put your arms around my neck, honey. Hold tight.
Here they are.
Tina!
Mommy!
Take her. I've got his legs. I'm pulling as hard as I can.
There. I told you you'd make it.
Oh, Chris.
How does she look?
Fine. She looks beautiful.
Mommy.
Come on, honey. Let's get you out of this room.
I better go with them.
Sit down on the bed. Get your bearings first.
Oh, man. What happened anyway?
I pulled you out.
Feet first? How did you do that?
Half of you was still here.
But I was walking around.
You only thought you were. I was holding on to you the whole time.
I didn't feel it.
I know you didn't.
How come you kept telling me to hurry?
Because.
Yeah?
The opening was getting smaller.
What are you talking about?
The time element. At least that dimension was changing, or starting to. And if it had happened, we would have lost the location on both sides. For how long? I couldn't begin to guess.
The opening was shrinking?
See for yourself. Solid all over, now. Including the area inside the lines. It was closing up the whole time.
You mean...
Another few seconds, and it would have finished closing. With half of you here and the other half... there.
I would have been cut in two.
Yeah.
Mac? You did good, Mac. Real good. How would you like to sleep in the house from now on? Keep an eye on things. Yeah, that a boy.
Better put some boards on the wall for now, until we can figure out what happened and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Can we do that?
Well, we can try. Meanwhile, you might not want to let her sleep in here for a while.
Are you kidding? No way. Tina will never have to sleep in here again. Looks like she got her wish after all.
From the mouths of babes, huh, Chris?
From the mouths of babes. And good old boys like Mac here.
A brief journey into another dimension, perhaps. But which? The fourth? The fifth? Or one not yet charted by theoretical physics? They never came up with an answer, despite a battery of research scientists equipped with every instrument known to man. No explanation was ever found, only a little more respect and uncertainty about what can happen in the Twilight Zone.
Little Girl Lost, starring Stephen Tobolowsky with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Alyssa Fraden, Dana Bokor, and Doug James. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
On hands plus shipments received
Franklin?
equals a total inventory.
Franklin, dear, would you like something to eat?
Not just now. Minus the number of products scanned. And we have a total sales from the period from...
It's no trouble.
Flora, please. I have to bring the books up to date before I go back to the store. The auditor's coming this afternoon. The period from the previous quarter through...
But it's almost lunchtime. Take a break, Franklin. You know what they say, all work and no play.
All right, make a sandwich if you want. Just let me finish this.
I'll get it, dear.
For the quarterly sales period ending... for the quarterly sales period ending...
Yes? Yes, this is Mrs. Gibbs. Do you want to talk to my... Oh, my.
If it's for me, tell him I'm busy.
Are you sure? Why, I can hardly believe it. When? You'll send all the information? Yes, that would be wonderful. But how... It was? You did? Well, I didn't think I had much of a chance.
Oh, for the love...
I suppose that will be all right. I'll have to ask my husband. Oh, how exciting. Thank you so very, very much. Goodbye now.
Ask me what?
Franklin, you are not going to believe this.
That was the salesman, wasn't it?
No, Franklin. Well, not exactly. It was a sales representative.
I'm going to report this to the phone company. They call at all hours, and the misguided believe that we can be talked into anything. What was it? Swampland in Florida? Gold and silver futures? A chance to get in on the ground floor.
Franklin, sit down.
What?
I have something to tell you.
Oh, no, you didn't. You filled out a coupon, and now some charming young pickpocket wants to stop by and show us a set of encyclopedias. Flora, I don't know how many times I've told you, those con artists have got one goal in mind, to relieve me of my wallet. Now, I've worked hard to save for our retirement. I'm not going to risk one penny of it to...
Franklin, will you kindly be still? This isn't anything like that. I entered a contest. Why I use New Season liquid soap for all our personal and impersonal cleansing needs.
A contest? Don't you know that the odds are at least several million to...
I do know, Franklin, but I couldn't resist. And this time...
Considering how much postage stamps cost these days, you might promise me that from now on...
But, Franklin, we've won.
What are you saying? Won what?
A vacation.
Flora, listen to my words and try to understand. I have no room in my life for such nonsense. This vacation, as you call it, is simply a clever way to sell us a timeshare in some godforsaken, alligator-infested...
3 days and 2 nights, including hotel, meals, and plane fare.
And the catch?
Franklin, I'm trying to tell you, there is no catch. I did it for us. Do you know how long it's been since we've had a vacation? Let Sherwin watch the store for a few days. You'll see. This will do wonders for you.
And what, pray tell, is the location of our dream come true?
Are you ready? Franklin, we've won a vacation for 2 in the fun capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Flora, why do I bother? You haven't heard a word I've said. Mr. and Mrs. Franklin Gibbs, 3 days and 2 nights, all expenses paid, at a Las Vegas hotel, won by the lady's special talent, her knack with a phrase. But unbeknownst to either Mr. or Mrs. Gibbs is the fact that there's an additional item in their prize package that was neither expected nor advertised. For as soon as they arrive at their destination, one half of this couple will succumb to an illness worse than any virus, more insidious than any flu, and impossible for medical science to cure. An inoperable, deadly, life-shattering affliction known as the fever.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Fever, starring Stacy Keach and Kathy Garver.
Franklin, look.
Look at what?
The Las Vegas Strip. So many lights. There must be millions, and all of them flashing on and off, even in broad daylight.
Electricity is cheap here, Flora.
Yes, it must be.
As is everything else. They have a hydroelectric dam nearby, enough to light up the entire state, with no need for a sales tax to pay for it. As if the income from gambling wasn't enough.
Oh, Triver?
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask you a question?
Shoot.
The people who come here, the tourists, such as my husband and myself, do any of them actually win? When they gamble, I mean?
Flora.
Sure, some of them. That's why they keep coming back.
Ridiculous. The percentages always favor the house. If it were otherwise, none of these towers of Babel would exist.
Of course, you don't have to gamble. This town has plenty to offer. All you can eat, fabulous entertainment.
Your taste runs to half-naked showgirls.
Franklin, please.
Strictly class now, sir. There's something for everybody. Stage shows, magicians, even a circus with lions and tigers, stuff for the whole family.
I'm sure.
This is the first time for you folks?
Certainly is.
We won a trip here as part of a contest we entered.
As you entered, Flora.
That's so.
Well, yes. I've never won anything before in my life.
Sweepstakes Central?
I beg your pardon?
Or the other one, what's it called? Publishers Cleaning House? We got a lot of prize winners here.
You do?
Flora, you're talking the young man's ear off.
And you know something? They all have a great time. So, my advice to you is, live it up. It may as well if it's on the house, right?
Yeah, it is. As long as people keep their wallets and their purses tightly closed. Remember that, Flora.
I will, Franklin.
Here we are, front of the hotel.
Oh, my. Drinks? Drinks, anyone?
One more Scotch Rux.
Yes, sir.
This here silver dollar is all yours.
Why, thank you, sir.
If you make it fast. I only got a few more left and I'm out of here.
Be right back. Drinks?
Here goes nothing.
Joe?
Yeah, boss?
Get your camera ready, the couple over there.
Which ones?
The old guy with the pointed shoes and the part in his hair.
Looks like the president of the Rotary Club.
And his wife with the corsage.
More contest winners, huh?
You got it. Why I love something or other in 25 words or less.
Couple of real charmers.
The last of the big-time spenders. Come on.
Oh, Franklin, isn't it exciting?
If you like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, well, Mr. and Mrs. Gibbs. All checked in, I see?
Oh, yes. Yes, we are.
Is your room comfortable?
It's lovely, Mr. Henson. Just lovely. You make us feel... well, you make us feel... important.
You are important, Mrs. Gibbs. After all, it's not every day we welcome a celebrated contest winner.
No?
Just every other day.
I've brought our hotel photographer so we can get a picture of you and Mr. Gibbs for your hometown paper.
That's so considerate. Isn't it, Franklin?
Positively magnanimous.
Can you stand closer together? Move right in, Mr. Gibbs. That's it. How about this, Joe?
Looks good to me.
Go ahead and take it then.
Watch out for the flash.
This is so exciting.
You said that, Flora. I see nothing but spots in front of my eyes.
If there's anything else I can do...
It's the Elgin Bugle, Mr. Henson.
How's that?
Our newspaper, the Elgin Bugle.
Of course. We'll send a copy right out to them. Enjoy yourself, folks.
There's such a flavor to this place. Don't you think so, Franklin?
This is one flavor I can do without. You know I've never approved of gambling.
But this is different.
It is no more different than it is moral. Gambling is gambling. However, Flora, it's your vacation. You want it. In good conscience, I must repeat to you what I've been saying all along. It's a miserable, terrible waste of time, but it's what you wanted, so...
Franklin, try to enjoy it, won't you? For me, we haven't had a vacation in such a long time.
That's quite correct. And isn't it a shame that we have to spend it this way? In a roadhouse whose chief stock and trade is semi-clad chorus girls and the sound of one-armed bandits. I must tell you, Flora, at this given moment, I feel somehow unclean.
Oh, Franklin.
Now what?
Why, I don't know.
I won! She did it! You sure did, Marge!
Some sort of commotion. Wait here, Flora.
The jackpot! I just knew! She had her lucky rabbit's foot. Well, it sure was! I gotta get one of those.
Over here, Mr. Henson.
Which machine?
Number 13.
Excuse me.
Yeah? Oh, hello, Mr. Gibbs.
Exactly how much did the young lady win?
3 specials in a row. That's 5 G's.
5?
5,000.
5,000 what?
Dollars. What'd you think?
For doing nothing but standing here and pulling the handle of this mechanical contraption?
You got it, pal. Could be you next time, huh? Have a good one.
I don't believe it. Surely it's some kind of publicity stunt. Flora?
All bets down. Play the combinations, red and black.
Flora, where...
Place your bets. Who wants insurance?
Flora, where have you gone? What do you think you're doing?
It's just a nickel machine, dear.
We go to Las Vegas. We waste 3 days and 2 nights. We do it because that's your silly way of enjoying yourself. And it doesn't cost us anything. All well and good. But now you're spending money. Not even spending it, you're just throwing it away. This is when I have to take a firm hand. You're obviously not mature enough to...
Please, Franklin, don't make a scene. I won't play. I promise.
Very well, then.
The nickel's already in.
All right. Go ahead. Throw it away. There. You see? Nothing.
Not very lucky, am I?
I'm going back to the room.
Franklin, it was only a nickel.
20 of them to make $1, and I work hard for those dollars. kindly watch where you're going.
Sure, buddy, sure. Hey, come over here. I want to show you something.
I'm on my way to my room.
You want a hot tip? Look at this machine. I've been working it for an hour and 30 minutes. This miserable, crummy, money-grabbing... here. You want it, you can have it.
Really, I'm not
It's all set to pay off. Only thing is, I'm tapped out. So I'm turning it over to you.
I'm in a hurry.
Go on, give it a try. It's a sure thing, I tell you.
Please, I wouldn't even know how to.
It's easy. Here's my last $1. You put it in the slot right here.
Hey, let go of my hand.
And drop it in. Then you pull the handle.
I tell you, I'm not interested.
Good. I'm giving you a gift here. It's all yours.
Drinks? Anyone? Drinks on the house?
Hey, sweetheart. You got one more for the road?
Now, what's this supposed to mean? 2 cherries, indeed. What in the world?
There you are, Franklin. Oh, my. You are lucky.
Now, Flora, I want you to watch this. You're about to see the difference between a normal, mature, intelligent man and these wild idiots around here.
Of course, dear.
These baboons would throw it away. They'd compulsively put it right back into the machine, all of it. But not the Gibbses. No, we know the value of money. We're going to take these and put them safely in our room and go home with them. Come along, my dear. It's late afternoon already. I'd like to shave for dinner.
Yes, dear.
Yes, there's my machine.
Your machine?
Oh, hi there, buddy.
I thought you were finished with it.
I was, but I went and cashed the check. Gotta get my money back, right? Thanks for watching it for me.
Let's go, Flo.
Come on, baby. Yeah. Yeah!
Franklin. Did you say something?
What, dear?
Just now. Did you call my name?
Why, no, dear.
That's odd. I thought I heard...
Heard what?
Oh, no, nothing, Flora. No, nothing at all. Come along.
Franklin? Are you still awake?
Just watching a little mindless television, Flora, to calm my nerves. Did I wake you?
No, that's fine. Put on your pajamas and get under the covers. You need your sleep.
Of course, dear. In a moment.
See you in the morning, Franklin.
Franklin. What? That's enough of that.
Franklin? Something the matter?
Nothing's the matter, except this money.
What money?
The silver dollars from that machine. This is not the kind of money I like to have in my possession. No. It's tainted, Flora.
How can you say a thing like that? It's only...
It's immoral at best. Nothing good can come of money won like this. I'm going to go down there and feed it back into the machine it came from. Get rid of it.
Do you really think that's necessary?
Of course I do. If there's one thing I know, Flora, it's morality. I will not have tainted money smelling up our pockets. I won't be long. You go back to sleep.
Oh, Franklin. Franklin.
New shooter coming out. Line bets down. Hard ways. Any craps. Field bets. Come on, baby needs a new pair of shoes. Yo, Lev. Winner, winner. Pay the line. Front line winner. New bets down. 7 follows 11. Same shooter coming out. 7. Give me a 7. 7-7. Winner 7. Pay the dues. Collect the dough.
Drink, sir?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm just passing through. Do you know where the machines are?
The machines?
The ones that accept silver dollars? I seem to have gotten turned around.
Oh, the slots. Right over there, sir. Past the Wheel of Fortune. You can't miss it.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to trouble you.
Same shooter coming out. Come on, one more time. Baby needs a new car. 8's the point. Big and red. Get the odds down. Place bets. Hard ways.
Place your bets, please. All numbers 0 and 00.
Dealer busts. Dealer S23.
Here we are. Silver dollar machine. It shouldn't take long.
Change right here.
Miss, I'll take some change.
How much this time, sir?
Let me see. Another $20 worth, please. No, make it 40.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait. I don't seem to have anything more in my wallet. I'll write you a check.
Well, you can cash a personal check at the cashier's cage.
Well, why can't you take it? I assure you I'm good for it. Here's my identification.
You'll have to see the cashier about that.
But I can't leave this machine. I put so much money into it already. You see, it's a matter of mathematics, the law of probability.
If you'll just show your ID to the cashier.
Franklin, there you are.
Oh, Flora, thank God. You stand right here. Don't let anyone touch this machine.
When you didn't come back, I got dressed and came downstairs.
Never mind that. Stay here and guard my machine.
Your machine? I don't understand.
Trust me, Flora, this won't take long at all. There. This time I bought a larger amount. Should be more than enough.
Franklin, that's the third time you've cashed a check.
I know.
Do you know what time it is?
Doesn't matter. This will all be over in another minute or so.
It's 12:05. After midnight, Franklin. You've spent a great deal of money already.
I know that, too.
Don't you think you ought to stop?
How can I stop? As you say, I've lost a great deal of money. Temporarily invested is a better way to put it. I gotta win it back.
But what if you don't? What if you don't win it back, Franklin? You've been standing here for more than 3 hours.
I'm well aware of that, too.
Darling, you know how awful you feel in the morning when you've been up too late at night?
Flora, would you kindly shut your mouth? Can't stand a shrew.
I'm sorry, Franklin. I'm only trying to...
I know exactly what you're trying to do. I hate a woman who stands over my shoulder and sees to it that I have miserable luck. That's what you're doing to me now, Flora. You're giving me a wretched run of luck. Why don't you get out of here? Leave me alone.
Please. People are listening.
Yeah, the devil with them. I'm not concerned with people or what they think. I'm only concerned with one thing, and that's how to restore our bank account. Or don't you think that matters?
I do. I do.
Then stand aside, woman. You're not going to stop me, are you?
No. No, dear.
What I'm concerned about right now is this machine. It's infernal, inhuman logic, the way it lets you win a little and then takes it all back. It teases you, Flora. It holds out promises. It wheedles and controls. It sucks you in, and then when it has you in its grip... But I will not give up. It thinks it can wear me down? Well, perhaps it can with the rest of these buffoons, but not Franklin Gibbs. No, sir. This is a battle of wills between man and machine, between the human and the inhuman, and the machine will not win. Oranges, lemons, pears, the occasional cherry, all wasted on me. I will not be fooled. I know how to calculate the true odds. As for this one-armed bandit, your time is near. After that, you'll be relegated to the junk heap where you belong. Another stack, quickly.
Silver dollars again, sir?
That's right, silver dollars.
Certainly, sir. Only,
Only what?
Well, you've reached your limit. If you want to cash any more checks after this, you'll have to talk to the floor manager.
That won't be necessary. It's a mathematical certainty.
What do you make of that one, Julie?
The old guy? Give him till dawn, maybe.
It's already been 5 hours. He was here before you started.
I believe it. Did you see his eyes? He's running on empty.
Man, oh man. When those straight arrow types get hooked, they really get hooked.
He tells me he's got it figured out mathematically. He's bound to hit the jackpot if he just keeps at it long enough.
Poor old fella. Him and his wife, he should pack it in and go back home while he still has a home to go to.
Oh, Franklin, I don't know how much longer I can stand here.
Then sit down on a stool, but stay close by. I want you to watch this, Flora. You're about to witness the last round in a battle between my will and this machine's. It's almost over. And when it is, only one of us will be left standing. This I swear.
Franklin, you look so pale.
Somebody get me a drink of water.
Why don't you sit down?
You see what the sign says? Special jackpot, $10,000. She's bound to come up. You just gotta stay with her long enough, that's all.
Here's your water, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Can I get you folks anything else? The restaurant's serving breakfast.
Nothing for me.
On the house, steak and eggs, whatever you like. Take it easy. Recharge the old batteries.
What do you say, dear?
You go ahead if you like. I'm gonna see this through.
How's he holding up?
He's still standing, but just barely.
How about his credit line?
Well, the check guarantee card says he's good for it. To tell you the truth, I don't mind taking the man's money, but if he stands there another hour, we may have to take it out of his estate.
What time is it?
It's 8 o'clock, Franklin. In the morning.
I swear, Flora, it's not just a machine. It knows. It mocks me. It teases and beckons and cons. You put in 5, you get back 4. You put in 6, you get back 5. But I'm on to it. It's gotta pay off. Understand, Flora? It's just gotta.
Franklin. Franklin, darling, please.
Give me back my dollar. That's my last one, you miserable, dirty. Look at it, Flora. Look, Flora, it's watching, enjoying this. You see? That's his face. And the reels, those are the eyes. And down below, that's the mouth. I tell you, it's not just a mechanical thing. It knows. Give it back. Give it back. Give it to me.
Don't, Franklin. You'll hurt yourself.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
Franklin, watch out. It's going to tip over. Franklin!
Get him off that thing.
Sure, boss.
Be careful with him.
He put a pretty good dent in it, Mr. Henson.
It's all right, folks. Just a little accident. This machine's out of order till further notice.
He took my dollar.
Get him out of here.
He needs a doctor.
You want I should help him to his room?
Bring him to my office. Find a doctor and tell him to meet us there.
He don't want to go, boss.
Monster, it owes me $1. My last dollar.
His blood pressure's down.
Are you sure?
I've given him a sedative. What this man needs is rest.
That's what he'll get, Doctor. Is it okay if we move him?
I'll give him a few more minutes on the couch. Keep his feet elevated, then you can help him to his room.
Will do.
Yeah, well, it's not me you should be worried about. It's that infernal device out there.
Oh, Franklin, don't talk that way.
Maybe he should see a specialist.
But you said his vital signs are normal. You said that, didn't you?
I was thinking of, well, perhaps a psychiatric examination.
Hogwash, there's nothing wrong with my mind.
He's right. I've seen things in this casino. People lose track of time, forget to sleep.
Well, then I suggest you let him do exactly that. Sleep.
Sleep, yes. Yes, that's all he needs.
Here are some pills to help him relax. Give him one along with a light meal and see that he drinks plenty of fluids. The most important thing for now is no more stress.
Thanks for coming, Doctor.
Here's my card, Mrs. Gibbs. If you have any more problems, anything at all, you give me a call.
I will.
Problems? What problems? All I need is for you to get that machine working again. Then you'll see. You'll all see. It's ready to pay off.
Franklin, that's enough of that kind of talk.
Listen, Mr. Gibbs, it's a game of chance, all right? Think of that slot machine as a random number generator. Sometimes your number comes up, sometimes it doesn't. That's why they call it gambling. If anyone could predict it, we couldn't stay in business. But look at it this way. You're here to have a good time.
Please try to think of it that way.
A great time on us. Your room's comped, so's your food. How about if I throw in a couple of show tickets?
What kind of show? The French can, I presume?
Franklin.
I could even... Well, I guess I could extend your stay by another day. That way you'd have time to rest up and enjoy yourselves, the both of you.
Yes. Oh, yes. You're very, very kind, Mr. Henson. Now, Franklin, as soon as you're ready, we'll go up on the elevator to our lovely room and have a real night's sleep. For as long as we like. Won't that be wonderful? Franklin, are you sleeping?
No, Flora, I'm not.
Why don't you take another pill, darling?
Not now. I'm thinking.
Whatever about?
That machine.
Franklin?
It was ready to pay off. It deliberately broke down so it wouldn't have to.
You don't really believe that.
Don't I? It isn't even a machine, Flora. It's an entity. It's a thing with its own mind, its own will.
Please don't talk this way. I beg you.
It deliberately broke down rather than return my money. Our money. That thing, that monster, that thief, the dirty, rotten thief.
Stay in bed. The doctor told you.
Took the last silver dollar. The one it was going to pay off. It swallowed it and then it broke down on purpose. The thief took my last dollar.
What are you doing?
Get away from me.
Franklin.
Where?
Franklin, no.
It's outside the door. I can hear it.
Franklin.
No.
Darling, what's the matter?
Don't you hear it?
No, I don't. I don't hear anything.
Of course you do. You must. It's in the hall. I just saw it. It's out there. It followed me. Pack the suitcase. We must get out of here.
Franklin.
It's inside. Quickly.
Stop it.
Franklin.
Help me. We gotta get away. The window. Yeah, the window.
Franklin. No. Franklin.
No.
That man!
Somebody get help!
Call an ambulance!
That him?
Gibbs, Franklin J. Tourist.
What happened?
Jumped or fell. Hard to say. That's the wife over there, in the room when it happened. Some sort of seizure or something.
Can we get a stretcher, Sheriff, and move him out of here?
Right away, Mr. Henson. Let's go, medics.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't need a stretcher. He needs a body bag. His wife said he hadn't slept in 24 hours.
That's right. I've seen them get hooked before, but never like this.
Okay, everybody, let's clear the area. Back to bed. Go on inside. Show's over.
What's that?
Looks like a silver dollar.
Where did it come from?
It fell. From up there. Right about the 13th floor.
Yeah? But how?
Don't worry about it. Like the man said, just get him out of here.
Mr. Franklin Gibbs, visitor to Las Vegas, who lost his money, his reason, and finally his life, to an inanimate object variously described as a one-armed bandit, a slot machine, or, in Mr. Franklin Gibbs's words, a monster with a will all its own. For our purposes, we'll stick with the latter explanation, because after all, this is the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Fever, starring Stacy Keach and Kathy Garver, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Roderick Peoples, Christian Stolte, Rich Komanek, Jeff Lupetin, Meg Thalken, Heath Corson, Susan Hart, Beth Cady, Nancy Center, Carl Amari, Vince Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
All right, men, we've got clear skies and a calm sea. Now let's get this ship back on course.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, what is your present course and speed?
Steaming on course 26 degrees true. Speed 10 knots, sir.
Very well. Come right to new course 270 and indicate turns for 15 knots.
Aye, aye, sir. Helmsman, come right to new course 270.
Aye, sir. Coming right to new course 270.
All engines ahead standard. Indicate 126 turns for 15 knots.
Aye, sir. Engine room. All engines ahead standard 126 turns for 15 knots. Engine room answers. All engines ahead standard 126 turns for 15 knots, sir.
All secure, Captain.
Glad to hear it, Ensign. Any damage?
No, sir. We took in a lot of water in the storm, though. That was one heck of a swell back there.
I'm aware of the storm, Mr. Marmer. I'm also aware of the swell. And what I'm also aware of is that that boat was not properly hoisted. A 13-year-old Sea Scout would have rigged it in a stored position.
Right, sir.
You can tell the chief boatswain's mate that I want to see him in my quarters, on the double.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief Boatswain's Mate Bell reporting his orders, sir.
At ease, Chief. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, should it?
Sir?
That state of being at ease. You're the champion of the fleet when it comes to being at ease, Bell.
I don't understand, sir.
The devil you don't. This couldn't be clearer to you if it came in diagrams. You are the chief boatswain's mate on board this ship. You run the deck division, you handle the rigging in and out, you supervise the heavy equipment, and there are 8 or 10 other cardinal duties you are responsible for, not the least of which, chief boatswain's mate Bell, is the proper securing of the whale boat. Now, last night we had a bad swell, and that boat should have been rigged in. Instead, it was left swung out, and as a result, she's 80% damaged and filled up like a swimming pool. Question, Chief. Where were you?
Begging the captain's pardon.
Don't beg my pardon. Just tell me, in a brief explanatory way, why you couldn't handle the initiatives of a chief boatswain's mate, and why the efficiency of this ship has had to suffer as a result. We had 9 hours notice of that storm, Bell. This ship should have been 100% prepared. It wasn't, and I want to know why.
I did all I could, sir. I haven't been feeling up to par.
Did you report to sickbay?
No, sir.
Speak up, Chief.
No, sir, I didn't report to sickbay.
Look, Chief, I'm not in the business to pistol whip my crew. I want a tight ship, that's true, but I happen to care very much if any one of my sailors has a problem and can't function because of it. You've rated 4-0 all the way down the line for as long as you've served on this ship. And then suddenly, in the past 3 days, you stowed all your seamanship in a trunk someplace and came up with a bunch of dumbhead boners that I would expect from a 17-year-old boot. Bell, what is the problem? There is a problem, huh?
No problems, sir. I'll watch it in the future.
All right, Chief. We'll leave it that way, then. If you want to bend my ear at any time, you know where my cabin is. I'm available. Keep that in mind.
Yes, sir. I will, sir.
All right, then. That'll do it.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief? Hey, Chief, are you all right?
What?
You okay, Chief? You looked a little woozy there.
Yeah, I'm okay.
What am I listening to?
Sir, contact bearing 280, 1100 yards, echo quality sharp. Evaluate as possible submarine.
Submarine?
But not moving, sir. Dead in the water.
Shift the control to listen.
Sounds like hammering or something, sir.
Bridge sonar.
Bridge eye.
We have contact, bearing 030 degrees true, range 1100 yards. Appears to be a metal object.
What kind of object, sonar?
We can't tell, sir. From the sound of it, it's some kind of small ship, perhaps a sub-hull.
Bridge eye. Sonar reports a contact, Captain. Evaluation is a possible submarine.
A possible what? Stay on course. I'm going down to the sonar shack.
Incident 100 miles off the coast of Guadalcanal. Time 1963. A United States naval destroyer on what has been a most uneventful cruise, except for a few tense moments with a storm front. Nothing unusual. But in a moment, they're going to send a man down 30 fathoms and check on a noisemaker. Someone or something tapping on cold steel. You may or may not have read the results in a naval report, because Captain Beecham and his crew have just set a course that will lead this ship and everyone on it deep into the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone, The 30-Fathom Grave, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That's it, huh?
That's the sound, sir.
How long have you been in contact?
About 3 minutes, sir.
That's a funny one. Sounds like tapping on metal, doesn't it?
That's what I think, sir.
Bridge. Change course to 030 and reduce speed to 5 knots. Try to make contact by underwater telephone.
I've already tried, sir. I get no response.
Listen. It stopped now.
Just like that?
Sonar still has the contact, sir. I'll leave it on.
Stay on it. I'll be on the bridge.
Steady on course 030. All engines ahead, 1/3. 50 RPMs for 5 knots, sir.
Maintain course and speed.
Anything in sight?
Nothing, sir.
We're directly over the object.
All right, all engines stop.
All engines stop.
Aye, sir. All engines stop. Engine room answers, sir. All engines stopped. Do you hear it, sir?
Wait, hold it. Hold it. I want dead quiet all over the ship. Tell those sailors on deck to can it.
Ain't that a kick in the head? What do you suppose it is?
Ghost, man. Ghosts. What do you think it is, Chief?
I'm not sure.
I've never heard nothing like that before.
Stow it! Let's keep it quiet down there.
They want us to be quiet so they can listen to it. What I want to know is, listen to what?
Where you going, Bell? I don't feel so good.
You don't look so good either.
Make it stop. My head.
Easy, Bell. You fall overboard.
I said quiet out here. What's the problem?
We got a man down, sir.
What happened?
Nothing. Looks like you fainted.
Well, get him down to sickbay.
Yes, sir.
Where am I?
In the sick bay. You all right now, Bell?
Yes, I'm okay, Doc. What?
You blacked out up there.
I said I'm okay.
You better stay horizontal for a little while longer. I'm serious. Captain's orders.
I'll be all right.
I wouldn't doubt it, but right now you look like a Class A shipwreck.
We still stopped?
Still stopped. They're all curious as to what's making the noise.
That noise?
What's the trouble?
It's just such an odd feeling.
What kind of feeling?
I can't describe it.
Lie back down now.
What's the needle for?
Just relax, Chief. Get some sleep. This'll help.
Sure. Sure. That's all I need. A little sleep. Doc?
Yeah, Bell?
What do you suppose is down there?
Don't worry about it. You just go to sleep. Whatever it is, the captain will know what to do.
I want you to stay grafted to me, Lieutenant.
Sir?
Take notes on everything that happens from now on. I may turn in a report that'll stick me on a garbage tanker or even a naval hospital. I want 15 witnesses at my hearing who are on my side.
Could be a sub, and we could be hearing it. It's only about 30 fathoms.
Yeah, sure, it could be a sub, mister. That's probably what it is, but what about this sub? Has it got 2 arms and a fist? Because somebody's making noise down there. We have a diver on board?
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
McClure in the 1st Division. He's a qualified diver.
Tell him to report on the double. We'll send him down. Have him knock on the door.
I see. And then what, sir?
We'll see who invites him in.
McClure reporting, sir.
You're the diver?
Right, sir.
All right, I'm going to give it to you straight, McClure. Now here's the picture. There's something down there, directly below us.
Something, sir?
We don't know what it is yet, just that it's a metal object about the size of a sub-hull. That's where you come in. I want you to get your equipment and go down there. Stay in contact from the moment you hit water to the moment you reach it, understood?
I understand.
Whatever that object is, there may be somebody inside, or at least something that's making the noise. When you get down there, I want you to listen closely and tell me what you hear. We may be getting it distorted.
Yes, sir.
All right, then, hop to it.
Aye, sir.
What we're hearing doesn't make any sense. It's crazy.
It is that, Lieutenant.
But if it isn't a sub, sir, what is it?
Maybe it's a Spanish galleon, Lieutenant, with a treasure chest and a loose lid that's off its hinges. Or maybe it's just our imagination.
Well, we'll sure find out. As soon as he suits up, they'll lower him down. And then we'll know.
Yeah, I sure hope so, Lieutenant. One way or another. I hope you're right.
Bridge, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. This is the captain. Keep talking.
Yes, sir.
What do you see, McClure?
It's a sub, sir. No question about that.
Have you reached her?
I'm standing right alongside, sir. I don't hear anything, though.
McClure?
Her bow is buried about 15 feet into the bottom. I can't read any identification. It's covered. Or rusted over.
On the side of the conning tower, McClure. Can you read a number there?
No, sir. There's damage. Number's been obliterated.
McClure, you hear that?
Yes, sir, I do. It's coming from midship. I'm moving toward there now.
Tap on the hull, McClure. See if you can get a response. Was that you, McClure?
Yes, sir. No response, sir. I don't hear anything anymore.
McClure, there should be 3 hatches. On the bow, on the conning tower, and on the stern. Is the ship upright?
She's upright, sir. At about a 30-degree angle.
I understand, McClure. Climb up on her deck and check the hatches. See if you can open them.
The bow hatch is buried, sir. I can't get through to that. But, wait a minute. I'll check on the one over the conning tower.
McClure, what's the condition?
The conning tower hatch is all bent, sir. I can't move the wheel. The whole deck appears to have been strafed. Wait a minute. Hatch on the stern the same way, sir. I can't turn her. Whoever she is, sir, she must have caught it.
Say again, McClure. She must have what?
Caught it, sir. The whole deck is pockmarked with shell damage. Machine gun damage, too.
Is that you, McClure?
No, sir. It's coming from inside the hull.
Answer it, McClure. Answer it right away.
This is crazy.
McClure, can you pinpoint the sound? Can you tell precisely where it's coming from?
I think it's... Wait a minute. Yes, sir. Directly midship, just below the tower.
Keep trying. We have to know whether anyone's inside that sub.
Now, back to the 30-Fathom Grave on the Twilight Zone.
No more contact, sir.
Stay on it for as long as you can, McClure. Come up when you're ready.
Aye, aye, sir.
Get the comm, officer. I want to send a message. Action is 7th Fleet, info to SyncPack. Appraise them of the situation. Get on it.
Yes, sir. Radio bridge.
Radio I.
Captain wants a message. Action to comm 7th Fleet. Info SyncPack Fleet. Have located sunken sub. Position latitude 09-30-00 south. Longitude 160-48-00 east. Request, confirm location of all known sinkings this area. Will remain this area until further advised. Precedence, operational, immediate.
Aye, sir.
Any ideas, Captain?
An even dozen, but every one of them nullifies the one ahead of it. If it's one of our subs, we should have gotten a report on it. And even if it's somebody else's, why haven't they gone out the torpedo tubes?
That's what I was thinking, sir.
Which brings us down to another common denominator. That sub has been hit by shell fire. So, whatever action took place must have happened within a period of hours, or else there wouldn't be anyone still alive. But there's been no action. We'd have seen it, or heard it. They put them all together and they spell nothing. When McClure comes up, tell him to dry off and report to the sonar shack. That's where I'll be. How you doing, McClure?
Fine, sir. I could use some hot coffee.
Well, you can drink a gallon of it if you want. Just tell me. What did we find out?
I don't know, sir.
I don't know either, Bosun. Just tell me what you do know.
There's somebody inside her. I'd lay odds on that. 3 or 4 times when I pounded on the hull, that's when somebody answered me.
Well, what about the sub itself? Could you judge her length?
Well, I guess her to be about 300 feet, sir. Maybe 25 feet midship.
Sounds like one of ours.
She looks like one of ours. There were ballast tanks and flooding ports on the underside.
She's moving, sir.
Now, that was the other thing, Captain. She wasn't stuck in tight. Deep, yes, but not tight. She seemed to be swaying.
You still cold, McClure?
I've been warmer, sir.
And you will be again, but right now you're going to get colder. I want you to check her bow. Maybe she's pulled herself loose and you can finally read that number.
Sonar, Bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Com 7th Fleet reports no sinkings of any kind. Authorizes us to remain on scene and operate at own discretion for salvage and rescue.
Roger.
Can do, McClure?
I'll do my best, sir.
Look at it this way. What a dandy story you can tell your grandchildren on some dark, rainy night.
They gonna believe me, sir?
I'm not sure I will, but if you can get me a number or a name off that hull, we may be able to sleep tonight after all.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question for you, Mr. Smith.
What's that, sir?
If they're in there and alive and can't use the torpedo tubes, how do we get them out?
Bridge.
Go ahead, McClure. This is the captain.
She's pulled herself out, sir. Here's your number. 714.
714. Make a note of that, Lieutenant Smith.
Yes, sir.
Well, that means she's one of ours. Come on up and get a broiled steak on me, McClure. Smith, hand me the book with the hull numbers.
Here you are, sir.
Give me that number again.
714.
Here it is. 714. Commission December 1941. Sunk in action, First Battle of the Solomons, August 7th, 1942.
But, Captain, that was 20 years ago.
Then, Lieutenant, tell me something. Who is inside that sub?
Coffee, sir?
Thanks, Marmer. Quiet night.
It's too quiet. How long's it been now?
About 3 hours.
Is he sending McClure down again?
Beats me. All I know is there's a boiler tender second who's making book in the crew's quarters that the thing below us is a sea monster with 3 heads and we're all living on borrowed time.
I don't know what scares me more, when they pound or when they shut up.
I don't know what scares me more, a 20-year-old sub with somebody alive inside, or what the commander of the Pacific Fleet will say to me when I tell him that. And to compound the problem, I've got a chief bosun's mate with something eating at him.
Bell?
Bell.
What made him black out?
That's part of the problem.
Could be he's dredging up a couple of memories.
What do you mean, memories?
This is World War II revisited for him. He got picked up here after a sinking. That's the way I hear it. He was on a ship that got hit, only survivor or something like that. Got picked up from the water.
Maybe it is dredging up some memories, then.
Here we go again.
What's the matter? They can't make up their minds down there?
There's one more question, an important one.
What's that, Captain?
Who's they?
Hello, sir.
Doc?
How's it coming down there?
Yeah, it's coming. How's your patient?
Asleep, sir. I was just going to get some chow.
Keep me posted. I'll be in my quarters.
Aye, sir.
No. No! No!
What's the matter? Belle! What happened?
I was looking in a mirror and I saw faces. They were staring right at me. They were pointing at me. I know it sounds crazy, but they were there. It was as if I'd been pushed out of the mirror. Ordered out. That's why I had to break it, to make them stop. Doc?
Yeah, Chief.
Do you see me in the pieces of mirror down there on the floor?
Listen to me. I see you right here in front of me. I see you just fine. Remember that. Nobody is ordering you anywhere. You're not going anyplace. We're gonna lick this, Belle. I mean it. We're gonna lick this.
Oh.
Same routine, huh?
Same thing, sir. But it's getting a little fainter, I think. And they don't acknowledge our signals at all. But it's definitely fainter.
It's some piece of equipment. That's what it is. Something loose that's probably swinging back and forth and hitting a bulkhead.
Possible.
That's the only explanation. I mean, well, think about it, Captain. A 20-year-old sub in the deep six since the war? Who could be down there?
Somebody who dies awfully hard. Whoever it is, whatever it is, it's running out of steam. I wouldn't make book on this, but I've got a hunch that if we don't get inside there, and I mean quick, we're gonna miss the boat.
So we go down, and like you said, we knock on the door, but we've done that before.
No, we don't knock on the door this time. Now we kick the door open.
Begging the captain's pardon. You break in that way, and it's a sure bet the pressure will kill whatever's alive down there.
Right, so we do it the one other way we've got. I want you to send a message to ComSub Pack. Tell them we're going to need a submarine rescue ship out here. Give them position and depth and tell them to report to the scene for rescue attempt. Emergency precedence.
The airlock chamber?
Well, that's all we've got left, and it's precious little. Get on it right away. I'll be on the bridge.
Radio, sonar.
Radio I.
The ComSub Pack. Emergency precedence. Request nearest ASR, report to position. Latitude 09er-30.
Doc?
Yeah.
You got a cigarette?
Sure, Belle. I'll do it. Your hands are shaking.
Thanks. Doc, will you answer me straight?
I'll try.
Who's outside?
What?
Who's out in the passageway?
Nobody's out there. Why? You think you hear something?
I don't know.
Why should anybody be out in the passageway? Nobody's posting guard on you.
I just felt as if there was somebody out there.
Now there's nobody out there. Nobody at all. Who did you think it was?
I don't know.
The only thing out there is a long stretch of steel and deck. Nothing else. Come on, you want to take a look?
What's happening to me? Doc, what in God's name is happening?
Chief, you gotta get a grip, or I swear you're gonna talk yourself into a straitjacket. I mean it.
I got the feeling again. Just as if somebody was watching me, pushing at me. Doc?
What, Belle?
I'm scared to open the door.
Then don't. I told you, there is nothing out there.
I'm scared to open it, but I have to. No!
What did you see?
Men!
What men?
All wet! Dripping wet and not alive! They were looking at me!
Listen. I didn't see a thing, Chief, and neither did you.
Oh.
Did you hear me? All you saw was what your scared brain told you to see. That's what it was, what you've talked yourself into. Now pull yourself together, sailor.
But I tell you, I saw it!
Then I'll prove it to you.
No!
See? Nothing, I told you. What the... Water on the floor. And where did that come from? Piece of seaweed.
That about does it, McLord. Go down and try to get a response. It'll help that sub-rescue outfit if they can get a specific location.
How will they get in, sir?
Through the forward torpedo compartment or the stern. Then they'll have to blow each of the 6 other compartments before they can enter.
What if I don't get any answers, sir? We haven't heard from them in almost a half an hour.
If you don't get any answer, come back up. The rescue team will take it from there.
No survivors then, sir. Is that what it'll mean?
That's what it'll mean. They'll bring up bodies, not survivors. Okay, McClure, up to it.
Aye, sir. I've reached the sub, sir. The next noise you hear, that'll be me.
Go ahead, McClure, pound away. Any response?
None, sir. No response anywhere.
Keep trying.
Yes, sir.
McClure?
Captain, I found something here. Wait a minute. I can't make it out.
What about the response? Did you hear anything?
No, sir. Nothing.
Give it a few more minutes.
Yes, sir.
No soap?
No soap. It really frosts me. To get so close to those poor devils and then... The sub rescue ship is due here at 0300. Keep an eye peeled. I'm going aft to meet McClure.
Aye, sir.
Bet it feels good to get that helmet off.
Oh. Yeah, it sure does. It's so dark down there now. Without the light, I couldn't see a blasted thing. Real spooky. But I found this.
Yeah, thanks, McClure. Good job. Go get some chow. I'll need you one more time when the ASR team gets here. You're gonna have to go down as a pathfinder. Give them any help they need. But that won't be for a while.
Excuse me, sir. But you better look at those tags.
You gotta be kidding me.
What's the matter, sir?
Ensign, ask Doc if Chief Bell is well enough to report to my quarters, because I need an explanation for this one. Fast. Go ahead, Bell. Read what it says on these dog tags.
I don't have to, sir. I know what it says.
It says Bell, William J. That's yours.
Yes, sir.
McClure found it on the deck of that sub down there. When did you lose him, Bell?
I lost him a long time ago, sir. 20 years ago.
How?
I don't remember, sir.
Try, Bell. Try to remember.
I was on a ship.
What ship, Bell?
A submarine. The one below us, sir. That was my boat.
Who's making the noise down there, Bell? What's it all about? Do you know?
We were on the surface. It was night. I was a signalman then. I was supposed to put the infrared filter over the signal lights. Otherwise, they would have seen us. They would have seen the light. They would have found us. I don't know what happened. I was scared, clumsy. I dropped the signal light. The filter fell off. They were waiting for us out there. Japanese destroyers. They saw our light. And it was my fault. They let us have it. They straddled us with the first salvo. The captain took the sub down, but it was too late. They unloaded depth charges. And that sub wasn't ever coming up again.
What about you?
I got flung over the side when the first salvo hit. And all that time I was in the water, I could...
You could what?
I could hear the voices of our guys down below me. They were screaming. I know what it is now. This crazy feeling I've had.
What? What is it, Bell?
I got out. One guy out of the whole crew. I got picked up later on by one of our destroyers. But I got out. Do you understand, Captain? I sank that sub. I was responsible, but I got out.
Bell, I want you to listen to me.
Those guys down in the sub, they know I'm up here.
Bell, hear me out.
I should be with them. I should be down in that sub.
Bell.
I should be dead. That noise, that pounding, those are the guys down there who are calling muster on me.
They're calling muster on me.
Will you hear me out? Will you listen to just a little logic now? A little reason? No one man sinks a sub, and one lousy circumstance doesn't decide a battle. And one case of sudden fear doesn't add up to a coward. Belle, you gotta believe me. All you should put in your sea bag is regret, not guilt. Do you understand, Belle? Not guilt.
They're calling muster!
Belle! Come back here!
They're calling muster on me!
Belle! Belle, get away from the rail. Now, that's an order.
They're calling me!
Man overboard! Starboard side! Rescue ship says you got inside.
Yes, sir. It was a wreck. Nobody had a chance.
Nobody?
Nobody, sir. The periscope shears had been cut in half. One section was just hanging there, swinging back and forth.
Then that was the noise. That was the noise, wasn't it?
I guess so, sir, but...
But?
There were 8 men down in that control room. 8 men. Or what was left of them. And one of them had a hammer in his hand.
Let's just say, McClure, let's just say that this is the part of the story you tell your grandchildren that you make up yourself. Say anything you like, any explanation that comes to mind.
Aye, sir.
It's funny how long it takes some men to die, or to find any peace at all. Sometimes I think that's the worst thing about a war. Not just what it does to the bodies, but it does to the minds. So, rest in peace, Mr. Bell. I think it's your due now. At long last, rest in peace.
Small naval engagement. The month of July 1963. Not to be found in any historical annals. Look for this one filed under H for haunting in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Thirty-Fathom Grave, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Richard Hensel, Rich Kominick, Linda Ryder, Turk Muller, Peter DeVito, Doug James, Rick Peoples, Roger Wolski, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition. It lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area we call the Twilight Zone.
Where is he? We should start anyway.
Pass me the coffee, Bob.
How long are we supposed to wait?
Gentlemen, I called you here for a meeting, but I don't have all day. You try my patience, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
I want the figures on the account now.
I'll try to reach him again, sir. Put me through to Jake Ross's secretary. Yes, I'll hold.
Williams, we're still waiting for your Mr. Ross.
I'm trying to get him now, sir. Is this Jake's office, Joni? Yeah, I'm fine.
Mr. Williams!
I know he's out to lunch, but there was a conference called for 2 o'clock and it's 2:30. Yes, Mr. Mizrell's office. Where is he? All right, then check. Tell him to get his keister back here fast.
Well, where is your protege with the multi-million-dollar automobile account?
She's calling around the usual places, Sardi's East to Collin.
Don't be an idiot.
He's due any moment, sir. Probably stuck at a big client lunch or something.
More likely a big martini, or 3, or 4 of them.
Mr. Mizrell, I assure you
he was too young to put on this account. I told you that, Williams. Much too young for so large and important an account.
See? I knew it. Here's Jake now.
Message for Gert Williams?
Give me that.
We have been here now for 34 minutes, Mr. Williams.
This is a note from Jake Ross.
Would you be so kind as to share its contents with us?
I can tell you the sense of it very quickly, Mr. Mizrell. It's Jake's resignation. He's moving to another agency. And he's taking the automobile account with him.
That account represented a gross billing of millions of dollars a year. And how many times have you promised it to me?
This is as much a shock to me as it is to you, Mr. Mizrell.
Don't con me. It was your pet project, yours. And it was your idea to give it to that little college greenie. Get with the program, Williams. Get with it, boy.
I'm sorry.
So what's left? Not only has your pet project backfired, but it's sprouted wings and left the premises. I'll tell you what's left for us in my view. A deep and abiding concern about your judgment.
Please.
This is a push business, Williams. A push business. Push and drive, but personally hands-on. You don't delegate responsibilities to little boys.
I don't feel well.
You should know that better than anyone else.
I have to leave now.
It's a push all the way, all the time, right down the line.
Hey, you don't look so hot.
What's the matter with him? Why don't you just shut your mouth, fat boy?
And who precisely are you addressing?
Who do you think, you ugly, bloated, self-important old... I'll clean it up, Mr. Mizrell.
He didn't mean that, sir.
I closed 2 new accounts. If I may...
Oh, no. Excuse me. Please, excuse me, all of you.
This is Gart Williams, age 38, a man protected by a suit of armor all held together by one bolt. Just a moment ago, someone removed the bolt, and Mr. Williams' protection fell away and left him a naked target. He's been cannonaded this afternoon by all the enemies of his life. His insecurity has shelled him. His sensitivity has straddled him with humiliation.
His deep-rooted disquiet about his own worth has zeroed in on him, landed on target, and blown him apart. Mr. Gart Williams, ad agency exec, who in just a moment will undertake a desperate search for survival in the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone. A Stop at Willoughby, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Oh, hi, Mr. Williams. You have some messages. I put them on your desk.
Thank you, Helen.
Are you okay, boss?
Just, let me sit down for a minute.
You don't look so good.
The ulcer's acting up again.
Oh, no.
Don't worry about it. I'll be fine.
You should take it easy. I can get you some lunch.
No, thanks.
Sure? Something plain?
I think I'll go home early today.
Oh, good idea. Well, can I get you anything first?
Yeah.
Anything at all?
A sharp razor.
What?
And a chart of the human anatomy showing where all the arteries are.
Tickets, please. Ticket?
Oh, right here.
How are you tonight, Mr. Williams?
In the absolute pink.
Cold winter this year. Seems to get darker earlier than it ever has.
That's the way of the world. The rich get richer and the days get shorter.
Isn't that the truth? Here's your ticket. Enjoy the ride. Tickets, please.
It's a push business, Williams. A push business. You gotta get with it, boy. A push business. Push. Got to get with it, boy. You got to get with it. Got to get with it.
That's enough!
Is anything wrong?
What?
Oh, no. I was just thinking out loud, I guess.
Oh, I was afraid you were speaking to me.
Not at all. Sorry.
It is a boring commute, isn't it? It's easy to doze off.
Yes, it is.
All that darkness outside. You can barely see the landscape.
To tell the truth, I never paid much attention to it. But, well, now that you mention it.
I used to read, but I got motion sickness. So now there's nothing to do but wait for the next station, and the one after that, and I don't even know where we are at the moment.
I can't see any lights.
What's the next stop?
I've lost track.
That's funny.
It is?
Lost track?
Oh.
At least we're not off the track.
Not yet, anyway. Give it time.
Oh, I suppose we could be anywhere.
Wait, do you hear that?
Hear what?
What's happening? Miss? Where are you?
Willoughby! This stop is Willoughby!
What do you mean, Willoughby? Where's Willoughby?
That's Willoughby, right outside.
There's no place called Willoughby on this line. I've taken this train hundreds of times. Where's the woman I was talking to a minute ago?
Woman, sir. This car's empty.
And the light. Why is it so bright outside?
Well, why wouldn't it be? Sun's out.
The sun?
It's summer. That's what she is. Mid-July. And a real warm one, too.
No, it's not. It's November. What is going on? Why are you dressed that way? That ridiculous old hat, the uniform. Where's the regular conductor?
Willoughby, 5-minute stop.
Wait. What is this place?
Already told you. Willoughby.
But that's impossible.
Take a look for yourself.
But those clothes... The horses. What is this, a practical joke?
No, sir. It's Willoughby, July 1888. Nice place, don't you think?
And there's the woman I was talking to. Where did she get that parasol?
You'd have to ask her. Getting off?
Well, this isn't my stop. Miss, you there?
Why, hello, Mr. Williams. Good day to you.
Hold on. Can you tell me...
Shall I open the door?
No,
You ought to take a look around sometime. Peaceful, restful, where a man can slow down to a walk and live his life full measure. If you're not getting off, you'd best take a seat. Yep, right on schedule. All aboard!
Port Saugatuck.
Pardon me, sir?
What? Oh, what did you say?
I didn't mean to bother you, but I didn't want you to miss your stop. Is this it?
No, that's all right. You got back on.
I did?
Oh, I must have dozed off again.
I don't blame you. At least you got a little rest.
I guess I did. A little rest and an idiotic dream.
Why do you say that?
Ever hear of a town named Willoughby?
I don't think so.
Willoughby where?
Willoughby, Connecticut, I guess, or Willoughby, New York.
Not on this run.
Are you sure?
There's no Willoughby on this line. Westport, Saugatuck, next stop.
Hello, Gart.
Jane?
I didn't hear you come home.
That's all right. I figured you'd notice sooner or later.
Oh, I see. So that's how it's going to be.
If you say so.
What are your plans this evening?
Do you care?
So you're going to get quietly plastered and sing the old college songs.
No songs. I'm all sung out.
Then you're just going to get drunk while I sit here and watch.
You can join in if you like.
No thanks. I don't have anything to celebrate.
Neither do I. It was just one of those days.
I guess it was.
How would you know?
Bob Blair's wife phoned. She said he'd been in a meeting with you. You got hysterical or something. She called to find out how you were.
They were all very solicitous, all the boys at the meeting. The kind of free-flowing compassion that spells relief for everybody because it means I'm the victim, not them.
That's a big word with you, isn't it? Victim.
Pour me another drink, will you, Jane?
Would you spare me your little homilies for once and just give me a simple, honest answer? Did you throw away your job this afternoon? Did you wreck your entire career?
It appears not. Mr. Mizrell phoned before I left the office.
And?
He has found it in that giant, oversized heart of his to forgive me.
Forgive you for what?
What's the difference? That gracious, somewhat obese gentleman will allow me to continue in his employ simply because he's such a human-type fella. Real people person. And one small additional reason. If I were to go to a competitive agency, I might take a lot of business with me.
Go on.
That's it. That's all of it. I'm tired, Janie. I'm tired and I'm sick.
Then you're in the right ward. We specialize in people who are sick and tired. Gart, I'm sick and tired of a husband who lives in a permanent state of self-pity. A husband with a bleeding heart sensitivity. He unfurls like a flag whenever he decides the competition is too rough for him.
Some people aren't built for competition, Janie, or big, pretentious houses they can't afford like this one, or rich communities they don't feel comfortable in.
Comfortable? Let me get this straight. You're not comfortable here? That's the one thing.
Country club memberships that they wear like a badge of status.
And you would prefer...
I would prefer, if anyone cares, a job, any job at all, where I could be myself.
And who's that?
You know, where I wouldn't have to climb on a stage and go through a masquerade every morning at 9 and mouth all the dialogue and play the executive and make believe I'm the bright young man on his way up, because I'm not that person, Janie. You've tried to make me that person, but it isn't me.
You're right. It isn't.
It isn't me at all. And I'm not very young. I'm a soon-to-be old, very uncompetitive, rather dull, quite uninspired, average type of guy with a wife who has an appetite that won't quit.
And where would you be if it weren't for my appetite?
I know where I'd like to be.
And where is that?
A place called Willoughby. A little town I chartered inside my head. A place I manufactured in a dream. An odd dream. Very odd dream. Willoughby. It was summer. Very warm. The kids were barefoot. One of them carried a fishing pole.
Oh, please.
And the main street looked like a Currier and Ives painting. Bandstand, old-fashioned stores, bicycles. I've never seen such serenity. It was the way people must have lived 100 years ago. Crazy dream.
Gart.
You should have seen it, Janie, this Willoughby. It wasn't just a place or a time. It was like a doorway that leads to sanity.
Nothing serious, Gart. It's just that you were born too late, and your taste is a little cheap. You're the kind of man who could be satisfied with a summer afternoon and an ice wagon pulled by a horse. My mistake. My error. My miserable, tragic error. To marry a man whose big dream in life is to be Huckleberry Finn. That's what you want, isn't it?
Something like that. A place, a time, where a man can live his full measure.
And what does that mean?
I don't know, but I'd like to find out. It's what that conductor said. A place where a man can live his full measure. That's where I'd like to be. Yes?
Mr. Williams?
Yes, Helen.
You've got a 2 o'clock, a 2:30, and a 2:45.
Is that right?
So I was wondering, should I cancel the 2:30 or the other one?
What?
The 2:45.
Which?
Oh, the 2:30 is the man from the baby food company. He's got an idea for an ad campaign, remember? And the one after that is about the frozen fish account.
Uh-huh.
Tough call, huh?
No. Well, I mean, it is. No, I was just wondering.
Which one to cancel?
Not that. What would happen, do you suppose, if I weren't here?
When?
For the meeting. Either one. Take your pick.
Me?
Or both.
You want me to cancel both meetings?
It's a hypothetical question, Helen.
Oh, but you are here.
Of course I am. But what if one fine day I just wasn't?
Well, I guess they'd have to wait around till you got back.
And if I didn't come back?
Then they'd reschedule.
And if I never came back?
Never?
Ever. Not in 100 years.
Well, in that case, somebody else would get the account.
Is that all that would happen?
And I'd miss you.
You would?
We all would. It's almost 2, so should I tell them you're not back from lunch yet?
Who?
The 2 o'clock and the 2:30.
No. No, I'm here.
You have their files?
Somewhere.
I brought them in.
I'm sure you did.
But if you haven't had time to look at them yet, maybe I should tell them to reschedule.
That would be a lie.
Not exactly. I can say you were at a long lunch.
No more lies, Helen. Not in this office. I don't have the stomach for it.
Hello again.
It's you. Please, have a seat.
You look like you caught up on your sleep. Feeling better?
Oh, tolerable. And you?
No complaints. It is a bit of a grind, though, isn't it? These long commutes.
Well, actually, I only take this train for the scenery. Some view.
The scenic route. They feel like miles and miles of pitch-black fields. You can't even see the towns. So there's nothing much to do but grin and bear it.
It's an opportunity.
It is?
For conversation.
Do you know, I've never spoken to another soul on this train. They're all so wrapped up in their own melodramas.
Misery loves company. So, we might as well be miserable together while we're sitting here. Has to be more interesting that way.
Did you ever...
What?
It's silly. But did you ever want to get off at a stop where you've never been before, just to see what it would be like?
Which stop are you thinking of?
No, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Pick one and see what happens.
Well, you'd be on your own. Nobody waiting. No car.
I wouldn't mind. There's nobody waiting for me anyway. Would you?
Not anymore.
Forgive me. Did I say something wrong?
Oh, it's just This is going to sound strange.
I didn't mean to get personal.
I think we're having the same dream.
What?
Sharing the same fantasy in a way. Remember the last trip when I dozed off? We spoke and I asked you about the next stop.
I was afraid you'd miss your station.
You see, I dreamed we came to a station I'd never seen before. You got off as if you lived there. I saw you outside walking around.
In the dark?
It was a bright summer day.
I'm beginning to like this dream. And did you get off the train so we could have an adventure?
That's the problem. I wanted to, but I didn't.
Why not?
I wish I knew.
Willoughby.
What did you say?
Well, last week you asked me about a town called Willoughby, Mr. Williams.
Oh, yes.
I looked it up. No such place as far as I could see.
You're sure?
Every old timetable I could find. Nothing with that name. Not even close.
Thanks anyway.
Where did you hear about it?
Oh, I must have dreamed it.
Probably did. Old-fashioned name. Sounds nice, though.
It does, doesn't it?
Nice place to visit, maybe. Don't know if I'd like to live there. You never know.
No, you don't.
Take it easy now, Mr. Williams. Next stop, Stamford. Stamford, next stop.
Is that the name of it? Willoughby?
It was.
You know, it seems familiar. They used to have different names, these towns, a long time ago. It could be you read about it in a book. Could be we both did.
I don't have much time to read.
It's almost as if I'm remembering something.
Don't tell me you believe in past lives. That's nonsense.
No, it's not that. But the name does sound familiar, and I do like the sound of it.
I do too.
Willoughby. Willoughby.
Willoughby.
What did you say?
Next stop, Willoughby.
The woman who was sitting there.
Woman, sir?
In that seat. Where is she?
No other fares in this car, sir.
But it was only a minute ago.
Good day to you.
Day?
All out for Willoughby!
It is day.
Getting out, sir?
Quick, what year is this?
Why, 1888, sir. What else would it be?
I don't know. I've
been away for a while, have you? Lost track?
Yes, in a sense. How long is the stop at this station?
Long enough to drop off and pick up. You have a ticket for Willoughby?
No,
Then you'd best take your seat, though it is a fine, balmy day. A place where a man can live his life full measure.
Yes.
Hello there.
Hi. You did it. You got off.
Of course. This is where I live. It's such a lovely afternoon. And I do believe I'll take a walk in the park with some of my friends. You're quite welcome to join us if you'd like.
All aboard!
Wait, the train started moving.
Goodbye, Mr. Williams.
If I can jump to the platform.
Oh, no, don't do that.
I can make it.
Too late.
I can make it.
Don't. It wouldn't be safe. Another time.
Yes, another time. We'll make a day of it. All these people.
A full car, Mr. Williams. Always is this time of day. There's your seat right over there.
The woman I was talking to.
I'm not sure that
She's not here now.
Oh? Maybe she went to the club car.
Or got off.
Where? No stops so far.
She got off at Willoughby.
You on that kick again? I told you there's no such town.
I know. That's what you said.
Sounds like a nice place, though. A real nice place. Tickets!
Next time. Next time, I swear I'm going to do it no matter what. I'm going to get off at Willoughby. Yes, Ellen.
It's the big man on line 1. Should I tell him you'll call him right back?
Don't bother. I'll take it. Mr. Mizrell, morning, sir.
I wanted to remind you take the audience by the ears and give them a yank. Rock 'em and sock 'em. Give them the old push, push, push.
My thoughts exactly.
Got to be bright, Williams. Bright with patter, hipness, and the whole thing push, 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 push. That's what the client wants.
I'm working on it.
Tomorrow morning, I'll need at least a preliminary storyboard. You know what I want. A solid format with some pops for the product, leading up to one big pop at the finish. And not just any pop this time. Light, color, explosions. I see it as a field artillery attack. We show the audience with mortar fire, lay down some tactical air support, and establish a beachhead in their cerebral cortex. Then we send in ground troops and occupy the territory. There. What do you say to that?
I'll do what I can.
Do more than you can. With me, Williams, aspire. Dream big and then get behind your dreams big time. Push. Push.
Well, I haven't seen the ratings on the show. No, but it was the time slot the sponsor wanted. Hold on a second, will you? Yes? They were what? No, wait. Helen?
Yes?
What film outfit did the commercials on the Bradbury account? The negatives are all scratched. They're screaming bloody murder at me.
I'll send a fax. Oh, and Mr. Misrell would like to see you in his office.
I'm going to have to check it out for you, okay?
Mr. Misrell, sir, he got disconnected. He seemed rather insistent. Are you all right? You look so pale.
Oh, I'd like to be alone now.
Not the ulcer again?
Oh, please, just go.
I'll be right outside if you need me.
Janie, this is Gart, honey. Stay there, will you? Things are going to be different from now on, you'll see. I just want you to stay there. I'm coming home. Janie, please listen. I've had it, understand? I can't go on for another day, another hour. This is it. I've got to get out of here, Janie. Janie, help me, will you? Please? Please help me. Janie? Janie?
Another scotch, Mr. Williams?
No, thank you. Pretty empty in here today.
Well, that's because it's too early. Most people don't hit the club car till after work. Wait till the commuter run. They'll line up like kids in a candy store.
I bet they do.
You going home early today, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, my wife's waiting for me.
Oh, she is, huh? That's nice.
At least I think she is.
You call her and tell her?
That I did. I just hope she got the message.
Oh, I bet she did. Gonna take her out for dinner and everything?
If she's there.
Well, if she's not, you can just kick back and watch the game. Have the place to yourself. You win either way.
That's right. I'm the winner, not the loser.
That's the way to look at it.
Let me ask you something. You know that woman?
Which one?
She rides the train the same time I do. Except today because I'm running ahead.
Uh-huh. What does she look like?
Well, she wears an old-fashioned long dress and she carries a parasol.
In here?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not in here. That's not what she wears on the train. Only in Willoughby.
Willoughby? Where's that?
That's just it. I don't know. Oh, forget about it. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just thought she might have come in here. Just till she gets to her stop.
Not many women in here today.
So I see.
You okay, Mr. Williams?
A1. Top drawer. See you next time.
Sure thing.
If there is a next time.
Oh, you changing schedules?
I might take some time off.
Good deal. Vacation, huh?
That's right. A vacation. A long one.
Ticket? Hey, you're early, Mr. Williams.
What?
Decided to call it a day, huh?
Yes, yes, you could say that.
Well, enjoy the trip.
Oh, conductor.
Something else?
You wouldn't happen to have a light, would you?
You want a cigarette? They have matches in the club car. No worse than a drink, I guess, if that's your poison. But you can't light up here. You have to wait till we stop at a platform.
Of course. I was just wondering if you could bend the rules this time. It's been quite a day. I need to unwind before I get home.
I used to smoke 2 packs a day. Had to give it up, though. Doctor's orders.
Right.
Said it was cutting years off my life. So I decided to stick around. You want to do that, don't you?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I do. That's why I'm going home.
There you are, then.
I have another question for you.
Yeah?
That woman, the one I talked to.
Which woman is that now?
Have you seen her in the other cars?
Can't say as I have.
Would you take a look?
If I see her, I'll let you know.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Some people didn't go to work, though. Cold day.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Be colder tonight. That's what they say. Looks like snow. You keep warm now.
I'll try.
Next stop, Stanford. Stanford.
Willoughby, next stop. Next stop, Willoughby.
This is where I get off. Stop the train.
Yes, sir. That's your station, Willoughby. Need a hand with your baggage?
I don't have any.
Nothing at all?
Not a thing.
A good day to you, then.
Yes, it is. It really is a beautiful day.
All aboard!
Hi, Mr. Williams.
Hi.
We're going fishing.
I can see that. Catch some big ones today, huh?
The biggest you ever saw. Want to come?
Maybe some other time. It's pretty hot today.
Yeah, we're gonna get a sunburn, then go swimming.
That'll be fun.
Come on, we got an extra pole, and there's plenty of fish.
I'll bet there are. Bye, boys. Catch one for me, okay?
Sure.
Such a lovely day.
Too nice to stay indoors.
I want to hear the band.
Yes, the band.
I love the sound.
So do I. Beautiful.
Did you say something?
Not really. It's you.
Hello. Oh, it is you. I'm glad you decided to join us. I was on my way down to the park.
Where?
Oh, that's right. You just got here. Come with me. It's not far. I'll introduce you to all my friends, just as I promised. Then they'll be your friends, too.
I'd like that. I feel as if they already are.
Then later, perhaps we'll take a stroll by the lake. It's truly splendid with the moon and the stars and...
I like it here right now, with you. The trees, the stores.
The shops are my weakness, I must confess.
You've got some wonderful antiques here.
Antiques?
That beautiful grandfather clock in the window, for example, a classic. Wonder how much they're asking.
It's quite reasonable, I'm sure, even though it's new.
But it can't be.
Come along now. We'll be late.
Again. Again.
It's no use. There's no pulse.
It's a crying shame. He wasn't very old. You say he just jumped off the train?
Right here, in the snow, in the middle of nowhere. Never saw anything like it. Poor Mr. Williams. He shouted something, ran out, opened the door, and that's the last I saw of him. Thought he went to have a smoke or something.
Now, a heart attack, probably.
Yeah, if the fall didn't get him.
Well, he must have died instantly then. At least he didn't suffer. Look at his face. Like he's at peace.
Yeah, That's the way to look at it.
All clear. Let's move it out.
Where should we take the body?
Out of the local mortuary for now.
Willoughby's funeral parlor?
That's the one. They'll hold him till somebody contacts the family.
All right, let's put him on the stretcher. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3, lift!
Mr. Gart Williams, who withstood the slings and arrows that come with life in the fast lane for as long as he could bear them, and eventually sought respite for his torment in the only place left open to him, under a gravestone, who climbed onto a world that went too fast for him and then finally jumped off. Mr. Gart Williams, who might now tell us what really awaits us in the great beyond, because this too is very much a part of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
A Stop at Willoughby, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Rich Komanik, Peggy Roeder, Turk Muller, Lynn Foley, Laura Russell, Tony Castillo, Roderick Peoples, Linda Ryder, Jeff Lupetin, Mike Aljadeff, and Adam Tangway. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Is that all you ever do, is play video games on your computer?
Hey, I'm in between assignments. When I got something to do, I'll do it.
Yeah, well, your next assignment is probably going to somebody else. If you spent more time looking at your calendar than that stupid game, you know you're missing the editor's briefing.
Fine. Thank you. I guess.
Yeah, I know politicians. Politicians never point fingers at voters. If anything goes wrong, it's either their opponent's fault or sunspots. Do me a favor. Find another source to support it.
Sorry I'm late, Tom.
Ugh, Alex, you're always late. Get a plane ticket to San Francisco and rent a car. There's a research lab about 3 hours up the coast. Something right up your alley. Nanotechnology.
Yeah, if it's too small to see.
It must be Alex.
Very funny. Maybe folks can find some new nano humor before I get back. Speaking of which, why am I going to Northern California?
There's a guy named Thompson, a researcher, has a PhD in inorganic chemistry. Rumor has it he's found a way to use microscopic robots to clean up oil spills. If it's true, any company with the technology will make billions.
Never heard of him.
No one has. That's our job. You do know that.
That's not my point. I mean, joke all you want about nanotech, but I know more about it than anyone in this building. This guy's off the radar.
Yeah, and it gets better. It's starting to look like his venture capital is coming from a consortium of Middle Eastern banks. That means there's big oil money behind this guy, and it's possible he may have really pulled this off.
That explains the secrecy. Big oil doesn't like publicity.
I didn't say this would be easy. He works out of a private lab off Highway 1. He's right on the ocean.
Oh, sweet deal.
Look, I don't care what you do in your spare time, but find out something about this guy and what he's up to.
I don't suppose knocking on the door and saying, "Hi, I'm a reporter, what are you up to?" is gonna work?
No. Your usual investigative reporting approach is probably not gonna work. That's why we got you hired to work as a graduate assistant on his project.
I'm doing what?
His lab is crawling with graduate students. We created a fake resume for you and got you hired. You start in 3 days, so you better get packed.
How long am I supposed to work there?
Till you have the story. Now, get out of here.
What if he asked me to do something scientific? How do I fake that?
He won't. He treats his assistants like dirt.
I should feel right at home.
He won't ask you anything, and he sure won't tell you anything. You're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Now, go catch a plane.
Why didn't I stick with restaurant reviews?
Meet Alex Harrington, a hack reporter with little talent whose career is defined by things as small as his ability. He's a man in search of the big story, and he's about to find it under the microscope that always shows the truth. A truth that can only be found between a shoreline of dreams and that deep blue ocean of fate known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Nanobots, starring David Pasquesi, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That's good enough for now. Alex, can you shut off the agitation?
Yeah, right. It's this switch, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry. What's in there today?
A blend of motor oil, axle grease, and kerosene.
Ah, the sludge du jour.
Very funny. Tim, ready for release?
All ready.
Okay, let him go.
Commence release now.
Why do they make that sound?
We don't know. They just do. It usually starts after they start eating.
And what exactly are they eating?
We're not real sure, but if it's got petroleum in it, they eat it.
No one seems to know much about anything around here.
You're right, Alex. And for the record, you seem to be the most clueless man in the building.
Okay, I'm gonna take a little break.
Beautiful view, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you coming. Yeah, I could stare at the ocean for hours.
Excuse me, can I bum a smoke off of you?
You smoke? I wouldn't have expected that. I thought all of you environmentalists were against things like cigarettes.
Yeah, well, don't tell anybody.
I thought so. You're not really a smoker, are you?
I guess not. I just wanted to talk to you.
Hey, you don't have to start smoking to talk to me.
You don't seem to be real happy here at the lab?
Hey, with the exception of this little balcony where I can steal a smoke, well, there's not a lot going on around here.
I like it up here, too. You know, this used to be a naval observatory. It was built in the 30s. Oceanographers used to come up here and study wave action, riptides, and current.
And now it's the designated smoking area.
Actually, smoking isn't allowed anywhere on the property.
Welcome to California.
Some of the other grad students are wondering if you're going to stay on. I mean, you really seem dissatisfied about things.
Yeah, well, after 4 weeks, I was hoping I would have made a little progress. Sorry about messing up those statistics. It's never really been a strong suit for me.
That's okay.
How long have you been working with Dr. Thompson?
About a year now. Every graduate student wants to work with him. It's a chance to make a difference. Is that why you came to work for him?
Yeah, something like that. Let me ask you something. Does he ever tell anyone anything about what's going on?
Eventually. Eventually he's had to tell all of us a little bit about what he wants to do, and we've been able to understand pretty well the incredible potential for his technology. All we knew coming in was that he was working on a revolutionary new way to save the environment.
And that was good enough for you to sign on?
Hey, graduate students rarely get any information about their assistantships. Did they tell you something more?
No, I guess not. In fact, I know less than you do. Can you fill me in?
Look, I'll tell you everything I know on one condition.
I'm listening.
Well, it's why I wanted to talk to you. Do you want to join us?
Hey, in case you haven't noticed, I joined you a month ago.
That's not what I mean. There's a group of us. We know what's going on here, and we've decided to take action.
So you want to blow the lid off this operation?
What are you talking about?
All right, maybe I should slow down. What kind of action are you looking for?
Okay.
Maybe you should lose the cigarette.
Right. I'll just hold it. Look, Dr. Thompson's a specialist in something called nanotechnology. It's small, microscopic robots that perform certain functions on a molecular level.
Believe me, I'm familiar with it.
Sorry, of course. That's why we're all here. Anyway, he's successfully developed microscopic robots that will consume oil in the ocean from oil spills.
That much I figured out. You got any idea how they work?
Yeah, I've seen them in action. They look like tiny metal spiders with a tube that extends from the center of their body. Creepy in an elegant sort of way. They're powered by the hydrogen and oxygen in water, and they attack petroleum-based materials and transform them into inert, harmless carbon dust. Then they feed on the carbon to reproduce themselves. Every nanobot reproduces itself by a factor of 2, and then those two move on to repeat the process.
Yikes, that means they reproduce exponentially.
Yeah, toss a handful of them on an oil spill, and in no time there are billions of them cleaning it up.
So what action exactly are you and your group going to take?
Dr. Thompson keeps delaying the project. Instead of applying for federal approval and implementation, he wants to shorten the lifetime of the bots. He wants to limit their functionality to a few hours, but he won't tell us why.
So he's trying to dumb them down. Doesn't sound all that profitable.
Actually, it's quite the opposite. He keeps saying it's not about profit, but we've figured it out. He's backed by some shady characters. We've seen them at the lab a few times. We think they're connected to oil companies, and it's all about the money.
Who exactly is we?
I can't say, other than it's a small group of us. We've been working together for a while, and we don't like what we see.
So you sit around, have a few beers, and diss the doc? That could affect your grade.
It's not about graduate school anymore. It's about justice. It's about the crime of big business. They make money polluting the oceans, and now they're going to make money cleaning it up. Typical big business, big government, big corporations. If Dr. Thompson can make the bots only last a few hours, they could corner the market and maintain exclusive access to the technology and total control. But if the nanobots were allowed to reproduce without limit, well, then it would be a sustainable resource that no one could really own or control.
Well, you know, there is something to be said for return on investment. It's not like all this equipment, buildings, and staff are free.
This isn't about money. This is about saving the oceans.
I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but there's a lot more wrong with this planet than just oil spills.
Yeah, but this is not just about oil spills. His nanobots don't just consume petroleum, but petroleum byproducts. What did you just do?
I flicked my cigarette off the cliff. Hey, don't worry about a fire. That's the ocean down there.
That's just the point. That's the ocean. You're no different than the rest of them. Do you realize the importance of that current down there? A current that comes down from the Sea of Japan, it circles the entire Pacific Ocean, and it's formed an eddy between Hawaii and the west coast of North America.
You get worked up pretty easy, don't you? Hey, calm down. It's just a cigarette butt, and that's a big ocean.
A big ocean with a big current that's going to take the petroleum-based fiber in your cigarette filter to a large and growing continent of garbage at the center of that eddy in the Pacific.
You know, I heard about that. A magazine did a piece on it.
Miles and miles wide and 300 meters deep, an island of garbage. A floating raft of plastic bottles, old fishing nets, thick slicks of oil, and probably more than a few of your cigarette butts.
So one more is not gonna hurt, right?
No. In fact, look, I'll flick the cigarette out there too. That's not gonna hurt either. Not today, not anymore, not after what's gonna happen in the next few hours.
Why is it I don't like the sound of that?
You will. In fact, it'll make you wish you had joined us.
What exactly did you want me to join?
Right now, there's a group headed for that garbage continent. They took the lab's research boat in the middle of the night, and they're less than half a day away from Garbage Island. Just a few hours away from a new world, a clean ocean, and a solution that won't be controlled by robber barons and oil men.
What did you do?
The Nanobots are about to have their first meal.
Don't get too close. If we get tangled up in some of those old fishing nets, we'll never get out of here.
Sure we will. Once the bots get to work, this raft of plastic trash will be gone.
Look at the size of this thing. You can't even see the other side of it.
How should we do this?
Well, we've got the nanobots in these 3 test tubes, and if we throw them out on the plastic, the tubes will break and the bots will get to work.
But what if the test tubes don't break? I mean, that's a big raft of plastic out there. It's not like we're throwing these things on rocks.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. All right, you know what? Open the tubes, and they'll spill out when they land.
Let's do this.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3!
Oh, one of them broke for sure.
It doesn't even matter. All you need is one of those things to hit the water and find some plastic, and it'll start duplicating.
Is anything happening?
I don't think it's working.
Wait. Do you hear what I hear?
Yeah!
Go, bugs, go!
Look! There's a hole starting to grow right where I threw my test tube.
Yeah, there's another one over there. The plastic's just dissolving away.
Hey, guys, let's crank up the engines and get out of here.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah!
So, Mr. Harrington, you've decided to leave the lab. It's not going to look good on your resume, you know?
You know, Dr. Thompson, this is going to do more for my resume than you could imagine. You see, I'm not a graduate student.
That comes as no surprise. I always thought you were a little old for this position. Besides, your performance here has been miserable. So, what are you? A government mole? Someone from the Pentagon sent to spy on my progress?
Actually, I'm a reporter.
A reporter? How quaint. I'll have you arrested. You falsified your application. You faked your credentials. You signed a security agreement. You lied and you just admitted it. You don't know who you're dealing with here.
If the answer is big oil and your group of Middle Eastern venture capitalists, I'm all over it.
Sir, you are a moron. You have no idea what's happening here.
That makes both of us. You see, there's something you should know. Something I found out about your lab and the activities of some of your graduate students. Doc, what you're doing here is quite dangerous, if not reckless.
What I'm doing here is strictly controlled, and it's nothing more than developing microscopic, mindless little machines. Machines with a voracious appetite for petroleum-based products. A thimbleful of my nanobots could have cleaned up the oil spill from the Exxon Valdez in a matter of hours. What I'm doing here will protect us from danger, not create it.
So what's the catch? I mean, if this is such a miracle invention, how come you're trying so hard to shorten their life cycle? Would that level of control make them more profitable for you and your investors, Herr Doctor?
Mr. Harrington, before I have you arrested, I'll let you in on a little secret. Control of these nanobots is not about financial gain. It's about responsibility and the danger this kind of technology could represent. It's the indiscriminate nature of the little beasts. They'll do a great job on an oil slick, but once that's gone, they could turn their attention elsewhere, such as the fuel tanks of a ship.
Wait a minute, they can't tell the difference?
How could they? They're microscopic oil-eating insect machines. You want them to have a brain as well? Maybe in 30 to 50 years, but we're just beginning here.
I think you got a problem, Doc.
Oh, I know. But in a few years, I think we'll be able to shorten the life of the bots so they only live for a few hours. That way, we clear the area and cut them loose. When they finish the job, they die. The control will be built in. Control that everyone can manage. That's what this is all about.
The nanobots you developed and are testing right now, how long does this current batch live?
Potentially forever. That's my biggest problem right now.
I wouldn't be so sure. Do your graduate students know about this?
Some do, some don't. I only tell them what they need to know. You see, Mr. Harrington, this is a Pentagon project. This is about national security, not big oil. My assistants only know what they need to know. Anything beyond that is top secret. And you are about to be placed under arrest.
Well, secret or no, I want some answers.
Of which you will get none. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Harrington, I'm going to call security.
Okay, you do that. But there's one question you're going to have to answer whether you like it or not.
And the question is?
If I told you some of your graduate students are on a boat and about to release your oil-eating nanobots into the Pacific Ocean, what would your response be?
That's where Tim said they were going.
The Navy has dispatched a destroyer. I'm afraid they may blow the boat out of the water unless we reach them first.
What exactly do you plan to do?
Tell them the truth. Tell them what they don't understand or appreciate.
And if they don't listen to you?
It's our only hope. If the boat is blown up, the nanobots will not be affected. the Navy won't listen. This is our only chance to stop them.
Is that your boat?
It should be, but I don't see the floating garbage. These are the right coordinates, but all the garbage must have drifted away.
Doc, it's 2 miles wide and it'd be hard to miss. Maybe they ran out of fuel. Or worse, maybe your little spiders got into the fuel tank.
It's possible. They seem to be drifting without power.
Wait a minute. Look at the ocean. Is that the sea bottom we're looking at?
Good God! The water is more than 1,000 feet deep in this location, and you can see the bottom.
It looks like your little inventions work.
Something's not right. The clarity of the water, I don't understand it.
CG Base, we have a ship in distress.
Pilot, what did you say?
Look below. Your research vessel's taking on water. We're gonna have to go in for a rescue. How many did you say were on board?
3 young men.
It's going down fast. It looks like they scuttled the boat. I don't think they like you, Doc.
It's not about me, and they didn't scuttle the boat. It's about the nanobots. Look, the hull of the boat is disintegrating.
What's going on?
This is exactly what I feared. The hull of the boat is fiberglass, a petroleum derivative. The nanobots don't know the difference. They consumed the plastic garbage until the island was gone, and now they've turned their attention to the fiberglass hull of the boat.
That's gonna put a real dent in the boating industry.
Mace, this is CG-14. The ship has sunk, and the 3 people on board are in the water. CG-14, initiate rescue. Roger that.
Oh my God, what's happening down there?
Oh, wait. Mace, CG-14. The boat sank, and the 3 survivors, they just disappeared. We can see no survivors.
The boat went down fast. It must have sucked them down with it. The water's so clear. Oh my God. This can't be happening.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special report.
The United States Coast Guard has announced that thousands of distress calls have been received across the Pacific Rim in the last 48 hours. According to the Department of Homeland Security, the alert status in the United States is code red, as a combined Navy, Coast Guard, and international effort has been assembled to deal with the crisis. Latest reports indicate that numerous ships, yachts, and pleasure craft have sunk unexpectedly and abruptly along the entire Pacific coastline. All watercraft are being ordered to stay in port, with the exception of naval vessels involved in the search and rescue efforts. Stay tuned for further reports.
So that's the official story? No explanation, no information, just don't go in the water?
What do you want us to tell people? Isn't there enough panic for you media types to roll around in?
Media types? We're the bad guys? I think you're the one who's got some explaining to do, sir.
I have nothing to explain to you.
Well, maybe not me, but it looks like you got a small army of graduate students looking for some answers.
Is it true? What Tim told us? Is it true?
Tim, is he here? Where is he?
He's gone. He stole a boat from the marina. He's going out to find his friends. Before he left, he told us what they did.
Is that what the news reports are all about? Is that why the lab is surrounded by military police?
Military police have surrounded the lab? What's going on here?
No one can leave this facility. There are additional researchers en route. We're all going back to work. Work without sleep until we can find a way to stop the nanobots. Until then, we're locked down.
You're not including me in this little party, are you?
Especially you. We'll accomplish nothing with the additional chaos you'll create.
What about Tim? He took off in a fiberglass cigarette boat.
Ha! Good man. He doesn't smoke, but he found his cigarette.
Mary, Tim is dead. The boat he's traveling in will no doubt encounter a great tide of nanobots, and he too will sink into the deep. Justice, if you ask me. He's the ringleader who caused all of these problems.
So, on that happy note, I'm going up to your observation deck to have a smoke. Unless you have a problem with that, Dr. Thompson?
Smoke yourself to death. The sooner the better.
Will do. And as for all of you, Godspeed and good luck.
We'll divide into teams. No one works alone. Progress will be reported on an hourly basis.
Excuse me. Can I bum a smoke off you?
Hello, Tim. I heard you were dead.
Sounds like Mary did her job. She's one of us, you know. I figured if Thompson thought I was dead, I'd have a better chance.
It's one way of looking at it, but a better chance at what? Sounds like you and your friends have done enough.
Getting away.
Oh, nice. You and your beer-drinking buddies caused thousands of boats to sink, and all you want to do is get away. Yeah, that's saving the Earth for you.
We didn't know. Thompson told us nothing. We thought the same thing you did. That he was trying to make a world-saving technology. And then we found out it was nothing more than a profit center for the companies and governments destroying the Earth.
That may be true, but I gotta tell you, Timmy, there's a big target on your back these days.
That's why I'm getting out of here. You staying or coming with me?
So you're just gonna run away? Do you know what happened to your friends out there? They're dead, you know.
I heard the boat sank.
There's more to it than that, Timmy boy. Your nanobots can't seem to tell the difference between a plastic bottle and the plastic hull of a boat.
If it means the end of plastic on the planet, who cares?
You know, you need to work on that attitude.
They knew what they were doing was dangerous.
Oh, really? Did you tell them that before they left? Did you tell them they might find themselves in the water 1,000 or so miles out in the ocean?
Why didn't you save them? Was that their punishment?
Punishment? You want to hear about punishment? Listen, you hear that out there? That's the sound of billions of your little bugs out in the ocean. But hey, what are they eating? There's no oil slick, no boats out there, but the sound of them. More and more eating and duplicating. Your friends didn't drown out there, Tim, and we didn't abandon them. We watched as a gray stain in the water enveloped them. Your tiny little spiders consumed your friends alive right before our eyes until there was nothing left but clear water down to 1,000 feet.
That's not possible. You left them to die.
You talked them into it. You're the guy with the big ideas. You sent them out there and they were eaten alive by your little nanobot friends.
I didn't know. I didn't know. Thompson never tells us anything. We tested them in the lab. All they ever consumed was petroleum-based products.
They only consumed what you fed them. You had them in sealed glass tanks and tested for what you wanted to see. Too bad you didn't stick your hand in there just once. Things might be a little different now. Things don't sound like they're getting any better.
We gotta get out of here.
We? Aren't you confusing me with your co-conspirators down there in the lab?
You stay if you want, but you're gonna die. Look.
What the hell?
The nanobots. They're crawling up on land. They're consuming the plant life and the bacteria in the sand on the beaches. Anything organic, anything that's carbon-based. They don't know the difference.
Tim, we have to get out of here.
Let's go.
No, we can't go that way. They've invaded the lab.
You! What are you doing here?
Marine!
What?
Close the hatch. Maybe we can keep those things off the deck.
Do you realize what you've all done?
Look! They're spreading!
Those people, the soldiers, the bots are all over them.
They're approaching the foundation of the lab.
Thompson, how do we get out of here?
Unless you can fly, Mr. Harrington, I'm afraid you have no options.
They won't get up here. They can't. Can they?
No. The foundation and walls of the building are composed of stone, concrete, and steel. They need carbon and water to spread.
So it's over?
No, Mr. Harrington. I'm afraid it's just beginning. Do you see that creek over there?
They're moving upstream.
Like the veins and arteries in an organism. Consuming every carbon-based life form in their path across every continent, no doubt.
We have to get out of here. We can't stay here.
When Mr. Harrington sprouts wings, maybe he'll take you with him.
Thompson, what are we supposed to do here?
We wait, Mr. Harrington. You see, all humans are carbon-based life forms. It's not petroleum the bots are after. It's the carbon in the oil. That's the trigger. That's what I was trying to solve. But none of you could wait. So now we wait here. Wait until they move on.
Or they die.
Yes, that's also an option. Of course, given the fact that they have a life expectancy measured in tens of thousands of long years, that would be a very long wait.
The planet must be saved, and a small group has found the answer. An answer that has left them all with one simple question to ponder. Will we find solutions to our problems, or create greater problems with our solutions? No one can tell except for a desperate collection of people standing alone in that land of unintended consequences, known as the Twilight Zone.
The Nanobots, starring David Pasquesi with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Steve Newby. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Joby Cerny, Lisa Wolfe, Doug James, Bree Swartz, Steve Newby, and Carl Amari. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 3 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You're entering another dimension, beyond any limits known to man. This is the universe of imagination, a wondrous land of brave new stories from the far reaches of space and time. So fasten your seatbelt. There's the signpost up ahead. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Man, what was that?
Seagull, probably.
No way.
Let's move it, ladies.
But Sarge...
Now what are you crying about?
Ramirez says it was a seagull.
Yeah? From what ocean?
You hear that, Manny? There ain't no beach around here.
I didn't say it was. I said it could have been.
It was big and black, and seagulls ain't black.
Maybe it was a chicken.
Now listen up, you jokers. We don't make it back by 1200 hours, we miss chow. Bob it.
Yes, sir.
See that big rock?
Which one?
Side of the trail, about 30 yards. Climb up, take a peek over the edge. See if anything's moving in the valley.
Sure thing, Sarge.
Ramirez.
Sir.
Go around the turn to the trees. If Cemetery Road's all clear, give me the high sign.
You got it, sir.
I'll watch your back. Now move.
Sarge wants to take a break.
What about us?
This ain't no democracy.
You hear that?
Artillery.
Could have been thunder.
I don't see any clouds. You see any clouds?
The weather's crazy around here. The enemy's 5 kilometers away.
That's what headquarters says.
Why would they lie?
So we don't turn, tail, and run.
I ain't no chicken.
Well, let's find out. You got the glasses?
Right here.
There's the rock. Go over and take a look-see. And keep your head down.
Here goes nothing.
What do you see?
Crop fields. Grass. That's all.
My turn. Wait there.
Hey, Manny, be careful. That was a mortar for sure.
What do you know? It's raining.
We better get going.
I'd like to take me a little shower first.
Oh! Manny! Manny! You're bleeding.
Go back.
Can you walk?
I said go back. There's a sniper.
I ain't leaving you here. Nice shooting, Sarge. You got him.
Take cover.
Ramirez is hit. He's losing blood.
Get him to the trees.
You were right, right?
Hang on, Manny.
It was some crow. I should have known. Crows are bad luck.
Move!
He can't walk.
Lift his legs.
It's too late. Promise me something.
What?
When the captain writes my folks, tell him to say, I didn't feel a thing.
Get down!
3 men on patrol, a mile from camp. A simple reconnaissance mission. Or it should have been. The year? Take your pick. The place? It might be any on a very long list. This army happens to be American, but there are a lot of uniforms out there. The men, though, never change. Their job is always the same, to stop the enemy. The question is, at what price? And what of those who wait, for whom their lives are beyond price? They can only pray that every man comes back alive. Some, however, never come back. This, then, is their story. Tale of those who fight and those who wait in the Twilight Zone.
Company, attention! One! Squad 1! One! Squad 2! Two! Squad 3!
Dear Mr. and Mrs. Ramirez, your son Manuel served in my company for... that's no good. Your son, Private First Class Manuel Ramirez, served under my command for the past 12 months. During that time, he exhibited courage and...
Sir?
Oh, Lieutenant, come in. I was just finishing the letters.
You ready for me to type them up?
Not quite yet.
Oh, if I'm interrupting...
No. I could use a break.
Coffee, Captain?
Oh, I've had plenty. Help yourself.
How many is it now?
What?
The letters.
Too many. One for every man we've lost.
I always thought...
What's that, Eddings?
Isn't it the Pentagon's job to...
Officially, yes.
Then why...
They were under my command. That makes it my responsibility.
I see.
Every one was somebody's son, or husband, or brother. They deserve more than a form letter.
Frankly, sir, I don't know how you do it.
Sitting here, writing? That's the easy part. Just the same time, I've been meaning to thank you.
For what? I'm only the typist.
Something I was never very good at.
How many to go this morning?
I've written Miller's Family, Bobbitt's, rough drafts at least. That leaves Ramirez. I'd hope to have them done before the truck gets here.
Well, you can always dictate.
That wouldn't work.
Why not? I'm pretty fast.
I know you are, but I seem to be running out of words. At least the kind that mean anything.
Well, let's give it a shot, sir. If you draw a blank, I'll make suggestions, and then I'll read it back. You have final say, of course.
I'm afraid I'd drive you crazy.
I tell you, we can do it. Just sit me down, give me some paper.
You don't know what you're in for.
All right. Okay. Ready when you are, sir.
This is what I have so far. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Ramirez, your son, Private First Class Manuel Ramirez, served under my command for the past 12 months. During that time, he exhibited courage and,
dedication?
Good.
It was not a tip of your tongue, sir.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
Nothing's wrong with you. The fact that you took the time to write, believe me, Captain, that says a lot.
His loyalty and motivation were an example to the entire company. It is therefore with the deepest regret that I write today to inform you.
Freeze! Art! Order! Art!
Hey, Lincoln. What? You seen the bodies?
Yup. All bagged up.
Where'd they put them?
Behind the latrine, till the truck gets here.
They laid them on the ground?
No. They put them in the little chapel of dreams, done up in their Sunday best. What do you think?
They shouldn't leave them out like that.
Afraid someone's gonna steal them?
No.
Well, they're sure not gonna get up and walk away.
We're talking about Manny. I went through basic with him.
Me too.
And Bobbitt, and the Sarge. This morning we had mess together.
So?
And now, what are they? Dead meat. That's what. Missing and presumed dead. Same thing, isn't it? Once you're on the list, you don't come back, just like Inglis and Willard and Ruiz and...
Forget about it.
We used to have 100 guys. Now how many we got? 67. Who's next? I mean, if we don't watch it, we're all gonna be on the list. We're all...
I said forget it, Cook. This isn't war games. You want to make it home in one piece? Then keep your head screwed on straight or you're done for. You got that?
I just don't want to end up like I was nothing. We could bite the big one and nobody'd even know. What if they never found you? All you'd be is a name on a list.
There's the truck. Now shut your mouth and do your job. You hear me?
Gorman?
Captain?
How are things at battalion headquarters?
5 by 5, sir. Can't complain.
How nice for you.
The general says he got another pickup. How many this time?
3.
Cemetery Road?
That's right.
No mystery why they call it that.
No, there's not.
Here's the paperwork, Sergeant, plus the letters for stateside.
No problem.
Pull the truck over there.
Lincoln, you and Cook, load them up.
Make sure they're tied down securely.
Yes, sir.
Well, I better get going while it's still light. They say there's a storm coming in.
Gorman?
Sir?
Keep your eyes open on the road back.
Sure will. No sweat, though. It's secure.
Now, that can change.
Yes, sir. I guess it can.
That man's always on the move.
Better than sitting in one place. Stop by my quarters for a minute, will you, Tom? I want your opinion on something.
What is it, sir?
Take a look at this.
Map of the mountain?
And the surrounding area. Now, here's our position. The black circle to the north belongs to the enemy. Roughly everything from there to there.
How roughly?
The last flyover was 8 days ago.
When's the chopper go up again?
It's hard to say. According to command, it's too risky.
The weather?
The pilot would have to come in low because of the cloud cover and then pull up before he hits the peak. There's no room for error.
You could call in a blanket airstrike.
On what?
Everything inside the black circle.
We don't know their present location. If they've moved, the locals may have come back. Headquarters doesn't want to bomb civilians, and neither do I.
So until the weather lifts, all you can do is send out more recon.
And keep adding names to the list. Missing, presumed dead. A terrible, terrible waste.
It doesn't make sense.
It does to the general.
But Cemetery Road is a shooting gallery.
Give me an alternative.
Pull back for now, until we know more.
Somebody has to hold this side.
What if all they have is a few snipers up there?
Then we better pray someone makes it far enough to find out.
I don't like it.
You think I do? We tried the Eastern Fork and we tried the West. We stopped before the road splits and we sat there and we waited. It doesn't make any difference. At the very least, they have some well-placed spotters. Either that or...
Or what?
They're preparing for a large-scale attack.
Possible, but unlikely. The road's too narrow.
Exactly. Listen, forget Cemetery Road. That's where they expect us to fight them. You know what I'd do if I were the enemy? I'd spread out across the floor of the valley, then move up to attack our flank. That would cut off our supply line. They'd have us right where they want us, like sitting ducks.
That would also put them out in the open. It's too dangerous.
They love that it's dangerous. They don't care about casualties.
But we're not sure they're in the valley.
How can we be sure if they only come out at night? It's so dense they have all the cover they need. There's one way to know, absolutely. All it would take is one man. One. Say he climbs straight down from the camp, away from the mountain, with a night vision scope and a camera. Then Command will have all the proof they need, because if I'm right, you know what he'll see? The entire floor of the valley alive in the dark, like ants moving leaves.
It just might work.
Of course it would. Can you imagine how many lives that would save? It's not worth wasting any more. My men aren't pawns, they're flesh and blood. Oh, forgive me, Tom.
For what, sir?
I'm just spinning my wheels. We both know that that's not the way the Army thinks. Forget I said any of it. I guess I just had to blow off some steam.
That ain't the way that women are over here.
They have women here?
Hey, Sarge?
What?
Can I get some fresh coffee?
What's the matter with what you got?
It's kinda cold.
Well, I'll tell the waitress to make some special just for you. Where's Lincoln?
In the latrine, I bet.
Maybe he locked himself in.
Maybe he fell in.
Well, it's about time.
Sorry I'm late, Sarge.
Where you been, Private?
Looking for the lieutenant.
Yeah? Where is he?
Search me.
Sit down, Jack, before you fall down.
Any of you guys seen him?
Not me.
Me neither.
Captain wants to know.
Well, I thought...
You thought what, Cook?
Oh, nothing.
The captain asked you a question.
Well, it's like this. Last night I was trying to get some shut-eye, but I kept hearing a noise. So I looked around and...
And what?
I I might have seen him.
Where?
Edge of camp, had his pack on like he was heading out. But I know he wasn't on watch, and then all of a sudden he just disappeared.
What do you mean?
Well, he walked over to the rim, and that was it.
He climbed down toward the valley?
He must have.
We're talking about Lieutenant Eddings.
Yes, sir.
You saw him do that?
It sure looked like him.
Why wasn't I informed?
First I heard about it, Captain.
You did a head count this morning?
All here, except for the lieutenant. I thought he was helping you.
The valley's off limits. You knew that, didn't you, Private?
I figured he was going to do some stargazing.
Why would you think that?
He was carrying his night vision scope, which was funny, because there weren't no stars. You know how the clouds are. So thick you can't see the moon.
Sergeant Lowe.
Sir.
I want you to put together a search party.
Right away.
And don't show your faces back here until you've found him. Are we clear?
Redmond, Trulick, Hernandez, you heard the captain. Grab your gear.
Yes, sir. All right. Come on, boys.
General?
Captain?
No, sir. This is Second Lieutenant Reaver. The captain's right here. Hold on. General Hostler on the line.
Thank you, Reaver. General?
Captain? What's your status?
Repeat, please.
What's that?
It's the weather. It bounces the signal around.
Update your status.
We're still holding position.
Any further losses?
No, sir.
Well done. Prepare to break camp.
Say again?
I'm pulling you off the mountain.
You can't do that, General.
I want you back in battalion before the rainy season.
Not now, sir.
What? I thought you wanted Blue Company out of there.
Not yet. If we retreat now, there'll be nothing to stop them.
I'll lay down artillery fire once you're out.
But, sir, I still have a squad in the field.
What's the mission?
One last recon. We're about to pinpoint the enemy. I'm sure of it.
How much longer?
As long as it takes, General. For now, I could use some support on the supply road so I can get everyone out if they cut us off.
How much support?
How much have you got?
I can spare a platoon, but only till your men are accounted for.
Roger that, General.
Sir.
What is it, Reaver?
Did you say recon?
That's a term the old man understands.
It's been 4 days since the search party went out. Longer than that for Eddings.
What's your point?
Well, shouldn't they be considered...
Missing, presumed dead?
After so long, I thought...
You thought wrong.
Yes, sir.
The next step is always a regret to inform letter. That seals it. I don't want to write any more of those, not ever. Do you understand?
I suppose I do.
With a little luck, maybe just this once, I can buy them enough time for a second chance.
Evening, Captain.
Hello, Reaver. Where's the new platoon?
Back by the supply road, cleaning their weapons.
What do you think of them?
They look like they'd shoot anything that moves.
That's the problem.
Then you're not going to send any of them down?
With 5 of my men still out? Not unless I have to.
No sign of them?
Not yet.
I'll call you on the walkie if I spot anything. Meanwhile, you ought to get some sleep, sir. I have 2 men standing watch.
Which men?
Privates Lincoln and Cook.
Hey, watch it.
What's the matter?
Somebody might see you.
Like who?
Somebody out there.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The boogeyman? You want one?
Nope.
Might help calm you down.
I don't need to calm down.
Maybe you do, boy.
All I need to do is fast forward my butt out of here before... What was that?
The wind.
There ain't no wind tonight.
Well, maybe you're hearing things.
Douse the cigarette, soldier.
Evening, Captain.
You know better than to light up out in the open.
Sir, yes, sir.
Anything to report?
Nothing, sir.
No movement down below?
Not as such.
You seem uncertain.
Well, sir, you know how your eyes can play tricks on you.
If you're scared of the dark.
Are you?
Heck no. I always said the nighttime was the bright time. You know, Draco the Dragon.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, well, I used to look at the stars when I was a kid. Had me a map that showed the constellations. Big Dipper, Little Dipper, Belt of Orion. I know them all. Plus, the meteor showers, where they was gonna be. I just lay out in the backyard and wait. Zip, there goes another one. Sometimes I'd make a wish. Of course, the stars look different here.
Art?
Yeah.
The captain doesn't want to hear your life story.
Quiet.
Huh?
What was that?
I didn't hear anything.
Let's have a look with the glasses.
You see something?
I'm not sure.
What was it?
Some sort of movement in the tall grass.
Yeah?
Reber?
Yes, sir.
I'm going down the side for a look around.
Wait, sir.
It may be nothing.
I'll send some men.
Negative.
But, Captain...
No one else. Not this time. Stand by.
We'll go with you.
No.
Maybe the captain's right.
He can't go alone.
Cover me from here.
But, Captain...
And don't shoot any uniform that might be one of ours. Here. Use my glasses. Reber?
Where are you, sir?
About 300 yards. I can still see the camp.
What else?
Brush. Some trees on the ridge.
Sir, we can do a sweep in the morning.
Not on your life, or anyone else's.
Captain, please.
Hold on.
What is it?
Wait. Hear that?
You're breaking up.
The storm's coming. And that's not all. I'm sure of it.
I'm losing you, Captain.
There!
What?
In the lightning. I thought I saw it. Who goes there? Identify yourself. Are you hearing this?
Signal. That's a rain. Captain.
Sergeant Lowe? Redmond, Hernandez, Krolik, did you find him? Where? What happened to you? Your uniforms and your faces. Sergeant, why don't you answer? Bring your men in. That's an order. Who's that behind you? Tom? Yes. Yes, I understand. Did you get that?
Get what?
The enemy's coming from the north. A massive troop movement. We have 72 hours at most. Tell headquarters, Reber. Tell them now.
The storm's moved on. About time. Visibility good, sir. The mountain's straight ahead. Take it higher. You sure? Yeah, today we're flying over the peak. Well, I guess it's okay if we can see it. How's the trail look? West side's clear. The valley, too. You think the enemy pulled out? They must have. Their kind don't usually give up. Well, they could have reinforcements on the way. No ground troops in sight. The Boys will be glad to hear it. There's Blue Company down below. Take her back now, Major? Maintain course. How far? North. A few kilometers. General's orders. How come? You think there's more coming? That's what we're gonna find out. Increase altitude. What you got? Smoke on the horizon. 10 o'clock. Oh, man, they are coming. Sure looks like it. They're burning barbs on the way. Radio headquarters, tell them to dig in. It's gonna be a full-scale offensive.
Jack?
Yeah.
You seen the captain?
He'll be along. You can set your watch by it.
That's the truth.
Every 15 minutes.
That's all he does, walking back and forth, checking the valley. Sentries ain't good enough for him.
Still nothing down there.
Then why aren't we moving out?
Ask him yourself. Here he comes.
Private Cook.
Yes, sir?
Report.
Big fat zero.
You're positive?
Stone dead, Captain. What are we supposed to be?
Be quiet.
Sir.
But, sir...
Quiet.
What is it?
I thought I heard them.
Who?
Don't play dumb with me, Private.
I'm not, sir. I mean...
You know Sergeant Lowe, don't you?
Know him? Why, sure.
And Private Redmond?
Yeah?
And Hernandez and Krolik and Lieutenant Eddings?
We know all of them, sir. Or we did.
Then you should have no trouble recognizing them.
Huh?
They may have trouble getting up the side. It's still muddy. Let me know at the first sign.
Yes, sir.
He's losing it.
Big time.
Don't he know they're dead meat by now?
I don't have time.
This won't take long, Captain. I just need a word with you.
What's this about?
If you wouldn't mind sitting down for a minute.
I have to get back to my watch.
With all due respect, sir, we're running out of time. There's a big push coming from the north. We have aerial confirmation.
Yeah, just as they said.
Who?
The men in the field. You heard them yourself.
Sorry. I didn't. Afraid all I could hear was static.
But you saw them.
I don't know what I saw. When in the grass...
Does wind have the ability to speak?
Captain, all I know is... We have to break camp now, before sundown. The trucks from battalion are on the way.
It's too soon.
The order comes from the general himself.
I'm still in command.
Sir, you don't have a choice.
We need to hold the perimeter.
In a few hours, there'll be infantry here, plus heavy artillery. They won't need us.
I can't leave. My men.
There are 62 other men whose lives depend on it.
67.
5 of whom are now missing and presumed dead. Isn't that true?
I saw them.
What did you see? Shadows? It was too dark.
There was lightning.
You saw what you wanted to see. How long since you've slept?
They were there, I tell you. Lowe, Hernandez, Redmond, Krolik, and Eddings.
You saw their faces?
Some of them didn't have much left, rotting away like their uniforms. But in the lightning, I saw burned skin and wounds, horrible wounds. They could barely walk. They were trying to get back. They must have lost their way.
Some of us went down, sir, to the place where you were. We searched every inch of it with flashlights. There was nothing. Not even a mark in the grass.
In that case...
Yes, sir?
Borrow men from the platoon. Make one last sweep. Several hundred yards to the ridge.
And if they don't come back either?
What?
If they're shot at, or blown up, or burned, and you refuse to put them on the list, what do you think will happen? Do you honestly believe they'll wait till you decide? Not alive, but not dead either. That it all depends on you? Who has that kind of power?
Please.
Think! What if you never write another letter about another GI? Will they stay that way forever? The living dead? The undead? What if God Almighty goes on strike and nobody ever gets cut down again? For heart attacks or disease or old age or anything else? There'd be no room left on Earth. Is that really what you want?
Then what?
Listen to me. It's over. You can't save them all. They completed their mission. The time's come for them to rest. They've earned it.
Then do one thing for me.
If I can.
Pray for them, Reaver. For the ones who didn't make it back.
Okay, everybody out. Unload the trucks.
Sir, yes, sir. Grab it.
Yes.
Grab it. Okay.
On the double. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Move, move.
Gorman?
Hi, Lieutenant. Bet you're glad to see me.
Am I happy? New company's packed up and ready to roll.
We'll turn around and head back as soon as I get everybody emptied out.
We didn't leave them much.
It's all right. We're gonna camp out under the stars tonight.
Tell them to make a wish.
Sir, you're in the first vehicle, front seat.
Thank you, Sergeant.
How many men?
62. Exactly.
See you at headquarters, Captain.
Reaver?
Yes?
I'd like you to ride with me.
Now don't mind the road. It was made for cows and farmers.
You're doing fine, Gorman.
And I got a thermos full of coffee if you want.
No, thank you.
Maybe just a drop.
Knock yourself out. Some sight back there, huh?
What's that?
The truck's on our tail. Check the side mirror. Heads bobbing under the tarp every time they hit a bump.
Somehow, I don't think they'd mind.
Those drivers don't know the way like I do.
Ever been to Chinatown, Sergeant?
Which one?
It doesn't matter. I was just thinking about Chinese New Year's.
Yeah?
They have those big paper dragons, you know, with 5 or 6 guys underneath to hold them up.
Yeah, right.
That's what all these trucks remind me of. Only here it's canvas instead of paper. And there's a whole lot of guys. Look at them back there. Heads bouncing up and down. I'm not sure where they're going.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
When we get back to battalion, I've got a lot of things to catch up on. You wouldn't by any chance know how to work a typewriter.
Can't say that I do, Captain. But I can give it a try.
Dear Mrs. Eddings, in the course of my military career, I never had the privilege of serving with so promising an officer as your husband. Such intelligence, bravery, and commitment are rarely encountered in the Army, or indeed anywhere else. I considered Tom Eddings a fine man and an outstanding first lieutenant. It is therefore with profound regret that I write today to inform you of his last selfless act of courage during an incident under my command.
Incident on a mountainside. A fable to file under ghost stories. Or perhaps a brief side trip on the road to understanding. But however you view it, know that we can't forget the price paid by others in our name. or refuse to grant them the peace earned by their blood. Such matters never die, here or in the Twilight Zone.
Missing, Presumed Dead, starring Danny Goldring, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Jeff Lupetin, Edgar Miguel Sanchez, Gary Tiedemann, Kurt Nabik, Patrick Cerny, Doug James, David Darlow, Joby Cerny, and Norm Woodell. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Oh, up. There she is. TP. Right where the general said it'd be.
Oh, we're too late.
Well, I can see that.
Campfire's smoking. We better check it out.
Still warm.
How long do you figure?
3, 4 hours at the most.
Any idea how many?
A lot of footprints all around. My guess is that if your general's looking for Sue, he's going to have his breeches full of them before the sun goes down.
That all you can tell us? Thought you were a scout.
Well, they don't leave much behind. That's the Sioux way. Nothing their enemies can use.
And a little ways downriver, that'd be the junction?
Not a ways. Right here. Bighorn, Little Bighorn. This is where they converge.
Right here?
That'd put the Minneconjou fort about 4 miles up.
That's where he's thinking about crossing.
Wonder where they are now. Them Sioux?
I wouldn't be impatient, Mr. Two Stripes. We can go back and tell General Custer that his Indian trail's just as fresh as ever. A little too fresh for my pay.
Give me some of that water.
Go fill your own canteen, Corporal.
I don't mind. Have a drink if you want.
Take cover! Dang Indians! I knew they was around!
Hold your fire! I said hold it!
How's the drive chain, Langsford?
Just a smidge more. There, I got her, Sarge.
Good man, Corporal.
Are we going back to camp now?
That we are. The captain would be glad to hear that. Get him on the horn, will you, McCluskey? Tell him the tank's up and running and we're on our way.
Sure thing, sir.
What in the...
Those were shots, weren't they?
Put it down.
But I heard...
So did I. Easy, Tiger. These are just training maneuvers. If we start to get trigger-happy, it could turn into a real war.
Hunting season, maybe. They still got buffalo around here? Hey, how about it, McCluskey? Want to go shoot some buffalo? Tastes just like chicken.
Let's have a look. Nice and calm.
If it's the red team, I'm giving up. They can tag me POW, and I'll just sit out the rest of these war games. Getting hot as an oven inside this tank.
Why, I am surprised at you, McCluskey. The sergeant and me have had our eyes on you.
You have?
Sure, we were thinking of recommending you for OCS. Outside of the fact that you read a map upside down and you couldn't navigate a plow across a dance floor.
Sounded like those shots came from the other side of the draw.
Now, what was that?
I know what it was.
Somebody's playing games.
That's right, they're funning us. Can't you take a joke, McCluskey?
It was a signal. Just the way the Indians used to do it.
It's a hot June day in the present century. Or, if you prefer, another century altogether. Take your pick. The cast of characters in order of their appearance: a patrol of General Custer's cavalry and a patrol of modern-day National Guardsmen on training maneuvers. What neither group knows is that the past and present are about to collide head-on, as they are wont to do in a very special bivouac area known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Seventh, is made up of phantoms, starring Richard Grieco, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, if you ask me, it could have been a bird or something.
What about the rifle shots?
Listen up. I've been on a lot of these training missions, and sometimes the men get bored, so they play pranks on the other team. But we do our job, that's all. Now let's take a quick look over the rise, make sure everything's A-OK, and get back to base. Got it?
Got it, Sarge. Loud and clear.
I'll check it out.
Go ahead.
Well, how about that?
What do you see, McCluskey?
It's a wigwam. An honest-to-Pete wigwam.
1 million men in the National Guard, and it's just my luck to go riding around in a tank with the last of the red-hot Eagle Scouts. So it's a wigwam, McCluskey. What are you so happy about?
Well, it's real interesting, don't you think? Authentic and everything.
Well, why don't you take a look inside? Maybe there's a pretty little squaw in there waiting to be your fiancée.
Nope. Whatever was here cleaned it out. Don't you think that's kind of strange? Leaving a wigwam made out of real hides, sitting in the middle of nowhere?
Must have been some kind of youth camp or something. Either that or somebody's making a movie.
Out here, Sergeant? On Army training grounds?
That's a point. They never get a permit. Too dangerous. Besides, we'd have been informed.
Sure is interesting, though. Right there's a junction of the Bighorn and the Little Bighorn Rivers. Just a little ways from here is where Custer fought.
Custer who?
General Custer. Didn't you learn about it in school? This is where the 7th Cavalry fought the Sioux Indians.
What do you got there?
Looks like a canteen.
Let me see that.
Not one of ours.
Yeah, maybe there's booze inside. Hey, where'd you get this?
Right here on the ground.
Says 7th Cavalry. Printed right on it. How do you figure, Sarge?
Well, I figure it's in pretty good shape, considering it's been lying around here for 100 and some odd years. Must be a lot of ghosts running around a place like this.
Ghosts?
Either that or somebody planted it here. McCluskey's got one thing right, though. Somewhere along this river they fought quite a battle. George Custer and 200-odd men against a couple thousand Sioux.
Custer's last stand. Didn't you ever hear of it, Langsford?
I heard of it. Maybe next year a museum will send you guys out on an expedition and you can spend all your time picking up antiques. But right now I thought we were supposed to be a motorized patrol on war games. Me, I'd like to be reconnoitering in some small dark bar right about now. Or maybe the YWCA. Or in a pinch, I'd settle for a...
What was that?
The wind. That's what it was. The wind.
But the canteen and all. Don't you reckon we ought to go back and tell the command post?
Don't you want to wait for the Union cavalry, McCluskey? Now, what were you saying, Sarge? This is where they fought, huh? Round here?
Someplace around here. When I was a kid, I read everything that was ever written about it. Custer and the 7th were the advance guard for a general named Terry. The last thing anybody ever heard from him was that he was dividing his regiment into 3 parties. He was going to surround what he figured was a small group of Indians. There was a captain named Denton with 3 troops. Went off to the south. Major Reno went to the other side of the creek to follow an Indian trail. Custer was the center column. He rode right into them and got slaughtered.
1876. That was the year.
Right, 1876.
Somebody planted this canteen for a gag, then. It's not old. It's practically new. See for yourself. The water's still fresh. This whole thing's a gag. Either that or...
Come on, let's get out of here. I'm serious, you guys. Let's go back to the tank.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, Sergeant. I'm asking you, what was that? The wind again?
I don't know.
Yeah, sure, that's what it was, the wind.
There they are.
Finally.
What'd they do, go fishing?
Been working on their suntans.
Well, boys, never thought I'd be glad to see you again.
Hey, the captain's PO'd. You better get in a 10 on the double.
How come? I called in a position report.
Yeah, but that was a while ago.
Lieutenant, if you had seen what we saw...
Can it, McCluskey. I'll give my report directly to the captain.
Say, any of you good old boys got a cold one stashed around here?
Sergeant Connors reporting, sir.
You may enter, Sergeant.
Sir?
Nice of you to come back, Connors. Did you bring your tank with you?
Begging your pardon, sir?
You were gone so long, I figured you drove it to a used car lot and traded it for a convertible.
We got a little hung up by the riverbed.
Hung up? The blue team was north of us. You went south.
We had trouble with one of the drive tread chains. Corporal Langsford proceeded to repair it with the toolkit, at least temporarily.
Connors, for a guy with as much regular Army time as you've got, you played this one boneheaded from start to finish.
Sir, I can't explain.
Explain? If there was an umpire around, you'd have had your tank crossed off and your men. Missing in action, all three of you.
I'm sorry, sir. We heard some rifle fire. We went to check it out.
Rifle fire. According to the lieutenant, you were down by the Little Bighorn. That's 40 miles from tactical maneuvers where you were supposed to be. How could you hear arms fire?
We never found out where it came from, sir. Or who it came from.
Oh, that's rich. What was it, the Russians? Or the Chinese? I'll tell you what I think. I think you guys must have had a bottle in that tank.
Sir, I'm telling you.
See this map? Tomorrow, you'll take your tank, or rather, the United States government's tank, if you can find it, and you'll head up here to Rosebud Creek.
But, sir...
Follow the creek about 15 miles. We figure that by now the blue team has moved across to... What's the matter, Connors? You hungover?
Nothing like that, sir. It's just that Rosebud Creek. That's Custer's route.
What?
When he left Yellowstone River, he went with Major Reno. Reno found an Indian trail along Rosebud Creek.
Sergeant, let's synchronize, shall we? My watch says 2320 hours. My calendar says this century. If you have a thing about Indians, you got here a little late in the day.
We heard them, sir.
You heard what, exactly?
Indians, war cries.
Where? When?
This afternoon, sir, at the junction of the Bighorn and the Little Bighorn. I know it sounds crazy. We found a canteen with 7th Cavalry stenciled on it, and a wigwam close to the river.
A wigwam?
Teepee, whatever you want to call it, but it was there.
Are you bucking for a Section 8, Sergeant?
It was the same teepee that Reno's scouts found the night before the battle.
Mm-hmm. Reno's scouts, I see. Reno being...
Major Reno. When Custer split the force into 3 columns, he sent Reno's to the north.
All right, Connors, that'll do. Line up your patrol and move out at 0600 tomorrow morning. And if you meet any Indians at all, take a deep breath and count to 10. They're probably all college graduates out running tests on the soil.
Sergeant?
What?
You awake, sir?
Yeah, I'm awake. What's the matter?
Nothing, sir. I was just lying here thinking.
Thinking about what, McCluskey?
Well, sir, wouldn't you say it's strange?
The only thing that's strange around here is you. Now, will you knock it off so a fella can get himself a little shut-eye?
Langsford's right. We've got an early detail in the morning.
I know, Sergeant, but the teepee and that canteen and all...
Listen, kid, I'm asking you politely.
Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be a drag or nothing, but that sound we heard today, it could have been a signal, don't you think? Indians do that. I mean, they used to. They can imitate anything. Birds, animals... You could never even hear them creeping up on you. They could even shape change, according to some folks. And then there's the Little Bighorn, General Custer. I read one time that there's no such thing as a coincidence.
That's it. I'm moving my bedroll. Someplace where a man can get a night's sleep.
Will you guys pipe down over there?
Simmer down, Colonel. And you, Private, do me a favor. Put a cork in it.
All right, Sergeant Connors. I'll try. I just want to be responsible is all. It's like they said in training. If you see anything and don't report it...
Shh. Hear that?
Yes, sir. Night, sir.
Good night. What in the blue hell was that?
Where to now, sir?
We follow this trail.
How far? Till we get to frontier land?
About 2-3 more miles.
In other words, Reno's route.
Exactly. We're making good time. We should get there at roughly the same hours.
For Pete's sake, you still on that? Reno this and Bentine that, and Custer something else. Haven't you guys had it? You talked about it all night long. Now me, I was dreaming about a cute little private in a miniskirt. See, I was the drill instructor, and she had to give me 50 jumping jacks. Only she couldn't get it right. So I put my arms around her from behind, real official-like, just to show her how. Up, down, and I'm whispering in her ear the whole time, and she says to me, she says, "Why, Sergeant," I was a sergeant in the dream, "why, I think I got it." So I start to say, "You've got what?" But before I can get it out, McCluskey here wakes me up because he thinks he hears another hootie owl. I swear, if this kid wrecks my training sleep one more time...
Sergeant, look!
Where?
Over there, the top of the hill.
I don't...
The tall one, see? Smoke rising up in the sky, one puff at a time.
Oh, no.
I don't like the looks of that. I don't like it one bit.
Hold up now.
But, Corporal...
Use your head, boy. That smoke's coming from an incinerator, or it's somebody cooking a cheeseburger.
I don't think so.
Or maybe it's a bunch of Girl Scouts who don't dig Smokey the Bear. But if you don't straighten up, I will...
It figures.
What does?
It has to figure. Reno scouts found the teepee the night before the battle. The following morning, the column saw smoke signals in the sky.
That's right. You know your history.
Look, you two history fans are really starting to bug me.
And late that same morning, they got their first Indian.
Oh, man.
When the war party went by, one of the troopers shot the last rider.
Come on. Look, I like a good laugh, same as the next guy, but this is too much. This is really and truly too much.
It was for the 7th Cavalry, too.
Sure, next thing you'll be telling me is that up over the hill we're going to run into a war party of Sioux. And if that happens, Mrs. Langsford's little boy is going to report to sickbay and ask for a rubber room all for himself. Just remember, I can always make it a reservation for 3, if that's what you...
We have to arm ourselves.
Get back in the tank. What are you doing? There's nothing out there but a dust cloud.
Yes, but what's behind the dust? You hear it?
We're wasting time.
You stupid moron kid! Put that rifle down! What do you think you're shooting at?
Langsford, McCluskey, watch out!
Oh, my dear God.
You saw it. We all saw it.
Yeah, I sure did.
A horse without a saddle, an Indian pinto, and no rider.
That means I killed him. I killed him with my M1. Sergeant, I just fired blind toward that cloud of dust, but I didn't mean to...
That's enough. What were you saying, Langsford? You want to make a speech now? You got something to say, do you?
I got something to ask. Are we all out of our tree or what?
I don't know for sure, but I've got an idea.
We're listening.
See that ravine down there?
What about it?
It's all part of it. Somehow, someway, we're riding the same trail that Custer did. Figure it out. There was a teepee. When did we find it? Yesterday afternoon. Just like the scouts did. There was the smoke signals, just like Reno's column saw the next morning. Then McCluskey got himself an Indian, just like the day of the battle.
All right, let's say you're right. Let's say it's just like you say it is. We follow this trail just like they did.
Yes, Corporal, we follow it.
Well, what's the next thing that's supposed to happen?
We wind up at a massacre.
Hadn't we ought to go back to camp and warn them?
Warn who? It's not our men who'll be under attack. It's Old Yellowhairs.
Old Yellow?
General George Armstrong Custer.
And you mean to stop it?
I don't see that we have much choice. Stop it or join it.
Sure is hot.
Hotter out there.
What do you think happened to him?
Probably kicking back with a fishing pole.
I hear there's trout up here.
They gonna bring some back for us?
Miller,
Yes, Captain.
has Connors reported in?
Not yet, sir.
Get him.
I've already tried.
Try again.
Yes, sir. Bluebird 9, this is CP. Come in. Bluebird 9. No dice, sir.
Keep trying.
What if they're out of range?
Then they've disobeyed a direct order, and this time they won't get away with it.
Bluebird 9. Come on, guys.
This is Bluebird 9. Go ahead, CP.
They're acknowledging, sir.
Give me the microphone. Connors, this is the captain.
This is McCluskey, sir.
McCluskey, where...
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Private, do you think you might extend yourself enough to give me your position?
We're 4 miles down Rosebud Creek, about to cross over.
You're about to come back here double time. You're about to report to me personally, and you're about to do it inside of a half hour, or you'll be spending the next 3 national holidays in a guardhouse. Do you read me?
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir. Here's Sergeant Connors. Captain.
Connors, do I have to send a couple of MPs down there?
Captain, we're just a mile away.
Away from what?
From where Major Reno met the Sioux.
Listen to me, Connors. I'll give this to you just once. When these maneuvers are over, you can come out here on a vacation, dig up arrowheads, or anything you like, but right now, I want a government-issued tank back here at the command post and 3 National Guardsmen named Connors, McCluskey, and Langsford right alongside it. You've got 30 minutes to bring her back. Now acknowledge. Connors. Acknowledge. Connors.
He's broken off, sir.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Take a jeep and 3 men. See this line on the map? Follow the creek down here. I think this is the crossing he talked about. Just follow his tread marks and bring them back here.
What if he resists?
Resists?
They don't seem to want to come back.
Well, I'll tell you what to do in that case, Lieutenant. You do whatever it takes.
Sir?
First you apologize to them, and then you shoot each one of them in the leg, throw them in the jeep, and get them back here. Now, do you read me?
Yes, sir.
Hold it!
So this is what we've been busting our humps for, huh? A big fat nothing.
Nothing, all right.
Nothing and no one. But right down there is the spot.
Don't tell me.
Where Reno had his fight.
Well, all I can tell you guys is you'd better get a couple of cigar store Indians out here, and you better do it in a hurry. That is, if you want to make a good impression. Because I know a National Guard captain who's probably on his way over here right now with a great big net.
Where are they, Sergeant? How come we missed out?
Missed out? You want to know why we missed out? Let me explain it to you. We missed out because we're looking for dead cavalry, buried Indians in a battle that was over and done with before my great-grandpa was born. Now that's where we missed out. I got it all pegged, you know. I really do. The whole thing is strictly an illusion. One of them heat mirages. That's the straight goods. Out here with the sun beating down, we went and talked ourselves into it.
That's not it. That's not it at all, McCluskey.
What are you thinking, sir?
Do you remember what it was that Reno found before the battle?
I'm not sure.
He even sent a message back to Custer about it.
Sure, the village.
Village? What village? What do I have to do to level you guys off? Tie you to a tank or something?
Reno scouts found an Indian village. An hour after that, the whole troop went into action.
Oh, my aching back. I give up. I swear, I give up. This is where the men separate from the nutcases.
Where you going?
Back to the CP if I can find it. You guys keep playing your games, and I'll see if I can send back a padded ambulance. Arrivederci, y'all.
Should I stop him, Sarge?
We can't. He's the only one who's following orders. From now on, we're on our own. What is it?
You tell me.
That's it.
That's what? Would you mind telling me?
The village. That's the village.
6 more of your funny little teepees.
That's a mirage, isn't it, Langsford? Not really there?
Man, don't ask me anything. Now you got me seeing it. Don't ask me nothing.
Looks abandoned. I'll go down to scout it.
An hour ago, if you'd said that, I'd have died laughing.
And now?
You got your rifle?
Sure thing.
Then be careful.
Of course I will.
Well, what happens now? You read all the books. What's the next thing?
Beyond the village. That's where Benteen engages.
What about Custer?
He loses his right arm. As of the moment, Reno got cut off here. Custer's column was doomed.
This is wild. I swear, this is off the scale. Now, how in the... Well, how in... I mean, it's like chasing somebody that ain't even there and trying to catch up.
Well?
Connors. Langsford.
What'd you find?
I'm not sure. But if it's a mirage, this one goes all the way
What's the matter with you?
You all right?
I just saw the granddaddy of all mirages. I mean the mother of all... Hey, fellas?
You're white as a sheet.
That's 'cause this one's sticking in my back.
McCluskey!
Get the medical kit. I'll try to cut the arrow out.
Bluebird 9, this is CP. Come in. No good, Captain.
Then they're refusing to answer. Either that or they've vanished off the face of the earth.
Captain?
You'd better have something to tell me.
Yes, sir.
For starters, that they're just a few hundred yards behind you, right?
I wish I could say that.
Then you better tell me something, Lieutenant, and fast, like the whereabouts of an M4 tank.
We found the tank, sir.
Is it operational?
It appears to be.
Where are the men?
No sign of them.
What?
Only this note.
Let me see that. Crossing Rosebud Creek, trying to reach the cavalry. Pray we're not too late. What's the meaning of this?
I don't know, sir. We drove up and down the creek bank.
Is that true? This is all you found? No sign of them?
That's right, sir.
What about you?
There were tracks leading to the tank, but after that, it's hard to say. All I know is they weren't in it.
And you, Private, I want you to consider your words very carefully.
Yes, sir. The tank was empty, except for some of their gear.
Well, what are the rest of you grunts standing around for? Anybody need a work detail this morning? How about a recon march with full packs?
Just finishing up, sir.
Come on, guys.
What about their gear?
Most of it was still there, except for the rifles and the sidearms.
Great. That's just great. Now I've got 3 trigger-happy soldiers on the loose with live ammo.
Captain, I know Connors. He is strictly by the book.
Yes, but what book?
Langsford's regular army, and McCluskey, well, he's a good kid, just wants to put in his time and get back home. If they've gone off on their own, there must be a reason.
I don't get it. I swear I don't get it. What are they drinking out there? Or have they seen too many Western movies?
Sir, about the note, what does he mean when he says cavalry?
The 7th Cavalry.
But what's the 7th Cavalry?
A very hot outfit, headed up by a tiger named George Custer.
Custer? Wasn't he...
Don't ask me any more questions. I don't have the answers. But I'll tell you this. Those 3 guardsmen are going to go on active duty so fast it'll make their heads spin. If they ever get out of the stockade.
Not much farther now.
Come on. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, man. We got you, okay? Just hang on to my shoulder.
Where are we?
A few hundred feet away. They're right over the ridge.
Sarge, you hear it?
The wind, that's all.
Not that.
Sure we hear it. This time we all do.
Wait a minute. Listen.
That's them, Sarge. The 7th.
You think he's right?
We made it. We made it after all.
Almost. Don't count your chickens. Let's go.
Somebody give me my sword.
We don't have swords, McCluskey. We got U.S. government issue 45s. Put in a clip, work the slide, and she's ready to go. Here.
We've also got our M1s and the machine gun. Set it up.
With pleasure.
Can't stand up.
Just lay low. Keep pulling the trigger.
Look at Custer. He's surrounded. Gotta get down there.
Must be 1,000 Indians.
More than that, Colonel. More than that.
Well, shoot, I heard of worse odds than that. Haven't you, boys? Plus, we got our equalizers right here. We've come all this way. What do you say, Sergeant?
I say we do it.
Why not?
Let's go.
This is it, Captain. The last known location. What's that plaque for?
Read it, Lieutenant.
Custer Battlefield National Cemetery, honoring the memory of 261 men of the 7th Cavalry who lost their lives in battle. So this is the cavalry they were talking about.
It was. It's a national shrine now. They made it.
What's that, Captain?
Nothing.
No sign of them on either side of the creek, Captain.
What about the tank?
Up near the ridge where they left it.
but no sign of the men, no sign at all. Keep looking. Yes, sir.
Put them on report, Captain?
Put them on report.
Captain!
What is it?
A list of the men who died here, all the names engraved on the plaque. It looks like it's been here a long time, so then how?
How what?
I think you better take a look at this. Right here, in the middle of the list.
William Connors, Michael McCluskey, Richard Langsford.
Kind of a coincidence, don't you think?
Quite a coincidence.
But how?
Pity they couldn't have brought up the tank. That would have helped the odds. Wonder if the drive chain failed again.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Nothing, Lieutenant. I didn't say a thing. Not a blessed thing.
Sergeant William Connors, Trooper Michael McCluskey, and Trooper Richard Langsford, who, on a hot afternoon in June, made a brave but hopeless charge down a hill and never returned. Look for this one under P for Phantom in the pages of a historical ledger, filed in a reading room known as the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Seventh is made up of phantoms, starring Richard Grieco, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Craig Brawley, Jeff Lupetin, Christian Stolte, Kurt Nabig, Doug James, Roderick Peoples, Lynn Foley, Richard Shavsden, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Paul Patch, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Jungle, starring Ed Begley Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Alyssa Fraden, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, David Darlow, Ivan Vega, Joseph Minoso, Tim Rose, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
This is where the hotel will be built.
But I thought this is sacred ground.
It was. That's all been taken care of. Over there, a shopping center with restaurants.
A lot of jungle to be cleared.
Nothing but trees and vines. We may burn the rest of it. I haven't decided.
Hey, Mr. Richards.
Yes, Walt?
I just hit something.
What do you mean?
In the ground.
Now, let's have a look.
What is it, a boulder?
I don't think so.
Looks like a wooden chest of some kind.
Here, let me break it open.
Use the shovel.
What in the...
Oh, I know what it is.
So do I. More mumbo-jumbo. Get rid of it.
Yes, sir.
Not so fast, Alan. These are artifacts, hand-carved effigies.
Devil dolls. Strings of beads.
The museum will want to see them.
Nonsense. They're a dime a dozen. The natives think that if they bury them here, it'll stop the project. Well, it's not gonna work.
Just the same, they're sacred.
They're junk. Superstitious nonsense.
What do you want me to do, Mr. Richards?
Cover them with a bulldozer. We've got 5 acres to clear by sundown.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. We're not alone.
Bokwa? I told you to stay away from here.
Who is he?
The Kikuyu medicine man. A troublemaker.
Mr. Richards.
Listen, Bokwa. I've had it up to here with your voodoo.
You are the one who does not listen.
I've tried to explain. The government of this territory signed an agreement. Your tribe will be relocated.
Too late. You have killed us.
We haven't killed anyone. You have everything you asked for. Fertile land, goats, chickens.
Our land is here.
It was. By next year, 5,000 people will live in Mbara. There'll be new roads from the airfield. They'll bring money, old man. Money for everyone. For your tribe.
If your people come here, they will know what it is to die.
Hear me well, Bokwa. Right now, my company is sending a full construction crew. If you do anything to harm them...
What, Mr. Richards?
You'll be eliminated.
The bringer of death?
Bar is my dream. I've been planning it all my life. This will be the greatest development in East Africa, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
And what of our dream? What must we do? Wait while you make your city and others come? While Uchui does its work?
What are you talking about?
Uchui. It means magic.
Magic, huh? I have a permit to build on this land, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Keep your dolls and amulets off my property.
You will not find them all. Some are buried deep. They will join with the earth and rot, as your people will rot. Like this one.
Alan, that doll.
What about it?
The long hair, it looks like Doris.
Your woman.
How do you know what my wife looks like?
In our dream, Mr. Richards. In our dream.
Get out of here, now. And if any harm comes to my wife, I swear I'll kill you.
Easy, Alan.
Goodbye.
Do you understand? I'll kill you!
Mr. Alan Richards, from the engineering firm of Richards & Cooper, who hates with all his heart something in which he does not believe. Add a few buried dolls, strands of human hair, a handful of glass beads and native charms, and you have the ingredients of fear, the kind of fear that quickly turns to terror. Soon, Mr. Richards will make the long journey back to civilization and a high-rise apartment building in New York City. But his trip has just begun. Although he doesn't know it, he's about to take an even longer trip, the longest one of his life. It will lead him from the Upper West Side across Central Park and directly through the heart of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Jungle, starring Ed Begley Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Oh, great. Doris?
Yes, dear.
Where are my cufflinks?
In the jewelry box on the dresser.
Ah, I've got it.
What?
I say I've got it. What's this?
Find them?
Yes. Doris?
Then everything's all right. Oh, you look great. Very handsome.
Thank you. Doris? What's this?
What's what?
A little cloth pouch. I found it in the jewelry box.
Oh, that.
Did you get it in Africa?
I don't remember.
Well, let's open it. See if that refreshes your memory.
Alan, please.
Polished stones, bits of glass. What's this? A bit of fur.
A lion's pelt, just a tiny piece.
And the straw?
It's from a swallow's nest.
Oh, for the love of...
Well, what about it?
You tell me.
There's nothing to tell. I decided to bring back some souvenirs.
That's all these are to you? Souvenirs?
Of course.
Even this one?
What?
For God's sake, Doris, it's a preserved human finger.
It's supposed to bring good luck.
I won't have this garbage in my house.
Alan, they're only mementos of our trip.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Good. Then you won't mind if I dispose of them in the fireplace.
Alan, don't!
Why not?
It's a capitu. You mustn't.
Why not?
Forget it. You wouldn't understand.
Are there any more souvenirs?
No.
Doris, listen to me. We aren't in Africa now. We're in New York. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Please. I don't want to talk about it.
This sort of thing is for weak people. Ignorant, uncivilized people who don't know any better. Not for you. Not for me.
All right.
You're not listening. We have done nothing wrong, and we have nothing to fear. Least of all from a bunch of witch doctors 5,000 miles away.
You think I'm afraid of witch doctors?
What else do you expect me to think?
No, Alan, no. It's not that.
Then what? What is it you're afraid of?
Africa. The land itself. You remember what the old shaman said? A long time ago, when the men started drilling and clearing.
Who, Bokawa? That shriveled-up faker?
He said we were wounding the land, hurting it, making it bleed. He said the land would make us pay.
Doris, we left Africa weeks ago.
Did we? I wonder. Sometimes at night, I feel it all around me, closing in, like a great dark animal. Alan, please, tell them not to build there. Tell them it won't work, please. There's still time. You can stop them.
Is that it?
Do you have to go?
You're welcome to go with me. There's a dinner before the meeting with International Development. Do you good to get out.
I don't feel well.
Then call a doctor, and don't put any more logs on the fire. This place is hot as a compost heap.
I need it this way. I'm cold all the time.
I'll try to be back early.
You'll never be back.
What?
Alan, do you hear it?
I hear a lot of gibberish.
Alan, don't go.
Good night.
Don't. I'm begging you.
Good Lord.
What is it?
See for yourself. It appears to be the carcass of a dead animal of some kind.
It's a goat.
The throat has been slashed, as if by some kind of claws. Blood all over the hall carpet. Call security.
I knew it.
Knew what?
The shaman was right.
Someone's playing a joke on us. A horrible, tasteless joke. How did it get up here? How could it? It's 7 floors to the street. There's a guard in the lobby. Pass keys.
Oh, Alan. Alan. Now do you believe?
So, to sum up, the site is clear. Drainage and leveling have already begun, along with preliminary work on the diversion of the river.
Then it's behind schedule.
Not seriously.
What about the cost?
We'll have to add an estimated 3 to 6 months for completion, but the cost shouldn't vary by more than a few $100,000, at most.
You recommend that we dispatch a full crew, Richards?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I recommend.
And your partner, Mr. Cooper, what do you say?
I concur, Mr. Templeton.
In short, we've done what we said we'd do. Allowing for delay because of weather, we're on track. Mission accomplished, or very nearly.
Hear, hear.
Well done, gentlemen.
A few questions first, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
Of course, sir.
I'm sure you've considered this aspect carefully, but for my own curiosity, what about the native population?
What about them, sir?
Environmental impact, relocation, that sort of thing. How are they reacting?
To be perfectly frank, not as well as I'd hoped, but better than I'd feared. The Kikuyus have a violent tradition, Mr. Templeton. They resent the loss of their village. They resent the project, even though they're going to benefit from it eventually. Point of fact, they resent us. But I doubt that they'll cause any serious trouble, except for Ukawi.
What?
Magic, a kind of witchcraft.
You see, a number of the shamans have decided to put a curse on everyone connected with this enterprise, effective upon the decision to go ahead with the project, that is.
What sort of curse, Richards?
The evil eye.
The usual. Slow and painful death. I assure you, gentlemen, There isn't anything the least bit funny about Ukawi.
You're not serious.
I am, because I've seen it work. I've seen healthy men sicken and die within 10 minutes of the time set by the witch doctors who cursed them.
Of course, not in this case.
Well, then where?
Well, I included a section about it in our background report, but for our men, there have been only the normal intestinal infections, that sort of thing.
Then why bring it up?
Healthy men and women who weren't touched or poisoned or harmed in any way, who just died.
I'll leave copies of our report for everyone.
Then, you mean to say you believe in it?
No, Mr. Sinclair. But they did, and their belief made it real.
An important distinction.
I simply can't imagine that anyone in this day and age would go in for magic.
Oh, you can't? Well, as it happens, Mr. Sinclair, several million people go in for magic. And they're not all in Africa either. Some of them are right here in this room.
Come now, Richards. Don't talk rubbish.
We better be going now.
What's that on your keychain, Mr. Sinclair?
Why,
On the table with your keys. A rabbit's foot, isn't it?
Yes, but I don't see...
Why do you carry it?
My daughter gave it to me. Now, see here.
Is it for luck?
Yes, I suppose so, but I don't see what that has to do with magic.
Mr. Sinclair carries around the severed foot of a dead animal in the hope that it will bring him good fortune. And he doesn't see what that has to do with magic.
Well, Sinclair, he has a point.
Mr. Hardy's amused, although it's a known fact that he's practiced witchcraft for years.
What?
Or have you finally given up astrology? A sophisticated man with an educated mind who reads his horoscope every day and allows the stars to run his life.
And a fair job they've done so far, young man.
That, Mr. Hardy, is exactly what a Kikuyu witch doctor said to me when I suggested that panther bones could not foretell the future.
He's got you there.
Oh, you needn't smile, Mr. Templeton. I've seen you knock on wood more than once. And you, Fielding.
Don't try to pull me into this.
How long has it been since you walked under a ladder? And the rest of you, do you cross your fingers? Throw salt over your shoulder? Worry when a black cat walks in front of you?
All right, Mr. Richards. I think you've made your point.
Think of it. A multi-billion-dollar corporation run by witches and warlocks in a 40-story building that doesn't even have a 13th floor.
Mr. Richards.
Sorry. All of you. Please. Mr. Cooper and I will be leaving now.
Well, gentlemen, what do you think?
Well, he's quite competent as a project manager.
Yes, it's true.
I'd say he may have left the jungle behind, but the jungle hasn't left him.
Well, I guess I blew it.
Not necessarily.
Oh, come on, Chad.
Oh, I'm serious. They're not about to cancel the project at this point. They can't with the figures we gave them.
I wish I hadn't shot off my mouth like that.
All right, I'll bite. Why did you?
That's just it. I don't know.
You sure about that?
Why wouldn't I be?
I couldn't say, but it wasn't like you. Something's happened. Hasn't it?
Maybe I'll tell you about it sometime.
And tell me now. I'm not going anywhere.
You're not?
Let's stop off for a drink.
I better get home.
You don't sound like you're looking forward to it.
I'm not, I guess.
Trouble?
Oh, it's not her fault. But something funny did happen tonight.
Funny haha or funny peculiar? You don't have to answer.
It's not what you think.
I don't think anything. Come on, here's Riley's. We'll have a beer. Help you sleep. Besides, I want to hear it. Whatever it is.
All right, but just one.
Well?
Well, what?
Are you coming?
Yeah, sure. I just thought I heard something.
So did I. That cab better get a new fan belt. Sounds like fingernails on a blackboard.
Yeah, that must have been it.
Here you go. 2 drafts.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Riley.
No problem. Don't drink both of them now.
What?
Your partner, what's his name?
Chad.
Nature calls, huh? Been gone a while.
He had to phone somebody.
Huh. Okay, Mr. Richards. Enjoy.
Well, I got through to Sinclair.
What's that?
Sinclair, on the phone.
You did?
Hey, just got home. Says they voted to go ahead with the project.
I see.
You almost sound disappointed.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Hey, this is me, remember? Your body's here, but your head is somewhere else. You look like you're a million miles away.
Only a few thousand. Sorry, Chad.
So am I. You want to talk about it?
I seem to have done enough of that already. So I'm surprised the project's still on after Outburst?
You've been under a lot of pressure. They understand.
I wish I did.
What happened anyway?
It's hard to explain.
It's about Doris, isn't it?
Why do you say that?
Well, I talked to her yesterday when you were out.
You did?
She sounded bad.
She hasn't been feeling well.
When did it start?
About 3 months ago in Africa. At least that's when I first noticed it.
I guess it's time to define it.
I don't know if I can. She found a swallow's nest outside our tent one morning. Usual Mganga sign. I didn't think anything about it then. That afternoon I had an accident in the Land Rover. Nothing serious, but that's all it was. An accident.
Only she didn't think so.
Right. And then there wasn't any such thing as an accident, as far as she was concerned. Every time I ran a fever or stubbed my toe, it had to be magic. Witchcraft.
Like the crew, the skin infection. What do they call it? Jungle rot.
A tropical infection, that was all. But not according to Doris. All that mumbo-jumbo got to her. I thought it would wear off by the time we got back, but it didn't. She actually believed in those little dolls, with the pieces of hair, the fingernail clippings.
But you didn't.
Of course not.
What happened to change your mind?
Tonight, before I left for the meeting. Chad, tell me something. If you wanted to get a hold of a dead goat...
A what?
On short notice, in New York City, where would you go?
To a psychiatrist.
I'm serious.
So am I. You want a dead goat?
No.
Then what?
Never mind. It isn't important.
I'd say it is. A question like that out of left field?
Let it go, I said.
Take it easy, buddy. We're only talking here. Strictly theoretical, I'm sure.
Drop it.
Hey, careful!
Sorry.
It's all right. It's only beer. I'll get some napkins.
Use my handkerchief.
What's this?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. It looks like a tooth of some kind.
It's a capitu, a protective amulet.
And you've been carrying it around in your pocket.
It was Doris's idea. A lion's tooth. I guess that means I'm protected from lions.
In the city? Lions? Oh, yeah. Well, you have to admit it's kept them away so far.
I'm sure that's the way Doris looks at it.
Why lions in particular?
Because they symbolize the country.
And the whole country's out to get you? Not just a few witch doctors?
Close. You see, Doris isn't afraid of the witch doctors. She's got it all worked out in her mind. She thinks Africa itself is out to get us.
The entire Dark Continent, because of a little development work.
They told us that the country was a living thing. That when I sank the drills and diverted the river, I wounded the land. And that the land would hunt me down. Or its spirit would. Unless I turned in a negative report and kept the others away. Then maybe I'd be forgiven.
I was right there beside you over there.
But I was in charge. The head criminal, so to speak.
And you've been carrying that on your shoulders all this time.
Oh, I didn't take it seriously. Even if I am the responsible party.
What are you going to do?
About Doris? I don't know.
She's sick, isn't she? With delusions. You must realize that.
Of course, but so are half the people in this city. Maybe more. The president of International Development carries a rabbit's foot. My wife carries a little bag full of nail clippings and amulets. And I've got a lion's tooth in my pocket. It's all the same thing. All the same rotten disease, eating away the strength, the will, the very soul.
Hey!
What?
Alan, I'd take it easy if I were you. A person doesn't get this steamed up over something if he doesn't believe in it.
What are you getting at?
Nothing, just a piece of friendly advice. Germs aren't the only thing that's catching. Depression, obsession, they can rub off on you too if you let them. Come on, drink up. I'll get us 2 more.
What time is it?
Doris will be worried.
I'll call her.
Sounds like a plan. Hey, Riley?
Yeah, Mr. Cooper.
Another round over here, please.
You got it.
Be right back.
Hello?
Honey?
Where are you?
We just got out of the meeting.
At this hour?
The dinner ran long. I'm with Chad. Was everything taken care of?
Security took the carcass away. They had to call animal control. Then they scrubbed the floor outside our door, but the blood wouldn't come out. They're going to recarpet in the morning.
Good. Doris, how you feeling?
Oh, just dandy. How do you think I feel? A sacrifice on our doorstep.
Take a sleeping pill.
I took one.
Then take another one. I'll call the doctor tomorrow.
He can't help. It's not a question of nerves anymore. It's bigger than that, can't you see?
Be home as soon as I can. Chad? Chad?
Something the matter, Mr. Richards?
What happened to Mr. Cooper?
Who?
The man I came in with. Where is he? Where did he go?
Mr. Cooper? Oh, right over there in the corner. Oh, here he comes.
I didn't see you. For a minute there.
I thought I put a quarter in the jukebox for you.
Very funny.
Like it?
Lay off.
I thought you had a sense of humor.
You don't know what you're dealing with here.
Then why don't you explain it to me?
I've done that.
Oh, come on, Alan. All I've heard about is voodoo and witchcraft and magic. I don't know what. Doris is depressed. You are too. You should both be going to a shrink if that's all it is. Look, we've got a lot riding on this contract. Everything, in fact. If you can't handle it, take some time off. Get your head together.
I can handle it. I'm not so sure you could.
Yeah, right.
Closing time, fellas. Last call.
Let's get out of here.
That late already?
That late.
Thanks, Riley.
Don't mention it. See you again.
Count on it. Come on.
I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Yeah, you forgot to go to bed. You okay to drive?
I'm fine.
Look, if Doris gives you any trouble, blame me. I'll back you up.
Sure.
Now, give her a few more weeks in the big city. She'll come around. And when she does, you'll snap out of it, too.
I hope so.
As for yourself, get some sleep before the sun comes up. Make a new man of you.
Ever watched the sunrise in Africa?
Yeah. So?
The sky is like a bowl of ink. Then all of a sudden somebody pours a little milk into it, right at the horizon. It begins to spread and you can see for miles. Every detail. Trees, rocks, and any animals that might be in there. Waiting. But just before that, black as the space under the bed when you turn the lights out.
Alan, old buddy. Hey, you ought to be a poet instead of an engineer. You got your keys?
Got 'em.
Okay, then. My car's across the street. Say goodnight, Alan.
Good night, Alan.
Look, I'll call you in the morning. And drive carefully now. Don't let the pussycats bite.
You too. Oh, great. Chad? The lion's tooth. Hey! Hey, Riley, open up! It's Alan Richards. I left something on the table. Riley! Riley! My car won't start. At least call me a cab, will ya? Who's there? Hello? Is someone following me? Show yourself. Just a cat. A cat, that's all. Where's a payphone? There. Knew I'd find one. What's the matter with this thing? Out of order. Of all the times. What? Yes? Hello? Hello, is anybody? No. Hey, cab! Over here! It's okay. Nothing to worry about. Just keep walking. All the way home. Have to get across the park first. That's all. No big deal. Hold on. Take it slow. You'll make it. Been through the park 100 times. During the day. So what? Stay in the path. Nice and easy does it. Okay. Here goes. It's gotta be my imagination.
Hey, buddy. Need a cab?
What? Oh. Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
Well, come on then. I ain't got all night.
Thanks.
Pretty late to be walking.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. My car wouldn't start.
Where to?
Schuyler House. You know what that is?
Sure do. East side.
That's right. Just around the park.
Should have called AAA.
What?
The Auto Club. They'll get you going.
I know, I tried to. Couldn't find a phone that works.
I hear that. You know, this town, it's full of animals. They wreck everything. They do it on purpose. They break things, they write graffiti all over the place.
Just get me home, please. I'll take care of it in the morning.
You got it. Won't be long now.
What's that?
Till morning. A couple more hours, it'll be daylight.
I must have lost track. If you could step on it, please.
Well, I gotta wait for the light. If I run a red light, it's a big fine. There's cops all over.
Are there? I didn't see any.
That's because they're never around when you need them.
Driver? You can go now. The light screen. It's just on the other side of the park. Driver? You hear me? The light screen. What's wrong with you? He isn't breathing. Help me! Somebody call an ambulance! Call the police! This cab driver is dead! Not far now. Across the park. Just let me catch my breath. Who's there? Stay where you are.
Spare change?
Oh, I thought you were...
Who?
I don't know.
Excuse me, mister, but I ain't had nothing to eat for 2 days. Sure appreciate it if you could help me out.
I don't have any change. Here's a 5.
God bless you, mister.
Wait, that sound. Where's it coming from?
What sound?
The drums.
I don't hear no drums.
Do you mean to tell me you don't hear that?
Well, my ears, you know, they ain't so good.
How would you like to make some more money?
Doing what?
I'm trying to get home. I live just beyond the other side of the park. If you walk with me, I'll pay you $10.
All I have to do is walk?
Help me find my way in the dark. Make it 20.
I don't know.
Please. I just have to stay on the path.
You're on your own, pal. I ain't into weirdos.
Come back. I'll make it $20. 50! There. The other side. Gotta keep moving. A street lamp. I can see the building. Help! Help! Let me in! Let me in!
Mr. Richards?
The door. It was locked.
No, it wasn't. I mean, I thought I left it open.
I just need to get to my apartment.
Sure. Pretty late tonight, huh, Mr. Richards?
Pretty late.
You okay?
I am now.
I'll get the elevator for you.
My wife. She didn't go out, did she?
No, sir. Not all night.
Good. Thanks, Randy.
Take it easy, sir.
Don't know what's wrong with me. So tired. Need to sleep. Doris? Let her sleep. That's better. What? Doris? Doris, are you up? I didn't mean to wake you. Do you mind if I turn on the bedroom light? Just for a moment? What's wrong with the bed? Doris, is that you? What? No. Get back. Get... Ah!
It has been said that love is the greatest emotion. and the most creative. But hate, if it is strong enough, can create as well, and destroy. Alan Richards had only a moment to understand this, a brief flash of insight. But it came too late, for someone who, like most of us, has never seen a lion feeding. Unfortunately, to his great sorrow, it's a warning he will not be able to pass on to anyone else, either in or out of the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Joey Crown.
Who?
Joey Crown. I called before.
Can you speak up, sir?
I called a couple of times and I left a message.
Do you have a reservation?
Me? No, not exactly. I mean, this is Joey Crown, the trumpet player.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Did Baron get my message?
I don't know about any message. The band's on now.
I can hear that. Boy, can I...
And the second set is at 10:30. Do you want a table?
I don't need a table. Tell Baron I'll fall by if I can. You know how it is. I got a gig all the way across town.
How do you spell your name?
Just tell Baron that Joey Crown's coming, okay, sweets? Man, oh man. Just wait till he sees me. Hey, Bobby, what's happening?
Name?
You know me. It's... Wait a minute. Who are you?
You have a reservation.
Hey, pal. We've been waiting for a half hour.
You got in line.
How you doing? Sorry, folks, but I'm supposed to be inside.
Hold on, I gotta check the list.
I'm not on the list. See, I got a gig here tonight.
Oh, you're in the band.
Well, not in it exactly. Baron knows I'm coming. He'll let me sit in, I'm sure of it.
First show's sold out. If you want to put your name down for 10:30...
Just tell Baron, all right? He'll comp me.
Hey, fella.
Hang on. There's been a little misunderstanding.
No, I mean, I know you.
You do?
Didn't you used to be Joey Crown?
Used to be? What do you mean, used to be?
Crown. Sorry, man. You're not on the comp list. If you want to wait in line...
Hey, hold on. See this? It's a trumpet case. I'm not some piker. I played with Baron lots of times. I used to work the page tree and the gate. What's the matter? Don't you believe me? Ask Artie. He owns the joint.
Meet Joey Crown, a man who made music, or used to. A little man with a funny rubber face whose life is a quest for decent billing and other impossible things, like flowers in concrete or trying to pluck a note of music out of the air and put it under glass to treasure. Because it is a treasure to him, and if the truth be told, to a lot of people who heard him play when he was hot, when he could take a tune and turn it inside out with a dented, beat-up golden horn. His solos were the stuff legends are made of, until he took a turn for the worse. For a while now, the only notes to come out of his trumpet have been, well, slightly sour and off-key. Joey Crown, who in just a moment will decide to leave the earth for a steady gig in another kind of club, one located in an out-of-the-way place we call the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, A Passage for Trumpet, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
You could take 5 out here if you want, Mr. Barron.
Oh, sure thing, Artie.
You guys just played a smoking set.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
I came in early on the bridge.
You did all the changes.
Nice set, boys.
Was it okay?
I couldn't tell.
That sounded good to me, just the way I like it.
Sure was. Man, you guys know how to swing.
Who's that?
Too dark to see.
I think it's...
Hey, Joey.
What do you say, Baron?
What are you doing here?
Well, what do you think? I brought my axe.
What for?
I thought you might need somebody with a horn.
I already got my sidemen, Joey.
Sure you do. But I was thinking I could sit in, for the second set.
Not tonight.
Just a few choruses.
Maybe some other time.
Why not? You know how good I can play.
Easy, Joey.
But why?
The last time you played trumpet for me, you lost it up.
I did?
I had to share you with a bottle.
Bottle? Me? Oh, you get the wrong guy.
You and that horn don't belong together on the same stage anymore.
You mean 6-7 months ago? That was just a bad night. I forgot what it tastes like. I'm on the wagon now. Way up.
That right, Joey.
Who's your brass section?
Right here. Meet my new trumpet player.
Yeah? That was him?
Yeah, that was me.
Don't get me wrong. He sounded great in there. Really cooking. But what do you think I am, some kind of a lush? Listen, Baron, I know what that stuff does to me. I ain't an old man yet. Me and my horn got a lot of years left. I could be a #1 boy again. Club dates, sessions, the whole bit.
Hey, take it easy.
What do you think I'm gonna do? Chuck it all away on some bum habit? Be serious. Listen, man, this is one mellow horn, and I got sweet music in me. A whole lot of it. You know yourself, when I open that case and pick that thing up and blow, I can make 'em cry.
That you can, Joey. I remember.
So what's the big deal? I can come in behind your man on the bridge. Then I sit out while he takes his solo. Then we trade choruses and I...
You dropped something, Joey?
That's not mine, honest. I never saw it before.
It was in your coat pocket. I saw it the minute you walked up. Come on, boys. Let's go back in.
No, you come on, Baron. What are you trying to do to me? All I need's a chance.
Okay, it's showtime.
Go on. I'll be right there.
All I need's a chance. One shot.
That's what you need, all right. A shot. Better make it a double.
That's not what I mean.
Oh, don't worry about the mess, Joey. Somebody will clean it up for you. They always do.
I'm sorry, Baron, but if you knew what it's been like to...
One thing I don't know. When a guy has so many friends, why would he hang out with his worst enemy?
All right. I get it. I shouldn't have come here.
We've been doing all right at the club. Sold out most every night. So let me lay some green on you. Your share. For old time's sake.
Keep your money.
Hey, for old times. Come on, man, when you had the magic. Remember? Harry James, and Max Kaminsky, and Berrigan, and Butterfield, and Diz, and Miles. Man, you had a little bit of all of them. And you traded it for some bad booze. Well, you got took. That was no kind of a deal. You got the crummy end of the stick.
I don't want your charity, okay?
I got one question for you, Joey. Why'd you throw it all away?
Maybe because I'm sad all the time. Because I'm nothing anymore, and I know it. Because from now on, I'll live and die in a crummy one-roomer with dirty walls and cracked pipes. I'll never have a girl because I'm an ugly little gnome. I'll never be anybody again because half of me is that horn. I can't even talk to people without it. That's my language.
Go easy on yourself, Joey.
Oh, but when I'm high, Baron, when I'm high, I can't see how dirty the walls are. I don't see the cracked pipes. I don't even know the clock's running. That the hours are going by. Then I'm Gabriel. I'm Gabriel with the golden horn. And when I put it to my mouth and blow, it comes out jewels. It comes out a symphony. It comes out the smell of flowers and summer nights. It comes out beauty. When I'm drunk, Baron. Only when I'm drunk.
Take care of yourself, son.
Oh, man. I got so much misery. I got so much sadness. I'm nothing. I'm just plain ordinary nothing. Oh, I'm so tired of hanging out. Smell that good old polluted city air. All right, Joey. It's showtime. Here, I gotta write this in the blues, all right?
Don't stop.
Who are you?
Please, play some more.
What are you doing up here on the roof?
Well, I suppose I could ask the same of you. I wanted to be by myself.
Don't you know it's the middle of the night?
Yes.
Couldn't sleep either, huh?
Would you please play a bit more?
I can't play.
Why do you say that? I thought it sounded beautiful.
What do you know?
Well, I don't know much about music, I admit. But it had so much feeling. You have a gift.
Once upon a time, maybe, but that was a long time ago. Use it or lose it, right?
What?
You wanna... No, of course you don't. You look like a nice girl. A real nice girl.
You haven't answered my question.
What is this, a quiz show?
Why can't you play?
I just can't. Got it?
Is it because that bottle's empty?
Not yet, it's not. You want to know why? Okay. The reason I can't blow that horn anymore is that too much of me is in there. Too much of Joey Crown.
Is that your name?
It was.
Oh, it's a nice name. I like the sound of it.
You don't know who I am either, do you? You don't know anything.
I'm sorry, I just like the way you play.
Well, I had played my last note. Yes, ma'am. My very last note. No more.
Well, I think that's what's sad.
Then I'm sorry. I'll just have to disappoint you. It's been very nice making your acquaintance. You look like a nice person. A very sweet person.
Thank you.
You're new here. You come out from Iowa or Cincinnati or someplace like that, and you don't know anybody. I could have shown you around. I could have taken you places where they play some nice jazz, you know? All we'd have to do is ride the subway down to the village, walk around. There's places everywhere. On every street almost. There was a time when you could have heard me play. Now, it's too late, so go home, lady. Go back to where you came from. Because you'll never make it here. This town's too tough for people like you. Go on.
It's been nice talking to you.
Yeah, it's been a ball. Now do me a favor. Get lost. Way to go, Joey. Every time something nice happens, you go and wreck it. What's the matter with you? You're stupid, Joey. Stupid. You know something? This town's too tough for me, too. So wake up. Time for something else, Joey. Anything. Time to get out. Or die. Oh. Wait a minute. The heck is that? Nobody ever played that good, not even Joey Crown. Nobody on this earth. Hi, Ned. How's it going?
Back again.
I need some cash.
You and me both. Look, Joey, I can't keep loaning you money on that beat-up old trumpet.
What do you mean? You know this horn. It's got a tone you wouldn't believe.
That's the trouble. They all sound great when somebody's playing them. Look around. I got enough instruments to equip Sousa's band. I need another bugle like I need my taxes raised.
But this horn's been around. It's got character. I played it at Newport. I played it on so many sessions you couldn't count them all. Go over there and flip through those records in a box. I bet you got 20, 30 albums I'm on. You name it, this is the horn, the same one.
Trumpet is a trumpet, Joey. It's the man who plays it. That's what counts. Otherwise, it's just a pile of brass. $20.
What? You gave me 40 last time.
Like you said, it's been around. The case has got dents in it.
Listen, Ned, I'm serious.
So am I.
What I need is enough to get a bus ticket out of the Port Authority.
Taking a little vacation, huh? Atlantic City?
At this time, I'm leaving for good. $20 won't get me out of Jersey.
Then you're not coming back.
Not in your life. This is the new Joey Crown. I'm turning over a new leaf.
If you're selling, 25. That's my best offer. Take it or leave it.
Okay. 25.
All right. Sign here.
Just think, Ned. After today, you won't have Joey Crown to kick around anymore. This is the last time you'll see my ugly mug in here. You can count on that. Now hurry up before I change my mind.
You want to kiss it goodbye?
I already did that.
Changing jobs, huh?
Yeah. I'm going to start a new career. Digging ditches.
So you don't need it anymore?
That's right. Like I don't need lungs. See you in the funny papers.
Then if you're sure...
I'm sure.
I'll go ahead and put it in the window.
Wait a minute. You put a sign on it. $75.
Nothing personal, Joey. Business is business. A man's got to make a profit these days.
Sure, but you only gave me a third of that.
Guys like you just don't get it. I mean, what's money to somebody who plays jazz all night? Sleep until noon. What kind of responsibilities you got? Nothing, right? Not a thing.
Yeah, nothing. A big fat zero.
Hey, mister, watch where you're going.
Get out of my way.
Hey, don't cross the street like that.
Mind your business.
Hey, buddy, get out of the way!
Leave me alone!
Watch out!
You think I care?
You're gonna get killed! Oh my gosh!
He just walked right out in traffic.
Like he could care less.
Somebody call an ambulance.
What?
Stand back, folks. The paramedics are on their way.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, officer. I don't know what happened, but I can assure you I'm not what you'd call drunk.
He's not breathing.
Give the policeman room.
No rush on that ambulance. He's gone.
What are you talking about? I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. There was this big truck that went by, and man, let me tell you, it gave me a kiss. I don't see it now, but I'm not drunk. You can ask Officer Flaherty. This is his beat, and he'll vouch for me. I'm not the kind of guy who goes around walking on red lights.
Okay, folks, party's over.
What is going on? I'm okay, I tell you. Something like that, it shakes a guy up. I need a smoke. Hey, man, you got a match? What's the matter, you can't hear me? I'm not a bum. I just want a light, that's all. Excuse me, buddy. You wouldn't happen to have a light, would you? Hey, fella, do you have a... Some town, all right. Real friendly. I gotta sit down someplace.
Step right in, folks. First show starts in 10 minutes.
Hey, Mac. What's playing at the Bijou today? Anything good?
Tickets, please.
I asked you a question. What's the movie?
Everybody inside. Snack bar straight ahead, seating to the left and right.
Okay, I'm buying a ticket, see? I'm no freeloader. You want to sell me a ticket, miss? I got money. Hey, where's the girl that always works here? I gotta tell Gracie what happened to me. I just tangled with a Mack truck, and the next thing I knew...
Yeah, 2 tickets, please.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
What, am I invisible? You don't want to sell me a ticket? Why not? My money's as good as the next guy's. If you don't want to sell me one, then I'll just go see the manager. What do you think of that? Where's Vincent? He's an old friend of mine. Vince? Where are you? Anybody? That's what's wrong with this town. Nobody's got manners anymore. You'd think I was someplace that nobody ever heard of, like I'm some kind of untouchable. I mean, at least when you talk to people, they could say a couple of words when you ask them for a match or a ticket or something. What's the name of this flick anyway? Really Scary Stories. Looks like a winner. What is this, a horror movie? No thanks, I gotta get out of here. Excuse me, if you could move your feet a little. Sorry, I didn't mean to step right through your leg. Hey, what's going on? Where is everybody? You, behind the counter, can't you hear me? Are you deaf? Those people in there, they couldn't see me, feel me. I stepped right on one guy's toe. Pinch me, I'm real, ain't I? Wait a minute, is somebody pulling a gag? Vince trying to shake me up? Well, now look, miss, is somebody trying to... Look at me! Right behind you in the mirror. Where's my reflection? I can't even see myself. So, I'm dead. Can you beat that? I'm DOA. Just plain old deceased.
2 margaritas, Nick.
Coming right up.
And another round for table number 2.
You got it.
Could you pour one for me while you're at it? Guess not. How does that go? Water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink. You get it, don't you? I'm a ghost, see? That truck must have done it after all. Understand? I'm haunting you. Ain't that something? At last, for the first time in the short, miserable life of Joey Crown, he was finally successful at something.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. D?
Yeah, how about a Manhattan transfer? No ice.
You got it.
Nick, huh? Charlie must be off. Of course, if he was here, he couldn't hear me either. None of you can hear me. And nobody can see me. I used to come in here a lot. I don't recognize any of you people. And you wouldn't have noticed me. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy anybody'd notice. Guess I'm kind of like a little blob or something. But Charlie used to give me a little drink now and then on the house. He was a real nice guy. You know what he did one time? You know what he did? He went out and got an old Buddy Rich record from way back when I was playing with him. And on the record, there's this long solo with me on the horn. And Charlie goes and orders it like a big surprise for me and puts it on the jukebox. Oh, would you believe it? Nice thing for old Charlie to do. When I was still alive.
Thanks, Nick.
My pleasure, Dollface.
Funny thing, though. I mean, if this is it, what happens next? I just go walking from place to place till it gets dark? You know, this could wear a guy down. I mean, nobody to talk to, nobody to listen to, not even a horn to play. Not anymore. Oh, excuse me. Am I in your way? Not that you care, huh? You can walk right through me, because I'm just a ghost. Plain old nothing little man and a plain old nothing little ghost. Hey, it's that trumpet player I heard. The same one. real good.
Thanks.
I mean it. The tone's so clean and pure. You got some chops. Who's Baron?
Oh, he took the night off.
I see. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
You said thanks.
That's right.
Then, I can't believe this. You can hear me?
Sure I can, Joey. I hear you just fine.
You really hear me?
I hear you.
You see me?
Very clearly.
Ah, I get it. Are you a ghost too?
Not really.
I am. I stepped in front of a large vehicle this morning.
Is that right?
It ain't good for the health, believe me.
I'll bet it's not.
Say, if you don't mind my asking, who have you played with before?
Before what?
Before now. What bands?
Oh, I've played all over.
Yeah, but with who? Dizzy? Miles?
Those were great hornmen.
They sure were. Did you study at Juilliard, Berkeley?
I guess you might say I picked it up on the fly. Here and there.
You sure got a great trumpet. The way it shines. Custom made, huh?
You want to try it out, Joey?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to. You mind?
Whatever you like.
Joey. You call me Joey.
Joey Crown. That's the name, isn't it?
Yeah. But we ain't never been introduced.
Not formally. But I know who you are. You play a nice trumpet. I know. I'm an expert on trumpets.
You ain't no slouch on it, that's for sure.
Go ahead. Not bad, Joey. Not bad at all.
Yeah, ain't that something? I can play again. Now that it doesn't matter anymore.
What do you mean by that?
Now that I'm dead. How come you know who I am? You say you're not a ghost, you're not dead?
Nope. And neither are you, Joey.
I'm not?
By no means.
But what about that truck?
What about it?
And what about the people in the bar, in the movie theater, the girl in the ticket booth, the people in the street?
Oh, them. Well, you see, they are dead.
But that doesn't make sense. How?
They're the ghosts, Joey. They just don't know it.
Huh? You're losing me.
Sometimes, to make it easier, we have to work it that way. We let them go on in a life that they're familiar with, and they never know for a long while. But that's why they can't hear you. You're the one that's alive.
But like I said, I stepped off that curb.
That you did. And right now, Joey, you're in a kind of limbo. You're neither here nor there. You're in the middle. You're on a break between sets, so to speak, waiting to go on in the real world or the shadow world. Which do you prefer, Joey?
Which? Well, just what do you think? I want another chance.
Think it over, now.
I have thought it over. I used to think I was getting dealt from the bottom of the deck, but you know something? I just forgot how much I had already. I forgot about the music I could make on the horn and how nice it sounded.
I'd have to agree with you there.
And going to Charlie's and talking to people, real people, and maybe going to the movies now and then. Cutting a record once in a while, walking in the park, hitting the clubs late at night, even when it was rainy or snowing and I had to bundle up like an Eskimo. I miss that. I really do. I never won a beauty contest, but I had friends. I had good friends.
What do you think happened to all that?
Somewhere along the line, I forgot the good things. That's what happened. I just forgot.
You've got a choice, you know.
Choice?
One way or the other. It's not too late.
Well, in that case, if I've got a choice, then I want to go back, understand? I want to go back.
All right. You go back.
Just like that?
But, Joey, no more stepping off curbs. That was some stunt back there. From now on, you take what you get and you live with it. Sometimes it'll be sweet frosting and nice gravy, and sometimes it'll be sour and go down hard. But you live with it, Joey.
I think I got it.
Guess I better take my trumpet back.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah.
That's a nice talent you've got.
You really think so?
To make music, to move people, to make them laugh and make them cry, to make them tap their feet and want to dance. That's an exceptional talent, Joey. Don't waste it. See you around.
Hey, Hey, mister.
What is it, Joey?
I didn't get your name.
How's that?
I didn't get your name.
My name? Call me Gabe.
Gabe?
Gabe. Short for Gabriel. Goodbye, Joey.
Gabriel. Hey, wait. Wait, I gotta ask you something.
Hey, mister, watch where you're going.
Get out of my way.
Hey, don't cross the street like that.
Hey, buddy, get out of the way!
Watch out! You're gonna get killed! Oh my god!
He just walked right out in traffic.
Like he could care less. Somebody call an ambulance.
Wait, he's breathing.
I'm all right. Just let me get up.
You okay, pal?
I think so.
Let me help you up there. Oh, you know you shouldn't ought to do that. Stepping off the curb like that. It's lucky I just grazed you.
Don't worry about it. No harm done.
He's all right.
Oh, thank God.
He could have been killed.
Well, look. I am 14 years without an accident.
That right?
I'd be obliged if, well, you know, no insurance companies, no doctors, nothing like that. So, how much do you want?
For what?
To keep this just between us. Name your price.
My price? Oh, let's see now. You got, let me see, $75?
That all? Sure, I got that much. I got more if you want.
75 will do.
Okay, 50, 60, 75. Here you go, pal. Good luck to you. I gotta go now.
Well, what do you know about that?
Hello, can I... Oh, it's you.
Hi, Ned.
Change your mind already?
Yeah, I changed my mind.
They come and they go. But you, Joey, you're the first one to go and then come back. I know. I don't want to hear your argument.
No argument.
I guess I can let you have it.
How much? 75?
No. 25. He'll talk me back down anyway. How long has it been? 5 minutes? Not even enough time to accrue interest. Go.
The sign says 75, and 75 it is. A man has to make a living.
You tempt me, Joey.
Right is right. It's only business.
What did you do out there? Win the lottery?
Something like that. Goodbye, Ned. You won't be seeing me for a while. Hope business picks up.
You too, Mr. Jazzman. But tell me something.
Anything.
What have I done to deserve such good fortune?
Oh, nothing much. You've been my friend is all. For quite a few years, and I'll never forget that.
Get out of here. Go on.
You play beautifully.
What? Oh, hi. Hi there.
I mean it, you know.
Thank you. I gave it up this morning. And I'm taking it back. Me and the bugle, till death do us part.
I'm glad you changed your mind.
So am I, you don't know. Still can't sleep, huh?
I'm not used to the city. All the noise.
I know. Like a regular symphony, isn't it?
I guess so. I've never been to New York before. I just moved in.
Yeah? You'll get used to it. It's an okay building. Better than the other ones I've lived in. Sometimes you have to bang on the radiator to get the heat going.
Why do you do that?
Why? Because the super hears you and then he fixes it. If he doesn't, just let me know. I'll talk to him for you. Name's Joey, by the way. Joey Crown.
I know.
How?
You told me before.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I'm sorry for that stuff I said.
Don't be. My name's Nan.
Pleased to meet you, Nan.
I was hoping you'd come back.
You are?
You're the most interesting person I've met in New York.
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of guys around here. Most of them ain't little apes like me.
I mean it. The most interesting. And the nicest. I love your music.
Honest?
Honest. Will you play some more, Joey?
Sure, I'll play some more. I'll play whatever you like, for as long as you like. What's your favorite song?
I don't think I have one.
Well, I know a couple you might like.
Well, that would be nice.
You know, you might get to like it here. It's not a bad town.
I'm sure it isn't. Maybe you could show me some of it, Joey. If you have time.
Me? Oh, I got time, all right. I got nothing but time from now on. I'll show you everything. The Battery, Central Park, the Village. I'll show you 52nd Street, and we'll hear some good jazz. I mean good. I'll take you to Charlie's. You'll like Charlie's. It's a great place. And you know what? You're not going to believe this, but he's got a record of mine when I was playing with one of the big bands. At least I think he still has it. If he doesn't, there's a little pawn shop I know that has all kinds of records in back. And we can pick up a copy and bring it home and listen to it.
Joey Crown, who makes music in the present tense, who knows a thing or two about tunes and chord changes and how to play his axe, and who just discovered something about life, that it can be rich and rewarding and full of beauty like the music he plays, if he only takes the time to look and listen. Joey Crown, who finally got a cue and a clue in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
A Passage for Trumpet starring Mike Starr with Stacy Keach as your narrator was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Brooke Sanford, Jeff Lupetin, David Darlow, Kurt Nabig, Meg Thalken, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, Sarah Marks, Chuck Somar, Vince Amari, Karina Karpolovsky, Bo Nortel, and Roger Wolski, with special trumpet stylings by Chuck Somar. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. Perchance to Dream, starring Fred Willard with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Derek Purcell, Alex Sopener, Amber Lake, Rick Arthur, Elizabeth Lido, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Cotton candy here. Get your cotton candy.
Look, Mom, can I have one?
It's nothing but sugar.
Oh, please.
Only 25 cents. Get your cotton candy.
Well, just this once. But that's all you're getting, young man.
One, please.
Excuse me, can I ask you?
Mom, that man got in front of me.
I just want to ask.
Well, one cotton candy coming up.
Please, I have to know.
My son was first.
Where's the exit?
Do you mind?
I'm trying to get out of here.
One at a time.
Which way?
Hey, pal, you don't look so good. Why don't you take it easy?
I can't take it easy. Somebody's after me.
Move right in, folks. See the dancing girls, blondes, brunettes, any kind you want. Starring the beautiful Maya, Princess of Darkness.
Quickly, where can I hide?
Hey, easy, pal.
You don't understand. She's been following me all night, everywhere I go.
Can I have my cotton candy, please?
Come along, Christopher. It's late.
But, Mom...
You've had enough sweets.
You, over there. Come on over, mister. Show's about to start.
Leave me alone!
Come inside the tent. Always room for one more.
How do I get out of here?
Well, right over there, pal. See? Through the turnstile. Follow the crowd.
Hey, watch where you're going.
Let me through, please.
That man just shoved me.
Sorry, you've got to let me out.
Hey, slow down there. One person at a time.
Please, someone's after me.
Get in line, like everybody else.
All right. All right.
There, that wasn't so hard, was it?
Officer, where's the uptown train?
Oh, that's the next platform. Keep it moving, folks.
Where am I?
What's that?
I don't know where I...
Where are you going?
What? Oh, I have to see Dr. Jackson.
Who?
I have an appointment on the Upper East Side.
You don't need the subway. You're there.
But how?
It's the other end of that platform, right up those stairs. Say, are you all right?
I really don't know. What time is it?
11:45.
Midnight?
That's a good one. In the AM, pal. Where have you been all night? Why'd you go home and sleep it off?
I can't. That's the one thing I can't do.
Noon in the city. Lunchtime for thousands of people. To most of them, the next hour will be a rest, a pleasant break in the day's routine. To most, but not all. The gentleman on the run is Mr. Edward Hall, an ordinary man who lives an ordinary life. The only problem is, his life has been turned upside down. He knows his way around the city, but he's had a bad night. Several, in fact. Nights without sleep as he flees a place that may or may not exist. It's all real for Mr. Hall, however, and it holds a secret he does not want to face. So get ready to run with the hunted, because time is the enemy, and the hour ahead is a matter of life and death when you're trapped in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Perchance to Dream, starring Fred Willard, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I'm not sure if this is the right floor. The Goodman building, right?
Mm-hmm. What are you looking for?
Doctor, I can't remember his name. It's on this piece of paper.
Let me see.
Elliot Rathman?
Oh, yes. Dr. Rathman, the psychiatrist. He's in 1410. That way, at the end of the hall.
Thank you.
Are you all right?
I don't know anymore. I guess that's why I'm going to the doctor.
Would you like me to walk with you?
No, I can make it.
Are you sure?
What?
You don't look so good, honey. Why don't you come with me?
You?
It isn't far. I can show you the way.
Don't touch me.
What's the matter? I'm free for the rest of the day.
Get away!
Relax, honey. It won't be long now.
May I help you?
Tell her to keep away from me.
Pardon?
That woman.
Who?
In the hall. She's been following me.
I don't see anyone.
She was there as soon as I got off the elevator. I didn't recognize her at first, but when she began to speak...
Well, there's no one there now. See for yourself.
She was. I tell you.
Why don't you take a seat? Do you have an appointment?
I think so. Dr. Jackson said he would call.
Oh, yes. Mr. Hall.
That's right.
We've been expecting you. I'll tell Dr. Rathman you're here. Doctor, your 12 o'clock is here.
That's fine, Charlotte. Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Come in. Please. The chair or the couch, whichever you prefer.
Not the couch.
No? You look tired.
I am, but I can't.
Why not? If you're tired...
I might fall asleep.
And what would be wrong with that?
It's a long story.
Are you feeling sick?
No, just tired.
Then try the chair. It's pretty comfortable.
Maybe just for a minute. I have to be careful not to close my eyes. No.
I thought you said you were tired.
I am the tiredest man in the world. You know how long I've been awake? 87 hours. Almost 4 days and nights.
And you can't sleep?
Can't. No, doctor, that isn't it. Mustn't. I mustn't go to sleep, because if I do, I'll never wake up.
Really?
Mind if I walk around, keep the circulation going?
Stand on your head if you think it'll help.
I don't have that much energy.
What's funny now?
You are. You're sure you're a shrink?
That's what the diploma on the wall says. Why do you ask?
You're not what I expected.
Oh? What did you expect?
Oh, I don't know, something more like...
An old man with the white goatee and a German accent? I've heard that before. It's what everybody expects. And they're always disappointed. I've often thought of wearing a disguise. Wait a minute. I have a pair of horn-rimmed glasses in my pocket there. How's that?
Perfect.
I hope it makes you feel more comfortable.
Oh, you looked okay before. But I'm afraid I'm wasting your time.
Why do you say that?
You can't help me. Nobody can.
You're sure?
Yes.
Then why did you come to see me at all?
It was Fred Jackson's idea. He's my regular doctor.
I know.
What did he tell you?
Not much. Your name, Edward Hall. Your age, 35. Your occupation, draftsman. Unmarried.
That's right.
Long-standing heart condition?
Since I was a child.
Dr. Jackson's treating you for that?
Yes, with pills.
And did you remember to take them?
When?
This morning.
What day is this? Good thing you reminded me. You have a glass of water?
Surely.
Thanks.
No history of mental illness?
Definitely not.
That's all I have. You want to tell me the rest?
No, forget it. I'm sorry to take up your time.
Mr. Hall.
Yes?
You really think running away will do you any good?
I wish I knew.
Don't get me wrong. Sometimes running away is the best answer. Depends on the problem and whether it's something that can be overcome.
The fight or flight response.
Precisely. But I don't know if yours is that sort of problem. Listen, you can do what you like, but I'm going to charge you for the appointment no matter what. So why not get your money's worth?
Promise you won't put me in a straitjacket.
I can't promise anything.
It wouldn't make any difference anyway. Mind if I open the window?
What for, if I may ask?
To see the view. Cars look like ladybugs from here. People like insects. Quite a drop. Straight down.
14 stories, 13 technically. There's no 13th floor.
Architects are superstitious.
And are you?
Not that I know of.
I'll have to ask you to close it.
I only wanted some air.
I'll turn up the air conditioner. It works best with the windows closed.
Did you think I'd jump?
You might have.
Not a chance. I want to live. That's my problem.
Why is that a problem?
There are people who don't want me to.
Then get on with it. With your story, I mean.
I don't know where to start.
Start anywhere.
Okay, but I'm warning you, you'll think I've lost my marbles.
Marbles can be found, Mr. Hall. Please, go on.
Nice office you've got here. Nice furniture.
Glad you like it.
The pictures on the wall. This one in particular. The seascape. You ever look at it? Really look at it?
Why? Does it remind you of anything?
Has it ever moved?
Quite a few times. It used to be over the desk. My wife likes to redecorate the office.
No, what's in the picture?
How do you mean?
The boat on the waves.
You're serious? No, it hasn't. Not to my knowledge, anyway. Sorry to disappoint you.
I can make it move.
Can you?
Yes.
That would be quite an accomplishment.
Not really. When I was a kid, we had a picture like that. Not the same exactly, but close. A boat, a sailing ship. One of those paint-by-numbers things.
I remember those.
I think my mother painted it when I was a baby. She used to tell me to look at it. If I looked at it long enough, she said, it would move. I didn't believe her. But the idea fascinated me. One night I spent a whole hour just staring at that silly boat.
And did it move?
Yes.
You were lying in bed waiting to fall asleep, but you couldn't.
That's right.
You understand, there's nothing strange about that. A fixed image on your retinas. Eventually, your nervous system shifts the position slightly to remain alert, or seems to. In Gestalt psychology, we call it the figure ground effect. In plain words, it was an optical illusion.
I know, except that after a while, I couldn't control it. Every time I looked at the boat, the sails filled and began to dip, moving over the bounding waves. I couldn't stop it.
Imagination is strong in a growing boy.
I realized that. I realized it even then. But the point is, I got just as scared as if it were really happening.
Why would it scare you?
Oh, I don't know. The movement, the change of scene, of being someplace else.
Of being out of control?
Could be.
Even if you know it's not real?
But that's just it. The mind is everything. If you think you have a headache, and there's no physical reason for it, you hurt just the same, don't you?
Granted.
Excuse me. I need some more of that water.
Be my guest.
Thank you.
Dextroamphetamine?
How did you know?
I recognize the pill. Not one of Dr. Jackson's prescriptions.
It's the only way I've been able to stay awake.
How many grains a day?
I don't know, 30, 35.
I'll have to tell Dr. Jackson.
Tell him! I don't have much longer anyway.
Not if you keep taking those.
You want to hear the rest or not?
Yes, I do.
All right, here goes. When I was 15, I developed a rheumatic heart. They said I'd never really get well, that I'd have to take it easy, no strenuous exercise, no long walks, no stairs, no shocks to the system. Shock produces excess adrenaline, they said. That was bad. Avoid any kind of shock. But they forgot about my imagination. Then 3 years ago, a woman was killed by a man who'd hidden in the back seat of her car. Maybe you read about it?
I believe I did.
Well, I started thinking about it. Maybe someone was hiding in the back seat of my car. Maybe I'd be driving over Laurel Canyon some night. I'd look in the rearview mirror, and I'd see somebody or something rising up out of the darkness behind me. I had to drive the canyon twice a day. The second time was always late at night. It's a tricky road. One slip and you're over the edge. One night, like every other night, I was headed for home. It was a dark stretch, only my headlights cutting into the blackness. Suddenly, I began to feel uncomfortable, as if I weren't alone in the car. It was ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the sensation. I kept thinking, there's somebody back there, directly behind my seat. If I look in the rearview mirror, I'll see his face, and then I'll see his hands reaching up. Here's the important thing, Doctor. I knew intellectually that I was alone, but I also knew that my imagination could make me see something if I thought about it long enough. And so don't ask me why, but I looked in the mirror. And there he was. I hit the brakes, lost control, and that was when I went off the road into the ravine and crashed. And that was it. The car was totaled.
And you were okay?
Not a scratch. Of course, there wasn't anyone else in the car. It was all in my mind, but what difference did that make? I crashed anyway.
You were lucky to walk away from it.
Yeah, I was lucky. The shock could have killed me, the old heart condition. The doctor said I couldn't survive another one.
And has there been another one?
No, but there will be. Just as soon as I fall asleep. The girl will be in this dream, and it will be the last.
The girl?
I'm getting to that. Do you have dreams, Doctor?
Frequently.
Does everyone?
I'm sure they do. It's a way of processing what happens during the day, an attempt to come to terms with our experience, at least symbolically.
Some people say they don't dream at all.
I know. Probably a defense mechanism. They do, but the content is something they're not ready to face consciously.
I've always had dreams, ever since I can remember. Sometimes they've been wonderful, sometimes terrible, but vivid. I'd wake up and for a few seconds I wouldn't be sure which was real, this world or the dream.
It's not uncommon, Mr. Hall.
They say a dream takes only a few seconds, but I can't believe that. I've dreamed whole lifetimes. Generations have passed. Civilizations rose and fell. A single second, and it lasted forever.
I'm sure that's the way it seemed. The experience of time can be very subjective. It expands, contracts.
It's more than a feeling.
Why do you say that?
When I was a kid, I used to dream in sequence. I mean it. Remember the adventure serials they showed at movie theaters? It was like that. Every dream was the next chapter. And I'd always remember because when I woke up, I wrote down what happened. Do you think that's crazy?
Not necessarily. It could simply be that the dreams conform to your notes and not the other way around.
Then you don't think it's possible to dream in episodes?
I don't say it's impossible. I just haven't seen it in the literature.
It's possible. Believe me. For a while, the dream stopped. Then something happened. About a week ago, that was when it started again.
What was it that happened?
Nothing. That's just it.
Why don't you tell me what you remember?
Well, I went to bed around 11:30. I wasn't tired, but I needed the rest because of my heart. I don't even know when I fell asleep, but all of a sudden I wasn't home in my bed anymore. I was at an amusement park in the middle of the night.
Can you describe it?
Oh, the usual. A merry-go-round, a roller coaster, a funhouse, a shooting gallery. We could win a prize, that sort of thing. Colored lights. And it was crowded. People all around, pushing, yelling. I couldn't get my breath.
There you go, bullseye. Some shooting. You must have been in the service.
Yeah, Marines. Sharpshooter.
Well, take your pick. Stuffed animal, Cupid doll.
I'll take the teddy bear for my girl.
One teddy bear coming up.
Ooh, Artie, thanks. It's so cute.
Keep it by your bed to remember me by.
Oh, I will.
Hey, how about you, buddy?
What?
Over here, Mark. Step right up.
My name's not Mark.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Take a chance. 6 shots for a quarter. Hit the bullseye and you get a genuine imported Cupid doll. How about it? 25 cents. 1/4 of a dollar.
How much?
25 little pennies. Go on. You look like a good shot.
That was when I got it. The prices. I looked around, and it was the same amusement park I went to as a kid. In 26 years, nothing had changed. It was exactly as I remembered it.
Ah, you missed it. Here, let me give you another rifle. This one shoots straight.
No, thank you.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. See the dancing girls. See Maya, the cat girl. Move in close.
One more time and you've got it.
Excuse me.
That'll be 25 cents.
I don't have any change.
Hey, you owe me a quarter.
Girls, girls, girls. The most exotic, the most exciting, the most sensational examples of feminine pulchritude this side of heaven. Move right up, folks. Last show of the night. See this roll of tickets? Well, the regular price is $1, but I'm going to put these away. If you're within the sound of my voice, the price is only 50 cents. That's right, half price for this show only.
The pitchman was in shirt sleeves and a straw hat. A crowd had gathered at the platform. All men looking at 5 dancing girls in skimpy costumes. But the one they looked at the most was in the middle, wrapped in a black silk cape, the color of her hair. He was right about one thing. She was beautiful. Full red lips, pale, delicate skin, and huge cat-like eyes.
You like 'em full-figured? We got 'em. You like 'em slim? We got 'em. Blondes, brunettes, redheads. If they ain't here, believe me, they ain't worth looking at. Now, here's a little preview of what's inside. Music maestro, Maya. Give the folks a peek under the cape. Come on, baby, I know you're modest, but we can't expect him to take my word for it.
Hey, honey, show us what you got.
I couldn't take my eyes off her. Slowly, she opened her arms. The black cape parted, and I saw her magnificent body gleaming with sequins.
I give you Maya, the cat girl.
What a figure.
Ooh, man, I like.
Hey, can I have the next dance?
She started moving, whirling to the beat, her hair like a black flame, faster and faster. Was she smiling? I couldn't be sure, but the whole time she was looking at me. I felt the crowd, the music closing in like a net. I couldn't breathe. Excuse me, pardon me. I have to go. If you'll let me through, please. I didn't know who the girl was. I'd never seen her before, but as much as I was drawn to her, I knew I had to get away. Something about her eyes, something deep inside those dark cat's eyes.
May I have a light?
What?
A light. For my cigarette.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
But you're Maya. I just saw you on the stage.
Why did you do that?
Why did I do what?
Walk away.
I felt like it.
You didn't find me nice to look at?
Maybe too nice. Aren't you supposed to be back there entertaining the customers?
I'm free now for the night. Are you alone?
Yes.
Then come with me.
Where?
Does it matter? You want to, don't you, Edward?
How do you know my name?
Oh, I know a lot of things. I'm Maya. Don't be afraid.
I'm not.
Then come. Come.
Look, I don't know if I...
You are afraid.
Only because this isn't happening. It's a dream. I'm not here. I'm at home, asleep, and you're part of the dream, aren't you, Maya?
I know that, too.
You do?
Naturally.
We passed a funhouse with a huge mechanical woman out front. The laughter was grotesque.
Take me in there, Edward.
Screwy Louie's room? It's for kids.
But it's dark. Soft and cool and dark. Please.
How can I argue with a dream?
Tickets here.
Wait, I don't seem to have any money.
That's all right. We've been expecting you.
What?
Evening, Maya. Mr. Hall.
Let's go. It's just inside this door, behind the glass. You can kiss me now.
What if I don't want to?
You want to.
Look, whose dream is this anyway?
Edward.
What in the...
It's only a prop. A mechanical dragon.
I can't take this, but my heart.
But it isn't real, Edward. It isn't real.
And that's when I knew, beyond any doubt, what she really wanted. She wanted to kill me!
You woke up then?
Yes, I'm glad to say. My heart was beating a mile a minute. I had to lie still for an hour, waiting for it to settle down. I went to my doctor in the morning. He said I'd almost had it.
Do you know who the girl was?
No idea. She looked familiar, but I know I'd never seen her before.
You sure she wanted to kill you?
Yes.
Why did you think so?
Why? If you'd seen her eyes, heard her laugh.
You said she was beautiful, that you desired her.
Yes, but the way she followed me made me go with her.
The funhouse frightened you?
I'm not sure. I remember it from when I was a child, but it seemed different somehow. Larger and darker on the inside with more glass. There were long passages with mirrors at the end, and you were never sure which way to turn. Wherever I looked, I saw her reflection.
A beautiful, seductive reflection. Someone you wanted. No one forced you to talk to her, light her cigarette, follow her inside. You went along with her willingly, didn't you?
I couldn't think clearly. It was as if I had no will of my own. Something was happening, and I was swept up in it.
I don't suppose she reminds you of anyone now.
Like who?
Someone you've seen since, in your waking life.
There was a woman in the hall. When I got off the elevator, she spoke to me, and her voice began to change. For just a second, I thought she sounded like...
Like Maya?
Yes.
That probably comes from sleep deprivation. Your mind is so tired it has to rest, but you fight it. So you slip in and out a few seconds at a time. It's called microsleep. It happens when we drive long distances, when we're pushed beyond the limits. A definite warning sign. Otherwise we lose control, and well, the consequences can be dangerous, as you must know.
But what if the real danger is in closing your eyes? What if that's when the accident happens? What if...
Easy. We're only having a conversation in my office. No harm can come to you here, I assure you.
Sorry, I know you're right. Of course you are.
We were talking about the first dream you had. What happened after that?
Well, the next night, I put off going to sleep until 1 o'clock. That would make it hard to get up in the morning. But I didn't care. Turned out it didn't matter anyway. The dream came back, and this time it was more intense. I was back at the amusement park outside the funhouse, and I was running. I couldn't catch my breath. When I thought I was far enough away, I stopped. Well, the next night I put off going to sleep until 1 o'clock. That would make it hard to get up in the morning, but I didn't care. Turned out it didn't matter anyway. The dream came back, and this time it was more intense. I was back at the amusement park outside the funhouse, and I was running. I couldn't catch my breath. When I thought I was far enough away, I stopped. I was in front of a tent with a picture of tarot cards and a crystal ball painted on it. It was dark and no one was around, so I went inside looking for a place to rest.
You are looking for me?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know anyone was here.
I am Madame Olga. No more fortunes, it's late. Come back tomorrow.
Yes, yes, I'll do that.
Wait. Something is wrong?
No, I mean, I don't know.
Come closer to the candle. Oh, so pale. And your eyes. You are running away.
Well, actually,
Sit. Give me your hand.
if I could just stay here for a minute.
Loosen your tie. There.
Thank you, that's better.
And the button at your throat. Open it. Now. Someone is after you.
It doesn't make any sense. I don't even know her.
Ah. But she knows you.
I'm not sure. She seems to.
You desire her?
She's beautiful. What man wouldn't?
She is the flame and you the moth.
I'd better go.
Wait. I must consult the cards.
I don't need my fortune told.
No?
I don't believe in that sort of thing.
It doesn't matter whether you believe or not. What is cannot be changed.
You mean fate?
Call it what you like. The past and the future come together in this moment.
What about free will?
An illusion for children. All is written.
Well, I hope you can tell me the way out of the park. I seem to be turned around and I have to be at work in the morning and...
Silence.
Well, what's my fortune?
I am afraid you don't have a fortune, Mr. Hall.
Thanks. That makes me feel better.
Why do you hurry?
I have more important things to do, like getting home.
You rush for no reason. You have always been here. You always will be here.
Thanks for the advice. Bye.
Edward.
Where?
Behind you.
But how?
I've been waiting.
Get away from me.
What's there to be afraid of, Edward? It's only a dream.
I have a heart condition. I can't stand all this excitement.
That's silly. There isn't any excitement, not really. You said so yourself. You're home in bed, asleep. Now you can do all the things you can't do when you're awake. Anything, Edward. Anything.
No, that isn't true. The doctor...
Oh, look!
I don't like those things.
But Edward, it's the Cyclone Racer. Please look.
No.
Come on, Edward. Just one ride. It's fun.
Please! Look,
It's the last run of the night. You must come with me.
I didn't want to go anywhere near that roller coaster, but I couldn't help myself. I had no choice, even though I knew what it would mean. I had to follow her.
Oh, that was so scary.
Yeah, especially in the dark. Can we go again?
Nah, let's do something else.
Oh, they're closing up anyway.
Last ride of the night. Get your tickets.
2, please.
I can't.
Why not?
I don't have any money. My wallet.
That's all right, Mr. Hall. We've been expecting you.
How does he know my...
Come, Edward. We'll ride in the front car.
Lowering the safety bar. Watch your hands.
Really, I can't do this.
Hold tight, Edward. It's starting.
Tell them to stop.
They can't. It's too late.
But I can't stand heights. My heart. I mustn't look. We're going straight up.
You must look, Edward. The first drop is the most exciting. It's 90 feet. A sheer drop straight down.
No!
Yes. Isn't it wonderful? It makes you feel alive.
I have to get out.
Kiss me now, Edward. With the wind in our hair.
I can't.
It won't be long now. We're almost there.
I told you I can't. I have to get out. How do I lift the safety bar?
Don't climb down, Edward. It takes too long. Jump. That's it. Stand up and jump.
What are you doing? Don't push me. Don't.
Is that it?
That's it. If I go to sleep, I'll be back on the roller coaster for the next episode. It'll pick up where it left off. I'll force the safety bar, stand, Maya will reach out, push, and that'll be the end of me. On the other hand, if I stay awake much longer, the strain will be too much for my heart, and that'll be the end of me. Heads you win, tails I lose. Quite a choice, isn't it?
Where are you going?
Outside. Maybe if I get some air.
I wouldn't advise it.
What would you advise? A straitjacket? So long, Doc. You can't help me. I've wasted enough of your time.
Leaving so soon, Edward?
Maya.
What's the matter, Mr. Hall?
It's her.
My receptionist? Sorry, her name doesn't happen to be Maya.
Doesn't it? I can't take this anymore. I've had enough. Enough, do you hear me?
What are you doing?
Stand aside!
No, don't. Don't!
Yes!
What happened?
He fell or jumped from that window up there.
Oh no! The blood! The blood!
Dr. Rathman, I heard a scream. Is he all right?
I'm afraid he's dead.
You're right. There's no pulse. But he came in just a minute ago asking to see you. He walked into your office, closed the door.
I know. It's funny. When he came in, I told him to sit down. He did. In less than 2 seconds, he was asleep. Then he gave out that scream you heard. By the time I could stand up and get to him, he had stopped breathing.
A heart attack?
It must have been. Well, I guess there are worse ways to go. At least he died peacefully. Open the window, would you please? We need some fresh air.
Yes, Doctor.
They say a dream takes no more than a second or so, and yet in that second a man can live a lifetime, suffer and die. And who is to say which is the greater reality, the one we know or the one in dreams, somewhere between heaven and earth, in the Twilight Zone?
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com. You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
You see me, Harvey?
And hear you, loud and clear.
How's the monitor picture?
Still distorted.
We've got a few minutes left. Check your controls. Make sure the red switches are all on.
Check.
Now the blue ones.
Check again.
Any overloads?
Well, your amperage is steady, voltage and input. You sure you want to go through with this?
You sound positively funereal, Harvey.
I sound the way I feel. I'm helping you because you asked me, Paul. I can give you my support as an engineer. But enthusiasm is something I just can't dredge up.
No sense of adventure?
A sense of wonder, perhaps. And a sense of concern for a friend who's placing himself in jeopardy unnecessarily. You could just as well test the process with a lab rat or a monkey, but with yourself. Why?
A monkey can't take field notes.
But if you're so sure it works...
I know it works. The challenge now is to use it, to better the world if possible. Otherwise, it's just a machine that moves atoms from one temporal location to another. Sort of like a shuttle bus between centuries.
Take it to the physics department, then. Publish your work officially. Do you know how much funding you'll have? You'll also have a Nobel Prize, if that means anything to you.
It doesn't. In fact, it's what I don't want. If it's possible to change the past for the better, then it's equally possible to do the reverse. I can't take that chance. The world can't. Put this invention in the wrong hands, we're all through. If it is possible, I'll eliminate some of the suffering. If not, I'll know I tried. But, either way, I'll destroy this machine as soon as I get back.
You're in focus now, Paul.
Good. That gives us 3 minutes to countdown. You've entered 3 sets of coordinates.
Check. Paul.
And I've got what I need. 1 tube of Dramamine, 1 Japanese pocket dictionary, 1 hunting rifle, disassembled with a telescopic sight, 1 long-range hollow point round. I'll only have the chance for a single shot. Anyway. Wait a minute. Harvey, where is it?
Paul.
Where's the cartridge?
I have it.
Well, give it to me.
All right.
The cartridge, Harvey, now. I have a little over 2 minutes.
Paul, this is crazy. It's too dangerous.
Dangerous? Did you drink milk this morning, Harvey?
What's that got to do with...
What was the strontium-90 content in the glass? Did it occur to you that the things you've been eating and drinking might turn your bones to sawdust? Or guarantee that a child of yours might come into this world without arms or legs?
But what you propose to do about it, to change history, is incredible. There is a logic and a paradox about time travel, you know. Haven't you read any science fiction?
Granted, there's no guarantee, but if I fail, you simply cross off one insignificant human. One frail, protesting member of the race. Look at it this way. If I fail, if I wind up in hell or limbo, or a cemetery, the responsibility is exclusively mine. Now do me one last favor, Harvey. Get back to the console and start the countdown.
I should know better than to argue with you, Paul. I hope you make it. You know that. See you soon.
Time will tell, Harvey. Time will tell. Ready?
Ready. T-minus 10, 9, 8.
Here we go, my friend. The great adventure begins.
Your image is wavering. My God, Paul, I can see the bones through your skin.
Hit the first coordinates.
2, 1, 0. Godspeed, Paul. Godspeed.
Exit 1 Paul Driscoll, a theoretical physicist and a creature of the 21st century. Unknown to his fellow researchers, he has worked up a complicated theorem involving the space-time continuum, built a prototype, a kind of time machine, if you will, and dared to put it to the test with himself as the subject. But he's attempting to use it for a purpose that doesn't include cheap thrills or personal gain. In a moment, he will seek out 3 history-changing events from the past in a desperate attempt to alter our less-than-perfect present. One of the oddest and most rarefied perks available to faculty members in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, No Time Like the Past, starring Jason Alexander with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
There, I've finished my captain's log for tonight. So, you said that this is a matter of some urgency, Mr.
The name is Driscoll, but that's not important.
Perhaps you will be good enough to tell me, sir, what this is about. I'm due on the bridge in a few minutes.
Captain, is there any possible way you can alter your course?
I beg your pardon?
The course the ship is taking, can it be changed?
Since my country is a belligerent, and these waters are a zone of combat, I would prefer to consult with higher authority before taking such a step.
Suppose I were to tell you, sir, that if you hold your present course for 5 more minutes, this ship will go down.
Just who are you, Mr. Driscoll?
You won't find me on your passenger list, Captain.
Oh? And you got on board how?
That's not important. But I'm not sailing for my health this trip, Captain. You might say I'm sailing for your health, and that of the crew and all the passengers aboard. I happen to know that this ship is going to be torpedoed, right off the old head of Kinsale Island, May the 7th.
That's today. How do you know this?
If I were to tell you, you'd say I was a lunatic.
I can't alter the course of the Lusitania simply on the word of one man.
All right, Captain. Say I am a lunatic. Say that everything I'm telling you is just the product of a deranged mind. What would you lose by altering course now? How many minutes?
That's not the point.
That is the point, Captain. There'll be over 1,100 people drowned.
That will be enough, Mr. Driscoll.
And if you should be one of the fortunate few, Captain, remember when that court of inquiry convenes.
I must ask you to leave, sir.
I'm not asking you to scuttle this ship. All I'm suggesting is if you change course 1 degree, just 1 single degree.
Steward, come in here.
Yes, Captain.
Escort Mr. Driscoll from my quarters.
Yes, sir. Come along if you would, sir.
Captain, there's still time.
And still time to confine you to your cabin. Take him away.
Sailor, take a look at the water off the bow. What do you see?
Sir?
Something under the water coming this way. Do you see it?
Captain! Sound the alarm! You! How did you know?
Yes?
I am here to prepare your room, mein Herr.
That won't be necessary.
But I have clean towels, sir, and soap.
Just a moment.
Ach, you have the loveliest room in the hotel, mein Herr.
Yes. It's a lovely view.
More than a view, sir. In a minute from that window, you will see history unfolding. Why do you know that this whole side of the building has been rented? Every floor. All because of the Führer, so they can see him. Down in the street is a madhouse.
That's what I was told.
You are not German?
I'm an American.
An American. And what do they think of our Führer and the new Germany in America?
We're quite neutral.
You say neutral, but you mean something else.
No, I don't mean anything.
You hear? That is the new Germany. Something you will never understand.
That, madam, is the old Germany. Something you'll never understand.
We will see.
All right, just one shot. Not Goering, only Hitler, right through the forehead. Come on, buddy. Step into the crosshairs. No, it's jammed.
Herr Driscoll, open up, bitte. Mach schnell, Herr Driscoll. He will open up the door.
But I tell you, he was in here.
Maybe you were drinking schnapps. There's no way he could have gotten out, except head first through that window. Look, was ist das? A rifle.
America, come.
It's about time.
Sit.
You're the chief of police? I was told you speak English?
I venture to say that I speak it better than you speak Japanese.
I hardly speak any Japanese, but what I'm about to tell you is the most important English you've ever heard.
Mr. Driscoll, is it? You happen to be an enemy alien, which is the reason...
Which is the reason I've been kept in a cell for 6 hours, and the reason you may have cause to regret this particular arrest.
Go on.
What I tried to tell your guards is that inside of an hour, this city is going to be destroyed, and upwards of 100,000 human beings will be destroyed along with it.
Indeed.
You're about to be bombed out of existence, but there's something you can do. You can begin some kind of an evacuation of women and children. You can save a few thousand lives.
By who say so, Mr. Driscoll? Who do you represent?
I don't represent anyone. Only the voice of history.
That's extremely poetic, Mr. Driscoll. But, most unfortunately, while I am sufficiently educated to appreciate lyricism, my official capacity makes me less prone to enjoy the subtleties and nuances of language for their own sake.
All right, look. I'll give this to you very unsubtly, with no nuances at all. There is going to be a bomb dropped here, and you're going to know a nightmare beyond any imagining.
Excuse me. Moshi. Hey. Ah, wakarimashita. A single aircraft, Mr. Driscoll. One lone B-29. I rather think we can survive that.
That picture on your desk. Your wife?
And my 2 daughters, age 8 and 10.
If you don't care about the city, do it for them. Look, this isn't just a request. It's in the nature of a prayer.
Mr. Driscoll, I will make an assumption that you have some illness. I won't stand you against the wall and shoot you, even in wartime. I'll send you to the Army headquarters, where you can be interrogated. You're an alien and by rights should be interned. However, if you'll keep this in mind when you get back to your country, the face of the enemy is not devoid of compassion.
And you might recall this conversation. If you survive, remember that the same thing could be said of your enemy. He tried to save Hiroshima.
God, hey, take this man away. Where? Where did he go? And what? What is the great flash of light outside?
Go on, Paul. Then what?
Then nothing. The SS Lusitania, 1915, one of the causes of the First World War. Attempt number 1. Failure number 1. Then August 1939, the Hotel Berlin. Another blow for law and order. Hitting nothing and accomplishing the same. Finally, Hiroshima, August 1945. 3 tries. 3 misses.
Then you have to admit it now, Paul. The past is inviolate. What's happened must remain as it was. You can't change anything.
Yes, I believe you. And so it follows that there isn't anything we can do about the present. See that small brown book on the shelf? Bring it over to me, Harv, would you?
The study of 19th century Midwest America. This one of yours?
Particular favorite. Open it up to page 14. Talks about a certain place, Harv, a place called Homeville, Indiana. There are pictures showing what it looked like in 1881.
Charming. Parasols, bicycles, all very serene. Apropos of what?
Apropos of the fact that I'm going back there. One last trip in the machine.
I thought you were going to destroy it, whether you succeeded or not.
I'm going back there not to change anything, but simply to become a part of that world. The world of band concerts and summer nights on front porches. A world that hasn't heard of atomic bombs or germ warfare or anything else. That's where I'm going, Harvey. I've already packed my bag. The only book I'm taking with me is this one.
Of course you are. And there's no one who could hold you back. But remember this, everything is cause and effect. You go back in time to this Homeville, and you inadvertently change one event, alter it minutely. You might start a chain reaction beyond anything even you could imagine.
I'm going back there to live, not to change what doesn't need to be changed. Now, Harvey. Here are the coordinates. How about it?
All right. God help me, Paul. God help you.
Then let's do it.
How is it with you, Harvey?
All set. The mechanism's still charged.
Enter the coordinates.
Here we go, then. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How is it with you, Paul Driscoll? Wherever you are. No television sets, no nuclear arms, but just the same. How is it with you?
What's yours, sir? I think, a beer, please.
That'll be a nickel.
A nickel?
That's the price tag. You got 5 cents?
I think I might.
That's a $5 gold piece. You from around here?
No, from out of state.
Just passing through?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was thinking of settling down here. It's exactly as I thought it would be. Know anything about the boarding house across the square?
Ma Chamberlain's. Real nice accommodations. Runs a clean place.
Well, then I guess I'd better drink up and check it out. Come in.
I brought you some clean linens. Room comfortable enough for you?
Oh, very. Thank you.
Well, I'll be going now. Got plenty to do. Will you be joining us for supper, Mr. Driscoll?
I'd love to.
That'll be a chance to meet the other boarders. Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Hanford, he's from the bank, and Miss Sloane. She teaches school here in town. Lovely girl. And a moral one, too. Very moral.
I see.
Well, you'd better. I run a decent place. Did I mention no hard liquor in the rooms?
I'll remember that, Mrs. Chamberlain.
See that you do. Afternoon, then.
Nuclear fallout, strategic wars in the Middle East. What happened to all that? It's summer. It's the 1st of July. There's going to be an evening band concert in a couple of days with lemonade and fireworks. It's 1881 in Homeville, Indiana. And by God, I'm home.
But I tell you, Mrs. Chamberlain,
More apple pie, Mr. Hanford.
until this government assumes its rightful place in the world, we will remain an isolated, provincial community of states. You know what we should do?
Oh, no, Mrs. Chamberlain. I couldn't eat another bite.
We should take the American fleet, send it over to the Orient, and plant the American flag. And then down to Australia and back across the Pacific to South America, planting the flag as we go, planting her deep and planting her high, flying her proud.
You ought to run for office, Mr. Hanford.
Believe me, Mr. Hoffman, I've thought of it. My friends have urged me to make my opinions known on some official plane, but finance comes first. It's the lifeblood of the nation. The bank needs me. You there, Mr. Driscoll, what are your views?
I don't have any, Mr. Hanford.
Of course you do, man. Everyone has views on the destiny of our country. Now you take the case of the Indian Wars. All this nonsense about giving them land, as if savages could understand treaties. Why, we should have had 20 George Custers and 100,000 men and just swept across the plains, destroying every redskin in sight.
I think the country is tired of fighting, Mr. Hanford. We were bled dry by the late war. I think anything we can accomplish by treaty, as long as it saves lives, is very much the proper course to pursue.
My dear young lady, I trust that this isn't the pap you spoon-feed your students. Treaties, indeed. Peace. The virility of a nation is in direct proportion to its fighting abilities. I will live to see the day when this country fields an army of 1 million men who can sweep away anything in its path. Oh, your pardon, Mrs. Chamberlain. I get carried away. You're not some kind of pacifist, too, are you, Driscoll?
Me? No. I guess I'm just a poor fool who's seen too many young men die because of too many old men who fight their battles at dining room tables.
Oh, my goodness.
I take offense at that remark.
And I take offense at armchair warriors who don't know what a shrapnel wound feels like, or how death smells after 3 days in the sun, or the look in a man's eyes when he knows he's minus one leg and the blood is seeping out of him. You have an enthusiasm for planting the flag, Mr. Hanford, but you don't even have a nodding acquaintance with what it's like to bury men in that same soil.
I'll not sit here and listen to talk like that.
Of course you won't. You'll go back to your bank, and it'll be business as usual until the next dinner time when you'll give us another vacuous speech about a nation growing strong by filling up its graveyards. Well, you're in for some gratifying times, Mr. Hanford. There'll be a lot of graveyards to fill. In Cuba, then in France, then all over Europe and the Pacific. You can sit on the sidelines and wave pennants because by your definition this country is going to get virile as the devil.
From San Juan to Inchon, we'll show how red our blood is because we'll spill it. And there are two very unfortunate aspects to all this. One is that you'll never have to spill any, and the other is that you won't live long enough to know how right I am.
Oh, dear, such a violent man.
Excuse me, please. Mr. Driscoll.
Well, have I properly endeared myself to everyone inside?
I've been here almost 2 years, Mr. Driscoll. 2 years of meal times with Mrs. Chamberlain's homemade pies and Mr. Hanford's rhetoric. I lost a father and 2 brothers in the war, all 3 on a single afternoon. I was just an infant at the time, but for the 12 years my mother lived, we had a funeral every day. She never stopped mourning. I think they died for something, Mr. Driscoll. But tonight, for the first time, somebody made a point that patriotism doesn't have to mean dying.
Thank you for saying that, Miss Sloane.
Call me Abby, Mr. Driscoll.
Paul.
Do you know something, Paul? You look like a man in love. Not with a woman, with a moment, a place. What did you mean when you said other graveyards, other wars? Those names, what are those places?
It doesn't matter.
Why do I get the feeling that you're standing outside looking in, that you're just passing by?
I don't want to pass by, Abby. I want to come in. I wish I could.
Why can't you? Everything is possible. Everything.
Is it? I wish I could be sure.
I believe I already am.
Garfield's been shot!
Quickly, what's the date?
Why, the 2nd of July. Did he say the president's been shot?
July 2nd, 1881, that's right. President James Abraham Garfield shot in a Washington railway station.
But it just came over the telegraph. How do you know? How could you?
You're wrong, Abby. Not everything is possible.
Why, Paul?
I can't tell you why. But it begins again.
What do you mean?
Nothing. So be it, then. So be it. It's late, Abby. Very, very late. It's time to go home.
Oh. Good morning, Paul. Mr. Driscoll. We missed you at breakfast.
Sorry, I must have overslept. Is that the morning paper?
Yes. You may read it if you like. I'm finished. The president was badly wounded.
So I see.
But there's hope for his recovery. I guess sometimes that's all that's left, isn't it? Hope.
I suppose so.
Maybe that's wrong. Maybe we should be more realistic. If we find something that we want and need but can't have, perhaps we shouldn't give in to hope.
Abby, I'm sorry. I wish I could explain it to you, but I can't. I couldn't make you understand.
It's perfectly all right. Really, it is. You've got to forgive school teachers. They're inclined to read too many things into a glance, a word, a touch. Well, I've got a busy day today. So much to do preparing for tomorrow. Parade at 9, square dancing at 11, games from noon to 5, picnic supper, and then fireworks. And my children, of course.
Your children?
27 flat little voices. 14 boys, 13 girls, who will entertain you with their rendition of Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean, sung in 27 different keys.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
All right, then. We'll leave it at that.
How do, Mr. Driscoll?
Morning, Mr. Hoffman.
She does an awful good job with those kids, Miss Sloane.
So I've heard.
Pretty, too, for a schoolmarm. The ones I had when I was a kid, they looked like they came out of a pickle jar.
Mine too.
You like this town?
More than I can say.
Well, you might make it here if you've got what it takes. And from what I've heard, I'd say you do. You want to be more careful with your words, though. Mostly Republicans. Still and all, a nice little town. Doesn't change. That schoolhouse, I'll bet she's 75 years old as she stands, and I expect she'll stand till somebody pulls her down. Well, morning to you, Mr. Driscoll. I'm off to work. God bless President Garfield.
A school building. That's what I was trying to remember. Oh, my dear God. The site of the Homeville National Bank, formerly occupied by a school built in 1823 and gutted by fire July 3rd, 1881, injuring 12 children. The fire was caused by a kerosene lantern on a runaway wagon. And I can't do anything. I can't warn anyone. It has to happen the way it's supposed to, like the president. I'm sorry, Mr. Garfield. Recover you shall not. You're to die on September 19th of this year. And the schoolhouse you are to burn this afternoon. 12 children injured, and God help me, I have to stand by and let it happen. The site of the Homeville National Bank, formerly occupied by a school built in 1823 and gutted by fire July 3rd, 1881, injuring 12 children. The fire was caused by a kerosene lantern on a runaway wagon.
No! Everything is cause and effect. Go back in time to this Homeville. Change one event. Alter it minutely. You might start a chain reaction beyond anything even you can imagine.
How are you today, Mr. Driscoll?
Whiskey, please.
Bother you, does it?
What?
Those kids trying to sing. Well, they won't be at it long.
What's that?
Hard to keep them in during the summer, but Abby's doing a good job of it.
Give me another one, will you?
Sure thing. Something wrong? I ain't trying to butt in on your personal affairs, but you drink like a troubled man.
What time is it?
10 minutes of 2? I give him another 10 minutes or so.
I've got to try.
How's that?
Why the devil doesn't she let them out of there?
How's that?
Nothing, just a runaway wagon with a kerosene lantern. That's all it takes.
All right, neighbors, gather round and get ready for a revelation. Just close right in, next to the wagon. That's it. Know why I'm holding up this lantern?
You're gonna tell us anyway, ain't you?
Like Diogenes' good friends, I'm looking for an honest man.
Well, you ain't gonna find one here.
An honest man who'll try one sip of Dr. Malone's alternative and tell me it's not the finest medicine he's ever tasted. This little bottle right here, why, it combines all the treatments for scrofula, King's Evil, ulcers, indolent tumors, rheumatism, gout, scurvy, neuralgia, enlargement of the bones, joints, and glands, not to mention the liver and spleen, also terror, ringworm, biles, and carbuncles. And the cost, friends? A mere 25 cents the bottle.
Do me a favor, will you?
What's that, young man?
Don't light the lantern.
Why, I have to light it, to shed light on the subject.
Please, put it out!
An incredible price, you say? I'm not in the business for profit. I travel the length and breadth of this glorious nation to cure the sufferings of mankind. The ridiculously low price barely covers the cost of ingredients, bottling, and my own primitively simple existence. How about you, madam? Nervous disease? Dropsical swellings, or constitutional disorders, guaranteed to alter a depraved or impure state of the blood and other bodily fluids.
Well, I suppose I'll try it.
Better give me one, too.
How much if I buy 2?
Why not a dozen? Take them home to your family and your neighbors. 1 25-cent piece each. That's all. How about you, young fella? 1 swallow, and you'll feel more manliness coursing through your body.
Unhitch the horses.
What's the trouble? Dyspepsia? Liver complaint? Here's what you need.
I need those horses unhitched from the other end of your wagon.
Now you listen here, young man.
They've stopped singing. That means they're almost finished. Look, I can't argue with you anymore. You've got to unhitch those horses. This wagon mustn't move from this spot.
You get out of here now. Go on. You hear me?
All right, then. I'll do it myself.
Get away from my horses!
Abby! Abby, get the children out of the schoolhouse! There's going to be a fire, do you hear me? There's going to be a... Ah! Oh, there! Stop!
Oh, it's the whole schoolhouse!
Get the fire wagon!
Oh my God, the children!
Get out, children! Run! Run!
The children!
Stay back!
But I've got to get them out!
Stop them! Hold them down! It's too late, mister! It's too late!
The children.
We got them out. Only a few were injured, none badly.
12 children.
How did you know? You did, didn't you? You knew it would happen.
At 2 o'clock this afternoon. What I didn't know was that I would cause it.
Who are you?
It really doesn't matter. I shouldn't have come here. It can't work. I know too many things. Too many tomorrows. All the wars, all the catastrophes, all the tomorrows.
How, Paul? How did you know?
You're part of history, Abby. You and this town and the people in it, and I can't change you. I can't even touch you.
Why not?
Because the past is inviolate. It belongs to those who lived it. It's not for interlopers, for those who pass by and look in and wish they were a part of it. Goodbye, Abby. Stay well.
Where are you going?
Back to where I came from. Where I belong. I wanted bandstands and summer nights. Serenity. But the infinitely complicated mechanism of a human being. He can't live with the threat of a bomb. And he can't live with burned-out school buildings either. The finite or the infinite, it doesn't make any difference. He's always his brother's keeper. In a way, it was more than I expected because you were here, but I've overstayed my welcome. Hello, Harvey.
Back so soon?
As it happens, back a little late.
You changed something?
I tried to. And in doing that, I caused it.
And now, where do you go, Paul?
Here. Where I belong. That's what I've learned, to leave the yesterdays alone. I'd rather do something about tomorrow. That's what counts. The tomorrows. God, let there be tomorrows.
Incident on a July afternoon, 1881. A man named Driscoll who came and went, and in the process learned a simple lesson, perhaps best said by a poet named Lathbury, who wrote, "Children of yesterday, heirs of tomorrow, what are you weaving, labor and sorrow? Look to your looms again, faster and faster fly the great shuttles prepared by the master. Life's in the loom, room for it, room." Our tale of clocks and calendars in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
No Time Like the Past, starring Jason Alexander with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Michelle Graff, Nicholas Ruddle, Christian Stolte, Micah Jacoby, Owen Yen, Linda Ryder, Roderick Peoples, Rich Kominick, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, Paul Patch, and Richard Shavzin. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition. It lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area we call the Twilight Zone.
Yes.
Sloan?
Yes, Mr. Hendricks?
Sloan, I'm sorry to call you on a Sunday morning.
Well, that's all right, sir.
But this won't wait.
What won't?
The Monmouth account. They're flying in ahead of schedule. The meeting's moved up to Tuesday.
I've got them penciled in for 2 o'clock Wednesday.
I know. But apparently they have other business in Manhattan. The word on the street is that they're talking to another agency. So we'd better get our ducks in a row, fast.
I see.
How's the presentation?
Well, I was going to work it up in the morning, run it by you, order the storyboard.
There's no time now. We're in a crunch. We need a run-through right away.
But if I redo the pitch, the old boards won't work.
I'll put the art department on call. They can work all night Monday if need be. Just make sure you have a script by Monday afternoon. No later.
If that's what it takes, Mr. Hendricks.
I knew you'd come through.
But I was hoping that, that is, I'd planned to spend the rest of the weekend catching up on some other things.
What other things?
Well, there's the Bartleby account.
The Bartleby account can wait.
We need a different angle for the fall TV spots. I was going to clear the decks today, think it through in, a new light.
We have to go on the back burner for now. Our main focus for the next 72 hours is Monmouth. Sorry to dump this on you with such short notice, though.
I understand, sir. Yes, I'll just have to burn the midnight oils again.
I'm counting on you, Martin.
I know you are, sir. See you in the morning. In the morning, 24 hours. But not today, not this afternoon.
Hey, take it easy. What's your problem, mister?
How about some service?
How about some peace and quiet?
I'm sorry. Will you fill it up, please?
Sure.
I drove out from the city.
No kidding.
Guess I'm not used to this. Country road, no traffic, open space. All this peace and quiet.
Yep.
The things I've missed for such a long, long time.
The driver's name is Martin Sloan, age 36. Occupation, Vice President Ad Agency in charge of media. This is not just a Sunday drive for Martin Sloan. Perhaps he doesn't know it yet, but it's an exodus from the pressures of a life that has taken its toll and no longer works for him. Somewhere up the road, he's looking for some much-needed sanity. But somewhere up that same road, he's about to find more than he bargained for. He may not have noticed, but he's just taken an unscheduled side trip into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Walking Distance, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That's a sweet little sports car you got there.
I suppose. One of the rewards. Could you take care of it for me?
Take care of it how?
Oh, I was thinking a lube and an oil change.
Oil's fine. I checked under the hood. Looks good to me.
You can do it, can't you?
Oil change and a lube job? Sure.
If you have the time.
Today? No business on Sunday.
I don't mind waiting.
Well, this car don't really need it, I'd say, but...
Please.
Take about an hour.
I'm in no hurry.
Okay, if that's what you want. Not much to do around here in the meantime, though.
That's all right. I'm off the clock. You know, this road looks familiar. Is that Homewood up ahead?
Just like the sign says.
How far?
1.25 miles.
I used to live there. It's where I grew up, as a matter of fact. I haven't been back in... Oh, it must be 20 years.
That's so.
More like 25. And then this morning, I just... I got in the car and drove. Guess I reached a point where... Well, I had to get out of the city, as far away as possible. You know the feeling?
Can't say I do.
One more meeting, phone call, presentation, another problem to solve. If I'd stayed home today, I probably would have jumped out of a window.
Oh, don't want to do that.
Sometimes you feel like you don't have much choice, so you get behind the wheel and head for Homewood, I guess. Walking distance, is it?
Maybe 1.5 miles.
That's walking distance. Excuse me.
Yeah?
Wilson's Ice Cream Parlor?
Same as always.
Is the soda fountain open?
Of course.
I thought you might be closed today.
7 days a week.
Hard to believe.
We never close.
It's amazing.
It's our policy. Always has been.
I mean the place. The whole thing. Even the stools look the same.
So, what'll it be?
I wonder.
Yeah?
You still make those great chocolate sodas?
3 scoops.
I used to spend half my life in this drugstore.
Really?
I grew up here. The one thing I remember always ordering, that was a chocolate ice cream soda with 3 scoops. And it was 10 cents, too.
No kidding.
You know, you look familiar to me. As if I've seen you before.
I got that kind of a face.
It's been a long time. 20 years at least. That's when I left here. I wish I had $1 for every hour I sat at this counter. From grammar school right through 3rd year high school.
Long time.
And the town outside, even it looks the same. Really amazing, you know? After so many years, exactly the same.
That'll be a dime.
Oh, sure. A dime? 3 scoops?
That's the way we make them.
Hey, you're gonna lose your shirt at this rate. Nobody sells sodas for a dime anymore.
They don't? Where'd you say you're from?
New York. Oh, you make a great soda.
Taste okay?
Wonderful.
Guaranteed or your money back.
Funny how many memories you connect with a place. I always thought if I ever came back here, it'd probably be all changed. But it's just as if I'd left yesterday.
You want anything else?
No, thanks. Look at the street. Just as if I'd been away overnight. I'd almost expect Mr. Wilson to be sitting in the stockroom and sleeping just like he always did before he died. That's one of the images I have. Old man Wilson sleeping in his big comfortable chair in the other room behind that door. Thanks very much.
That's $1.
That and this. It's worth it. And more.
So long, mister. Come back anytime. Mr. Wilson?
Yeah. Oh, hello, Charlie. Just rested my eyes for a minute.
Sorry to disturb you, but we're going to need some more chocolate syrup, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, well, good. I'll order some this afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Wilson. I'll get back to work now.
My God, nothing's changed. The streets, the houses. The Van Burens lived in that one. Mulrooney's over there, and Dr. Bradbury. Hi there.
Hi.
You're playing marbles. I didn't know kids played that anymore.
Everybody does.
You pretty good at it?
Not bad.
I used to shoot marbles, too. We gave them special names.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Aggies and the steel kind, the ball bearings we got off streetcars, we called them Steelies.
I know.
The ones you could see through, they were Clearys. You still call them names like that?
Uh-huh.
And see that telephone pole? Over there we used to play hide and seek. Right on this street.
This street? You were on this street before? I never saw you.
I used to live in that corner house down there.
Did not.
Yeah, the big white one. The 2-story Victorian.
The Sloan House?
That's right. Oh, you still call it that?
Still call it what?
The Sloan House. My name's Sloan. I'm Martin Sloan. What's your name, son?
You're not Marty Sloan. I know Marty Sloan, and you're not him.
Huh, I'm not, huh? You want to check my driver's license? See? Right here in my wallet in black and white. Hey, where'd you go, son? I didn't mean to scare you off. Hello.
Hi, what can I do for you?
Bicycle shop. I'm surprised you're open.
Yep, Sunday's a good day. Kids come in, want me to fix a flat, always something. You know how it is.
I do. I came in here once a week at least when I was a boy. Had quite a few flats fixed myself.
You did, huh? What kind of bike?
A Schwinn. My dad bought it for me on my 9th birthday. I thought it was the greatest thing going, better than a car. I fixed the dents, repainted it.
I'll bet you did.
Not the brakes, though. When those went, I always took it here. For reflectors, too, and new, what do they call them? Handlebar grips, the big rubber ones. You have any Schwinns?
Over there. Old ones, new ones.
You've got quite a selection.
Some are collector's items. Looking to take one home?
No, I don't have a son.
For yourself, then. Some folks buy them for nostalgia nowadays.
What are you doing to that one?
Fixing the spokes. Gotta have them all in place to balance the wheel.
You know, I haven't thought of that in years.
What's that?
Why, I used to take cards, ordinary playing cards, and clip one to the front wheel with a clothespin.
Yep.
And it made the greatest sound.
Clickety-click.
You got a deck of cards by any chance? Yeah, wait. Here's a business card. I'll hold it while you spin.
That the sound?
That's it.
This is your card, huh? Sloan, I know that name. There's a Sloan family lives one street over.
The old white Victorian?
Yeah. Any relation?
What are their names?
Not sure. I think they have a boy that comes in here, though. They're probably listed. Or just walk on over. It's not far.
I know. House on the corner.
Yes?
Dad.
Who did you want to see?
Dad, it is you.
Who is it, Robert?
And Mom. Is that Mom?
Who are you? What do you want here?
Why are you both here? How can you be? It's impossible.
Who is it? What do you want, young man?
Mom, don't you know me?
Who?
It's Martin.
Martin? What in the world?
He's a lunatic or something.
Close the door.
Wait a moment, Mom. You mustn't be frightened of me. This is Martin. I grew up here. What's the matter with you both? Don't you know your own son?
That's enough. You've upset my wife.
Don't lock me out. Please, look at me.
And don't come back.
Mom? Dad?
Robert?
Keep the door locked from now on. And put this out of your mind now. Like it never happened.
But who was he?
Just some crazy person. Someone who lost his way and doesn't belong here. Who doesn't belong here at all.
Get your cotton candy here. Ice cream for the kids.
Hello there.
Hello.
Going down to the pavilion?
Why, yes.
So am I.
Beg your pardon?
I say I'm going the same way.
Have we met?
I don't believe so. Forgive me for bothering you.
Oh, you're not. I just thought you might be a friend of my husband's.
A visitor, that's all. But it feels like home already.
This town is like that. Everyone's so friendly and relaxed. There's no crime or...
What a beautiful baby you have there.
Thank you. She's my pride and joy.
She must enjoy these walks on a lovely Sunday afternoon like this.
Well, she can't walk yet, but with a carriage, well, we can both enjoy it.
Wonderful spot, isn't it?
The park? Oh, it certainly is. This is our favorite place in Homewood, my husband and I.
And the music from the merry-go-round. That's always a big part of summer, isn't it? The calliope.
Oh, and the cotton candy. And the ice cream. And, of course, the band concert. We just love those.
I remember. Down there on the pavilion.
They play such wonderful music. Sometimes they make dinner first, and we bring it here in a basket. It's like, I don't know, like a picnic when you were a kid.
There isn't anything else quite as good ever. Nothing quite as good as summer and being a kid and knowing you're alive.
You won't get any arguments out of me. You say you're not from around here?
Not exactly.
But you sound like you know the park so well.
What I mean is, I used to be. I lived just a couple of blocks away.
Really? You don't know how much I envy you. It must have been so lovely then.
Oh, it was. Just as lovely as it is now. Exactly. I remember the calliope and the merry-go-round, those great hand-carved horses.
No, they still have them.
And the bandstand. I used to sneak away at night from my parents' house and come here and lie on the grass staring up at the stars, listening to the music. You know something else?
What?
I played ball in that field right down there.
Did you really?
And the merry-go-round. Oh, my goodness. I grew up with that merry-go-round. Look.
What?
See the post?
Which one?
Oh, that one. That one there. I carved my name on it one summer.
Boys are always doing things like that.
I was 11 years old, and I carved my name right on that post. Just like that boy's doing right now.
That boy?
See him? You, there!
I wasn't doing nothing.
I know. I just wanted to see what you were carving.
It's not my knife.
Sure it is. That's your pocket knife. Go on, pick it up. And this is your name on the post. Let's have a look. Martin Sloan. But that can't be. You're...
Yes, sir, but I didn't mean nothing, honest. Lots of kids carve their names here. No kidding. I'm not the first one.
You're Martin Sloan. Sure, that's who you are. You have to be. That's the way I looked with that cap on my head.
I gotta go.
Martin? No, Martin. Martin, don't be frightened. Martin.
Why were you running like that?
I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to talk to him, ask him some questions.
Who?
I was going to tell him what will happen to him.
Tell him?
The boy.
What boy?
You didn't see him?
Tell him what?
I don't know. I really don't know. If it's a dream, I suppose I'll wake up, but I don't want it to be a dream.
I think you'd better sit down somewhere for a few minutes, rest.
But I don't want to rest. I don't want any more time to pass. Not now. You don't understand, do you? Of course not. How could you?
You may have had too much sun. You should find a nice place in the shade.
Please, let me tell you what's happened to me. The whole incredible, unbelievable story of what's happened to me today, just as I was going to tell the boy before it's too late, before you... If you'll just hear me out.
I didn't see any boy.
The one who ran off. The one who looks like me.
You'd really better rest now. You don't look well.
Martin? Martin, please. Where are you?
Robert, what are you doing sitting out here on the porch?
Just thinking, dear.
Of what?
I don't know. Nothing much.
Shall I sit with you?
If you'd like.
Let me clear away the dinner dishes. There's another piece of pie left.
Maybe later.
Look at that moon. I think I will join you. Remember how we used to sit in this swing, listening to the wind in the elms as if it were talking just to us, while we made plans?
Of course I do. Hurry back.
It's been a long time.
Yes, it has. Who's there?
Only me.
Oh, so you've come back again.
I had to. This is my house.
Not really.
Look what I found by the gate, my old baseball glove. You bought it for me on my 11th birthday.
How could you possibly know that?
What happened to the baseball Lou Gehrig autographed? Where's that? And the bicycle, the Schwinn. You thought about buying it for a long time, years, and you finally did when I turned 9. The best bike in the world, Dad. Hope I told you that. The best.
Who are you?
Don't you know?
What do you want here?
I just want to rest. Stop running for a while. This is where I should be. I know that now. Don't you understand, Pop? It's taken me a long time to figure that out. I belong here.
Look, son, you're probably sick. You got delusions or something. And I don't want to hurt you. I don't want you to get yourself into any trouble either. But you better get out of here now while you still can, or there will be trouble. You can count on that.
Who are you talking to, Rob? Oh!
Mom, won't you look at me? Look into my face. You can tell, can't you?
Don't come any closer.
Mom, just look at me, please. Who am I? Tell me who I am.
You're a stranger. I've never seen you before. Robert, tell him to go away.
Now look here.
You've got a son named Martin, haven't you?
I don't see what business it is of yours.
He's a pretty good boy. At least he tries to be most of the time.
He's a wonderful boy.
But he's not good enough to please himself. He's given to daydreams and not paying attention in class, and sometimes he won't listen, even to you. Most of all to you. Odd, isn't it? He has to find things out for himself the hard way. That must hurt you.
That's enough.
He goes to Emerson Public School.
How did you know that?
The month of August he spends at his aunt's farm near Buffalo, and a couple of summers you've gone up to Saratoga Lake and rented a cottage there. And once I had a sister. She died when she was a year old.
Rob, where is Marty now?
In bed, sleeping. You put him straight to bed, didn't you?
I'm Marty. I'm your son.
Please!
Take your hands off her.
You've got to believe me. I'm your son. Martin, look, my wallet. See? All my cards are in here. All my identification. Read them. Go ahead, read them.
No!
Please, they'll show you.
I didn't mean to.
It's all right. I deserve that. I'll leave the glove where I found it. Good night, then.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Let him go.
Martin? Martin! Where are you? I've got to talk to you.
The band sounds good tonight.
They always do.
For the full moon. Get your peanuts over here.
I remember this night. Swear I do.
How about a cold soda pop there, mister?
Huh? Oh, no. No, thank you.
Peanuts, popcorn.
This very same night. It has to be. The band played that song, and then I walked over here by the big tree and lay down and listened to the next tune. Oh, I remember this song like it was yesterday.
Hey, what are you doing here? Are you following me?
It's you. Of course, that was our favorite song, wasn't it?
Mind your own beeswax, okay?
No, Martin, wait.
Last ride of the night on the carousel right here.
Let me through.
Nope, son, not without a ticket you don't.
I got to. He's chasing me.
Whoa there, wait your turn. You can't cut in line.
Did you see a boy, 11 years old?
Is that your boy? You best teach him some manners.
I've got to stop him.
Where's your ticket? Hey, you can't just jump on. It's already started.
Martin, I don't want to hurt you.
Leave me alone.
I just want to tell you something.
Stay away from me.
Martin, please, let me talk to you.
About what? You got nothing to tell me.
It's important, I swear. It's the most important thing I know.
Get back.
Marty, please, don't jump off. Don't.
That boy, he's falling.
No. Marty!
Stand back. The boy's hurt.
His leg is bleeding.
Oh, it's my leg, too.
We'll get him out.
Lift him up.
Be careful.
His leg is broken.
Somebody get him to a doctor.
Easy. Take it easy with him. His cap. Don't forget his favorite cap.
We've got him.
Oh. I only wanted to tell you that this is a wonderful time for you, special time. Don't let any of it go by without enjoying it. There won't be any more merry-go-rounds after tonight, no more cotton candy, no more band concerts. I only wanted to tell you that this is the wonderful time. Now, here. That's all, Marty. God help me, that's all I wanted to tell you.
That's it, folks. Park's closed. Everybody out.
I'm going. Who's there? I can't see you with the lights off.
I thought you want to know that my boy will be all right. He may limp some, the doctor says, but he'll be all right.
I thank God for that.
Here. You dropped your wallet by the house.
Did you look inside?
I did.
And?
It told me quite a few things about you.
Nothing too bad, I hope.
Driver's license, cards, the money in it. Seems that you are Martin Sloan. You're 36 years old and you have an apartment in New York.
That's right.
It says your driver's license expires some 25 years from now. The dates on the bills? Those dates haven't come yet either.
So you know now, don't you?
Yes, I know. I know who you are, and I know you've come from a long ways from here. A long ways, and a long time. I don't know why or how. Can you tell me?
I'm afraid not.
And you know other things, don't you, Martin?
What do you mean?
Things that'll happen. Things that haven't happened yet.
Yes, I do. I wish I didn't, but I do.
You also know when your mother and when we'll...
Yes, I know that too.
Do me a favor, don't tell me.
I couldn't.
Grant me that grace. Martin, there's a saying. Every man is put on earth condemned to die. Time and method of execution unknown. That's a part of the mystery we live with. It must always be a mystery. Martin?
Yes, Dad?
You have to leave here. There's no place for you. No room. Do you understand?
I see that now, but I don't understand. Why?
I guess because we only get one chance.
Yes.
Maybe there's only one summer to a customer. The little boy, the one I know and love, the one who does belong here. This is his summer, Martin. Just as it was yours once. Don't make him share it.
I guess I'll be going. I don't want to, but there's no choice for me. No choice at all. I see that now, too.
Martin, is it so bad where you come from?
I thought it was. I've been living at a dead run, Dad. I was so tired, and then one day I knew somehow, some way I had to come back. I had to get on a merry-go-round and listen to a band concert and eat cotton candy. I had to stop and breathe and close my eyes and smell and listen. Otherwise, I might just as well not be alive.
But you are. Remember that. And when you go back to where you came from, maybe you'll find that there are merry-go-rounds and band concerts where you are. You've been looking behind you, Martin. Try looking ahead.
I'll try.
Promise?
I promise. Goodbye, Dad.
Goodbye, son.
What? Oh. Well, maybe one more ride to last me. If I can get this bum leg to work.
How much is this? $17.98. Shall I ring it up for you, ma'am? If you would. And these other things. Afternoon, sir. May I help you?
Is this Wilson's?
Wilson's Drugstore, yes.
And the soda fountain?
Over there in back.
Thank you, miss.
Hi, something for you?
What happened to Charlie?
Charlie? I don't know any Charlie.
He used to work here.
I'm the only one who works here now.
Do you make chocolate sodas?
Sure do.
How many scoops?
As many as you want.
3?
3 will cost you extra. 50 cents.
A whole 50 cents, huh? You got a deal.
Coming right up.
How's old Mr. Wilson?
Who?
Used to own this place. That was his office in the back room behind that door.
Oh, he died. Long time ago. Must be 15... No, more like 20 years now. Before they remodeled the place.
Oh, I didn't know.
What kind of ice cream you want?
Sorry?
We got 15 flavors.
I've changed my mind about the soda.
That's okay.
Oh, these stools weren't made for bum legs, were they?
Guess not. Need any help?
No, thank you. I can walk just fine once I get on my feet.
Get that in the war?
No, as a matter of fact, I got it falling off a merry-go-round when I was a kid. Freak thing. Fell into the machinery.
A merry-go-round?
Over in the park.
Oh, yeah. They tore that down a few years ago. Condemned it. Little late, I guess.
How's that?
Little late for you, I mean.
Very late. Very late for me. I gotta be going.
Well, come back.
I don't think I'll be coming this way again.
Take care, then.
That I will. From now on.
Oh, hi, mister. Wondered what happened to you.
Nothing much. I just, took a walk.
Thought maybe you weren't coming back.
Was I gone that long?
Oh, not really. Just seems that way. Things are pretty slow out here.
Did you finish with the red sports car?
All lubed and ready to go.
Thanks.
I had some extra time, so I washed it for you. Thought you might like that.
Yeah, that was kind of you.
No charge for the wash, though.
Of course there is. Will this cover it? Keep the change.
Hey, thanks. You sure?
I'm sure.
Going on to Homewood?
Not this time.
Too bad. It's a nice place.
I know, but I've got things to do. In New York.
Maybe some other time.
Yeah, some other time.
Martin Sloan, age 36, vice president in charge of media, successful in most things, but not in the one effort that all men try at some time in their lives, to go home again. And, as with all men, perhaps there'll be an occasion, a summer night sometime, when he'll look up from what he's doing and listen to the distant music of a calliope, and hear the voices and the laughter of the people and the places of his past. And perhaps across his mind there'll flit a little errant wish that a man might not have to become old and outgrow the parks and merry-go-rounds of his youth. And he'll smile then, too, because he'll know it is, after all, just an errant wish. Some wisp of memory, not too important, really. Some laughing ghosts that'll cross a man's mind that are a part of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Walking Distance, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Turk Muller, Rick Komanek, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Adam Tangway, Tony Castillo, Linda Ryder, Lynn Foley, Bruce Grossman, Laura Russell, Mike Aljadeff, and Peggy Roeder. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
He ain't here yet.
He will be.
Almost noon.
Knows what's waiting for him.
Yep. He knows he's gonna get shot.
Let's go inside and have a drink.
Hi there, fellas.
No talk.
Just pour.
Sure. What'll it be?
Rod cut whiskey.
You're coming right on.
You seen McGrew?
Marshall McGrew?
That's the one.
You friends of his?
We got a meeting with him.
You do? When?
Well, let's see. Right about now. Unless he ain't gonna show.
Oh, Marshall McGrew will show, all right. Always keeps his word. If Rance McGrew says he'll be here, then he'll be here. You can bet your bottom dollar on it.
That right?
In fact, here he is now.
Where?
Right outside, at the end of the street. Hear him coming?
I don't see nothing.
Oh, he's a-coming, for sure. Take a look. See that cloud of dust? That's him. Right on schedule. Cut!
I'm here. What's everybody looking at?
You're an hour and 15 minutes late, Rance.
So shoot me.
I'd like to. On film. We should have had everything in the can by now.
Don't bug me, Si. You know what these big emotional scenes do to me.
Now, don't get upset, Rance. We'll try to knock this one out before lunch. What do you say we get started, okay, baby? This is scene 71. You have your script with you? Positions, everybody.
Quiet, people. Camera ready. This'll be a take.
Welcome to the American West, Hollywood style. Some 100-odd years ago, a motley collection of tough hombres gunned and galloped their way across the frontier, leaving behind them a raft of legends and legerdemains. But heroes or hambones, they were a rough and woolly breed of nail-eaters, who in matters of the gun were as efficient as they were dedicated. So it seems a reasonable conjecture that if there are any television sets up in cowboy heaven, and if these worthies could see with what careless abandon their names and exploits are bandied about today, they are very likely turning over in their graves. Or worse, busy getting out of them. which gives you a clue as to the proceedings that will begin in just a moment. Enter one Rance McGrew, an overpaid sports car driving phony baloney who can't distinguish between a holster and a hoof-and-mouth disease. His claim to fame is that he dispatches these baddies, or actors bearing their names, in gunfights, where the fast draw is simply a matter of cutting and the outcome is a setup, complete with blank cartridges and stage blood. But Mr. Rance McGrew is about to discover that this week's edition of Make Believe is being shot not on the usual back lot, but on a peculiarly authentic location, one found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Showdown with Rance McGrew, starring Chris McDonald, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Get me a key light on the end of the bar.
Coming up.
Props, where are the breakaway bottles?
Right here.
You know the scene, Rance?
Read it to me.
Interior saloon, cover shot of two bad men at bar. Rance McGrew enters through the swinging doors. He walks slowly to the bar, glancing sideways, left and right.
But glancing left and right?
That's what the script says.
Well, how am I supposed to do that? Is my head on a swivel?
I don't know, Rance. I didn't write it.
I'm going to tell you something, Si. When a cowboy enters a bar, he walks to the far end of the room, he gets his drink, he looks at it, then he looks straight ahead and drinks it. He doesn't look left and right. Take it from me. A man lets his eyes roll around his head, he can get himself in a whole lot of trouble. Capiche?
All right, Rance. Anything you say, we'll shoot it your way. Now, can we begin?
In a minute. My stomach's killing me. A scene like this, it gets to me, you know? These miserable emotional scenes, they're draining. Where are my pills?
Right here, Rance.
Well, don't just stand there. Give me one. Make it 2. Water.
Yes, sir.
All right, boys, if you're set up, this is scene 71. A tracking shot of Rance as he enters the saloon. Let's get with it, everybody. We're way behind.
This one's for real, people.
Stand in, out. The star's here.
Cowboys 1 and 2, positions.
Outside the door, Rance.
I got it. Where's wardrobe?
Yes?
Do something about my shoulder pads. More on the left side.
Let me just open your vest.
Holster.
Right here?
An inch lower.
No problem.
Now, my gun.
Here you go.
It should be right where my fingers hang. A real gunfighter had to get his gun out fast. Did you know I took lessons from the national fast draw champion?
Did you?
Oh, you don't believe me?
Ready when you are, Rance.
Watch this. You hook it with your fingertips, like so. You bring it up in an arc.
Careful, sir.
Give it a little twirl. Whoops.
Rance, what are you doing?
What's wrong with this holster? It's got oil on it.
Replace the mirror behind the bar. We'll have to wait for the new glass.
I told you, Si, never, ever rush me. Okay? I'm a perfectionist. Wasn't like this in the Old West.
What wasn't?
In the old days, they made sure. They had to. Men's lives depended on it. You can't hurry justice, Si.
All right, everybody. Lunch! Ready?
Ready.
Rolling.
Rolling.
Roll sound.
Roll sound.
And action.
Cue Rance.
Hello there, Marshal.
Barkeep.
What'll it be?
Rot gut whiskey.
Yes, sir.
Give me the bottle.
Sure, Marshal. Whatever you say.
Cut!
No, don't look at me. It wasn't my fault. Look at here. Hey, buddy boy.
Yeah?
You try to gag it up one more time, you'll wind up plucking chickens at the farmer's market.
It was an accident, Rance.
Was it? He put English on it. He deliberately made it curve before it got to me.
English on a bottle? The guy needs a catcher's mitt.
What'd you say?
Nothing, Rance. He didn't say a thing.
How much longer? These boots are killing me.
Here's a new bottle.
Let's try it again. From the bottle. Positions, please.
Positions.
Scene 71, again.
And rolling.
Sure, Marshal. Whatever you say. Now, hold on. That there's a new bottle. You want I should open it for you?
I can do it.
All day. Here's a glass for you.
Don't need one.
You see that? He don't even use a glass.
He's some tough hombre.
I guess you boys know that... I guess you boys know I'm the marshal here.
We heard tell.
Sure did.
Then I guess you know that Jesse James is due here any minute now, aiming to call on me.
I know that, too.
Likewise.
Well, what do you know? I figured he was too yellow. But it sounds like Jesse's here.
Marshal, please. No killing inside.
Easy, barkeep. Ain't gonna kill him none. I'm just gonna maim him a little bit. Pick off his pinky, maybe, with a clean shot.
Jesse won't take kindly to that.
He sure won't.
Well, well. Marshal McGrew, ain't it?
Yep.
We'll take a nice, deep breath, Marshal.
Why's that, Jesse?
'Cause it'll be your last. Oh! You shot it clean out of my hand!
I didn't. That was a sound effect. I can't get my blasted gun out of the miserable holster.
Cut. Take it easy, Rance.
I thought somebody oiled this holster.
I wiped it down.
It's too dry.
We'll do an insert later.
See? I can't even get it. Oh, look out. Whoops.
Bring another mirror.
This is absurd, isn't it? I mean, really. First the gun, then the bottle, then the gun a second time. You just can't appreciate the delicious absurdity of it. I drive all the way in from the beach just to shoot a few lousy scenes in my new car, my own car, mind you, and look what happened. I studied with Sandy Meisner, okay? I played Pinter, Albee, Beckett, and now, can't you people do anything right? I ask you, is that too much?
Would you like to sit down, Rance?
Why do I bother? Week after week, why? I give, and I give, and I give. For what?
Let's go to the fight scene. Jesse and Rance. First, Jesse knocks him through a table.
Cue the player piano tape. Stunt double. Somebody get the tables.
How do you feel now?
What do you mean, how do I feel? Sorry, Andy. It's not your fault. But these oafs out there, they wouldn't know a real line from a cereal commercial. Hand me my throat spray.
The antibiotic one or the one for the allergies?
I don't care, just give it to me.
Cut! Print it!
I think they're ready for your close-up, Rance.
All right, Angie. Don't you think I know that? I'm the only professional around here. Did you double for me in that scene?
Yes, sir.
Looking good.
Thanks. I tried to do it just like you would.
I like the bruises. Nice makeup.
It's not makeup.
Okay, boys, this is the death scene. Rance in the bar, Jesse lying over there. Rance thinks he's unconscious. Jesse picks up a gun off the floor and fires at Rance's back.
Well, at his back?
That's correct.
Hey, I don't want to give you a hard time, Si, but...
Well, you got a problem with that?
But that's not the way Jesse James used to operate.
Well, he does in this script, okay?
What I mean is, everything I've read about the guy, he fought pretty fair and square. Why can't I just yell something, before I pull the trigger?
Whoa, that's thinking. Warn the fastest gun in the West that he's about to get shot at. Look, buddy boy, you happen to be up against Rance McGrew. And when you're up against the best, you're going to play it dirty or you're going to play it dead. Now quit arguing and let's get to it.
Ready at the bar, Rance. Your marks by the brass rail.
Here's the bottle.
Hold it. I told you ginger ale. This is cola.
It's supposed to look like whiskey, though, Mr. McGrew.
Si, will you either fire this clown or straighten him out? One or the other?
Mr. McGrew wants ginger ale.
Yes, sir, Mr. McGrew.
Jesse, lie down on the X.
I don't care what he says. Jesse James wouldn't shoot anybody in the back.
Yeah, but Rance McGrew would. Rance McGrew would also fire his own grandmother. So do me a favor. Play it his way, or we'll never get this episode finished.
You're the boss, but I can just see the real Jesse James turning over in his grave right now. I don't mean just once. I mean about 400 revolutions per minute.
All right, let's get with it. Scene 93, take one.
Quiet, everyone.
Camera, roll sound, and action.
Here's your bottle, Marshal.
You stupid clod. That's whiskey. That's real whiskey.
It sure is. The best we got. Something wrong, Marshal?
Well, this sure is. Wait a minute. Where's the camera? And the lights? Where are the lights? You there. Answer me.
You talking to me?
I think he's talking to you.
Well, now, speak up, Marshal. I didn't hear you. You say something or not?
You know exactly what I said. Don't play dumb. Will somebody please tell me what happened to the microphone and the wall? Where did this other wall come from? Where's the back of the set?
Marshal, Jess is gunning for you. He's coming right now.
Hey, Cementhead, he was already here in scene 73, okay? Boy, wait, my agent hears about this one. Let me out of here. This has degenerated into some third-rate, low-budget B picture.
Can't say I didn't warn you.
Wait. Who's this supposed to be?
They call me Jesse. Jesse James.
No, you're not. You're a different actor. What are you, a last-minute replacement? And where'd you get those clothes? Good lordy property. This man stinks to...
I'm the real Jesse James. Not that side of pork that's been play-acting me.
What do you think you're doing? Take your hands off...
Sit down and put a cork in it. I'll ask the questions around here. Bartender.
Yes, Mr. James.
Bring me a bottle of rye. And wind up that player piano in the corner. I like a little music with my drinking.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Turn the volume down. Cut! Shouldn't we cut? Cut already! Will somebody please tell me what is going on?
Don't you hear good, mister?
No habla inglés.
Sure you don't. Well, habla this.
Sí.
I'd be looking for the marshal.
No es aquí.
No?
No, señor.
Fellow named McGrew. Rance McGrew.
So?
You know him?
Sí.
He here?
Come si, come sa.
Come what?
Sai?
Sai?
Sí.
Who's Sai?
The director. Get me out of here!
Where you going?
That away.
You wouldn't be McGrew now, would you?
Not a chance.
Then what's this badge doing pinned to your chest?
Well, where's the fellow who loaned me this vest?
I think you and me. We better have a little talk, Marshal.
Talk?
Maybe a long talk, maybe a short talk. But a talk just the same.
Okay.
You're supposed to be a tough hombre. But he don't look very tough.
No?
Know what you look like?
I couldn't venture a guess.
You look like a marshmallow.
A marsh... I do?
Don't that rile you none?
No, not much.
Why not?
I haven't been myself lately. It's these allergies.
Come on. First we'll have a drink, and then we'll talk. Then we'll have a showdown.
A showdown?
Where's that bottle?
Right here, Mr. James.
I gotta see this.
Yeah, see what?
How you break the neck off without wrecking the whole bottle?
Oh, that's just in the movies. Might get broken glass in it. Don't want to ruin good whiskey. Here, your turn.
No, thank you.
No?
Just a ginger ale, please.
Marshmallow.
Well, see, I'm on the wagon. It's in my contract.
Have a smoke.
I gave that up too.
I'll roll one for you.
Can't. Union rules.
Rules, huh?
Yeah, it's the law now.
Show you what I think of the law. Of course, you know how to do this, don't you? Roll your own, I mean.
Actually, I never could get it right. You know, that string on the little pouch? It always gets caught in my teeth. Would you mind not blowing smoke in my face?
That rile you, does it?
Not really. It's just that it's not good for my voice.
Nothing riles you. You're just about the most even-tempered dude I ever did meet. However, I ain't got no more time to be sociable, Marshal. I'd say it's past time we came to a meeting of the minds.
Duck and cover, boys.
What's everybody hiding for?
Think about it, Marshal. Why do you suppose?
'Cause the place is closing? That must be it. Yeah. Curfew time, huh? Well, I'll just mosey on home. Nice meeting you, Jesse. Mr. James.
Whoa, just stop right there. You wasn't leaving, was you, Marshal? I mean, you wasn't just gonna up and walk out on me, was you?
Me? No, I was just wondering whether it was gonna rain. You know, just looks like it's not, though. No, not today.
Have a seat.
Okay. As long as this doesn't take too long, I got a meeting with my agent after we wrap.
You know what I thought, Marshal? I thought you was gonna play some kind of trick on me.
Me? Why would I do a thing like that?
Remember the time that bad guy had you covered from behind? And you started out the swinging doors, and you swung one door back and knocked the gun out of his hand?
That was the opening show last season.
Or how about when that rustling gang was waiting in here to bushwhack you? 10 or 11 of them.
13. I was up for an Emmy for that one.
That was where you shot from the hip and brung down the chandelier. I gotta hand it to you. Some shooting, Marshal.
I did better next week. Horse thief named McNasty shot a glass out of his hand. Bullet ricocheted and hit his partner out there on the porch. Got 1,300 pieces of mail on that one.
I bet you did. I just bet you did. Why, folks couldn't help admiring a man of your talents. Thing of it is, Marshal. Thing of it is, I don't reckon you ever fired a real gun in your life, did you?
Well, not as such.
Or hit a man in anger, or maybe even got hit in anger yourself. Tell me true, Marshal. You ever ride a horse?
Oh, yeah, on occasion.
A real horse?
Well, see, I happen to be allergic. Hives.
Hives?
Yeah, you know, a rash. Cats give it to me, too.
So you don't ride, you don't shoot, you don't fight. You just strut around wearing a phony badge and going through the motions of killing off fellas like me.
There was an episode when we let one of the Dalton boys off. It kind of a complicated plot. It seems he had a kid sister going to school in the East, and she came out to visit him on the day he was supposed to be hanged. She made an appeal to me, and I saw to it that he got a suspended sentence.
Mm-hmm. He told me about it.
He did?
He also told me how you captured him. Jumped 800 feet off a cliff and landed on the back of his horse when he wasn't looking.
Stuntman. Heights, they bother me.
That figures. So you see, Marshal, we had this meeting up there.
Up there?
And all us decided, my brother, me, the Dalton boys, Sam Starr, Billy the Kid, quite a few of us. And the consensus was, Marshal, was that you wasn't doing a thing for our good names.
Well, see, you have to understand, I don't write these scripts. I mean, I do have input at the development stage, but...
We had little election up there, and they chose me to come down and maybe take a little shine off your pants.
How's that?
Don't you get it? We see you week after week shooting down this fella, shooting down that fella, capturing a bushwhacker, bringing in a rustler, but all the time winning. Man, you just don't never lose. You're the winningest fella ever come down the pike, and that's for sure. So me and my friends, well, we figured it was about time that maybe you should lose once.
Well, that's not such a bad idea. I could take it up with the producer at our next meeting.
I don't think there's time for that. I think that maybe if you're gonna lose, you're gonna have to lose right now.
Now?
But I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, Marshal. I'm gonna play it square with you. A whole lot squarer than you ever played it with us. Face to face, and no, what do you call them? Stuntman.
Could you be a little more, precise about the terms?
Right out there, on the main street. You and me.
Oh, I think there's been a misunderstanding. See, I'm not really Marshall McGrew. That's my name, yes, but it's a part I play.
Right outside. Me coming down one side of the street, you coming down the other. Just the two of us.
But I've done that before. Did you happen to see Gunfight at Red Rock?
Yeah.
Then you know.
It was lousy. 2 thumbs down. Way down. After you, Marshal.
You can come out now, boys. Looks like they ain't gonna shoot up the place after all. Drinks on the house.
We take 20 paces each. You come around that corner.
Which one?
By the general store. I'll come around that one over there.
Then what?
I'll let you make the first move. Nothing could be fairer than that, could it, Marshal?
Fair? Oh my. No, indeed. Nothing at all. That I can think of, unless...
What?
Could we make it tomorrow afternoon? Your girl can call my girl and...
This afternoon. Now.
You mean now? As in right now? Or in the general sense, as opposed to the past, let's say, or the future, or...
Too much John. Let's go.
Stuntman? Oh, Stuntman.
14, 15, 16...
Better check all my bullets. But they're blanks. All blanks. What am I supposed to do?
Ready, Marshal? I'm coming for you.
All right, here goes nothing. Talk about method acting.
Go ahead, Marshal. Make your move.
This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna count to 3.
Why not 5? Or 10?
1.
It never happens this way. Makeup! I got sweat in my eyes.
2.
I didn't even want to be in this series. I wouldn't have signed up for it at all if it hadn't been for the residuals. God, that and the fact that they let me use my own name in the title. Rance McGrew, Frontier Marshal. Had a nice ring to it, I thought.
3. Slap leather.
Props, would you fix this holster?
Reach for the sky.
Okay. There's my gun, see? Hey, you win.
Just like I figured. This guy couldn't outdraw a crayon.
Jesse, give me a break. Will you give me a break, Jesse? I'm too young to die. Think of all the guest spots I could do after the series. Not to mention the syndicated reruns.
You say you got nominated for an Emmy?
Twice!
Man, you can't act any better than you can draw.
What about it? I'll do anything. I mean it. You name it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Just give me a break this one time.
Anything?
Anything. Say it.
Marshal, you know something? You and me, maybe we ain't such a long ways off from a bargain after all.
What is it you want?
Well, sir, I ain't exactly sure what it is I want, but I'll think about it some.
You will? You mean you're not gonna shoot me down like a dog? Like a cur? Like an empty beer bottle? Like an old tin can set on the fence post of life? On a lonesome road somewhere, a road less traveled, you might say?
Nope. But I'll tell you what I will do, if you stop talking like a schoolmarm.
What's that?
I'll see to it that you play it mighty careful from now on.
Done?
You gotta play it straight. No more of this Hollywood junk.
You got it.
We may be stiffs up there, but we're awful sensitive. We'll be watching you, Marshal.
Jesse? Jesse? Where'd you go? Where do I send the deal memo?
Here you go.
What?
It isn't whiskey this time, Mr. McGrew. It's ginger ale like you ordered.
Okay, people. This is a take. Quiet, please.
Where'd all these people come from? And the lights. The camera.
You all right, Rance?
Yeah, I'm all right, but where'd you all go?
Where do we go? Rance is such a kidder. We didn't go anywhere. Are you sure you're all right? You look a little pale.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Wake up.
Touch up Mr. McGrew, please, so we can get the shot.
The shot?
Jesse's on the floor.
What's he doing there?
You knocked him down, remember? Or rather, your stunt double did. Chair and a table.
How much longer? This floor's really uncomfortable.
Just a few more seconds.
But that's not Jesse. Not the real Jesse.
Rance, please. After this one, we'll call it a day. Now, you think he's unconscious, but he tries to get you in the back. Before he can shoot, you fall to the floor, roll, turn over with your gun in your hand, fire, and let him have it while you're still on your belly. Got it?
That's what was in the script.
Of course it is. Now, do you think you can do that?
Somebody wants to talk to you, Mr. McGrew.
Can it wait? Tell him Rance is about to shoot a scene.
He says he's Rance's new agent.
My agent? My agent hasn't come to see me in years.
Driving a big convertible with cowhide seats, steer horns on the hood. Like he's some kind of Texas rancher or something.
A new agent, Rance? Look, I don't know what your chain of command is nowadays, but go out there and talk to him if you have to. Find out what it is he wants, and what it is you want, and what it is so we can shoot.
Sure thing, Si. I'll do that.
Howdy, Marshal.
Jesse.
Deal's a deal. You said anything.
I like the red blazer. Houndstooth, isn't it?
That what they call it?
You don't know about the yellow slacks, though, and the beret. I think you've been watching too many old movies.
Be that as it may. Have a cigar.
I don't smoke.
That's right, I remember. No offense. Well, now, to get to the point, anything is the following. Let's keep it simple. I'm just gonna stick around from show to show and make sure you don't hurt no more feelings.
Such as?
Take this here scene. Change it so's the other Jesse don't fire at your back. That would be real cowardly. Say he's lost a lot of blood and he's weak as a tea. But somewhere or the other he gets up on his feet. Then he knocks you through the window and makes his getaway. Got it?
Knocks me through the window? Rance McGrew?
Understood.
Yes, sir. Understood.
What? Are you out of your mind? No stunt double? Jesse does what?
Scene 93, take 2. Places. Lights. Roll sound.
And action. Cut!
That was a good one.
Yeah. Glad you liked it.
Now I was reading next week's episode, Marshal. The one where you knock a gun out of Billy the Kid's hand from a 4th-story window a block away, using the base of a lamp.
Well, the network wants to keep the gunplay down. Too much violence. No good?
Piece of crap. The way I see it, Billy hears you, whirls around, shoots from the hip, and knocks the lamp out of your hand. How's that sound?
Fine. Fine.
Now, looking ahead 2 weeks, I think we ought to give Sam Starr a break. He's a nice fella. Awful good to his mother.
The evolution of the so-called adult Western and the metamorphosis of one Rance McGrew, former phony baloney, now upright citizen and defender of truth, dedicated to all things involving tradition and the history of cowboy lore. It's the way the cookie crumbles and the 6-gun shoots in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Showdown with Rance McGrew, starring Chris McDonald with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Rich Komanek, Sean Cross, Steve Key, Jeff Lupetin, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Attention shoppers, Mason's department store will close in 10 minutes. This is your last chance for all red tag items. 10 more minutes.
Here you are, ma'am.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Just these things, please.
One child's bathrobe, pajamas, and a pair of slippers. Will that be all?
Yes, thank you.
And how would you like to pay?
How much does it come to?
With tax, your total is $57.63.
Oh, is that the sale price?
Let me see. Children's wear, yes, that department's on markdown.
The slippers, too?
Where did you find them?
On the clearance table. There's a red tag.
Very good. That'll be an additional 40% off. I'll just adjust the total.
That's better. Every little bit counts, doesn't it? Children grow so fast.
If that's all.
Christy? Christy, where are you?
Here, Mommy.
Time to go, darling.
Mommy, look.
What have you got there?
A dolly.
My, isn't she cute?
She's the best doll in the whole world.
Yeah, well, you better put it back now. Daddy's waiting.
Can I have her, please?
You already have a doll.
Not like this one. Her name's Tina.
Is it?
Listen.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
Oh, please, Mommy. She wants to go home with me. She said so.
Maybe next time.
But she wants to go now.
Shall I add the doll?
Well, no, I don't think so.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I want to go home with you.
See?
What will they think of next,
Excuse me. I'm in line here, too, you know.
I'm sorry. Just a second.
Will that be cash, ma'am?
She's just like a real little girl. Aren't you, Tina?
My name is Talkie Tina, and you're my new best friend.
Oh, for the love of...
I'll have someone restock it for you.
Will you accept a charge?
Certainly.
Here's my card.
If you'll just sign here, Mrs. Streeter.
All right.
I'll put everything in one bag.
Would you like to carry it, honey?
Oh, yes, Mommy. Thank you.
Who's next?
Well, it's about time. Do you have any more Shake Me, Bake Me sets?
Oh, I'm afraid not, sir. They sold out this morning.
Well, come on. I only came out because of your advertisement.
But I can give you a rain check.
I don't want a rain check. I drove 15 miles to get a Shake Me, Bake Me toy kitchen for my daughter, and I'm not going to leave without one.
If you'd like to speak to the supervisor,
You bet I would. I can't believe this.
Come along, honey. We're holding up the line.
My name is Talkie Tina, and we're going to be very, very happy.
We will, I promise.
Yeah, as long as your daddy doesn't find out.
Come on, Tina. We're going home.
Meet Talkie Tina, the doll that does everything. A lifelike creation of molded plastic with a beautiful painted smile. For an only child named Christy, she's a brand new playmate. For her father, however, this particular doll is about to become a most unwelcome addition to the family. But don't worry, because without Talkie Tina, chances are he would never find his way into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Living Doll, starring Tim Kazurinsky, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
This is where we live, Tina. See?
Put her back in the bag with your other things.
But Tina wants to see her new house.
Just until we get inside.
Okay. Come on, Tina.
Honey?
Yes, Mommy?
Why don't you run upstairs with your doll? That way she can see your room.
Can't Tina meet Daddy first?
No, not yet. He's very busy today, remember?
Okay.
And a grand total for 1 month? I can't believe it.
Eric?
Hi.
Oh, sorry we took so long.
It doesn't matter, I'm still working on the taxes.
Oh, did you make yourself lunch?
Not yet. What'd you buy?
Oh, nothing much. Just a couple of things Christy needed.
What kind of things?
Go on upstairs, darling.
Yes, Mommy. Come on, Tina.
Wait a minute. Christy? What do you got there?
It's nothing, Eric.
No?
It's just a doll.
A doll, huh?
Show Daddy, honey.
Her name's Tina.
She doesn't need another doll.
She fell in love with it. What was I supposed to do? Her birthday's not for months.
I thought we agreed.
She's only a child.
She's just like a real live girl, Daddy.
For heaven's sake, Annabelle, a doll like that costs...
It was on sale.
Oh, so that means we can afford it, huh? What was it, free?
I put it on the account.
Tina does everything, don't you, Tina? Her arms move and her eyes open. Watch. She sees you, Daddy, and she can even talk.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
You have to admit it's adorable.
See? I just love her already.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I want to go home with you.
Isn't she cute?
All right, how much?
Well, not that much.
I know, it was on sale, you charged it. How much?
Eric, that's enough. Christy, go to your room, please.
Yes, Mommy.
My name is Talkie Tina, and you're my new best friend.
Christy, hold on.
What, Daddy?
Let me see that doll for a minute.
Eric, please.
Hey, I've been doing the income and expenses while you were out. And now I have to write a check to the IRS. I can almost cover it if we don't go to the movies or eat out for a month.
This is hardly the time to talk about...
I asked you a question, Annabelle. How much did it cost me?
You?
I earn the money around here, don't I?
I don't think it's the price of the doll that's upsetting you.
Here it comes.
Here what comes?
Some more of that Freudian gibberish you've been getting from her doctor.
It is not Dr. Lubin's fault that she feels rejected.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
Will you shut that thing off?
Her name's Tina. Don't yell at her.
Give it to me.
Daddy, please, she's my dolly.
Not until I decide if she's gonna stay.
Mommy.
Go on. It'll be all right, I promise. Eric, how could you?
What would you suggest I do? Start printing money? Charge accounts have to be paid, you know.
We'll talk about this later, after you've had a chance to think about what you've just done to that little girl.
More toys, more of everything for Christy. That's what she needs. Another doll. One that talks.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I don't think I like you.
What?
My name is Talkie Tina, and I think I could even hate you.
What kind of doll is this? Get out of here! What do you say now, huh? You all broken up about it?
My name is Talkie Tina, and you'll be sorry.
Why, you...
Eric?
Yeah?
Did you just throw something?
What if I did?
You broke the vase.
So I'll get you another one.
Just tell me why.
I don't like what it says.
The doll?
You might be interested to know it has quite a vocabulary. Listen.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
I suppose that offends you in some way.
That's not what it said a minute ago.
Eric, I don't know how much more of this I can take.
Oh, and exactly what is it you're taking?
Your anger toward Christy. I know you're having a difficult time adjusting to her, but I can't let you treat her this way. She's my daughter, Eric. I love her.
Oh, you love her, but I don't love her. I'm only your stepfather. I'm incapable of loving children because I can't have any of my own. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
No, Eric, believe me, it's not. You could love Christy. I know you could if you'd only give yourself half a chance.
Good. Then I'm not the cold, cruel ogre Mommy and daughter think I am. Whew. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your faith in me.
Eric, please, give us a chance. Christy and me. I know you got more than you bargained for when you married me. 2 for the price of 1. But we'll do anything to make you happy. Both of us.
Daddy?
Honey, just a minute.
I'm sorry, Daddy.
What?
I'm sorry if I made you mad.
Oh, Christy, I wasn't mad at you. Do you understand that?
Sure, Daddy. Oh, there you are, Tina.
No, don't do that.
Why?
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
Why not, Daddy?
Nothing at all.
Come on, Tina. Let's go upstairs.
Almost finished, Christy?
Almost, Mommy. We are. Aren't we, Tina?
Eat your vegetables so we can have dessert.
What kind? Tina wants to know what kind of dessert.
Oh, your favorite, banana cream pie.
Be a good girl, Tina, and eat your supper.
Eat your own supper, Christy.
I am, Daddy.
I didn't know your doll could laugh.
Oh, Daddy, Tina can do everything.
Well, tell her not to do it at the table.
What's the matter, Eric?
Forget it.
I didn't hear anybody laugh.
Really? I thought
You thought what?
Nothing. Where'd you buy her?
Mason's. It seemed like a good idea.
Did it?
She'll be a good playmate for Christy.
Lacking a brother or sister. Is that what you mean?
I didn't say that.
But it's what you meant. It's why you bought the doll, isn't it? So I'd have a reminder?
It hadn't occurred to me, but if that's what you think, give me your plate, Christy.
Yes, Mommy. Here's Tina's, too. She ate all her food.
Did she?
Who's that?
I'm sure I don't know.
Who do you think it is, Tina?
Well, stop talking to her like that. It's only a doll.
No, she's not, Daddy. She's my new best friend.
Can Christy come out and play?
Hear that, Tina?
It's Linda.
Goody.
Don't you want your dessert first?
Later, Mommy. Can I take Tina?
Not outside.
But she wants to meet Linda.
Well, Linda can meet her later.
Okay.
How about you?
What?
Do you want some dessert?
Oh, sure. That'd be fine.
Well, I'll bring you a piece of pie.
Yeah, you do that.
My name is Talkie Tina.
Hey! Nobody pulled your string.
And I'm beginning to hate you.
Yeah? Well, my name's Eric Streeter. And you know what? I think I'm gonna get rid of you after all.
You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I? Just watch.
Don't pick me up. This is my chair.
No, it's not. It's Christy's high chair. Or it was until she grew out of it. But you'll never grow because you're just a piece of plastic. Got that? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
My name is Talkie Tina, and I think you're a very bad man. My name is Talkie Tina, and I think...
Shut up, you little wretch.
Here's your pie.
Thanks.
What are you doing?
Just seeing how it works.
I thought you didn't like it.
I don't, but it's pretty clever for a toy. Is there any coffee?
Yeah, in the kitchen. I'll get it.
You're nothing, understand? A kid's toy. I could twist your arm off or your leg.
Ow!
Don't tell me you have feelings, too.
Doesn't everything?
Oh, I see. Then I could hurt you.
Not really.
We'll see about that.
But I could hurt you.
Tell me another one. Threats from a doll.
Who were you talking to?
Well, who do you think?
Eric, please be careful with Christy's doll.
Here, you can have it.
I don't want it. I only meant it means a lot to her.
The game's over.
Game?
Oh, come on now. How dense do you think I am?
I wish I knew what you were talking about.
Some invention, this thing. I guess I haven't kept up with the times. They must be doing great things with technology now. I didn't know they were putting walkie-talkies in dolls.
Walkie-talkies?
Voice chips, whatever they are.
But there's hardly any technology to it. You've seen these before. Just a string that goes into the back of the doll, you pull it, and it plays a little record inside.
Come off it, Annabelle. Didn't you think I'd catch on?
Catch on to what?
Well, all that stuff about hating me, and the last bit about feelings. Doesn't everything? That was a nice touch. You should be a regular ventriloquist.
Really, Eric, I don't know what...
Linda wants to see Tina. Can I? Can she, please?
All right, dear.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
I told you. She's so sweet.
You can both play with Tina tomorrow after school, if Linda would like to come over.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Streeter. That would be so neat. Oh, come on, Linda. It's the ice cream man.
That doll is sweet, all right, especially with a speaker inside. What is it, one of those little transistor receivers?
Think whatever you want, but it isn't true.
It doesn't matter what I think. It's what I hear that counts. I have ears. I'm not stupid, you know.
I didn't say you are.
You don't have to.
Nobody's playing tricks on you.
Go ahead. Keep it up. I know you got a microphone around here somewhere. You and Christy are getting even with me. Isn't that right?
That's ridiculous, Eric, and you know it.
Is it? I noticed the doll never talks when you're in the room.
Of course it does. It just did.
Yeah, the pre-recorded line, sure, but not what it says to me.
You're really serious.
Sure I am. So tell me, how do you do it?
There's nothing to tell.
All right? Don't tell me. Keep your secret. Play your little games. But I promise you one thing. Keep this up, and you'll be sorry. Christy? Christy?
My name is Talkie Tina, and you'd better put me down.
Or what? What are you gonna do about it, huh? Christy's not around to help you, and neither is her mommy.
You'll be sorry.
Nah, you're the one who's gonna be sorry, starting right now.
What are you doing?
What I should have done the first time you mouthed off. Put you where you belong. In the trash with the rest of the garbage.
Where's Tina?
I wouldn't know.
You had her, Daddy.
Go ask your mother.
She's already asked me.
And what did you tell her?
That I don't know where she is.
Then I guess that settles it.
Do you know, Eric?
Now, would I?
Where is she, Daddy?
If your mother can't tell you, neither can I.
Tina must be around, Christy. Let's find her.
I'll look in the kitchen.
What do you think you're doing?
Trying to read the evening paper. Is that all right with you?
She's not in here.
I'll help you look. You should be ashamed of yourself.
About what?
If anything's happened to her doll...
Hello?
My name is Talkie Tina, and I'm going to kill you.
Say that again.
You heard me.
How did you get out?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Who is this? Hello? Hello? Not there. Then where? Annabelle? Annabelle.
Yes?
Where is she?
She's still looking.
I'm not talking about Christy!
We haven't found the doll, if that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I mean. You knew I put it in the trash can outside.
And now what?
And now it's gone. Which means somebody took it. More games?
Oh, Eric, I can't bear this.
Neither can I. I'm tired of all this nonsense. A joke's a joke, but you've carried it too far.
I have?
You and Christy. Will the two of you stop it?
Eric, I didn't touch the doll. I haven't seen it since dinner.
Am I supposed to believe you?
I swear.
You're telling the truth?
Of course I am.
You really didn't take it?
I didn't take it.
Then who? The phone call.
What phone call?
You were on the extension. You said...
What are you talking about now?
Didn't you do that either?
Do what?
No. Of course it couldn't have been you. How could you make the phone ring? You couldn't even call unless it was from an outside line. But you were in the house the whole time.
I didn't hear the phone ring.
There must be an explanation. Some electronic device that taps into the line.
Eric?
The phone rang. I answered it. The doll's voice was loud and clear. It said, "My name is Talkie Tina, and I'm going to kill you."
What?
That's what it said. Why would I lie?
Oh, Eric, I don't know what to say. Or what to think.
Well, one way or another, the doll's disappeared. If you didn't take it, that leaves Christy.
Eric?
Christy! Christy, are you awake? Did you...
I told you you'd be sorry.
Get away from her. Get out of her bed and out of this house.
Tina?
I'll be back. And when I do, I'll have some questions for you, little girl.
Christy, wake up!
Daddy?
Stay where you are, Christy.
I want Tina.
Don't worry about that thing. I have to borrow it for a while.
But she's mine.
Lie back down.
Tina belongs to me. Daddy? Daddy?
What's happening?
Daddy, please!
Where are you going with her doll?
To do what I should have done.
Daddy!
Get one thing straight, Christy. I am not your daddy.
There. He won't hurt her.
Tina!
Know where you are now, baby doll?
Where?
Take a look around. If those eyes of yours can even see. Welcome to my workroom.
You don't scare me. This is a garage.
Right? And this is my workbench. And these are my tools.
What kind of tools?
Well, let's see what we have here. Know what this is, dollface? A vice. That's what.
What are you going to do?
What does it look like? I'm gonna put your cute little head in it and crack you open like a ripe tomato.
You can try.
We'll see about that.
You'd better stop.
Yeah? Or what? Get ready to die.
Don't say I didn't warn you. You're the one who's going to die.
How's this?
What's the matter? Can't finish the job? A big, strong man like you?
Why won't it close any tighter? I want to see those plastic eyes of yours pop out of your head.
You can't hurt me.
I thought you said you had feelings.
I can stand it if you can.
Something else then. How about a torch? That's it, a little butane. This'll raise your temperature. You'll melt like a rubber band on a hot stove. All we need's a spark to light it. Now we turn the nozzle till we get a nice blue flame. No problem. Just give it a spark one more time. That's okay. Third time's the charm. The lighter's empty.
You're funny.
We're wasting time. Time for the big guns. How about a table saw? Diamond-tipped blade? That'll do the trick. Cuts right through solid steel. Now, you lay there. Go on, close your eyes, because this is the last thing you'll ever see. I'll make it a clean cut, straight through that little pink throat. Say your prayers. Why won't it cut? Why?
Eric?
Get away from me.
What are you doing?
Only what I have to.
Eric, no! Give me that doll!
Leave me alone! So I can't cut you, but you're still done for. You don't stand a chance.
Now what, you funny man?
Try this on for size. I got a burlap bag somewhere and some rope. Yes! You know what people do with kittens, don't you? Well, let me show you. Say they don't want them around anymore, because they're always in the way. They put them in a sack and they tie it up real tight. Lots of rope, and they make a knot that nobody can untie. There. Then they cut the rope with a pocket knife, and they take the sack outside and put it in a trash can. Only this time, they put a cinder block on top of the lid to make sure it stays put. Now let me see you get out of that. What are you doing?
What does it look like?
You're packing your suitcase. But why?
Are you joking?
No, I'm not joking. I'm asking you a simple question. I think I deserve an answer.
Think about it, Eric. How could I go on living with you after what you've done?
Well, I had to.
Had to? You had to show your hatred for me and for Christy?
It's over with. Things will be better now. You'll see.
Oh, will they?
Listen, Annabelle, that doll...
What about that doll, Eric? It's a toy, nothing more. One that means a great deal to her. And you've destroyed it. That was a hateful thing to do. She'll never forgive you, and neither will I.
The doll talked to me. It said things that no toy would say. Don't you see? I had to get rid of it.
Yeah, I see a great many things now. You've become a stranger to me. A sick, neurotic stranger. You're full of blind, unreasonable hate.
Hate? But I did it for us. I love you and Christy.
Well, then you've got a strange way of showing it. I don't believe you know what love is anymore. And you're suffering from some very dangerous delusions. You'd better find a good psychiatrist.
Delusions? I couldn't have imagined it.
You tell that psychiatrist you tried to kill a doll.
I couldn't have.
What did you do with it, by the way? So I can get the remains out of this house before Christy finds what's left.
It's still in one piece. I'll bring the doll inside if that's what you want. I'll give it to Christy myself.
How magnanimous of you.
Will that make everything right?
I don't know, Eric. I honestly don't know.
I want things to be right between us. All three of us.
It's a little late for that, don't you think?
Just let me try. Give me 1 minute. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, Eric. Eric!
There. The trash can. Cinder block on top. Same as I left it. No problem. Cut the rope off. Oh, thank God. Good as new.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I don't forgive you.
Shut up. Shut up! Just until we get inside.
Christy, are you awake?
Yes.
Oh, Christy, honey, listen to me.
Where's my dolly?
Daddy's bringing her. You'll see.
He was mean to her.
Oh, honey, he couldn't help it. Sometimes Daddy gets mad. It's not your fault.
Why doesn't he like her?
He's got a lot on his mind. You know how hard he works, but he's going to be better now. He's going to see a doctor, and this doctor's going to make him well again.
Promise?
We just have to be patient with him. Dry your eyes now.
Christy, look what I've got.
Tina!
Did you miss her? Well, now she can sleep with you, right next to your pillow, all night long. Is that okay?
Oh, Tina!
Thank you, Eric.
Satisfied?
We'll talk about it in the morning.
But I did what you wanted.
In the morning.
Did you hear that?
Oh, what is it now?
I heard something.
Well, I didn't hear anything. Go back to sleep.
I haven't been to sleep yet.
Oh, Eric, it's late.
Now, you heard that, didn't you?
It's nothing.
Somebody could be in the house.
Did you lock up?
Of course I did. But somebody could have broken in.
It's probably Christy.
I'd better see if she's all right.
I'll go.
No, you stay here. Christy? Oh, you're okay. Good, that's good. But where's your doll?
Tina.
Where is it? What? Who's there? Somebody's downstairs. I'm calling the police. Do you hear me?
Eric?
Shh. Stay there. I'm going downstairs to check it out.
What is it?
I'm not sure. If I don't come right back, call the police. Maybe I left the door to the garage unlocked. Yeah, that's it. Don't turn on the lights yet. Catch 'em red-handed. What? You.
Hello.
What are you?
Eric! Oh, don't try to move.
It was the doll. The doll. I tell you, get it out.
Lie still. I'll call the doctor.
Out of the house. It's too late for me. My neck's broken. You have to promise to get rid of it now.
Eric!
My name is Talkie Tina.
You! Get away from him!
You'd better be very, very nice to me.
No! No!
Of course, we all know that dolls can't talk. Not really. Nor can they lie in wait and trip a man on a dark stairway, because that would be murder. And that's one thing no doll can do. That is, unless her name is Tina, and she happens to have been manufactured in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Living Doll, starring Tim Kazurinsky with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Jerry Saul. Heard in the cast were Meg Falcon, Christian Stolte, Deb Dotzer, Amy Sparrow, and Paul Patch. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition. It lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone. Welcome to Maple Street, USA, late summer. A safe, tree-lined world away from the big city. A nice, old-fashioned place to raise a family. Good friends, well-kept lawns, and the laughter of children at play. There's Mr. Steve Brand, who just finished washing his shiny new car, with some help from a good neighbor.
Hand me the rag, will you, Don? I want to polish this baby before the sun goes down.
Sure. Hey, I can get the tires for you.
It's okay. It's almost dark.
Throw me the ball!
If you can catch it. Hey, the ice cream man!
Look at that. Ice cream before dinner.
Why not? They deserve it.
Well, as long as their mothers don't find out.
What'll it be, boys?
Futsicle.
Coming right up.
And a rocket popsicle.
This one's got your name on it, Tommy.
At the sound of the roar and the flash of unearthly light, it will be precisely 6:43, and time for another era to begin in this otherwise perfect neighborhood.
Whoa! Look at that!
What was that?
I don't know. What was it?
Must be some kind of new jet.
What was that? A meteor?
That's what it looked like. I didn't hear any crash, though, did you?
No, I didn't hear anything except a roar.
Steve? What was that?
Beats me, honey. Came awful close, didn't it?
Too close to home, much too close.
What the heck?
A police helicopter?
Did you see how fast it was going?
6:44 p.m. on a late September evening, the last calm and reflective moments before the monsters came to Maple Street.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone. The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, starring Frank John Hughes, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Operator? Operator? Bill, there's something wrong with the phone. What are you doing out there?
Trying to start the power mower.
In the dark?
Well, I wanted to finish the lawn. The motor wouldn't work.
Did you plug in the cord?
Sure did.
Steve, where are you?
Right here, honey.
I just washed my hair and the blow dryer stopped. Then I put soup in the microwave, but it's still cold. We must have blown a fuse. Can you fix it?
I don't think so.
Why not?
It looks like the whole block.
The power's off in our house, too. I can't get anybody on the phone, and the TV went out.
Electricity's off. Phone's dead.
I tried the radio, but...
Computer doesn't even work.
Who's that?
Who is that?
I can't tell. It's too dark.
Hi, neighbor.
Oh, hi, Charlie. Who's that behind you?
It's just me, Pete Van Horn.
Still dark down the street?
Yep, all the street lights are out.
Where are you going?
I thought I'd check it out.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I'll cut through your backyard, Steve, if you don't mind.
Hey, what for?
See if they got power over on Floral Street.
Sure. Go ahead.
You need a flashlight?
Nope, I know my way around.
Well, good luck. Let us know.
All right, be right back then.
We've got some candles in the house. Maybe I should go get them.
Not yet. Give it a few more minutes.
Did you see what was on his belt?
What?
A claw hammer.
Oh, he always carries that.
How come?
He's a carpenter.
Yeah, but what does he need a hammer for at night?
I don't know.
For protection?
From what? Steve, what's going on?
I wish I knew, honey.
You know, it just doesn't make any sense.
How do you mean?
Well, why should the power go off all of a sudden?
And the phone lines.
Maybe some sort of electrical storm or something.
Nah, that don't seem likely. I mean, the sky was just as blue as anything today. No lightning, no thunder, no nothing. How could it be a storm?
I can't get a thing on the radio. Not even the portable.
So we can't call the power company.
Well, why don't we check with the police?
How?
Well, you could drive downtown to that new car of yours.
I suppose I could.
They'll probably think we're nuts, though. A little power failure, and right away we get all flustered and bent out of shape.
It isn't just a power failure, Charlie. If it was, we'd still be able to get a broadcast on the portable.
Well, we ought to do something.
I'll run into town, and we'll get this straightened out.
Are you sure, Steve? Maybe we should all stay together.
Just take a few minutes, and then at least we'll know.
Do you want me to come with you?
No, you wait here. Go in the house if you want and light some candles.
What's the matter with the car?
I don't understand. It was working fine this afternoon.
Out of gas?
I just filled up.
Well, then it's not getting a spark. Look under the hood.
Well, it could be a lot of things. I wouldn't know where to start, especially at night.
That could be the distributor cap.
But it's new. It's supposed to be under warranty.
What's it mean?
Mean?
All these things happening at once.
It doesn't mean anything. It's just a coincidence. Next time I try the car, it'll probably start just fine.
I don't know. It's as if everything flat out stopped all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's pretty strange if you ask me.
We better walk downtown.
How many? I mean, some of us should stay here and watch the houses.
The two of us can go, Charlie, you and me.
You think it's the meteor?
Well, you know, I really doubt it. I don't see how it could be if that's what it was. A meteor couldn't do this.
Well, then we'll find out. Turn it over to the authorities.
Yeah, they'll know what to do.
They better. That's what we pay them for. Come on, Steve.
Mr. Brand,
Yes, Tommy?
you better not.
Better not what?
Go into town.
Why not?
They don't want you to.
Who doesn't want us to?
Them.
Them?
Whoever was in that thing that flew over.
What?
Whoever was in it. I don't think they want us to leave here.
Fool kid.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
They don't want us to. That's why they shut everything off.
What makes you say that?
Now, isn't that the craziest thing you ever heard?
Tommy, I asked you a question. Whatever gave you that idea?
It's always that way.
Always?
Well, when a ship lands from outer space.
Oh, come on now.
It's that way in every story.
Which story?
All of them. It could be the mothership or just, a scout.
Yeah, you mean one of those smaller spaceships? Oh, sure. Yeah, a flying saucer, something like that.
They watch everything we do.
Why?
I missed something.
I don't know that either. But they're checking us out.
All the way from outer space.
Sure. That's where they come from. Don't you know anything?
For what reason?
Well, for the invasion.
An invasion from space yet. Sally, you better get that boy of yours off to bed. He's been reading too many comic books or seeing too many science fiction movies or something.
Tommy, come over here and stop that kind of talk.
Go with your mother, Tommy. We'll be right back, and you'll see. That wasn't any kind of ship, for crying out loud. That was just a meteor or something. I guess it did have something to do with these power failures and the rest of it. Meteors can do strange things. I think I read something about it.
Oh, sure. Like sunspots.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing sunspots do. They raise Cain with radio reception all over the world.
That part's definitely true.
And this thing coming so close, why? I mean, there's no telling the sort of stuff it can do. Yeah, you go ahead, Steve. You and Charlie go into town and see if that isn't what's causing it all.
All right, then. We're going.
Mr. Brand, please don't.
Come on. You want us just to stand right here in one spot?
You might not be able to get to town.
Why not?
It was that way in the story. Nobody could leave. Nobody except...
Except who?
He's talking about some video game.
Hold on. I want to hear this. Except who, Tommy?
Except the people they sent down ahead of them. Well, they look just like people. You'd never know the difference. It wasn't until the ship landed
Tommy, please, son, please don't talk that way.
Right. The kid shouldn't say stuff like that. and we shouldn't stand here listening to him. Why, this is the silliest thing I ever heard. He tells us a comic book plot, and we stand around listening like fools.
Go ahead, Tommy. I want to hear what you've got to say. The whole thing. What kind of story was this? And what about the people they sent ahead?
That was the way they got ready for the landing. They sent 4 people, a mother and a father and 2 kids who looked just like humans. But they weren't.
Well, I guess that's it then. What we better do is run a check on the neighborhood and see which one of us are really human. How does that sound to everybody?
There must be something better to do than just stand around making bum jokes about it.
Well, like what?
Well, for instance, I wonder if Floral Street's got the same deal we got.
Hey, where's Pete Van Horn?
Didn't he get back yet?
Can't see a blessed thing. Hey, who's that?
It's Les Goodman. See him there across the street? He went out and got in his car just like that.
Now, where's he going at a time like this?
Looks like he isn't going anywhere.
Hey, Les.
Can't you get it started?
No dice.
That sounds like the battery's dead.
It shouldn't be. It's charged up.
Ah, could be the starter.
Oh, this car always works like clockwork. I get behind the wheel in the morning and it goes. It never fails.
Unless it's something electrical.
Such as? Who did that?
Nobody. It just started.
All by itself?
But that can't be. Cars don't just start all by themselves. Do they, Steve?
Of course not.
Not without the keys. I got them right here in my hand.
Well, this one did. How come his car just up and started like that?
How could it?
Yeah, how could it start by itself? He wasn't anywhere near it.
And he never did come out to look at that thing that flew over. He wasn't even interested.
He was too busy.
Busy with what?
Why? Why didn't he come out with the rest of us to look?
He always was an oddball. Him and his whole family. Real oddballs.
What do you say we ask him?
Yeah, well, that's a good idea.
Wait a minute. Just wait a minute.
What for?
Let's not turn into a mob here.
Listen to me.
Let him talk.
I don't understand it either. I tried to start it. It wouldn't start. You saw me. All of you saw me.
Sure we did.
What are you telling us, Les? That there's something going on here?
I'm not telling you anything. I don't understand it either. I swear I don't understand anything about tonight.
What don't you understand?
What's happening?
Well, maybe you better tell us the whole story.
What story?
Well, here's the way I see it. Nothing's working on this street. Nothing. No lights, no power, no radio, no TV. Nothing except one car. And guess whose it is? Yours.
Yeah, that's right.
Now don't go jumping to conclusions. We don't have all the facts yet.
He's getting back in his car.
Well, why shouldn't he? It's his.
No, you don't. We need some answers. And we need them now.
Hold it right there. You keep your distance, all of you.
Go ahead, let's hear it.
So I've got a car that starts by itself. Well, that's a freak thing, I admit it. But does that make me some kind of criminal or something? I don't know why the car works. It just does.
We're all on a monster kick, Les. Seems that general impression holds that maybe one family isn't what we think they are. Monsters from outer space or something.
You never can be sure. Could have been a spy plane.
On Maple Street? Right. How'd they get here? Or were they here all along?
Well, that thing, it could have been a missile. You never know.
A bomb, you mean? An ICBM? Did you hear it explode? Did you?
Well, no.
I'll tell you what's going on. You're afraid of anything that's different. Fifth columnists from the vast beyond. Listen to yourselves. You know anybody that might fit that description, Les? On Maple Street?
No, I sure don't.
I don't either. And neither does anybody else.
Look at that!
At what? It's his porch light.
It went on.
Yeah, the only one that's on.
So who turned it on, huh?
Now I suppose that's really supposed to incriminate me.
Take it easy.
The light goes on and off. Something in the wiring. Big deal. That really seals it, doesn't it?
Move back, everybody.
Why should we?
This is Les's porch. His yard.
That doesn't matter anymore.
Sure it does. It's his property.
I just don't understand this. So I've got a bad switch.
You never did before.
Look, you all know me.
Of course they do.
We've lived here for 5 years, right in this house.
Now, where'd you move here from?
Will you let him talk?
We're no different than any of the rest of you. We're no different at all. Really, this whole thing is just weird.
Well, if that's the case, Les Goodman, explain why...
Explain what? Why do I have to explain anything to you or anybody else?
Never mind.
Go ahead. What about it? Explain what?
Well...
Go on. Just say it.
Well, sometimes I go to bed late at night. A couple of times. A couple of times I'd come out on the porch and I'd see Mr. Goodman here in the wee hours of the morning, standing out in front of his house.
Then what was he doing?
Looking.
Looking where? In somebody's window?
No, up at the sky.
What?
That's right, looking up at the sky as if he were waiting for something.
For a signal?
Well, I really couldn't say.
Think. What did you see him do?
I'd like all of you to leave now.
You stay away from us.
Or what? You know, really, this is a bad joke. You know what I'm guilty of? I'm guilty of insomnia. Now, what's the penalty for that? Is that a crime now, too? Well, is it? Doesn't anybody have anything to say about that?
Let it go. Nobody said...
No! Did you hear what I said? I said it was insomnia.
They heard.
You fools. You scared, frightened rabbits. You're sick. Sick people. Do you know that? All of you.
Hey, easy.
And you don't know what you're getting into. You don't have any idea. Because let me tell you, this thing you're starting, that should be what really frightens you. As God is my witness, you're letting something begin here that could turn into a nightmare you can't stop.
Les, I brought you a glass of milk. Refrigerator's off, but it's still cold.
Put the candle out.
Why?
Just do it.
What are all those people doing across the street? Why are they just standing there?
I said put the candle out, now.
Are they still watching our house?
That's right.
What do they expect to see?
A red monkey.
What?
I remember a science article I read once.
Which article?
About an experiment.
What made you think of that?
It was in a laboratory. They set up a kind of zoo with all these monkeys. They made sure they were comfortable, had plenty to eat, let them go about their business. All different kinds of monkeys. And for a while, they all got along just fine.
Les, what does this have to do with all
And
the...
one day, the scientists painted one of the monkeys another color. Red or green or something, I don't remember. Just one of them. And you know what happened? All the other monkeys turned on it, and they tore the red monkey apart. Killed it right there on the spot for no reason.
Oh, Les, that is a horrible story.
No reason except it was a little bit too different. I suppose that was enough for the monkeys. Do we still have that gun?
What?
My dad's old service pistol. I had it packed in the attic. I was wondering, do you think it's still there?
I'm gonna wait right here no matter how long it takes.
For what, Charlie?
It just doesn't seem right, keeping watch on them like this.
Well, what else are we supposed to do?
Now, Charlie, he was right when he said he was one of our neighbors. One of our good neighbors. Think about it. Why, I've known Ethel Goodman ever since they moved in. We go shopping together once a week. We've been friends for...
That don't prove a thing.
Well, it's worth something.
Any guy who spends his time looking up at the sky early in the morning, all alone, well, there's something plain wrong with that kind of person.
Haven't you ever looked in the sky?
And why would I do that?
The stars, Charlie. The constellations. I had a pair of binoculars when I was a kid. I knew the names of every one.
Yeah, when you were a kid. But there's something about that, well, it ain't legitimate here. Maybe under normal circumstances we could let it go by, but these aren't normal circumstances. What more do you need? Do I have to spell it out for you?
I guess you do.
Look at the street. Our street. Now there's nothing but candles everywhere. It's like going back to the Dark Ages or something.
Yes, it is.
Where are you going, Mr. Brand?
To visit an old friend. Les?
You don't have to knock. Anybody wants me, I'm right here.
Come on, Les.
Steve, is that you?
Stay right where you are. We don't want any trouble.
No trouble, I promise. Not if I have anything to say about it.
But this time, if anybody sets foot on my porch, that's what they're going to get. Trouble.
Look, Les.
I've already explained to you people.
You people? Is that who we are now?
And I'm not going to explain again.
You don't have to explain anything.
I don't sleep very well at night. Sometimes I get up and take a walk, and I look up at the sky. I keep track of the meteor showers, shooting stars. They come at different times of the year, at odd hours. You can read about it in National Geographic. Don't you know that?
Sure I do.
That's exactly what he does. He always has.
I understand.
Why, this whole thing, it's been blown out of all proportion. It's ridiculous.
I know.
It's some kind of madness or something.
That's what it is, all right. Some kind of madness.
Then what can we do to stop it?
At this point, that is the question.
You best watch who you're seen with, Steve.
Who's that?
You ain't exactly above suspicion yourself.
Or you, Charlie.
Or any of us, it seems, from age 8 on up.
Come inside, Steve.
No. There's no reason to hide.
What I'd like to know is, what are we going to do? Just stand around here all night?
There's nothing else we can do. Till then, we stand watch. One of them will tip their hand. You'll see. They've got to.
There's something you can do, Charlie.
Oh, you're telling me what to do?
You could go home and keep your mouth shut.
Oh, yeah?
You could quit strutting around like a self-appointed hanging judge and just climb into bed and forget it.
You sound real anxious to have that happen, Steve.
Oh, I am.
In that case, I think we better keep a real close eye on you, too.
You do that.
I think everything might as well come out now.
Good idea.
Steve, your wife's done plenty of talking about you lately.
She what?
About your habits. You're plenty odd, too, it sounds like.
And when did you talk to my wife?
Go ahead. Tell us what she said.
Yes, go ahead. What's my wife said? Let's get it all out.
Yeah, let's.
Why not? Let's pick out every idiosyncrasy about every single man, woman, and child on this street and put them under a microscope like bugs.
Are you afraid of the truth, buddy?
You think you know what the truth is?
If you got nothing to hide...
Then why don't we go all the way and set up some kind of kangaroo court? How about a firing squad at dawn, Charlie, so we can get rid of all the suspects? Narrow them down, make it easier for you. And for you too, Don, old buddy.
Hey, look, there's no need getting so upset, Steve.
Then why are you?
Well, it's just that, well...
Well, what?
Myra's talked about how there's been plenty of nights when you spend hours and hours down in your basement, working on some kind of radio equipment or something.
Oh, for the love of...
Got a regular electronics lab down there, she says. Well, none of us have ever seen that radio, now have we? Or whatever it is. How come you never told us about it?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve. What kind of radio set you working on? Shortwave or something else? I've never seen it, and neither has anyone else around here.
It's a hobby, for God's sake.
Who do you talk to on that radio? And who talks to you? What kind of messages you sending, huh? And receiving.
I'm surprised at you, Charlie. How come you're so dense all of a sudden?
What does that mean?
Who do I talk to? Well, who do you think? I talk to monsters from outer space.
There, he admitted it.
I talk to three-headed green men who fly over in what look like meteors. That is, when I'm not talking to other enemies, other aliens.
Steve, please.
Go back in the house, honey.
It's a ham radio, that's all. I bought him a book on it for his birthday. It's just an amateur radio set. A lot of people have them. It's good for keeping in touch with friends all over the world.
Oh, yeah? What friends? In which country?
Does it matter?
It matters a lot.
I can show it to you. Would that make you feel better? It's right down in the basement.
Show them nothing. If they want to look inside our house, let them go get a search warrant.
Look, you can't afford to...
Charlie, don't tell me what I can afford. Stop telling me who's dangerous and who's safe and who's a menace.
Come inside now.
And the rest of you, you're with them too, aren't you? You're standing here all set to crucify, all set to find a scapegoat, all desperate to point your fingers at your neighbor. Well, now look, friends. The only thing that's gonna happen is that we'll all end up eating each other alive. Get your hand off me, Charlie.
That's not the only thing that can happen to us.
What's that?
Who? Tommy, get inside and lock the door.
It's the monster! It's the monster!
No, Tommy!
We may need this.
A shotgun? Give me that.
Don't try to take it away from me.
Put it down. We can't even see who it is yet. It could be anybody.
It don't look like anybody. At least not from around here. It looks tall, real tall and dark, and...
That's because the streetlights are off.
Well, whoever it is, it can go right back where it came from.
Oh, it's an it now, not a who.
Give me the gun.
But you don't know who...
Stand aside if you're not going to help.
Good Lord, will anybody take the time to think?
We've done enough thinking.
Will you people wise up? Even if it is what you say it is, what good would a gun do against something like that? Some sort of enemy? Something you don't even have a name for yet? Something that...
No more words, Steve. You're gonna talk us into a grave. Whatever's out there in the street, you'd let walk right over us, wouldn't you? Well, some of us won't. Some of us are man enough to stand up for what we believe in.
What do you believe?
Quiet! Here it comes!
You got him, Charlie!
One shot. Pretty good, huh?
Take a look.
No.
Take a look. Take a good long look and see what you've done, you murderers.
It's Pete Van Horn.
I thought he was gonna go over to the next block to see if the power was on.
You killed him, Charlie. You shot him dead.
But I didn't know who it was. I sure didn't. He comes walking out of the shadows like that. How am I supposed to know who he was?
Then why did you shoot?
Steve, you know why. Tell him, huh? How was I supposed to know he wasn't one of the monsters or something?
You make me sick to my stomach.
Dad, we're all scared of the same thing. I was trying to protect my home and my neighborhood, that's all, like anybody would. Look, all of you, that's what I was trying to do.
Hey, you're the one, not me. You did it.
I didn't know it was one of us. I swear I didn't know.
Look, over there!
What is it?
A light just went on.
Where?
In that upstairs bedroom.
Which one?
Charlie. Charlie. The lights just went on.
Where?
In your house.
I don't know nothing about that.
Why did your lights just go on?
Yeah, what about it, Charlie?
Oh, back off.
Hey, how come you're the only one with lights on now?
Yes. Why don't you tell us? It's something I'd certainly like to know. To be honest, I'm curious.
Hey, come on.
You were so quick to kill, Charlie.
It was an accident.
And you were so quick to tell us who we had to be careful of. Well, come to think of it, maybe you had to kill.
Had to?
Maybe Pete there was trying to tell us something.
What do you mean?
Maybe he found out something and came back to tell us who there was amongst us we should watch out for.
No, it's nothing like that. I don't know why the lights are on. I swear I don't. Look, somebody's pulling a gag or something.
A gag? A gag, Charlie? There's a dead man on the sidewalk and you killed him. Does this look like a gag to you?
No, please!
I'll get him.
Charlie, over here in the house. It must have been Charlie.
We gotta get him.
Well, we'll take care of him.
Charlie, the glass, you're cut.
Get behind me.
I'll get a bandage.
I don't need it.
Quick, they're coming.
Now, all of you, listen.
Listen to what?
Why should we? You said plenty already.
I swear to you, I swear it isn't me.
Then who is it?
But I know who it is. I do.
Sure you do.
I know who the monster is here.
Who is it?
I know who it is. It doesn't belong. I give you my word. I know.
What are you waiting for then?
Oh, please, Les, come away.
Not yet.
What are you waiting for? A flash of red?
What are you talking about?
The monkeys, Les. Remember, you told me about it. The monkeys.
I want to hear this. Go in the house and wait for me.
I'll go in the house, but I may not be there when you come home.
If you just hear me out.
Come on, Charlie, come on.
Who is it, Charlie? Tell us.
All right, quit stalling. Let's hear it.
It's...
Go ahead.
Give us a name.
It's the kid. It's Tommy. He's the one.
No.
How can it be?
It has to be.
Mom.
That's crazy. Crazy. He's a child. He's my little boy.
But he knew. He was the only one who knew. He told us all about it, every little detail. Well, how did he know? How could he have known? Can you tell us that, Sally?
Yeah, that's right.
How could he?
Make the kid talk.
What about Goodman's car, though?
Well, it was Charlie who killed Old Man Horn. Nobody can argue with that. Just shut him up.
But it was the kid who knew what was going to happen the whole time. He was the one who knew.
Have you all gone crazy? Stop it, every one of you, now!
You better shut up, Rance.
Or what?
This.
Charlie has to be the one. He's just lying to save his own skin. It all adds up now. Where's my shotgun?
I'll get the hammer off Old Man Horn.
Maybe Les Goodman is the one. His car started.
Let's wreck it before he gets away.
What about Brand's radio? He's the one who called them.
Smash the radio.
Les!
Give me the hammer. Something.
I got a 22.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Steve, we gotta get out of here.
Too late. It's too late.
Get Steve and Charlie. They're working together.
You better listen to me. It's our only chance. Where's the kid?
No, you stay away from us.
Mom!
Let's go, Tommy. Stay with me. We're going home now.
Hey, he's getting away.
Leave us be.
I could get a shot.
You missed. Give me that thing.
You gotta aim. Here.
What's that?
Where?
The light over there in that house. It just went on.
That's Bob Weaver's place.
Then it isn't the kid.
That isn't the Weaver's house.
It's Don Martin's place.
I tell you, it's the kid.
It's Charlie. He's the one.
Hold on, there's lights in the house next door to it, going off and on.
And that one.
And that one.
Which one is it?
It's all of them.
It can't be everybody.
It is. Look.
Blinking on and off. Up and down the block like a Christmas tree about to blow.
Look at them down there. They've started a fire. Humans. They didn't last long. They never do. No defenses. Then our job will be easy. Understand the procedure now? Clearly. We stop some of their primitive machines. Radios, televisions, telephones. And throw them in the darkness for a few Earth hours. A few minutes. And observe the pattern. This pattern is always the same, with subtle variations. They pick the most dangerous enemy they can find. Their own kind. All we need to do is watch and wait. And I take it this place, this Maple Street, is not unique. By no means. Their world is full of Maple Streets. And we'll go from one to another, and let them destroy themselves, one by one by one. Time to return to the ship. For now. Tell the fleet we're ready. If we even need them.
The tools of conquest do not necessarily come with bombs and missiles, with explosions and fallout and invading armies. The most dangerous weapons are simply thoughts, attitudes, prejudices, to be found only in the minds of men. For the record, prejudice can kill and suspicion can destroy. And a thoughtless, frightened search for a scapegoat has a fallout and a contamination all its own. For the children, our children, and those yet to be born. And the vast universal pity of it is that such things cannot be safely confined to the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, starring Frank John Hughes, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Adam Tangway, Mike Aljadeff, Tony Castillo, Laura Russell, Linda Ryder, Turk Muller, Rick Komanik, Peggy Roeder, Heather Ann Preet, Sammy Giampapa, Anthony Giampapa, Jeff Lubiton, Don Longo, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Doug James. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. A World of Difference, starring Luke Perry, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Elizabeth Lado, Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Doug James, Jeff Lupiton, Sarah Wellington, Maggie Carney, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, Amanda Amari, Sarah Court, and Anna Sveruzza. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Hey there, Will.
Morning, Mr. Reagan.
Reagan? Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, you want to open the gate?
Yeah, I guess it is. A good one. Want to let me in on it?
Let you in on what?
You called me Will.
Yeah, so?
So, my name's Harold, you know that.
Since when?
How long you been working here?
Oh, long time.
All that time, I've always been Harold. Some people call me Shorty, but never Will.
And I'm Arthur. My wife calls me Artie sometimes, but if you want to be Harold, that's okay by me.
Oh, I get it. You want I should call you Arthur from now on instead of Mr. Reagan? You got it. Guess that makes us even.
Will? Harold, do you a favor?
What's that?
Leave the parking lot open, then take the rest of the day off.
Okay, I'll bite. What for?
You must be tired. Didn't get much sleep last night, huh? Have some breakfast, cup of coffee. See if that helps.
Helps what?
To get your head on straight. You can open the gate now, Harold. Or whatever your name is.
Sure, if you say so.
Morning, Sally.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Curtis. I just got here myself. I hope I'm not late.
No, I thought I'd better get an early start. I have to leave about 3.
You do?
My wife and I haven't gotten a thing for Tina's birthday yet.
That's right. The party's Saturday afternoon, isn't it?
If my daughter can last that long.
Excited?
She sure is. It's all she can think about. Are the Matson contracts ready?
Right here. I finished them before I left last night.
Good. I'll look them over in my office. Well, back to the grindstone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I almost forgot. Would you call the airline for me? See if you can get those reservations changed from Monday to Saturday.
Will do. Straining at the leash to get out of town?
You bet. It's the first real vacation Marion and I have had in years. So I figure, why lose a whole weekend before starting out?
I don't blame you.
Saturday night, it's San Francisco. Here we come. Hold all calls for a few minutes, will you? I want to tell my wife.
Certainly, sir.
Hope her mother can take Tina after the party. Oh, for heaven's sake. Sally! Sally! I can't get a dial tone.
What's he doing?
I don't know.
This isn't in the script.
Sally, I said... Who are you? What are all you people doing in...
Cut!
Where did Sally go? What happened to the wall and...
I said cut. All right, everybody, take 5.
Will somebody please tell me what is going on?
Reality. The quality of being real or having an actual existence. A matter of interest to philosophers throughout the ages. The definition comes from the dictionary, and it directly concerns one Arthur Curtis, 36 years old and a successful businessman, or so he believes. Mr. Curtis is about to discover that the line between reality and unreality can be very thin indeed. In fact, under certain conditions, it may be less than thin. It may be invisible, at least in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, A World of Difference, starring Luke Perry with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I asked you a question. All of you. What are you doing here? Get out of my office.
Come on, Jerry.
That's not my name.
Is it so hard to make a phone call? Lose the ad-libs.
Who are you?
Remember, Jerry? Marty Fisher, your friendly neighborhood TV director.
What are you talking about?
How soon they forget.
Sally, what is all this?
Something go wrong, Mr. Reagan?
Why are you sitting there like that with your feet up? Take them off the desk at once.
I thought we were on a break.
We are. Why don't you go to your dressing room while I talk to Jerry?
Sure, Marty. Call me when you're ready.
Watch the cables, Miss Lawson.
Of course I will, Kelly. You'd think I'd never been on a set before.
What are all these lights for? I can hardly see.
Pretty hard to shoot without him, Jerry. This isn't exactly verite.
That camera, what's it for? Will somebody please tell me?
I'm warning you, Jerry.
Oh? And who do you think you are?
That's funny. I was about to ask you the same thing. Why don't you wise up and cut the dramatics?
Dramatics?
They won't take much more of this. You're very close to the edge.
The edge of what?
I like that. You're really into it. What is it? The method?
I don't think so.
Not the method. Who'd you study with? Sandy Meisner? Right? No, wait a minute. Stella Adler. Well, I used to be at the Institute, too, and the first rule is don't break character. So, what do you say? Shall we take it again?
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's a gag, just a little gag. You know these New York actors.
All right, get him some coffee. Kelly?
Yeah?
Coffee over here, please. Black.
Coming right up.
Okay, Jerry, let's forget about it. Get your scene done. The front office doesn't like it when they're over schedule.
Over schedule? Not this show.
Then let's try it again. Back to the set.
Set?
Listen, I went out on a limb for you. The whole agency did.
What agency?
Just do your lines.
Are we ready here?
We're ready. Now, Jerry.
All right, one more time. You're going to call your wife, tell her to meet you at 3:15.
How did you know that?
Got all your lines down? Where's your script?
What are you talking about?
Easy, Jerry. Don't burn yourself out. Places, everyone. Break's over.
Where am I?
In your office. It's morning. You just got here.
This can't be my office. It only looks like my office. The window isn't even real.
What's he doing?
The city outside. It's a painting. What is this, a joke?
Jerry.
What are you people watching me for? I don't know you. I don't know any of you.
Don't let him get away.
He's not going anywhere.
He's not on his mark.
Maybe you can shoot around him for a while.
I don't want to shoot around him, Sam. We've got 7 pages to do before lunch.
He'll come through, Marty. We never had any trouble with him before.
What's he doing now?
The scene, I told you.
Get ready to follow him. Roll sound and action.
Still dead.
Cut! Where are you going, Jerry?
Stop calling me that. It's not my name.
Sure, if that's what you want.
Is there another telephone in here?
Sit down, Jerry.
One that works?
Jerry, if I have to phone Brinkley on this, you're dead.
Do whatever you like. Just leave me alone.
You don't look so good. How do you feel?
I felt fine when I got here.
Please sit down.
What's that on your face? Sweat? Kelly!
Yeah?
Call for an ambulance and make it fast.
Yes, sir. Shall I ask the front office to authorize it?
Of course not. If they find out, there's no telling what they'd do. Suspend production, probably. Go on, go!
Right away.
Jerry, let's go to your dressing room. You can lie down.
Where's the nearest telephone?
Jerry, we're trying to help you.
My name is Arthur Curtis. Take your hands off me. I'm getting out of here.
Did you hear that? Arthur Curtis?
Is this a real telephone?
Looks like it.
All right, everybody. 1 hour for lunch.
Is it hooked up?
Should be.
The number. What's the number?
Search me.
Operator, number please.
I don't know. I can't think.
I'll connect you with information.
Yes, please.
Directory information.
Hello. Would you give me the number of Arthur Curtis? 22437 Ventnor Road, Woodland Hills?
Checking.
On Ventnor. Ventner.
I have no listing for a Curtis at that address.
What? You must be mistaken.
Jerry?
Listen, it's my own home. I'm Arthur Curtis. I just can't remember the number at the moment. Will you...
If it's an unlisted number...
It's not an unlisted number! At least I don't think it is. Look, would you try again? I know there's a phone there.
I'm sorry, sir.
Jerry, put the phone down.
You're wrong, operator. Connect me with your supervisor.
Let's go to your dressing room.
Listen!
Give me the phone.
What are you doing?
You're not yourself. You're sick.
Get your hands off me!
I'm trying to help.
Well, I don't need it. I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
Home!
Jerry! Somebody stop him!
Hey! Watch it, lady.
Are you out of your mind? If you're drunk again, Jerry...
Let go of me.
Look, I don't care if they bounce you. I don't care if you never work again for the rest of your worthless life. You're going to pay me what the judge tells you to pay me, or so help me, I'll put you so far behind bars, they'll never find you again.
There you are. Mrs. Reagan.
I am not Mrs. Reagan anymore.
Sorry. Could I speak to you in private?
I haven't the time.
It's about Jerry.
He's coming with me. He'll be back in time for the afternoon filming.
That isn't exactly what
Excuse me, but I need your car.
What do you think you're doing? You're not driving.
I've just called for an ambulance. Jerry's having a nervous breakdown.
How convenient for him.
Would you two get out of the way, please?
I'm not joking, Mrs.
Miss, from now on.
If you won't move...
Slide over.
I don't have time to argue.
I said...
Get in if you have to. I'm getting out of this place.
You pig-headed...
Better fasten your seatbelt.
Slow down.
Don't touch the wheel.
I'll do more than touch it. I'm not going to let you crash this car. It's mine now.
Get your hands off the brake.
There. Now will you let me drive?
I'm warning you.
You're warning me? Give me those keys. Now.
Stop! Look, please, whoever you are.
I said I'll drive. If you want to kill yourself, you'll have to wait. First, I'm going to bleed you, Jerry. I'm going to bleed you dry. Every bank account, every residual.
Now listen. I don't know who you think I am, but you're wrong. You're wrong. My name is Curtis. Arthur Curtis. And I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. Right now, I'm going to...
Oh, cut the histrionics. If you think you can chisel your way out of pain with a cheap trick like this...
I'm going to turn the key again. And I'm driving to my home in Woodland Hills. Once we get there, you can have your car back. Do you understand?
I told you to cut the act.
No act. My name is Arthur Curtis. My wife's name is Marion. I have a daughter named Tina. And I live at 22437 Ventnor Road in Woodland Hills.
I mean it, Jerry.
My name is Arthur Curtis. My wife's name is...
I said cut. Cut!
I don't understand. I've made this turn twice now.
Let me know when the grand tour is over, will you?
I don't know where I am. And yet I must. This is my neighborhood. I live here.
Do you?
I have, for years. Ever since I bought the house. But my street, it's just not here.
What do you want, Jerry? An Academy Award?
I've told you, my name is...
Oh, can it, will you? Who are you trying to convince? You may as well give it up. You never had a less receptive audience.
Why do you refuse to listen to me?
Go ahead, then. Play it out. Make a complete idiot of yourself. I couldn't care less.
I'm trying to find my house. Is that so hard to comprehend?
Well, you're not going to, no matter how hard you try.
And why is that?
Simple. Because there's no such thing as Ventnor Road.
Keep quiet. I'm trying to think.
And what's more, there never was, except in your dreams.
What's in the glove box?
That's none of your business. This is my car now.
There must be a map. Let me have it, please.
Get your hands out of there.
I'm just trying to... Tina! There she is!
Who's Tina?
My daughter!
Another little secret you never told me about. When did that happen?
See her? Skipping down the sidewalk?
Oh, spare me.
Hi, honey! Over here! It's Daddy!
This is too much. You're going to get us both arrested.
Tina, honey! Come here!
I didn't have anything to do with this, remember that.
Tina? Thank God.
Leave me alone.
But you're not Tina. Sorry, little girl, I thought...
You scared me. You're a bad man.
Get in.
But that dress... I thought she was...
I said get in. Or would you rather go to jail for attempted kidnapping? You should have let me drive in the first place. None of this would have happened.
Why are you stopping?
Because this is the end of the line.
Here?
Oh, don't tell me you're going to play surprised.
But I've never seen this house before.
You just won't quit, will you? That's Brinkley's car out front. What does he want?
Who's Brinkley?
Pound of flesh, probably. Well, he'll have to wait his turn. Coming?
I can't stay here. I have to go.
I said I'd get you back for the afternoon shooting.
I mean home.
You are home.
Who's home?
Move it, Buster. Or would you rather sit out here? Fine with me. Suit yourself, but I promise you you'll regret it.
Where are we?
Come on inside. Fix yourself a drink. A little hair of the dog? Maybe that'll do it.
Jerry.
Who are you?
Better be nice to Sam. He's still the vice president of your agency.
Where have you been?
I'm not sure.
Did Sam call you?
More than an hour ago. Said he'd left the studio, walked out.
Stumbled is more like it.
What's all this about?
The studio?
First things first, Jerry. Come into the study.
Why?
Nora, we need to do some damage control.
We sure do.
Can't this wait?
I've waited long enough. I want my money now before he goes off on his next binge.
Now look, I've explained to this woman that I'm not who you all seem to think I am.
Frankly, I don't know what to think. But if we don't smooth this over right now, today, the network won't renew your contract. And that will cost us all money.
My name is Curtis. I live...
Jerry, stop it!
Stop what? Would you rather I lie to you?
You don't seem to realize the position you're in.
Where do you hide the checkbook these days?
I beg your pardon?
I'll find it if I have to tear the house down.
Excuse me. I have to get out of here.
Jerry! I'm going to lay it on the line. If you lose this part, we'll have to drop you as a client. We can't cover for you anymore. It's beyond that. Way beyond.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you're mistaken.
All right. Look, they can shoot around you today. I'll tell them you came down with something. They won't buy it, but we'll do our best to make it stick. But come tomorrow, you've got to be there, Jerry, bright and early, with bells on.
I don't know what's going on. God help me. I don't know what's going on.
You said that.
Jerry, enough is enough.
I tell you, I
found it. Get over here. Now.
Leave me alone, please.
Nora, he doesn't look so good. Maybe we should take him to Cedars.
You're going to sign this check, Jerry, right now, before you can pull anything else. Go on. Pick up the pen. That's it. Then we'll see about the state of your precious health.
Please, I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you. Sign it, Jerry. I want what you owe me.
His hands are shaking.
Oh, no. He's not going to get out of it that easily. I'll fill in my name in the amount. Just sign Gerald Reagan. G-E-R-A-L-D.
That's not my name.
R-A-I-G-A-N. In case you've forgotten how to spell, too.
But I've never heard that name before in my life.
Maybe he should lie down.
Would you both back off? This has gone far enough. I am not Gerald Reagan. My name is Arthur Curtis. Do you hear me? Arthur Curtis. I work for... Wait a minute. I'll prove it. Operator, I'd like the number for Davis Morton and Company, 189 Brand Street, Los Angeles. Yes, I'll hold. But make it fast, will you? Of course there is! I should know! I work there! Look, I've been with them for 7 years! Don't tell me that! Don't...
Here, lean on me.
Sarah Bernhardt.
Look at his eyes. I don't think he's faking it.
Awfully good timing, if you ask me.
Help me to get him to the other room.
What? What is happening to me?
Jer?
What are you doing?
Just closing the blinds.
Don't bother.
I was hoping you'd catch a few winks. Feeling better?
You don't believe me, do you?
It doesn't matter what I believe. You've been overworked. Trying to wrap the season. Must have been a terrible strain.
The season. I take it that's supposed to mean something to me.
If it doesn't, we're all in trouble. Would you like anything? Some lunch? If Nora won't make it, I'll order out.
No, thanks. I don't have much of an appetite.
You need help, Jerry. It's not in my province, but I've known you a long time, and I hate for this to happen. It's not necessary, you know. It really isn't. Can't you see what's happened?
Why don't you tell me?
You know what this is? A script.
For what?
It's all right here. Take a look. Cast of characters. Arthur Curtis, 36, a young business executive, happily married.
Let me see that. Curtis lives in Woodland Hills, California, with his wife and young daughter. Where did you get this?
It's yours. From the dresser here, where you left it after studying your lines last night. Go on, keep reading.
He is married to Marion Curtis, 33. A charming young woman, typical of that efficient breed which can manage a house and family and still have ample time for...
Ring a bell?
Who wrote this?
That's neither here nor there. Some hack, probably. The point is, the only information you have about Arthur Curtis is what's written here.
That's crazy.
Jerry, I really do understand. Sometimes I'd like to escape myself, get away from this turmoil. The long hours, the early calls, to a simpler, sweeter existence. It's only natural.
You're telling me it was all a delusion? That I'm really somebody named Gerald Reagan, a dissolute, pitiful...
A sweet, unhappy man. A square peg in a round hole who never should have moved to Hollywood. Burdened with that harpy in there. Jerry Reagan, who wanted to be a serious actor once. Trying to make a living and find a little happiness. That's all.
No. I won't accept that. The life I remember, it was real.
I wish it were. For your sake, I wish it were. I have to go, Jerry, and report into the agency. Try to rest and forget about the series. You won't have to go back. I just spoke to the studio a few minutes ago. They're canceling production.
Production on what?
You may as well give me the script. I'll toss it for you. It doesn't matter now. I'm sorry, but Arthur Curtis is dead.
Well, what's his story?
I don't think it's a story. Not this time.
All better? Or should I fix him some milk and cookies?
He's had it. Withdrawn from the playing field. And I can't say I blame him.
Go on, then. Get out of here. I'll whip him into shape. If he thinks a little breakdown is going to let him off the hook.
Wait!
Jerry!
Well, what do you know? It walks.
Out of my way.
Yes, sir.
What is it, Jerry?
I've got to go back.
I told you it's too late for that. It's finished.
No, I've got to get back to my office.
If you mean the set, they're probably tearing it down already. And as far as I'm concerned...
But they mustn't. Don't you see? I'll never get back if they tear down the only connection I have to...
Jerry, knock it off!
I can't do that.
Jerry! Careful, Jerry, that's my car!
Name?
Open the gate.
Oh, that's you, Mr. Reagan?
I'm in a hurry.
Oh, sure. Nice car. What happened to your...
Now, Harold.
Well, see, your name's not on the list anymore. I mean, Reagan's not. That other one you gave me. What did you say it was? Curtis something?
I don't have time for this.
Hey, did you get fired? Real sorry to hear it. Or maybe you quit. Either way, I'm not supposed to...
Stand back.
Huh? No, I was just saying...
What in the... Hey! You can't do that! Put that down! What do you think you're doing?
What'd you say?
Watch your feet. That's my sofa!
Yeah?
Where are you taking it?
Back to props.
You can't.
Yeah? I got a work order right here to strike the set.
You mean my office?
Which office?
The low building with the rose bushes. 189.
Nah, this is from stage 23.
Which way is that?
It's over there. Hang it right at the commissary.
Take the wall down?
Not yet.
Get the desk and chairs.
Where do you want them?
Hold on!
Pardon me, Mr. Reagan?
Don't touch the desk yet, or the chair.
No? How come?
I have to get something.
Oh, sure, go ahead. It'll take us a while. Too bad, huh? Nice set. Real nice. Kind of sorry to see it go.
Sally? Are you still here? No matter. I don't know where to start. There must be a way. There has to be.
Mr. Reagan?
Who?
It's Kelly. I thought I saw you come in.
What happened to my books?
Books? Oh, sent back to props by now.
And my papers? And file cabinets? Even the photos on the desk? They were pictures of my family, my wife and daughter.
Were they? You mean they were real? Give me a few minutes. Maybe I can track them down.
Do they have to do this?
I'm afraid so. The studio needs the space.
A career. A whole life packed up while you're out and shipped off to God knows where. I had no idea. I thought it would last.
Nothing lasts in this town. You know that.
But I thought...
You thought you were different. The exception to the rule? Well, I don't blame you. It's easy to fall into that. You see what happens to everyone else, but you never think it'll happen to you. Human nature, I guess. But, you know, the next thing will come along.
And what will that be?
Beats me, but it always does. You have to have a little faith.
And the things we collect over the years and leave behind.
Oh, somebody else will get some use out of it. It was never really ours in the first place, was it? Can't exactly take it with you.
No, I guess you can't.
They're ready to take the walls down now. You might want to sit somewhere else.
I thought if I got here in time...
Thought what?
Nothing. You go on. I'll be out of here in a minute.
Just following orders, Mr. Reagan. Nothing personal.
No. Nothing personal at all. Marion, don't leave me. Don't leave me here.
Mr. Curtis?
Sally?
Mr. Curtis, oh, there you are. I thought you'd gone home.
What?
Somebody's here to see you. Go ahead, Mrs. Curtis.
Arthur?
Marion!
Honey, I don't understand.
You don't?
Where have you been? I've been phoning all day.
Marion, is it really you?
Well, who else would it be? Honestly, Sally kept saying you were out. Out? What does that mean? She couldn't imagine where you'd gone. She didn't see you leave.
I had some business to attend to. I got lost on the way back.
You did? How do you mean?
It doesn't matter. I'm back now.
Oh, just let me sit down for a second. These new shoes are... Why, where's your sofa?
I won't need it anymore. Marion, let's get out of here.
But I just got here. I didn't think you'd mind. I thought you might want to have dinner on the way home.
That sounds wonderful.
Oh, and I wanted to tell you, I got something for Tina's party. That doll she's so crazy about.
Now, Marion, let's go right now.
Artie, are you all right?
Yes, I am now.
You're looking a little tired. A hard day?
Very.
Where were you?
It's a long story.
Mr. Curtis.
Sally?
What is the matter with you, dear? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Leaving now?
Did you make that call to the airlines?
Yes, sir. They sent the tickets over this afternoon. I have them right here.
Let me see.
Plane tickets for our trip?
Are they all right?
Yes, they're perfect.
Ready to strike the office. Get those lamps and tables out of there.
Okay.
Honey, you look so peculiar. Is something the matter?
Can you hear that?
Hear what?
Over here, boys.
Please, Marion, let's go on our vacation right away. Let's not wait.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing, sweetheart. Just let me hold you. I don't want to lose you.
Not much chance of that. Oh, Artie, I've never seen you like this.
We'll take Tina to your mother's and go right to the airport.
But I'm not packed.
We'll pick up what we need when we get there. Oh, Marion, it's very, very important.
Well, if it matters that much to you, I suppose.
Then let's go, now.
Hi there, Mr. Brinkley.
Have you broken it down yet?
Not just about to.
Has Reagan been here?
He was a minute ago.
Where?
The office set.
And he's not there now?
Nope.
You didn't see him leave?
I didn't. Any of you guys see where Reagan went?
Nope.
Sure didn't.
Would you look in his dressing room?
Sure thing.
Well?
Not in his dressing room.
Then I wonder where he's gone. Wherever it is, I hope he finds what he's looking for.
Flight 23 departing at Gate 5. Last call. Flight 23 to San Francisco.
Reality. The quality of being real or having an actual experience. Words of definition from a book we call the dictionary. Words that fail to recognize man's gift for creating realities of his own. Realities perhaps beyond the measurement of science, and yet actual in their own right. Realities existing in that vast and timeless middle ground between light and shadow, the dimension of imagination, also known as the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Good morning, Mr. Stasiak. How are you today?
Morning, Mrs. Ricciardo. Ask me after I have my coffee.
Don't you be running in the hall now, little Paul.
Okay.
And good morning to you, Mr. Bevis.
Top of the morning, Mrs. R. Top of the morning.
Did Mrs. Chatfield fix your hot water yet?
I'm sure she will, Mrs. R. Our landlady has a lot of important things on her mind.
But how did you take your shower and all with no hot water?
Oh, it's no problem, really. In fact, I think I prefer a nice cold shower. Do you remember Bernard McFadden?
Who?
One of the fittest men who ever lived. Published magazines dedicated to health. He always bathed in ice water. Said it got the blood flowing. Do you know he never came down with so much as a cold?
Hi, Mr. Bevis.
Hi there to you, Paulie.
How's old Ironsides coming?
She's coming. Maybe she'll be ready tonight. We'll see.
Hey, going downstairs?
Oh, I thought I might, seeing as how that's the only way to get to the street.
Don't you bother the man now, little Paul.
That's all right, Mrs. R. Paulie and I are friends, aren't we?
Sure are.
Well, then, go down and play with the other children. Don't you go far, and don't be crossing the street now.
I won't. Well, what do you say, Mr. Bevis?
I don't know this morning, Paulie.
Come on, the coast is clear.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Well, then I guess, like the man said, why the heck not? Stand back. I'm coming down by the seat of my pants.
Stand back, everybody. He's sliding down the banister and he's gonna take off.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey. Excuse me, everybody. Lost my balance there at the end. Of course, it's not the first time.
Gee, Mr. Bevis, are you ever gonna get it right?
Practice, Janie. That's all it takes. Just a little more practice.
That's what you always say.
And that's what I mean. Think how much time I save every morning. Sliding down one whole floor. At least 15 seconds. Let's see, that's a minute and a quarter every week. 5 minutes a month. Why, in a year, that gives me a whole extra hour before I go to work.
Do it again.
Well, now, that would defeat the whole purpose, wouldn't it? But tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, I'll finally take flight and land square on my feet. What are you laughing at?
Your bow tie's on crooked.
So it is. Thank you, J.D. Now, who wants to help me carry my briefcase?
Pick me, Mr. Bevis, pick me. I can do it, Mr. Bevis, pick me.
Well, then, you'll just have to take turns. And you know something else? Why, I just happen to have a whole pocket full of shiny new pennies. And they're getting awfully heavy. I don't mind tipping, for extra special service. Let me see. Anybody around here want one?
Me.
Morning, Mr. Bevis. Here's an apple for you.
Why, thank you, Tony. Don't know what I'd do without one of your apples every day.
Well, I never. Who does he think he is, Rockefeller?
Oh, that's just Mr. Bevis.
Well, he acts like some kind of crazy person.
Oh, he's not crazy. Maybe just a little, eccentric. The children all love him.
Just the same, I wouldn't trust a man like that. Look at him. What kind of example does he set? I'd say the man never grew up, like that Pied Piper fella.
Isn't that the truth? He's our own Mr. Bevis, is who he is. Guess you could say he's one of a kind.
Species of the modern American male, or perhaps not so modern after all. Name, James B.W. Bevis. He has a penchant for animals, children, attractive women, aged women, in fact, people in general. He also likes zither music, all things old-fashioned, professional football, at least as a spectator sport, as well as polkas, Major League Baseball, and Charles Dickens. Should it not be obvious by now, James Bevis is a fixture in his own private, optimistic, hopeful little world. A world which has long since ceased being surprised by him. Mr. Bevis, on whom Dame Fortune will very shortly turn her back, but not before giving him a paste in the mouth. Mr. James B.W. Bevis, who lives just one block into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Mr. Bevis, starring Bruno Kirby, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
When you gonna get a new car, huh, Mr. Bevis?
He don't want a new car. He likes this one.
Sure do. This is a genuine antique. Original engine, factory paint job. The only thing I've ever changed is the tires. Funny how they still can't make tires that last as long as the car.
What's that on the windshield?
Oh, you got another parking ticket.
Keep it safe for me, will you, Paulie? Put it in with the rest of the collection.
Is it gonna start today, do you think?
Cross your fingers and toes. A bright new morning like this, we've always got hope, don't we?
Okay, do you kids know what to do?
Yeah, we sure do.
That's right. Get behind it and push. All right, she's moving. Let her go.
Everybody stand back. You can pop the clutch now, Mr. Bevis.
Thanks, kids. See you after work.
And whose desk is this?
Mr. Bevis's, sir?
Ah, I should have known. And where is our Mr. Bevis this morning?
I'm sure I couldn't say, Mr. Peckinpah.
Well, Margaret, when you do happen to see the gentleman who occupies this museum of junk, kindly tell him that I should like to see him personally. If and when he finally deigns to report for work, that is. Will you do that for me?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll tell him.
His desk sticks out like an infected thumb.
Yes, sir.
Amid this snowstorm of loose papers, I believe I make out a model ship, a gooseneck lamp, in the shape of an actual goose, mind you.
Cute, isn't it?
Cupid doll clock, nodding head dogs, toy kitten, yes, and unless I am mistaken, an actual stuffed ferret.
I think it's a squirrel, sir.
A veritable livestock exhibit. Perhaps I should rename this company Wild Kingdom.
Morning, Mr. Bevis.
How you doing?
Is everything okay?
Everything's dandy. Perfectly swell. Marvelous and fabulous, as always. And good morning to you, Midnight the cat. Spike the dog. And you, Mr. Rocket J. Squirrel. Been a good boy while I was gone?
Mr. Bevis.
You're looking nice too, Margaret. Pert and chipper as usual.
Thanks. Mr. Peckinpah wants to see you.
He does?
Afraid so. I'm just delivering the message.
Message received, loud and clear. Just as soon as I water my potted plant.
I think he wants to see you now.
Right away. Must be something special. All right, then. Into the breach.
Good luck.
Oh, Margaret.
Yes?
One thing while I'm gone.
What's that?
Pet Midnight for me, would you please? She needs human contact.
Yes?
It's James Bevis, sir. In the flesh, so to speak.
You may enter.
What's up, do you think?
Peckinpah looked pretty mad.
Is he gonna get fired?
You can't fire Bevis.
Well, if he does, I quit.
Your desk, Bevis, is an abomination.
It is?
And furthermore, you keep a ledger like an ape.
I'll take that as a compliment, sir. Apes are very intelligent. Did you know that of all the land mammals, the ape...
Your desk is an affront to civilization. Your filing system is non-existent. In short, your eccentricities are beyond human understanding.
I'm eccentric? You're saying I'm eccentric? With all due respect, sir.
Bringing phonograph records of zither music to play at lunchtime.
I just love the Third Man theme, sir. Don't you? I've always loved it. The first time I saw that movie, it's been years now, but I'll never forget. I said to myself, Bevis, you have to get that record.
Hiring carolers to come in and serenade the office during our busiest hour.
Only at Christmas time.
If you'll let me finish.
Was it the sack, Mr. Bevis?
Yep. The old sackaroonie.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
This is the 6th job I've lost this year, Margaret. The best laid plans of mice and men, huh? And Bevis.
Oh, don't worry about it, Bevis.
There's better jobs than this. Lots better.
We're sure gonna miss you.
Here's a box for your stuff.
Thanks, everybody. My chessboard. My collection of old Mirashan pipes. My books. My pictures. And old Ironsides.
Is that what it's called?
Sure is. The USS Constitution. I was building this ship for one of the kids. Looks like she won't get launched today, after all.
Old Ironsides will get launched. You'll see. You'll get another job, Mr. Bevis. You always have.
The only job I've ever held for more than 6 months was when I was in the Navy.
Is that you in the picture there?
Yep. That's me on the deck next to the fantail.
Well, will you look at that? He's fat, isn't he?
That's the bosun's mate. This is the fantail over here. Oh, well. And she goes with all the rest.
You take it easy now.
Things will work out. You'll see.
We'll be thinking about you.
Smooth sailing, Mr. Bevis.
Thanks, everybody. I'll drop you a postcard from my next port of call. Oh, Mr. Truck Driver. Mr. Truck Driver, you don't have to double park.
No, what am I supposed to do? Park it on the sidewalk?
Park behind me. I'm leaving anyway.
Which one? Oh, let me guess. The old rattle trap, right? Anybody get hurt in that wreck?
You can have both spaces as soon as I put my stuff in the back.
Can you hurry it up?
Let me get the door open here. First, set the box down. Then get the keys out.
Hey, Mac, I ain't got all day.
Just one more minute.
If you ain't moving in 5 seconds, I'm pulling in behind you.
Be careful, would you please? This is an original Essex. Stock parts.
Okay.
Watch the bumper. It's rolling.
I only tapped it a little.
I must have forgot to set the handbrake.
That's your problem, pal.
Hey, somebody stop that car.
Yours?
Mine.
Does it do this often?
Never has before. Now it looks like it never will again. Too bad. It's been kind of like an old friend to me.
Stand back, everybody. Show's over.
I'll phone for a tow truck.
You do that.
You wouldn't be interested in purchasing an original Essex, would you? For parts, I mean, they're kind of scarce.
No thanks, pal. Me? I've kind of got my heart set on a 1924 Maxwell. Or maybe a 25. Thought I'd wait till the new models come out so I can make me a better deal.
Sure. I understand, officer. Ever have one of those days?
All the time, son. All the time. The difference between me and you is I get paid for it.
Mr. Bevis?
Where's your car?
It's in the shop.
Yeah? What you got in the box?
This? I guess you might say the stuff dreams are made of, Tommy. Something along those lines, anyway.
Hey, is that old Ironsides?
Yep. She ran aground before she could get christened.
That's okay, Mr. Bevis. You can fix it. You can fix anything.
I'll try, Tommy. Afternoon, Mrs. Chatfield.
You'll find all your things in the hall, Mr. Bevis.
My things?
Your Victrola, your stuffed animals, all of it. Your clothes, too.
Okay, I give up. What are they doing in the hall?
You're being evicted, Mr. Bevis.
I'm not sure I catch your meaning.
Evicted. 6 weeks in arrears on your rent. That's it as far as I'm concerned.
Mr. Bevis, you're still going to finish Old Ironsides, aren't you?
Well, there may be a slight delay. I'm going to have to change shipyards. But we'll get her launched. Yes, we will. That's a promise. We'll get launched somehow.
Yeah, but how?
I don't suppose you've ever had one of those days, have you, Tommy?
Not yet, but I think you're having one. You know what else I think, Mr. Bevis?
What's that?
I think you better say your prayers and be real good. Because right about now, you need a miracle.
Better make this one your last, don't you think, Mr. Bevis?
All in good time, Joe. All in good time. I'll tell you when.
I think you forgot to tell me that a couple of drinks ago. You're not going to be driving anywhere, are you now?
Alas, I think not. Today I am, as they say, hoofing it. Once I am sufficiently fortified.
There's that word again.
Which word?
You said you wanted something that'd fortify a man in his darkest hour, so I guess you must be feeling pretty fortified by now. Them are it, huh? Your fortifications?
Those are.
Are what?
Those are it. You can't use them in a nominative case.
No kidding. Live and learn.
Yeah. Live and learn. Who's that?
Who's who?
The old gentleman in the blue suit.
Where?
Behind me. At the table. I can see him in the mirror.
I don't see nobody.
Right over... Wait a minute. Where'd he go?
Search me.
Perhaps you can explain to me, Pete, what you put in those drinks that That made me see somebody in the mirror, but not in the booth.
See who?
Whom?
Quite right, Mr. Bevis. Whom? Objective case.
Wait a minute. Now, where are you hiding?
Nowhere, Mr. Bevis. I'm right here.
Hey, how'd you do that?
An exceedingly simple trick. You've heard the saying, now you see it, now you don't. Care for a cigar? They're Cuban, you know. Nothing but the best where I come from. You might say we get them duty-free.
No, thanks. How do you know my name?
Oh, I could say I overheard it from the bartender or some such. But if the truth be told, we do have our ways.
And who exactly might you be?
Ah, yes, a name. For purposes of identification, you may call me J. Hardy Hempstead.
Hey, Pete.
Yeah?
This is Mr. Hempstead.
It is, huh?
See what he wants, will you please?
Sure, Mr. Bevis. And a happy fortified Thanksgiving to you, too.
Cheers, Mr. Hempstead.
Cheers.
Hold on. Wait till Pete brings you a drink.
But I've already got one.
Where?
Why, right here.
Oh.
To better days.
I'll drink to that. And what do you do, Mr. Hempstead?
I'm your guardian angel.
Wouldn't that be something?
But I am.
Well, I guess we're all our brother's keeper, in a manner of speaking.
Not in a manner of speaking. In actual fact. Mr. Bevis, here's the way the cookie crumbles. Several hundred years ago, one of your ancestors performed an act of great courage. Part of his reward was to have a guardian angel assigned to one of his descendants in each generation. Current subject, Mr. James B. W. Bevis. That's you, I take it?
Guilty as charged.
Good. I have your family history right here.
Oh, no. You're not selling one of those books about how to look up your family tree, are you? They always say I had a relative who came over on the Mayflower.
Hear me out, if you would. Now, in the past few generations, Mr. Bevis, I've handled some extremely solid citizens amongst your progenitors.
Handled?
Taken care of. Good care, I might add. For example, there was Magellan Bevis, an intrepid explorer of the 16th century. This is a woodcut of the gentleman in question.
Nice costume.
Then Parnell Bevis, member of the British Parliament, who fought for Home Rule against insurmountable odds. And more recently, Gunner Lou Bevis, the first Marine to hit the beach at Nicaragua.
That's Uncle Louis.
Indeed. And your picture will fit right here on the next page. As of now, you too are being watched over by yours truly, J. Hardy Hempstead, your obedient servant.
Watched over how?
Aided by minor miracles from time to time as the need arises, given a small heavenly assist when the circumstances call for it.
Well, you picked a good day for it.
I know. Today you had a rather uncomfortable time of it. What started it all was being fired from your 11th job in 18 months.
Mr. Peckinpah didn't care for zither music.
I don't much blame him. But that's neither here nor there. It so happens that I can reconstitute the whole day for you and alter it so that the final upshot will be the opposite of what it has been. In other words, Mr. Bevis, let's go back to 9 a.m. this morning. We'll rewind and start all over again.
You mean I can have the day to live over again, and it won't come out the same way?
Definitely not the same. We merely alter some of the relevant aspects, and of necessity we must naturally perform a few alterations on your characteristics. For example, Mr. Bevis, your manner of dress.
What's wrong with it?
Are you serious about that sports coat?
I like plaid.
And that bow tie. Let's try something a little different. Brooks Brothers might make a better impression.
How did you do that?
Much better, don't you think? Nice business suit, conservative tie.
I look like an undertaker.
That may well be, but if you want the day to turn out differently, you have to be different. Shall we go, Mr. Bevis? There isn't much time.
You're really terribly nice, Mr. Hempstead.
Think nothing of it.
To go to all this trouble, whoever you really are.
I assure you this is neither personal nor sentimental, Mr. Bevis. It's merely my job.
Now he's talking to himself. Looks happy, though. Maybe I better have a shot of what he's drinking.
Good morning, Mr. Stasiak. How are you today?
Morning, Mrs. Ricciardo. Ask me after I have my coffee.
Don't be running in the hall now, little Paul.
Okay.
All right, here we are. Back where you started this morning.
Yep, this is it. Everything's the same. First, I locked my apartment. Good morning, Mrs. R. Top of the morning.
Hello.
What's the matter with her? Why isn't she talking to me?
Remember to keep your voice down. She can't see me.
She can't?
No one but you.
Hi there, Paulie.
Hi.
Aren't you gonna ask me about old Ironsides? Don't worry, she's coming along.
What's old Ironsides?
Don't you bother the man now, little Paul.
That's all right, Mrs. R. We're friends. Aren't we, Paulie? Aren't we?
Go down and play with the other children. Don't you go far, and don't be crossing the street now.
I won't.
Well, what do you say, Paulie? Looks like the coast is clear. The banister's nice and shiny.
Don't even think about it.
Hey, what's going on?
That nonsense was for the old Bevis. You're the new Bevis, remember?
Morning, everybody. I don't know, Mr. Hempstead. Think about it. If I don't slide down the banister anymore, I'm losing a good 15 seconds. That's a minute and a quarter a week, 5 minutes a month.
Straighten your tie. You're late.
Who's going to carry my briefcase?
You can do it.
What about this pocket full of new pennies?
Not in this suit.
Morning, Tony. Where's my apple?
You want an apple, mister? That'll be 25 cents.
Let's go.
Oh, Mrs. Chatfield.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Bevis.
I wanted to talk to you about the rent.
Oh, I found it in the box. 3 weeks in advance. You're a wonderful, wonderful roomer, Mr. Bevis.
That's a switch. This part I don't mind at all. Only, where are the kids?
They're busy playing, I presume, as children are wont to do.
But who's going to help me push start my car?
That won't be necessary.
I don't even see my Essex. Oh no. Did somebody tow it away?
Correction. You don't own an Essex. This is your car.
But this is a sports car. A little foreign sports car.
Red's your favorite color, isn't it?
Yes, but do you think it fits? With everything else, I mean?
Mr. Bevis, live it up, will you?
But have you ever driven an Essex?
My dear sir, I have driven a chariot with 11 horses. I'm the guy responsible for Ben-Hur winning the race. That Essex went out with the old Bevis. You're a different person now. No more zither music. No more Christmas carolers in the office. Though the latter idiosyncrasy met with some approval from the organization. Now, here are your new car keys. Go ahead, give it a spin.
Hey, Paulie, look at this. Want to take it for a test drive? He acts like he doesn't even know me.
Shall we go, Mr. Bevis?
Yeah, okay.
Better times are ahead, I promise.
If you say so.
Well, here we are, Mr. Bevis. Looks like the office is already humming.
Where's my desk?
Same place it's always been. Right over there.
But it doesn't look the same. Somebody's already cleaned it out.
No such thing. Your workday hasn't started yet. Look at the clock. You're not even late. It's only 8:58.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Bevis.
Where's my gooseneck lamp? And the clock I won at the carnival? And midnight? And Rocky? Where's the ship I was building?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Good morning, Bevis.
Good morning, sir.
Friends and associates, a moment, please. Everyone, I should like you to hear a bit of good news. As of this day, Mr. James B. W. Bevis is being given a raise in salary 10% a week. May I add, Bevis, your work is admirable, and since you've been with us for 11 months now, I think a raise is very much in order.
A raise, Mr. Peckinpah?
Quite right, Bevis, quite right.
Thank you, sir.
Think nothing of it. The least we could do, considering.
Mr. Peckinpah, sir.
Yes, Bevis?
What about the...
Yes?
The zither music and the Christmas carolers.
The zither music? The Christmas carolers? I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Bevis, you no longer have an interest in any of that nonsense.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Nothing, sir.
Very well, then. See you later, Bevis, and keep up the good work.
Why, this desk looks absolutely nude. It doesn't look decent somehow. Margaret, where is old Ironsides?
Are you feeling all right, Mr. Bevis?
I think I better get some air.
Yes, that might be a good idea.
I got a raise.
Naturally. Where are you going now? You only just arrived.
Outside for some air. Or I might go back to my place.
So early in the day?
I was thinking, maybe I'll play some stickball with the kids in the street.
Mr. Bevis.
Yeah?
They won't play with you.
Why not?
You're not the same, Bevis. Not anymore.
You mean everything's changed? Even that?
It's only today that we can see the changes. Actually, they started some time ago.
I'm beginning to understand.
Good. Well, Mr. Bevis, still want to get on the elevator?
Yes, I think I will.
Why? Things seem to be going your way, don't they?
I guess they are, Mr. Hempstead.
Bevis, what do you say we level with one another? I mean, really, what is it you want? After all, for a person like yourself, 10% is the most even I can get for you. Frankly, I don't get you. I'm used to Bevises with big dreams, gigantic hopes, fantastic aspirations. Magellan Bevis sailing around the Horn, Parnell Bevis standing alone in Parliament booming out his convictions, Gunner Lou Bevis, over-the-top men, semper fidelis, nobody lives forever, let's go, boys! That was the spirit.
Mr. Hempstead, sir, I don't want to seem ungrateful. But the things I want, the things I believe in, I know they're odd, but they're worth considerably more than 10% a week.
I take it then that you prefer your bow ties and plaid coat and old Ironsides.
I'm afraid that's the case.
And you realize things will be as they were. There'll be no job, no car, no place to live for a while.
It's been that way before.
I see.
Complicated, is it?
Hardly. Take a look out the window.
Hey, there's my old Essex down at the curb.
You'd best feast your eyes. It won't be around for very long. The truck will hit it as previously ordained. You'd better go back in for a minute and get it over with. Here comes old Peckinpah now. This time he won't be talking about a raise.
You know something? It doesn't make a bit of difference. Not one bit.
And whose desk is this?
Mr. Bevis's, sir.
And where is our Mr. Bevis this morning?
I'm sure I couldn't say, Mr. Peckinpah.
Well, Margaret, when you do happen to see the gentleman who occupies this museum of junk, kindly tell him that I should like to see him personally. If and when he finally deigns to report for work, that is.
Once more into the breach.
How do you feel, bud? Fortified?
I do indeed. Today I lost my job, my car, and I've been evicted, or I'm about to be all over again. But you know, I love zither music and model ships. And if I can't bring kids into an office at Christmas time to sing carols, then what's the point of being alive?
Beats me.
Well, there really is no point. There is no point at all. I'm going to try and find a job, an apartment, and then I'm going to finish Old Ironsides for a little boy 8 years old with a dirty face who happens to love model ships just the same as I do. Wait a minute. That's my car. Mr. Hempstead, wherever you are, you're still watching over me. You must be.
This your car, buddy?
Yes, it most certainly is, officer. And you don't know. You can't imagine how glad I am to find it here. You see, a truck tapped the bumper and it rolled down the street because I didn't have the handbrake on. That was the first time, of course. But now, thanks I'm sure to Mr. Hempstead.
Well, I don't know any Hempstead. And I don't care if it's the first time or the 100th time.
What are you doing?
Writing you a ticket. In this city, we kind of take a dim view of parking next to a hydrant.
You mean a fire hydrant?
Big and red, right there by your front fender.
What hydrant is that, officer?
Hey! Where'd it go?
I think I have a pretty good idea. Still with me, Mr. Hempstead?
Still with you, Mr. Bevis. Still with you.
Mr. James B. W. Bevis who believes in magic. The magic of a child's smile, the magic of liking many and various people and things and being liked in return, and the strange and wondrous mysticism that is the simple act of living. Mr. Bevis, one species of the modern male who lives in his own private and very special Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Mr. Bevis, starring Bruno Kirby with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were David Darlow, Christian Stolte, Fernette Lebo, Jeff Lupetin, Linda Reiter, Meg Thalken, Max Kirsch, Carrie Darlow, Riley Baugh, Kurt Nabig, Doug James, Carl Amari, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
What in the...
Hey, Denton!
Watch out for the traffic around here.
That peddler's wagon like to run you down. You better keep your eyes open if you can.
I'll try.
Where you going, Denton?
No place.
That right. Let's see, to get yourself a haircut.
Just let me pass.
Or a shave, maybe. Yeah, that'd be a good idea, wouldn't it, boys?
Please.
Or a bath. Yeah, that's it. And some clothes that don't stink.
That'll be a nickel.
Here you go, Charlie.
Al?
How about a drink, Charlie?
Well...
Please, I'm dry as a bone.
You got any money?
Can't you put it on my tab?
Well, see, Al, it's like this. You didn't pay last time, or the time before that. Matter of fact, you haven't paid all year.
You know I'm good for it.
Afraid it's cash on the barrelhead from now on.
I need a drink, Charlie. Just one.
Not today, Al.
Who'll cover me for a shot of rye?
Don't do this to yourself.
Somebody? Anybody?
Don't, Al. Just don't.
One drink. That's all. How about it, Miss Smith?
No can do, Al. Liz here don't pay for drinks.
Other people pay for her drinks. You see what I mean?
Go get yourself cleaned up. I'll stop by if I can and see how you're doing.
Sure, yeah. But I need one thing first. I'm thirsty. I can't make it if I'm thirsty.
Just go. Do it for me. For old time's sake.
That's how it is then.
I'm sorry, Al. It's the way it has to be.
If you say so. See you later, everybody.
Well, hello, Denton. Get what you need in there?
No.
I'll bet you didn't. But I'll tell you something, Denton. I know how you can get yourself a drink.
Yeah, how?
You see that peddler's wagon come through? Well, he's setting up in front of the hotel. Why don't you go ask him if he's got a drink? Go on, ask him. Maybe he's got what you need.
Oh, okay, I'll do that. Oh.
Whoops. Did you trip, Al? Ought to pay more attention. My boot was right in front of you, and you didn't even see it.
I'll try and be more careful.
Portrait of a town drunk named Al Denton. This is a man who's begun his dying early, a long, agonizing route through a maze of bottles. What he really seeks is not another drink, but a fresh start. Al Denton would probably give an arm or a leg or a part of his soul to have that. The question is, where does a man turn when the last of his luck finally runs out? In a moment, Mr. Denton will make the acquaintance of a newcomer who just might be willing to help, along with the third principal character in our story. Its name, Colt. Its caliber, .45. Mr. Denton hasn't met either one yet, but when he does, he'll find that their true function is to give him what he needs more than anything else: a second chance.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Mr. Denton on Doomsday, starring Adam Baldwin with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hey, Al, I just thought of something. You want a drink so bad? Well, guess what? I got me a bottle here, and it's still half full. Be ashamed to let it go to waste. So why don't you use some to take a bath?
That sting, Al?
I'll bet it does.
Come on, open your mouth.
Somebody get him a bar of soap. You want some more?
Yes, sir.
Well, first let's see some appreciation. Let's see you pay for the drink in your own special way. A little song, Al. How about it?
Song?
You know the one I mean.
How dry I am. How dry I am. How dry I am.
Pretty good, Al. Here you go. Open wide and wet your whistle.
Charlie, can't you break that up?
I don't like it any more than you do. The misery they give that guy. Well, what else can they do for a good time? We ain't never had a circus come through here.
Please, Charlie.
You want the rest of it, Al? Here you go. Take the whole bottle.
Oh, it's all broke now.
Come on inside, Dan. Let's get a fresh one.
Please, Al, just leave it. There's nothing left. Here, can you stand up?
Oh. Thank you, Miss Smith.
What's that?
Huh?
On the ground.
Oh. You mean this? Well, that's a nice-looking gun. Colt 45 Peacemaker, that's what it is.
You packing a gun now, Al?
Oh, it's not mine.
Well, whose is it?
I don't know. Somebody must have dropped it in the street.
You weren't so bad with a gun in your day, were you, Al?
Well, that was a long time ago, Miss Smith. A very long time ago. Well, you know something? This is the first time, the very first time I've held a gun since... well, I can't remember how long it's been.
Too many bottles, Al.
Yeah. Way too many.
Come on inside. I'll get you a towel so you can wipe your face.
Thank you kindly.
Will you tell me one thing?
If I can.
Why do you drink so much?
I don't really know. I just got in the habit one day and then kept to it. Kept to it till I ended up like this. I didn't used to. I always had a clean shirt, hair combed.
That could change, you know. A shave, a bath, some different clothes. You don't have to go on this way.
I want to change. But you don't know how hard it is.
Here we go again, boys.
Well, looky.
He's still here?
Got a girl to help him.
No more trouble, fellas.
Let's hear our little songbird one more time.
Charlie, will you give me a hand?
Hold on. Didn't you hear what the man said?
Hey, Denton, I got a new bottle here, and it has your name on it. Only first, I want to hear 3 more choruses of How Dry I Am. Let's have it.
No, Al.
But if I do, he'll give me a drink, Miss Smith.
The devil with him. I'll give you a drink. You won't have to do this for it.
How dry. How dry I.
Al.
All right, Rummy. Now you can come in and get your drink. Tell Charlie to set one up. You've been a good boy.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, Denton.
Huh?
Hey, gunfighter.
What do you...
Where'd you get the gun?
Oh, you mean this? I found it. I found it over there in the street.
That a fact?
Maybe it fell off the peddler's wagon.
Looks good in his hand, don't it?
Yeah, like it fits. Been a while since you used one of those, hasn't it, Rummy?
Well, yes.
Speak up, Rummy. I can hardly hear you. Been quite a while, hasn't it?
Quite a while.
What say?
A long time.
Well, maybe you'd like to try it out. Maybe you think you could even outdraw me.
That'll be the day. Sure will.
No.
Know what?
No, I don't know how to use it anymore.
But the time was you did. Let's see you try.
I told you I wouldn't know how.
Stop it.
Come on. You and me, Denton, will draw. Whenever you're ready.
That's enough, Dan. It's not funny anymore.
Out of the way, miss. The gunfighter and me. We're gonna have a little showdown.
Charlie, where are you?
Come on, Gunner, right here. Let's pull. I'll give you first chance. How about it?
Dan, stop this!
Come on, boys. She's right. This ain't a joke.
Go back to the bar, Charlie. Can't you see we got private business out here?
Listen, Dan, I put up with a lot from you boys, but...
Here, I'll give you a break, Rummy. I'll do it left-handed. What do you think of that?
I'm telling you to break it up.
Now, we both got our guns in our hands, okay? Nice and easy. That fair enough for you?
Miss Smith, Charlie, tell him... please tell him...
Ow! I'm bleeding!
You see that?
He shot the gun right out of his hand.
I don't believe it.
Al, are you all right?
Oh, Miss Smith, please tell him it was an accident, will you? I don't want any trouble.
No trouble here anymore. No trouble at all.
Now, please, mister.
What?
Listen, I didn't mean for it to go off. Must be a hair trigger. I just wanted you to know that. Well, you gotta understand, it was an accident, pure and simple.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Better get that hand looked at.
That was no accident. That was some real shooting, Al. Come on in. Get a drink of the good stuff.
I don't know what happened.
Go on. You're entitled.
But I wasn't even aiming.
Well, however you did it, I'd say you got your eye back today.
I don't think so.
You must have been practicing or something. I ain't seen shooting like that since... I can't even say. And against Dan Hodling, too.
It isn't even my gun. I just found it.
Have another drink. All you want, on the house.
Hey, Rummy!
Mr. Hodling, I swear it was an accident. I didn't even draw. I sure didn't mean to.
Put that glass down and face me, Denton. I want to see you take a bullet in the stomach.
Dan, it's over. Give that guy a break, will you?
Charlie, take this gun quick here. I don't even want it.
Did you see that?
Shot the lamp off the ceiling without even looking.
Fell right down on him. Knocked him out cold.
I ain't never seen nothing like it.
Well now, Al, I'd say you got your eye back all right, in spades.
I wasn't even aiming.
He don't need to. He shot over his shoulder.
How'd you do that, Al?
I can't really say.
He was looking in the mirror. Behind Charlie.
How's that for a trick shot?
Mr. Denton, maybe you let us buy you a drink.
What?
Take the bottle.
What did you call me?
I didn't mean no offense.
No, I asked you what you called me.
Nothing, Mr. Denton. I didn't call you anything.
That's what you called me. Mr. Denton. You hear that, Charlie? He called me Mister.
Go on, have all you want.
No, thank you, Charlie. I've had enough.
Al, are you all right?
Oh, yep. I'm just fine. I think I'll go across the street and have a shave.
Where's my gun?
Leave it, Dan.
Come on, let's go.
Get away from me. Hey, Rummy!
What did you say?
Get that player piano going.
Leave it be, son.
I said start it up again. I want to hear some music with singing.
What's the matter, boy? Too quiet for you? Well, let me give you a hand.
Didn't you hear me?
I said...
You're the one that's going to be singing from now on. You pick the tune, and you sing it, and don't call me Rummy anymore.
Well, sir, things are sure going to be different from now on.
I hope you're right, Charlie. I hope to heaven you're right. Al!
Oh, hello, Liz.
I just wanted to tell you, I think things are going to be all right from now on. I believe that.
What things?
Don't you understand? You won't have to worry about bullies like that anymore. I heard what Charlie said.
Charlie?
You're as good with a gun now as you ever were.
Well, that's what he says.
I remember too, Al. And I think he's right.
Oh, I was good. I was real good. I was so good that once a day somebody would ride into town and make me prove it. And every morning I'd start my drinking a few minutes earlier. Until one morning, the guy who asked me to prove it turned out to be 16 years old. I left him lying there on his face right in front of the saloon. I left him bleeding to death with my bullets in him, and he was 16 years old.
It doesn't have to be that way.
Oh, doesn't it? No, I've seen it before. It's gonna start all over again. Every fast and fancy man who owns a gun will come riding down this street. But you know something? This time it will be different. Afterwards, it'll be me lying there face down, bleeding to death.
Oh, Al.
I think I'll go in and get a shave now. I'd like to look proper on the day I die.
Afternoon, Mr. Denton.
I don't want anything.
How's that?
You're a peddler, aren't you? I can't use anything you've got.
Oh, yes, I'm a peddler. Pots and pans, utensils, herbs, medicines, liniments and tonics, men's, women's, children's clothing, farm implements and what have you. Little bit of everything, you might say.
Well, nothing for me, thanks.
No?
Well, what I need you don't have.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Excuse my bad manners. Fate's the name.
Huh? What?
Henry J. Fate, like it says on the wagon. And you're Al Denton.
How do you know that?
I couldn't help but overhear. The trouble you had a little while ago? Hope it worked out.
It did, for now.
I knew it would.
You knew?
Oh, it always does, one way or another. The way it was supposed to all along. You see, I meet a lot of people. They all have different needs. I've learned to read them. Try to have something for everyone.
Is this yours?
What's that, Mr. Denton?
The .45 Peacemaker. It's an expensive gun.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
It was lying in the street when I came out before. I was thinking maybe it fell off your wagon.
Oh, no. That doesn't belong to me. It's yours now.
Yeah. I guess it is.
Good day to you, Mr. Denton. And I'm sure it will be a good day.
You know something I don't?
Oh, not at all, not at all. But when we make changes, it's bound to be a good day. That's always how it seems to work out, don't you think?
Sometimes, maybe. Good day to you.
Well, hello there, stranger.
Sorry to bother you, Ned.
Bother me? Why, you couldn't bother me, Al. Could he, Jake?
Not on your life. He's the man of the hour.
Now, don't say that.
come on in. We were just talking about you. How we knew you way back when, though I'm the one who knew him the longest.
Why, I knew him when he first rode into town. How many years ago was that, Al?
Well, too many.
So, what'll it be? Shave and haircut?
I was thinking just a shave. If I could owe you, say, for a few hours...
Nothing doing. It's on me.
I'll, wait till you're finished.
I'm done. Just slap a little of that bay rum on my face, Ned, and the chair's all yours.
Here you go, Jake. Specialty of the house.
2 bits?
2 bits it is.
And 1 for my friend Al Denton here.
It's all the same to you. I'll pay my way from now on.
Don't you worry about it.
Why, it's all over town what you did to that no-account kid. We won't be seeing him for a while. You did us all a real service, I'd say. Now, why don't you just sit here in the chair, and I'll make a new man of you.
That's very kind. Both of you. I won't forget it.
Say, is that the gun?
That's it. You want to take it out of your belt and set it down, Al?
I can hold it for you.
Oh, that's all right. Just a shave will be fine.
And a haircut and a hot bath. Now, how would that feel? I got some water heating up in the back room. Then won't you be the man, all right?
There. Clean boots. Now, who is that guy in the mirror? Why, Mr. Denton, I almost didn't know you. Good evening, sir. New shirt makes a big difference. Yeah? All right. Who in the...
They said this was his room.
Well, they did, huh? Who are you looking for?
Tall man. Usually doesn't wear his gun. Has blonde hair. Like you.
Oh? Sounds like that describes...
It describes a fella named Al Denton. Supposed to be the top gun here. That wouldn't be you by any chance.
It would.
Then I got a message for you, Denton.
Message from who?
Pete Grant. You heard of him?
Pete Grant.
He's heard of you.
Well, what's the message?
It's real simple. You don't even have to write it down. Pete'll be in town tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. He'll meet you in the saloon.
Well, for what? A drink?
Not hardly. At 5 minutes after 10, one of you will walk out. I don't think it'll be you.
Is that it?
That's the end of the message, Denton. You got an answer for him?
Well, look, you tell him. You tell him he doesn't even know me and there's no call to...
Yeah?
You tell him. Tell Mr. Grant I'll be here tomorrow night. I'll wait for his pleasure.
That's just what it'll be. His pleasure.
Ah, that didn't take long. Not much time at all. Just enough for one shave, a haircut, and a bath.
Back already?
That's all it took.
You deliver the message?
That I did, Pete.
How'd he look?
What do you mean?
Ben, they say he's as good as he ever was. Is that how he looked?
I don't really know. It was night and...
No, it was not. It was an hour ago, you dumb, thick-headed steer chasing...
Easy, Pete. You're all riled up. You got the nerves again.
Grab your chow, and you better get some sleep.
Sure, Pete. Whatever you say. Soon's I water my horse.
Fast he is, then. I bet he's got a case of the nerves, too. Nerves like a sickness. I'm glad I ain't him tonight.
Missed it by a mile. Try this one. Now, take it slow and easy. "10 feet off at least, if I could just stop my hand from shaking."
Al,
Oh, it's no good.
you'll get it back. You just need to practice.
Oh, it's too late for that. I should have known. takes more than a shave and some new clothes. It takes more than a hot bath and a shine on my boots. That takes care of the outside, Miss Smith, not the inside.
I don't believe that. You're sober now and your eyes are good?
Yeah, well, look at my hand. It won't hold the gun steady, not long enough to get my aim.
What are you doing?
I want to get out while I still can.
And go where?
Away from here. Far away.
Al, you can't run.
Oh, no? Watch me. I gotta run before it's too late. Gotta run fast and run far.
Al, come back!
Evening, Mr. Denton.
Who are you? Oh, it's you. Mr. Fate.
That's my name, and peddling's my game.
Yeah, sorry, but I don't got no time to talk.
You shouldn't, you know.
Shouldn't what?
You shouldn't run away. That's what you're doing, isn't it?
How do you know that?
I told you I learned how to read people, what they need. And you don't need to run.
I don't. No, I guess not. I should stay here and get shot to death for no reason at all. I guess that's what I should do. Curse this gun. Curse the moment I found it.
Oh, my, no. Don't curse it, Mr. Denton. Use it.
Well, I would if I could. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some packing to do.
Now, hold on. I think I might have what you need. There. Yes, indeed, Mr. Denton. I'd say this is exactly what you need.
I told you before, you don't have anything I need.
Not even this?
What?
It's one of my potions. You might call it that or an elixir. Either way, it'll help solve your latest problem, Mr. Denton. Oh, my, yes. It'll help solve it in no time at all.
Snake oil, that's all you are, a snake oil salesman. I knew it when you rode in.
Don't be too swift in your judgment. Allow me to explain. I call this my developer.
How's that?
More to the point, my fast gun developer. Very special formula. Now hear me out. The man who drinks this becomes the fastest of the fast. He'll be able to shoot a hole through a silver dollar in midair at 100 feet or better without even aiming. And best of all, it lasts for 10 full seconds, guaranteed.
10 seconds. And after that?
After that, the user's on his own.
10 seconds, I could empty a gun in half the time, or I used to.
Care to test it?
Now?
Go ahead. Feel free. Proof of the pudding, so to speak.
What's in that bottle? An ounce of whiskey or sugar water?
Nothing of the sort, I assure you. Taste it.
Well, let me get this straight. You're telling me all I have to do is drink it?
Mm-hmm. The developer will do the rest. It works almost instantly.
And if it doesn't?
Then what have you lost? A few seconds? A simple test, that's all I ask.
Doesn't taste like much.
Your time starts now. Remember, 10 seconds. There's your target.
Where?
The street lamp, down at the end of the street. See the flicker?
Are you kidding? I couldn't hit that if I was standing right in front of it.
Go ahead, Mr. Denton. Your time's almost up. Draw. 8, 9, 10.
I don't believe it.
There you go, Mr. Denton. Your time is gone. Now, the gun would probably be of no more use to you than a bottle would be to a bowl.
What'd you put in that?
Here's a fresh one. Drink it a few seconds after 10 tonight, just at the moment Mr. Grant walks into the saloon.
You know about Grant?
Oh, I'm afraid everybody knows. It's all over town.
How much do I owe you?
Oh, why, nothing. There's no charge for this. You might call it a service. That's what it is, a service of Henry J. Fate. Just so you remember at some future time, the night that Fate stepped in.
Look at the time.
Coming up on 10 o'clock.
I don't think that Grant fella's gonna show.
Well, it'd sure be a whole lot easier that way. Save me from getting the place shot up.
I tell you, Al don't miss. One shot is all it'll take.
Yeah, you're right about that.
You gonna fix that lamp on the ceiling?
I might. And I might not. Maybe I'll hang it on the wall like a trophy with a plaque underneath and Al Denton's name on it.
You do that, Charlie, and I'll even pay for the engraving.
Sounds like Al now.
Yep, right on time.
Hello, everybody.
We've been waiting, Al.
Knew you'd be here.
Evening, Ned.
You're looking good tonight.
Thanks to you.
Don't worry none. That gunfighter won't show.
Probably too yellow.
Ah, who ever heard of Pete Grant anyway?
After tonight, nobody. That's who.
How about a drink, Al?
Not right now, Charlie.
You shouldn't be here.
I don't have much of a choice, Liz.
But I thought you were going away.
I thought so too. But here's how I figure it. A man's got to play the cards he's dealt. Because there's no place that's safe. Wherever you go, someone will find you.
You mean Pete Grant?
Yeah, him or someone like him. All the Pete Grants of the world.
You don't have to prove anything. Go, right now. Just go. It doesn't matter where. You've got your life back. Why do you want to throw it away like this?
Ready for that drink, Al?
No thanks. Think I'll pass.
Suit yourself.
It's not 10 o'clock yet. There's still time.
See, now that's just it, Liz. There isn't any more time. I've wasted too much of it already.
Get on a horse and ride. Go to another town. Start over. I could meet you there. If you want me to, we could...
Listen, who's that coming?
That would be him.
Liz, do one thing for me.
What, Al?
This little bottle, it's my medicine.
What kind of medicine?
Never mind. When he calls me out, you pull a stopper and hand it to me before I turn around. Then get rid of it. I don't want anybody to see.
But what is it?
A chance. About the only chance I've got.
What'll it be, mister?
I'm looking for somebody.
Who might that be?
At the end of the bar. You Denton?
That's right.
I heard about you.
Oh, yeah? What did you hear?
Heard tell you're supposed to be fast with a gun.
Well, I'll tell you something, son. You got a good chance to find out.
I aim to do that.
Now, look, I got no quarrel with you.
That's not all I heard. I heard you were a low-down, dirty coward.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
Turn around and step away from the bar.
You sure there's no other way to settle this?
I'm plenty sure.
Well, all right, then, if that's your pleasure. Now, Liz. I'm ready.
What's that young fella doing? Sneaking some kind of drink.
Al, look! He has a medicine bottle too, just like yours.
Go ahead. Make your move.
Al!
I got you, Denton.
And I got you.
But that can't be.
You're both right. You shot the guns clean out of each other's hands. This is a push, boys. No winner. Let it end here.
Your hand!
You won't be shooting anymore with that hand, Al. Not anymore. A couple of the fingers are gonna be stiff from now on.
Yeah, I reckon they are.
But that don't make any difference. You were fast. Fast on the draw. The way you stood up, that's something to tell your grandchildren about. And the way it looks now, you just might live to have some.
Here, wrap this handkerchief around it to stop the bleeding.
I don't need your help.
No, I guess you don't. Not now. You know, you won't understand this right away, son, but you just got a blessing. 2 fingers stiff like mine for good and all. That's what it is, a blessing. Took me a whole lot of years lying dead drunk in the street looking up at the sun before I learned it. And you won't have to go through that.
Get away from me.
Get him, Pete?
No more than he got me.
Then it's over and done.
Yeah, it's over and done.
Let's ride.
I'll walk you over to Doc's so you can get that hand looked at.
Thanks, Liz. There's no need. It's gonna be fine. Just fine.
Oh, horse. Time to move on.
Mr. Henry Fate, like his wagon says, a dealer in everything. Utensils, pots and pans, liniments, and potions. A fanciful figure in a black frock coat. who also deals from time to time in second chances. And while there are some who say that he exists only in the dreams and imaginations of men, others say that he does exist because he must, even if it's only in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Mr. Denton on Doomsday, starring Adam Baldwin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Jeff Lupetin, Richard Shavsden, Craig Brawley, Brooke Sanford, Kurt Nabig, Doug James, Roderick Peoples, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Fugitive, starring Stan Freberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Amanda Amari, Meg Falcon, David Darlow, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Mike Castle, J. David Ruby, and Clint Todd. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Jenny, that you?
Yes, Aunt Agnes.
And where are you going, young lady?
Oh, no place.
And what are you going to do when you get there?
Well, play, I guess.
Finish your homework first.
I did. English and arithmetic and...
Jenny?
Honest, Aunt Agnes. Go look in my room if you want.
It's late. Dinner'll be on soon.
I know. I'll be back in time, I promise.
Well, see that you do.
Bye, Aunt Agnes.
And Jenny?
Yes?
See that you're back before the store closes, in case I need anything.
Yes, ma'am. Ben? Ben, are you in there?
Come in.
Hi, Ben.
Why, who's that?
It must be my favorite princess.
Ben, will you help me?
What's the matter?
Howie and the boys are in the park playing softball and...
Well, why aren't you out there with them?
You know they don't like girls on their team, but if I bring somebody else to play...
Now who might that be?
You, Ben. You're so much fun and...
I don't know. I'm getting pretty old, you know.
No, you're not. They like you.
Sometimes they don't like the things I do.
Then do it for me, Ben. We can be on the same side. I need you.
Well, if you put it that way, after all, you are my princess, aren't you?
Of course I am. You know that.
Across the far reaches of time and space.
Yep.
Well, then I'd better provide the transportation. Come on, Princess Jenny. Never mind your leg brace. Just right on my shoulders. There we go.
Oh, thank you, Ben. We'd better hurry. The game already started.
Next batter.
Hey, batter.
Go on, pitcher. Come on, throw the ball.
Leave him alone. He's winding up.
Rally. The pitcher's name is Sally. Go, pitcher.
Strike 3. You're out.
Hey, umpire. You're crazy.
Yeah, that wasn't a strike.
Sure was.
Was not.
I call him like I see him.
Howie Gottlieb, you're never gonna get to heaven. That was a ball and you know it.
Was not.
Was too. How about it, Ben? You saw it.
Now, Jenny. Howie's the umpire.
Hear that?
Who's up next?
You are.
What?
You guys are playing me and Ben. If nobody wants to be on our team, we don't care, do we, Ben?
I'd better warm up. I'm pretty old to be playing softball. Where's the, bat?
Right here. Go on, Ben. You can do it.
Well, if you think I can, Jenny, then I'll give it a try.
Spread out, everybody. Let's play ball.
All right, pitcher. Come on. Strike him out.
Hey, batter.
Here it comes.
Swing, Ben.
Whoa!
He creamed it.
Where'd it go?
I can't even see it anymore.
Home run.
No fair. You said you wouldn't use magic anymore.
Did I? I don't remember saying that.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Who cheated? Nobody cheated.
What do you think?
I'm not sure.
Could be him.
If it is, it's certainly a clever disguise.
Keep walking. Don't let them spot us.
It's been said that science fiction and fantasy are two different things. Science fiction, the improbable made possible. Fantasy, the impossible made probable. What would you have if you put the two together? Well, chances are you'd have a story about an old man named Ben who knows some tricks most people don't know, and an 11-year-old girl named Jenny who walks with a brace on one leg and who loves her friend Ben very much. What happens next? We'd hate to spoil it for you. Better stick around because they've already begun their journey together into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Fugitive, starring Stan Freberg, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Come on, let's stop arguing and play.
With what? We don't have a ball anymore. He knocked it out of the park, remember?
I really should apologize for that, I guess.
All right, never mind. We'll play something else.
Like what?
How about Spaceman?
Yeah, that's a good one.
In that case, those who wish to play, Spaceman, please raise your hands.
I do.
That's it then. We'll play Spaceman.
Jenny, you be the Martian.
No, not this time.
It's your turn.
I know, but gee, Ben, I'm not as good as you are.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
It's true. I can't turn into things the way you can.
Yeah.
Come on, Ben.
Be a good guy.
Jenny's too slow.
Very well. But this is the last time.
Yes!
This is gonna be so much fun.
What should I do?
What are you asking her for?
Because Jenny gets to write the script.
Who says?
I think it's only fair. Go ahead, Jenny.
Well, see that rock over there by the bushes?
Yes?
That'll be the rocket ship.
I see.
And I'm the captain.
What are you talking about?
Whoever heard of a girl being a captain?
Yeah, Jenny.
All right, you bunch of babies. Howie, you be the captain. The rest of you are lieutenants and stuff.
Who are you?
I'm the beautiful princess.
Listen to her now. She gets to choose.
Okay, now, Ben, you go over there to the ship.
Like this?
We just landed, see? This is Mars. We're exploring, trying to find out if any Martians are here. Got it?
What do you want me to do?
Hide behind the bushes. I mean the ship. When we get there, you come out and make it scary this time. You know what I mean, really horrible.
Not too horrible.
Howie, you're a sissy. Okay, man, stick with me. Get out your ray guns. You're supposed to hide, Ben.
Very well. Goodbye for now.
Find anything, Captain Spaulding?
You're Captain Spaulding.
Okay, well, did you?
No, sir. Nothing round here.
Then let's blast off for Earth and go home.
What about the girl?
Leave her here.
Hey, you can't do that.
Sure I can. I'm the captain, aren't I?
You think there's any Martians hiding in the ship?
No way. It's sealed.
Better check it out.
Go on.
You go. You're the captain.
Are you too chicken, Howie?
I'm not chicken.
Then go.
I'm going.
It's only a Martian.
But it's 10 feet tall.
Then shoot your ray guns.
Zap! Zap! Zoom! Zap!
He went back behind the ship.
You got him.
I think they did.
Ben, how do you do that?
Oh, just a little trick I learned.
Yeah, but where?
Remember what I've said. You mustn't tell anyone about my tricks.
Ben's magic, aren't you, Ben?
That's enough for one day. Time to go home, Jenny. I'll provide the transportation. Here we are, my lady. Door-to-door service.
Thanks. Ben, how do you know how to ride a skateboard?
Oh, I've watched your friends. I'm a fast learner.
Pretty neat.
That'll be 10 cents, please.
I'll pay you tomorrow.
Can I trust you?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
In that case, it's a deal. Come on. I'll carry you upstairs.
Ben, you're so nice. Mwah.
Oh, my. What did I do to deserve that? Say I'm weary. Say I'm sad. Say that health and wealth have missed me. Say I'm growing old. But add, Jenny kissed me.
What's that?
Earth poetry.
You made it up?
Not me.
But I like it.
So do I. Up we go now.
Careful of the stairs.
I'm always careful.
Ben?
Hmm?
Tell me something.
What is it, little monkey?
Well, if you can do so many things...
Some things.
How come you don't make my leg well?
Because then I wouldn't have the fun of carrying you. You'd get yourself a young boyfriend and I'd never see you again.
I'm serious. You could do it, couldn't you?
Oh, perhaps. But Jenny, I mustn't.
Why?
People would wonder how it happened. Besides, I shouldn't interfere.
That's not interfering. That's...
I told you to be back before the liquor store closed.
Oh, it's my fault, Mrs. Gann. Jenny told me, but I must have lost track of the time.
It's always your fault, isn't it?
Don't be mad at him, Aunt Agnes.
Shut up, you. Put her down.
Of course.
Get inside, girl.
I'm going.
You ungrateful little gutter snipe.
Mrs. Gann, please.
You stay out of this. After all I'd done for the girl, after I fed you, took care of you, gave you a place to sleep, where'd you be without me, huh? Well, I'll tell you, in an orphanage. And if you don't mind your P's and Q's, that's where you'll end up. Now get to your room.
Please, Aunt Agnes.
I said get in there. What are you looking at?
Mrs. Gann, Don't you ever lift your hand to Jenny again.
Don't you tell me how to raise that child.
You heard me.
Now you listen to me. I've had a stomach full of you hanging around that girl, turning her against me, filling her head with crazy ideas. This ain't none of your business, you hear me?
I hear you.
Well, I ain't gonna put up with it no more. And if I hear tell of you even talking to her from now on, I'm gonna call the cops.
So that's how it is.
You bother us again, and that's what'll happen. So help me. And shut up with all that slobbering. You hear me? Now what? Yeah?
Mrs. Gann?
What about it?
Excuse us, madam, but we're trying to gather some information about a tenant of this building.
They call him Old Ben.
Him?
Do you know the gentleman?
He's no gentleman.
No? If that's not the proper term.
You cops.
In a way.
FBI, probably. Or the IRS. I knew it.
May we come in?
I guess so. What did he do?
If you don't mind, we'll ask the questions.
Okay, but ask him in the kitchen. I gotta fix dinner.
Very well.
How long has he lived here?
In this building? Year and a half?
Yeah, that'd be about right.
Oh, they're talking about Ben.
Do you know his previous address?
Mr. Nobody knows nothing about him. What his name is, where he come from.
Most interesting.
Have you ever seen him do anything unusual?
Like what?
Well, what you might call magic.
Nah. Kids say he's good at tricks, but I never seen any. Can't say that he works. Maybe he gets checks in the mail, but not that I know.
So he has no visible means of support.
Ben?
Jenny? What is it?
Ben. Oh, Ben.
Something wrong?
2 policemen. They're talking to my aunt. They're after you.
I didn't think she'd go through with it.
No, Aunt Agnes didn't call them. They came right after you left.
Jenny, this is very important. What did they look like?
I was in my room. I just saw a little bit of them in the kitchen. But I don't know. Tall, kinda. Dark-haired. Young, but not real young. Suits and, I think, neckties.
And did the suits look brand new, without a wrinkle, like they'd just been made?
Yeah, that's right.
It's them. I knew it would happen someday. They've finally caught up with me.
Who has, Ben? What are you so scared of? What did you do?
I can't tell you that, Jenny.
Was it something bad?
Not what you and I would think of as bad.
Then tell me. I thought we were friends.
We are. Best friends.
Friends don't keep secrets. I don't know where you came from or why you're running away.
I'm sorry, little monkey. It doesn't matter now anyhow. They're here. It's too late.
No, it isn't. I know a swell hiding place. They'll never find you. They'll... Yes?
Jenny, what are you doing in here?
Nothing.
Is he here?
Not a trace.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You're lying. She's lying. I can tell. She knows.
Do you, child?
No, sir. I came to see him, but he was gone. I think he's out on the prairie feeding pigeons.
The prairie?
That's what we call the park on the corner. We pretend it's out in the wilderness, and we hide behind the bushes and play games and...
You pretend too much.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if you see him, please say nothing of our visit.
Oh, don't worry. I know how to keep my mouth shut.
You too, little girl.
Okay.
We'll check back tomorrow.
You do that. And you, get home right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, what's that?
What's what?
That thing in your shirt pocket.
Oh, that's just Gandalf.
Gandalf?
My pet mouse. You remember Aunt Agnes.
What's it doing out of its cage?
Oh, he gets bored staying in my room all the time.
Well, you put it back in right now. I never should have let you keep it. I have a good mind to...
Bye, Aunt Agnes.
I ought to beat you till you can't sit down, but I won't, because I'm too tired. Go to bed and don't let me hear a peep out of you.
Good night, Aunt Agnes.
And don't try sneaking out again if you know what's good for you. Keep that filthy white rat out of my sight.
Come on, Gandalf. Hi, Gandalf. How are you, boy? Guess what? I brought you a new twin brother to play with.
You weren't really going to put me in the cage with Gandalf, were you?
Nah, I knew you were going to change back. We sure fooled them, didn't we, Ben? Whoever they are.
For the moment, but they'll be back. And sooner or later, they'll catch on.
I think it's so neat the way you do that. One thing I don't get, though. How do you make the clothes change, too, when you turn into something else?
Not very difficult. It's all matter. One molecular structure is much like another, isn't it?
I guess.
Speaking of changing clothes, Jenny, you'd better start wearing a dress instead of those jeans, don't you think? At least some of the time, or your aunt will have a fit.
I don't care. Let her.
Now, that isn't very respectful, is it? You must remember she's a very nervous person. She isn't wholly responsible for her behavior.
Well, if she's not, who is?
I don't have an answer for that. In any case, try to forgive her, if you can find it in your heart. After all, she's only human.
All right, but what about you? What are you gonna do?
Oh, the best I can, I reckon.
I'm serious.
So am I. That's all any of us can do.
Even you?
Even me. Beyond that...
Ben?
Yes?
How come those men are after you?
It's a long story.
You can tell me. You'll still be my best friend no matter what. Are you a criminal?
In a way, yes. Yes, I suppose I am.
What'd you do? Rob a bank?
Oh, nothing like that.
Did you kill somebody?
Heavens, no.
Then you must be a communist.
No, little monkey, not a communist, and not a terrorist either. I'm not an enemy of anyone. At least, not anyone I can think of.
Then what? Shh. What's the matter?
Those two men, they may still be close by.
I heard them leave.
I'd better go to the window and check the street, just to be sure.
See anything?
Huh, it's just as I thought. They're downstairs on the other side of the street.
What are they doing?
Watching the building, waiting for me to come out.
Oh, Ben.
Don't you worry now. I'll think of something.
Listen, Ben. I have an idea. Why don't you fool them again?
And how do you propose doing that?
Easy. Turn into something.
I doubt it would work a second time.
Sure it would. Something really little like a spider or a cockroach. They'd never find you then.
I'm afraid they would.
But how?
Those boys have ways. They're pretty clever. You see, Jenny, they know my real form. They can tell when I'm in the vicinity. I'm talking about my true shape, the way I really look.
Isn't this the way you really look?
Oh, no.
Have I ever seen you the way you really look?
Nope.
Not even when you turn into a Martian with all those eyes?
Definitely not.
Then you must be really icky.
I wouldn't say that, exactly. You'd be surprised. There are certain adult females who have found me quite attractive. Or so they said.
I want to see.
No, Jenny. You've been very good about letting me keep my secrets.
Can't you even tell me just one?
Well, all right. Just one. I suppose it wouldn't do any harm. You see, I'm not from around here.
That's okay. I'm not either. We moved here from...
What I mean is, I'm not actually a resident of this world.
Huh?
I come from another planet.
I knew it. Which one? Mars?
No. One much farther away. You've never heard of it. Anyway, Jenny, you see, those men out there, they've come a long way. They're trying to catch me so they can take me back.
Because of what you did?
Mm-hmm. And I don't want to go back. I've grown to like it here. But they've located me, so now the only thing I can do is find another world to hide in.
Another world?
One as far away from here as possible. That's my only chance.
You mean you're just gonna go away?
I don't want to, little monkey, but I have no choice.
But Ben, you're the only friend I have.
Look at me, Jenny. Please? That's it. Before I go, there is one thing I want to do. A last good deed. I'd have done it long before this, but it would have shown them where I was. Now, that doesn't matter anymore.
What do you mean?
Take that thing off your leg.
My brace?
Go on. You won't need it anymore.
But...
Trust me.
Okay.
Now hold very still.
What's that?
Just something I carry with me from the other place. The secret of my magic.
My leg. It feels all funny. Sort of tingly.
Jenny!
Yeah?
Who are you talking to?
Myself.
Well, you can go crazy that way. Cut it out.
Okay, I will. Good night.
Night.
Ben. Ben, is that you? No, Ben! Stay away from the window! Don't go outside! Don't! Ben, look! My leg! I can walk without the brace! It doesn't hurt anymore! Oh, Ben! Ben! Come back, Ben!
There's the girl.
Where's she going?
Hold on.
What?
Going out at this time of night?
It's past your bedtime.
Excuse me.
Well, look at that. Jenny, how can you walk without your leg brace now?
Something happened?
Something we should know about?
Get out of my way.
Where is he, Jenny? Where's Ben?
I don't know. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You made him go away. You made him leave me. I hate you.
We've got to stop her.
No, don't use it. You mustn't.
It's the only way.
Now you've done it.
Quickly, we've got to get out of here. He's somewhere outside, I'm sure of it.
Jenny? Jenny, where are you? Jenny! What are you doing down there on the floor? Oh, must have fallen. Are you hurt? Jenny, answer me! Well?
Well, what?
She's all right, ain't she?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, no. I don't have any money for a hospital.
Hospital?
I don't know why she'd want to do a stupid thing like that anyway.
What are you talking about?
Going down the stairs without her leg brace. What do you think?
Whatever's wrong with your niece, Mrs. Gann, it doesn't have anything to do with her legs.
Nothing to do with...
In fact, her legs appear to be perfectly all right. Both of them.
Then what?
However, the girl does seem to be in a rather serious condition.
How serious?
Well, she doesn't have a fever. In fact, I can't find any organic cause. But if her pulse continues to weaken...
What's the matter with her?
Whatever it is, it's beyond my knowledge. It may well be more than medical science can understand. The only thing we can do now is wait. I've left the window partially open so the room won't be quite so stuffy. If she doesn't show signs of improvement during the next hour, perhaps you should call the hospital. They can run some tests, though I can't imagine what they'll find.
Oh, no. Jenny, I made a promise to your mother, but I don't know what to do.
No, Ben, no.
Hello, little monkey.
Ben, I thought you went away.
I did, but I couldn't stay away from my best friend for long. Besides, being a fly isn't much fun. Wings and all, not to mention they're colorblind. Even my glasses wouldn't have helped. Bleh. Now you're back in bed, I see.
Oh, Ben.
What seems to be the matter?
I don't know. I saw those two policemen.
They're not policemen. Not exactly. What did they do?
I tried to get away, but one of them took something out of his pocket, like that magic thing you carry.
What? They used the molecular ray on you? That's going too far.
They told me to stop, and then I fell down. Am I gonna die, Ben?
Eventually, as we all must, but not now. Do you trust me?
You know I do.
Then close your eyes.
What are you gonna do?
Something to make you well again.
The way you fixed my leg?
That's right. Just lie still.
Ben, I feel funny.
Better?
Yes, I'm fine. How did you do that?
Just another little secret I brought with me. That should neutralize anything they've done.
It did. Ben, listen. They're here.
Your Majesty?
Your Majesty.
I've been expecting you.
We're sorry to intrude like this, but you're aware of the rules.
Yes, at ease.
Where's my aunt?
She's sitting on the sofa, resting peacefully.
We've paused her temporal flow just while we're here. She won't know anything's happened.
That was a terrible thing you did. Hurting an innocent child.
We didn't want to hurt her, Your Majesty.
It was the only way, sir. We knew you'd return to make her well again.
I understand, but I still don't like it.
Ben, what's going on? How come they called you Your Majesty?
Well, little one, I have to confess. You see, I'm something of a fraud.
Why?
I'm not really a criminal, and these two men aren't really policemen. Something more along the lines of palace guards.
Huh?
They're actually my subjects, and I regret to say I'm what you would call their king.
Oh, come on.
Crossed my heart and hope to die.
Then what are you running away for?
It's hard to explain. Wouldn't make much sense to you, I suppose. I guess I wasn't cut out to be a king. All that responsibility, the fuss, the pomp and circumstance, I don't know. After the first 1,000 years, it sort of got me down, you know? I knew it would be at least 4,000 more years before I could turn the job over to someone else. So I just took off, Jenny. Split. Hightailed it. Went on the lam. In short, I skedaddled.
Begging your pardon, but it wasn't 4,000 Earth years, Your Majesty.
Quite right, quite right. In Earth terms, it would have been even longer.
Well, all I can say is he must have been a pretty good king to cause all this trouble.
Oh, he was, miss. He was the best of kings. You should have seen him in his royal attire, with all his royal appendages. The grandest leader to walk upright in the entire galaxy.
That's enough now.
But it's true. You can have your Venusian vegetables, your Syrian slime molds, your strutting bivalves from Betelgeuse. When Exolotl went walking, or should I say perambulating, it was like a third sun shining down from the heavens.
Tut, gentlemen.
Is that who you really are, King Ixolotl?
Oh, what's in the name?
So, you see, miss, that's why we want him back. His subjects have been pining for him ever since.
Life has been listless. An endless succession of moon phases. There is no joy in Ixolotlville.
In other words, we're as fond of him as you are. We need him.
But you can't have him.
Not much to be done about it now, Jenny. They've found me out. I was on a sort of vacation, but all that's over now.
The royal transporter is waiting, sir.
In that case, gentlemen.
But Ben, I mean Your Majesty, you can't go away with them. I need you here.
I hope you'll remember me, Jenny. I know I'll remember you.
Wait, you said I was your princess, didn't you?
Yes?
Well, prove it. Take me with you.
That would be out of the question.
Absolutely.
She does have a point, you know. It's hard being a king. The first one they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a life form watchful and a little lonely.
The council would never permit it.
My appointees all.
Sir, you know the rules.
I should. I made them.
Please, Ben, please.
If only there were some way.
Ben? Come here. I have to tell you something in private.
Your Majesty, there's simply no more time.
Gentlemen, one last request. I want a minute alone with Jenny.
But, sir...
I promise by our fathers that I won't run away or try to escape.
You give your royal word.
Precisely.
What do you think?
I don't see how we can refuse.
Very well. 1 minute, Your Majesty. Earth time.
1 minute it is.
Excuse us while we sit down next to you, Mrs. Gant. We won't be long.
She can't hear you. As far as she's concerned, we're not here at all. Frozen in time, as it were.
What's that bottle in her hand?
It's called beer, an intoxicating beverage based on the fermentation of single-celled life forms.
I should take it out of her hand, in case she drops it.
No. I think she's meant to have one at all times. Some sort of self-medication for behavioral control.
Oh.
Remember to start the temporal flow again when we leave.
Of course.
What's going to happen when we get back?
Oh, a parade, I imagine. All the riffraff slithering along the grand crater. Quite a sight.
We'll be celebrities.
Quite. Don't forget to have your antennae washed and set.
What are they talking about in there?
Privileged communication.
I suppose. Oh, to have blue blood in our veins, eh?
Green.
Right.
Time?
Time. Sorry, Your Majesty, but the minute is...
Yes?
Oh, no. Your Majesty, you can't be serious.
But we are.
This isn't fair. This isn't fair at all.
You can't do this to us.
Why not?
But there are two of you.
What's the matter? Can't tell us apart? In that case, they'll just have to take both of us.
Both?
Yes, the council wouldn't like it if you made a mistake. What if you brought back the wrong one?
Well, I hope the council will understand our dilemma and make certain allowances.
Perhaps they will.
Shall we go? We'll have to send in Agnes a postcard. Yeah, postmarked Deep Space, with a picture of Ben the way he really looks. She won't believe how handsome he is. Indeed. Indeed.
No, Aunt Agnes won't believe it, because she has more temper than imagination, more suspicion than understanding, and no patience for either science fiction or fantasy. But eventually it may occur to her that one day, on another planet, in the far reaches of space, her niece will grow up to be not only a princess, but an honest-to-goodness queen. Said coronation to take place somewhere in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Come on, Mac. Let's go. Out in the backyard. You got plenty of water, big guy. What's the matter? Something out there? Hey, maybe it's a squirrel. Nothing you can't handle. See you in the morning, big guy.
Sleep by myself.
I know, honey. It'll be all right, I promise. Daddy and I are in the next room.
Hey, sweetie, ready for bed?
Daddy, I want Mac.
He's outside where he belongs.
But I need him.
No, you don't. This is where you belong, in your room.
But
You're a big girl, aren't you?
Yes.
A very big girl. And big girls have their own rooms. In the morning, I'll make your favorite breakfast.
Waffles?
Waffles, for all three of us.
But it's scary in here.
Tina, honey, stop it.
Will you leave the door open?
Sure, sweetie. Plus, you have your nightlight.
Come on, Ruth.
But, Mommy...
If anything frightens you, call for me. I'll come right away.
Nothing's going to frighten her. The house is locked up tight as a drum.
But what if the bad man comes?
Oh, Tina, really?
Hey, then Mac'll get him. He's a good dog, isn't he?
Yes.
Go to sleep now.
Can I have a drink of water?
Of course. Night-night, sweetheart.
Night.
Don't let the bedbugs bite.
She's been scared of her own shadow lately.
Yeah, separation anxiety. New room and all.
Did you hear what she said? The bad man. Where did she get that?
Maybe she's onto something.
What's that supposed to mean?
Like Mac. He hears things, doesn't he?
He's a dog, Chris.
Well, kids hear things. See them, too. Oh, I remember when I was little, my sister used to tell me about the Nighthawk.
The what?
That's a good question. I never did find out. But she'd say, the Nighthawk's gonna get you. Kept me on my toes.
What a mean sister.
Maybe she was just looking out for me. I thought I saw all sorts of things. Face in the window, something in the yard.
You would.
Just the same, maybe there are things we can't see. Just kids and animals.
That's enough, Chris.
Like when Mac hears a squirrel or smells another dog down the street, but we can't because we don't have the senses.
Next, you're going to tell me that there is a bad man.
I didn't say that.
Now I won't sleep a wink.
That's not what I mean.
Oh, what do you mean?
Nothing. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't. Come to bed.
Sorry.
You should have been a science fiction writer. Visible world. Nice. Makes me feel all safe and secure.
I said I'm sorry.
Well, this is the real world. Remember that. I'm turning out the light.
Now what?
Oh, I forgot to get her a drink of water.
If you get up every time, she'll never go to sleep.
But I promised.
One time. That's it. Agreed?
Agreed.